Wang Yu traversed into an alternate realm, where he not only seized his brother's Qilin Pearl the onset, but was also deemed an intruder by the heavenly Dao, which imposed a curse upon him. Is it true that a villain devoid of divine favor or protagonist halo cannot compete with the hero? Wang Yu expressed his desire to test this theory. With elements of underdog tales, rebirth narratives, and invincible arcs, this is a tale filled with diverse twists and turns, an unconventional story of tormenting the protagonist. Pain, excruciating, heart-wrenching agony. Wang Yu yearned to struggle, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. He couldn't even open his eyes. Wasn't he supposed to be peacefully slumbering at his elder sister's abode? Shouldn't he be enveloped in warmth and tenderness? Why then did his body ache so terribly? Why was the bed beneath him so hard and frigid? His consciousness gradually began to awaken. Had he encountered the legendary celestial leap? Such a crude method of castration without anesthesia was truly uncouth. Beware, dear. This pain will be a solitary experience your mother shall ensure you never endure such suffering again. Wang Yu felt a delicate hand gently caressing him, accompanied by a melodious and soothing voice. She referred to him as Yuera, mother? Yet his mother's voice had never been like this, nor could her hand possibly be so tender. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept through his mind, and torrents of memories surged into his consciousness. Divine martial dynasty? Heir of the Marquis of Xianwei? Had he truly crossed over? Had he become the protagonist of a novel? Astonishment flooded Wang Yu's heart, swiftly followed by elation. Even the pain in his body seemed to diminish somewhat. However, as he scrutinized those unfamiliar memories, his joy gradually waned. His father was the Marquis of Xianwei, a general of the divine martial dynasty, while his mother was a maid of the queen during her misfortunes, the two having shared a bond akin to sisters. The queen granted her the surname Wu, naming her Wu Yuling. From a young age, he had been showered with affection, a being who grew up with a proverbial golden key in hand. His innate talent was also commendable. This world was one of fantasy, where individuals could practice martial arts, drawing upon the spiritual essence of the universe to refine their prowess. Gathering chi, transforming spirit, condensing pills, transcending mortality, and ascending to the venerable realm. Though Wang Yu was inherently frivolous and disinterested in cultivation, with an abundance of training resources at his disposal, he had nonetheless reached a fourth year gathering chi stage. This was hardly reminiscent of a protagonist. Instead, he resembled a mere experienced monster on the hero's path to advancement. Old Joe, does this grafting method truly work? Yuera seems to be in great distress. That voice once again echoed near Wang Yu's ear, laced with profound concern. To seize another's fortune and claim it as one's own is indeed a method of defying fate, and thus, some suffering is inevitable. Please rest assured, madam, this is merely a transient rejection phenomenon. Once the heir's body fully integrates with it, all shall be well. At that time, the heir will transform into a prodigy, becoming the youthful supreme. An aged voice resonated in Wang Yu's ear. Grafting? Defying fate? Rejection? Complete absorption? Youthful supreme? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's mind was shaken to its core. Had he truly removed his brother's supreme bone? Where, then, was his dual-sidedness? Detection of a soul not belonging to the current world qualitatively identified as a soul invasion warning. Please vacate the current world immediately, or you shall face severe punishment. Final warning, please leave the current world at once. Punishment? As the electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ears, Wang Yu felt as though he were the subject of a cruel prank. Those wretched scoundrels, not only did they perform the operation without anesthesia, but they also dared to mock him. Passive buff generation complete buff 1. Curse of the heavenly path. You are cursed by the heavenly path. All chosen ones will instinctively harbor malevolent thoughts towards you, deeply despising and seeking to slay you in exchange for rewards from the heavenly path. Buff 2. Misfortune awaits. You are abhorred by the heavenly path. Your fortune has been reduced to naught, and serendipities shall have no connection to you. Buff 3. Balance of the heavenly path. The heavenly path maintains fairness. With loss comes gain. Based on the first two buffs, should you suffer defeat, the chosen ones may have a portion of their fortune plundered. This is external fortune, unaffected by buff 2, as it is not inherently yours and cannot be regenerated once expended, and the fortune of the chosen ones cannot naturally recover after being plundered. Should you slay a chosen one, you will obtain 1/10 of their primordial power. Ah, he felt his blood burning, boiling within him, as if he were on the verge of exploding. He yearned to struggle, yet his body was paralyzed. Old Zhou, madam, do not panic. This is the fusion of Qilin essence blood with the young master, a manifestation of his Buddhist transformation. Old Zhou's voice soothed Wu Yuling, his murky old eyes shimmering with wisdom. The young master has long consumed various rare herbs, their powers dormant within his limbs. Now, awakened by the Qilin essence blood, after today, he shall not only become an unparalleled prodigy, but his strength will also experience a significant enhancement. Let it be so. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Wu Yuling snorted coldly. The anguished cries of her son twisted her heart with regret for her decision. Clearly, she had not anticipated Wang Yu's profound suffering. Should the young master encounter any misfortune, I shall take my own life before you, madam. Old Zhou bowed respectfully. After howling for over 3 hours, Wang Yu's voice abruptly ceased. The maddening pain receded like the ebbing tide. Warm currents flowed within him, mending his wounds. Wang Yu's eyes rolled, finally fluttering open. Before him was a stunningly beautiful face, filled with concern. Where are you all right? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Mother, I am fine. Instinctively calling out to his mother, Wang Yu struggled to rise. Do not rush, young master. Please lie still a while longer, allowing the Qilin essence blood to fully integrate with you, Old Zhou urged, stepping forward. Wu Yuling glanced at Old Zhou, her expression revealing her dilemma. Old Zhou nodded at him. Your mother knows this has been a trying experience for you, but is indeed an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I do not wish for you to miss. Wu Yuling let out a long sigh, her heart aching as she gazed at her beloved son. An once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Indeed. Wu Yuling nodded, patiently elucidating. Among the young scions of the Wang family, there has emerged a prodigious talent who has awakened the true form of the Qilin. This is an extraordinary physique. Those who possess it may be referred to as the supreme youth. Old Zhou once acquired an ancient secret technique that allows him to extract the nascent Qilin Pearl from within, which can then be grafted into your body, transforming you into the true form of the Qilin. However, this procedure must be performed within 10 days of its awakening, before the Qilin Pearl has fully integrated. This opportunity is exceedingly rare, my dear. As she spoke, her expression turned apologetic as she looked at Wang Yu, gently smoothing his disheveled hair. I am sorry, you or your mother did not anticipate that this process would be so perilous, causing you such distress. It's nothing. You are only thinking of what is best for your child, Wang Yu replied, though internally he scoffed at the situation, lamenting that your unfortunate son was already on the verge of collapse from the ordeal. After all, he was merely a vessel of experience, without the protection of great fortune. Old Zhou, is you truly all right? Wu Yuling still harbored some unease. Old Zhou reached out, checking Wang Yu's pulse, and a satisfied smile graced his face. The integration has gone exceedingly well. Congratulations, young master, and madam the young master has now reached the 8th level of Qi gathering. Oh, that is splendid. Wu Yuling rejoiced upon hearing this. Wang Yu also felt immense satisfaction. This was merely the initial integration, and after a few days of seclusion, he might well ascend to the 9th level of Qi gathering. Having already acquired his brother's Qilin Pearl, he was now the true form of the Qilin, a supreme youth. His future was boundless. Suddenly, Wang Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and he hastily inquired, Mother, what about our clansman? How is he faring? Chapter 2. The Pursuit. Wang Yu trembled all over. Mother, immediately gather the troops. I intend to eradicate this threat completely. This? Wu Yuling hesitated. She was not inherently a cruel person. Having extracted the Qilin Pearl and drained the Qilin's blood for her son was already a heinous act. To take a life as well would be utterly inhumane, especially since that child was of the Wang clan. She had originally planned to secure a life of wealth and prosperity for him. Mother, please hurry. Wang Yu struggled to rise. Very well. Do not move. I shall comply with your wishes. Wu Yuling sighed, resigned, and stepped outside. Zhou Lao, accompany me shortly. Yes. An hour later. When Wang Yu led his soldiers to the Wang family's residence, it was already deserted. Your Grace, a day prior, Wang Han's parents took him out of the city, purportedly to seek medical treatment. The guards, having inquired, reported back. Indeed. Wang Yu clenched his fist. Do we know which direction they fled? The guard replied. They departed through the western city gate. According to the soldiers stationed there, they headed towards Ninggu town. Excellent. Activate the hidden forces of the Marquis residence immediately. Pursue Wang Han and his entourage with all our might. Inform my mother that I am in grave danger and urge her to seek the Empress's assistance in sending a top-tier expert to my aid. The rest shall accompany me in the chase. Inside the inn, a middle-aged beauty was administering medicine to the frail youth lying on the bed. Though the boy's face was as pale as wax and he appeared exceedingly weak, his gaze was resolute. Mother, I am fine. Let me handle this myself. Hunter, the beauty wept. I am sorry. It is my inadequacy that failed to protect you. The youth was indeed Wang Han, and the beauty was his mother, Li Lingjun. Mother, it is not your fault. Wang Han shook his head. It is merely a pearl. Give it to him. Supremacy cannot be determined by a single jewel. Very well. Truly. You are my son. I will ensure your recovery. Now, drink your medicine. With that, Li Lingjun resumed feeding him the concoction. After consuming a bowl of medicinal broth, Wang Han's complexion regained a hint of color. Madam, there is trouble. Wang Han's father, Wang Dong, burst in, his expression grave. What has happened? Li Lingjun furrowed her brows slightly. The heir has surrounded the inn with troops, demanding our presence. How audacious. What does he want? Li Lingjun's almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. Let us go outside and see. Perhaps he is here to offer compensation. Wang Dong sighed deeply. Compensation? Outside the inn, the Wang family's forces formed layers upon layers, sealing off all exits. The patrons within the inn were filled with panic. Just moments ago, the innkeeper approached to reason with them, only to be slain by the leading young nobleman with a single stroke of his sword. Who is this person? So brazen, especially under the emperor's gaze. I have seen him. He is the heir of Duke Xianwei, Wang Yu. Goodness. It is he. Quickly, hide. This is the notorious scion of the imperial capital. When Duke Xianwei was present, he exhibited some restraint, but now that the Duke is away on campaign, he has completely unleashed himself. The guests whispered among themselves, most having heard of Wang Yu's infamous reputation. Oh, in a corner, a middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing toward the entrance. The Wang couple supported Wang Han as they exited the inn, bowing to Wang Yu on horseback. We have met the heir. Wang Yu looked down imperiously upon the three, his gaze lingering on Wang Han, a boy of about 12. Though he appeared frail, his complexion was resolute, and his eyes bore a fierce intensity, possessing an air befitting a protagonist. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu issued his command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 guards surged forward, each possessing the peak strength of the spirit transformation realm, while Wang Han's parents were merely at the first level of that realm. Heir, what do you mean by this? The couple exclaimed in shock, drawing their swords to defend themselves. However, Wang Yu paid them no heed, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Wang Han. In mere moments, Wang Dong lost an arm, blood spraying forth. Get out of my way, Li Lingjun shouted, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that repelled the 6 assailants. In the next instant, her eyes turned crimson, and the surrounding temperature soared. What? Beside Wang Yu, the seemingly meditative old show suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with astonishment. Li Lingjun's cultivation had actually surged past the spirit transformation realm into the core formation realm. Withdraw with the heir. Yes. The guards, protecting Wang Yu, retreated 200 meters, forming a shield wall in front of him. Kill. Li Lingjun commanded softly, striking with her sword. To her astonishment, the guard who had severed Wang Dong's arm was cleaved in two by her single blow. Just as she was about to attack the others, old Zhou finally intervened, brandishing a dagger to block her assault. What secret technique is this? How can you forcibly enhance your strength to such a degree? Old Zhou furrowed his brow. No, wait. You were originally at the core formation realm, but your injuries have caused your realm to regress. Humph. Core formation realm? If I were at my peak, I would slaughter you like a pig or a dog. Wang Han's mother suddenly seemed to be empowered, unleashing a series of formidable attacks. Old Zhou, a seasoned elder of the Duke's household and a master at the pinnacle of the core formation realm, found himself momentarily flustered. Kill. On the other side, Wang Dong too appeared to experience a sudden surge in power, single-handedly fending off 5 masters at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. How is this possible? Good heavens. Who are this couple to possess such extraordinary strength? I have never encountered such a situation before, but given the opulent entourage that Wang Yu has brought along, it is evident that he is no ordinary individual. It is surprising that this extravagant young heir has shown such caution, even enlisting the presence of someone from the condensing Dan realm. Meanwhile, the onlookers quietly murmured amongst themselves. On the battlefield, Wang Han stood motionless, his posture rigid. His gaze was fixed intently on Wang Yu in the distance, as if he were determined to etch his image deep into memory. Wang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this protagonist was not someone to be easily vanquished. Brother Dong, I will hold them off. You take Han and leave, Li Lingjun declared, unleashing a powerful attack to repel old Zhou. Afterward, she shielded Wang Dong and Wang Han, urging them to retreat. I will not leave your side. Wang Dong's eyes flickered with determination. If you do not depart, what will become of Han? Quickly take him away. I will catch up later. Your presence here will only hinder me, Li Lingjun insisted. Wang Dong glanced at Wang Han, gritting his teeth. Very well, I shall go. He had resolved in his heart that once he ensured his son's safety, he would return to aid his wife. Thinking of escaping? Is it truly that simple? Old Zhou snorted coldly, leading his guards into the fray. Your opponent is me. Li Lingjun's spiritual energy surged, declaring, Phoenix wings ascending. With a single stroke, a massive fiery phoenix erupted from her, soaring toward old Zhou and his men, compelling them to adopt a defensive stance. Go. Li Lingjun coughed up blood, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that enveloped Wang Dong and the others, propelling them into the air. Suddenly, over 100 archers under Wang Yu simultaneously released their arrows. Humph! Such arrogance! Li Lingjun scoffed disdainfully. To her, those mere arrows were nothing but wisps of smoke before her spiritual shield. However, it wasn't long before she heard the anguished cries that were all too familiar to her. Chapter 3. He must be insane. How is it possible? The spirit-extinguishing arrow? This is a crucial strategic resource, and you dare to use it? The spirit-extinguishing arrow can effortlessly penetrate spiritual techniques. Even a master in the transformation realm would not dare to withstand it head-on. However, the materials for crafting it are exceedingly rare and difficult to refine. In the vast divine martial empire, only a mere 100,000 can be produced in a year. It is an extraordinarily precious strategic asset. An unauthorized use could lead to execution. What is there to fear? Wang Yu scoffed disdainfully. Today, this heir, have already laid down an impenetrable net. You cannot escape. Even if you sprout wings. How infuriating. Before Li Lingjun could respond, Elder Zhou and his companions charged forward once more. Currently, Wang Dong was gravely injured and had lost the ability to fight. She had to simultaneously confront Elder Zhou and 5 fully realized masters of the spirit transformation realm, while also fending off the attack of the spirit-extinguishing arrows. It was an insurmountable challenge for her. Why? Why would Wang Yu go to such lengths? Had he not already obtained what he desired? Li Lingjun was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Wang Han remained silent throughout, resembling a venomous snake, fixated on Wang Yu. What are you waiting for? Shoot. Wang Yu cast a glance at the archers. Indeed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 100 spirit-extinguishing arrows soared forth, targeting Wang Dong and her son. How despicable. Li Lingjun summoned her spiritual energy, attempting to unleash a powerful counterattack. Do you think this old man will die so easily? Elder Zhou snorted coldly, seizing the opening and striking her squarely in the chest. Pfft. Li Lingjun coughed up a mist of blood, collapsing in front of Wang Dong and her son. Ah! She screamed, throwing herself over the two to shield them from the impending assault. Has it succeeded? Wang Yu instinctively clenched his fists, his breath quickening. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From within the inn, a multitude of flying needles shot out, colliding with the spirit-extinguishing arrows, producing a clattering sound as they knocked them down one by one. Who is it? Elder Zhou swiftly darted inside. He skidded along the ground for several dozen meters before stabilizing himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face etched with shock as he gazed toward the inn. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged slowly from within. He donned a flowing white robe, his long hair billowing, exuding an ethereal aura, as if the words, I am an otherworldly expert, were inscribed upon his face. A transformation realm expert. Elder Zhou regarded the man, enunciating each word carefully. This individual is, indeed, a master of the transformation realm. Resolute and unflinching in the face of danger. Splendid. Such composure at such a young age. Splendid. Splendid. The man approached Wang Han, scrutinizing him carefully before nodding in satisfaction. This youth is under the protection of my Tsangyan sect. A token flew from his hand, hovering before the shield wall. Wang Yu gestured for everyone to disperse, extending his hand to receive the token, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that a powerful figure from the Tsangyan sect has arrived? Now, Wang Yu is bound to face a setback. Indeed, Tsangyan sect is indeed a prominent sect, presided over by esteemed elders. It is not only Wang Yu who should tread carefully, even his father, the illustrious Xianwei Marquis, would find himself in a precarious position. If a distinguished figure from Tsangyan sect were to take notice, that young man's future would be exceptionally bright. Surely, he would seek revenge. And this reckless heir would find himself in deep trouble. Yet, one must consider that Xianwei Marquis is a paragon of excellence, leading the Wang family army to unparalleled victories. Should he decide to unleash his might, the Tsangyan sect might very well be trampled underfoot. Indeed, Xianwei Marquis treasures his only son, Wang Yu. As if he were a precious gem, should harm come to him, the Marquis would undoubtedly retaliate with utmost ferocity. The patrons of the inn buzzed with lively debate, many reveling in the misfortune of Wang Yu, clearly harboring disdain towards him. However, there were dissenting voices among them. The objective truth remained. While the army may belong to the state, Xianwei Marquis has led his troops through countless battles, with the Wang family army unwaveringly loyal to him. His command would be met with absolute obedience. Yet the Marquis would refrain from such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary, for that would equate to treason, bringing ruin upon the Wang family. Tsangyan sect? Those whom this young master wishes to eliminate, you likely cannot protect. Wang Yu scoffed derisively, smashing the token in his hand onto the ground, trampling it into the mud. A heavy silence enveloped the room, as no one anticipated Wang Yu's audacity. His disdain for even Tsangyan sect palpable. I shall see who among you can thwart my intentions. The man's eyes were frigid, his aura pulsating with power. Today's events will compel me to seek an explanation from Xianwei Marquis personally. You dare to leave? Wang Yu clapped his hands. A phalanx of archers stepped forward, a rough estimate revealing over 500. Each quiver contained no fewer than 10 spirit-extinguishing arrows. These elite archers of the Wang family army could unleash 10 arrows within 30 seconds, resulting in a barrage of over 5,000 spirit-extinguishing arrows aimed at the man, all while ensuring the safety of Wang Han's family. Even if he were a master of the transcendent realm, evading such a deluge would be impossible. The patrons of the inn were left aghast. Wang Han's parents, as well as Wang Han himself, were equally stunned. Even the transcendent realm expert appeared taken aback. Has Wang Yu lost his mind? To mobilize an army and engage two beings of the spirit transformation realm, alongside a liability. While preparing such a vast array of spirit-extinguishing arrows, there seemed no rationale other than madness. I do not believe you dare. What the? The man's words faltered as a torrential rain of arrows descended upon him, akin to a storm of pear blossoms. The sheer scale of the assault rendered escape impossible. He was in peril himself. Seizing the king to capture the thief, the man acted decisively, summoning a shield-like spirit artifact to protect Wang Han and his family, channeling his internal power to charge through the rain of arrows towards Wang Yu. The distance was not great. He was confident in his ability to seize him, and thus resolve the crisis. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows pierced through his protective barrier. However, he did not evade them but rather deftly dodged the vital points, continuing his charge towards Wang Yu. In the brief span of just over 200 meters, he had been struck by numerous arrows, yet he successfully broke through. You little beast, do not halt. He reached out, attempting to grasp Wang Yu. Nevertheless, confronted by a formidable opponent at the transcendental realm, Wang Yu displayed no hint of panic on his face. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, unleashing a powerful palm strike that forcefully repelled the man. The assailant's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes. How could this be? Among the ranks of the army, there existed a master of the transcendental realm, seemingly at a much higher level than himself. With a resounding crash, the delay caused his summoned shield to finally succumb. Shattering under the pressure, Wang Han's family was pinned to the ground by the soul-extinguishing arrows. His parents' stanchions were pierced, rendering them devoid of martial prowess, their lives hanging by a thread. Wang Han fared worse. In addition to having 3 arrows impaled through each limb, 4 more arrows were embedded in his body. Yet each one had avoided the vital points, allowing him to cling to his last breath. Ha ha ha, I did not expect such a capable individual. The newcomer, clad in eunuch robes and possessing a voice akin to a duck's quack, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. He bowed to Wang Yu, exclaiming, "The old servant has met the young master." Please, no. Wang Yu quickly extended his hand to assist the elderly eunuch. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the eunuch's eyes, and a gentle smile graced his face. Chapter 4 Heavens. What has transpired? The esteemed members of the Songyun sect have been repelled? Who is this old eunuch? Surely, he must be a figure of immense prowess. It must be said that Wang Yu's audacity knows no bounds. Not only has he unleashed the spirit destruction arrows, but he has also summoned a formidable powerhouse. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, some already sneaking away to their rooms, fearful of incurring Wang Yu's wrath. If not for the encirclement, they would have undoubtedly fled at the first opportunity. Even the guards were unsettled, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Could it be that the young master had anticipated all of this? But from where did his intelligence originate? Who exactly are you? The man's gaze was fixed intently on Wang Yu, the most bewildered among those present. He had come to the imperial capital on business. Whether dining at the inn or seeking to protect Wang Han, all had been impulsive decisions. There was no way Wang Yu could have foreseen this and made all the necessary preparations. Yet, if he had not been privy to prior knowledge, was it truly necessary for him to bring such a vast arsenal of spirit destruction arrows and even enlist the aid of a transcendent expert to deal with just this family of three? In that moment, he was startled to find himself feeling a tinge of fear towards Wang Yu. I am your father, Wang Yu boldly retorted. The crowd gasped. Even the old eunuch's expression shifted to one of incredulity. You seek death. The man's fury ignited. A tremendous aura erupted from him, overwhelming Wang Yu like a tidal wave. The old eunuch stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wang Yu, proclaiming loudly, by the decree of Her Majesty the Empress, the Marquis of Wei fights for the nation, away on a campaign. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the young master shall be put to death without mercy. Damn it. The man's fist cracked ominously. Please, sir, save my son's life, Wang Dong implored, turning to the man with desperation. He was left with no other options. Humph. I shall remember this. Once my injuries have healed, I will seek you out for an accounting. Ultimately, the man chose to withdraw, leaving behind a veiled threat as he attempted to escape. However, the archer's spirit destruction arrows were all aimed directly at him. Li Gonggong, you just stated that by the decree of the Empress, those who attack this young master shall be executed without mercy, correct? Wang Yu inquired, directing his gaze at Li Gonggong. Indeed. Li Gonggong instinctively nodded. Then why do you not slay this scoundrel? He has already made 2 attempts on my life. Li Gonggong's mouth fell agape in shock. Wang Yu, do not be overly presumptuous. I have the Songyun sect backing me. The man was now utterly furious. Having already shown signs of submission, he was shocked that Wang Yu would continue to press the issue. Was he truly deranged? Li Gonggong found himself in a predicament. Setting aside the man's identity, he was indeed a genuine powerhouse. Although presently injured and of a higher realm, should the man decide to fight to the bitter end, it would create considerable trouble. Gonggong, do not forget, this individual is a true powerhouse. If we do not eliminate him now, he will inevitably seek revenge in the future. Wang Yu leaned close to Li Gonggong's ear and whispered, you may be stronger than him now, but he is younger and unencumbered, my lord. Remember, fortunes change every 30 years. Li Gonggong shuddered, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Very well. Today, I shall rid the young master of this calamity. Wang Yu cursed inwardly, calling him an old fox, and bowed slightly. There will be generous rewards in the future. Damn it, the man bellowed, unleashing his spiritual power, which surged skyward. Whoosh. A barrage of annihilation arrows rained down upon him. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? The man felt his sanity fraying, forced to halt and defend against the onslaught of arrows. After enduring a rain of arrows, he was struck by 2 more. Just as he intended to flee once more, Li Gonggong had already arrived. Leave this to me. The man sneered. Old eunuch, do you think I fear you? Gritting his teeth, he summoned his secret technique, channeling his power to confront Li Gonggong. The clash between the 2 transcendent beings unleashed waves of force that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. However, they both exhibited remarkable synergy, battling ever farther away, as Li Gonggong sought to avoid harming Wang Yu and his guards, while the man feared the ambush of the annihilation arrows. Thus, Wang Han and his companions lost their only support. The army advanced, encircling them entirely. As Wang Yu stepped forward, Wang Han continued to glare coldly at him, spitting out 3 words. Why? To settle the karma, and in the next life, you may live as an ordinary person. With that, Wang Yu suddenly lunged forward, his great blade descending, severing Wang Han's head from his body. Everyone scratched their heads, puzzled. Shouldn't this be the moment for a grandiose monologue? It felt somewhat inappropriate. Honor. Only Wang Dong and his wife wept aloud. Meanwhile, Wang Yu trembled, his eyes wide. He sensed a mysterious power surging into his body, an exquisite sensation. His cultivation swiftly ascended from the 8th to the 9th level of qi gathering. Simultaneously, he perceived a marked smoothness in his true energy flow. And even his mind felt remarkably clearer. Is this the power of the origin? It feels akin to allocating all attribute points in a game. Regrettably, Wang Han's cultivation was too feeble. If he were truly formidable, wouldn't he have directly formed a Dan? Wang Yu, your marquise is too oppressive. Li Lingjun abruptly ceased her weeping, her demeanor resembling that of a madwoman. Zhou and the others could only shake their heads in despair. This woman seemed to have lost her mind. Bring me Wang Han's corpse and turn it into minced meat. Wang Yu commanded. Li Lingjun's voice fell silent once more. Her gaze fixated vacantly on Wang Han's remains. The guards, following orders, drew their blades and mercilessly hacked at Wang Han's corpse, swiftly accomplishing their task. Burn it. Reduce it to ashes. Wang Yu issued another command. The crowd murmured, is this too ruthless? What enmity could warrant such a fate? To leave no trace behind? A diner whispered softly. In this world, there exists a belief in eternal rest, where burial is esteemed and cremation is frowned upon, for it symbolizes utter annihilation. A fate harsher than even the most brutal of executions. You, spirits of the netherworld and celestial beings, with my mortal remains. I offer myself as a sacrifice, igniting my essence to honor my bloodline and reconstructing my very being. Stop her. Wang Yu was taken aback. Yet it was too late. Li Lingjun's body spontaneously ignited. A guard swung a blade, and the crimson flames spread from the weapon, engulfing his form. He cried out in agony, rolling on the ground, igniting those who came into contact with him. Quickly disperse. This resembles the infernal flames of the 9 realms. Once touched, souls will be set ablaze. Elder Zhou's expression changed drastically as he pulled Wang Yu back swiftly. Elder Zhou, what kind of sorcery has she invoked? Wang Yu looked at Elder Zhou, his face etched with anxiety. I do not know. It must be a form of sacrificial secret art. Elder Zhou furrowed his brow. But why has she not launched an attack? 3 souls and 7 spirits, reconstructing the golden body. Wang Yu murmured these phrases, recalling the words the woman had spoken before. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his heart raced. Could it be that this woman has sacrificed herself to grant Wang Han a chance at rebirth? Although it seems far-fetched. This is a fantastical realm. If he can traverse dimensions, why can't a character of Wang Han's caliber be reborn? We must exert all efforts to save Wang Dong. He cannot perish. Regaining his composure, Wang Yu's first instinct was to protect Wang Dong, his trump card. His countenance darkened. I have been careless. I was too inattentive, focusing all my energy on Wang Han while neglecting his parents. To take precautions, why leave 2 alive? 1 would suffice. The moment he recognized Li Lingjun's extraordinary abilities, he should have eliminated her. Simultaneously, the forces he mobilized were insufficient, and time was too brief. Had he summoned a respected elder, perhaps he could have thwarted this peculiar secret art? Wang Yu reflected inwardly, resolving to exercise greater caution in the future. Chapter 5. Your father may be dying in the imperial palace of the divine martial dynasty. The queen, adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in a phoenix robe, radiated an unparalleled beauty that could captivate a nation. Before her stood the elderly eunuch, Lord Li, who bowed respectfully as he meticulously reported the events that had transpired in the inn. Oh, a powerful being of the transcendence realm has emerged? The queen's eyes flickered with surprise. Truly, the Qilin true body is remarkable. This Wang Han seems to possess great fortune. He is indeed a person of potential. And his mother must be extraordinary as well. It is no wonder she bore a Qilin true body. The queen nodded, not overly concerned. The divine martial dynasty, vast and rich in resources, was brimming with talent. After all, it was merely a type of spiritual body, unworthy of her significant attention. Your Majesty, regarding the Zhongyun sect, Lord Li spoke with a hint of trepidation. The chaos caused by the Zhongyun sect's experts in our divine martial dynasty is inconsequential. If they have perished, so be it. A commanding presence emanated from the queen as she declared. The heir of the Xianwei Marquis shall quell the unrest using a multitude of annihilating spirit arrows. I shall demand compensation for this loss from them. Indeed. What a remarkable queen. With just a few words, she transformed darkness into light. That young one, however, holds some intrigue. He appears to be more capable than he seems and may prove to be of great use to me in the future. Indeed. Even this old servant was taken aback. Inexplicably becoming his aide, Lord Li coughed lightly, Despite having slain the man, he bore significant wounds himself. In the Xianwei Marquis mansion, Wu Yuling listened to Zhou Lao's report. Initially, she felt unperturbed. With such thorough preparations, vanquishing a minor sect seemed effortless. However, upon hearing that a master of the Transcendence realm had emerged, she broke into a cold sweat. Where? Let me see if you have sustained any injuries. She anxiously supported Wang Yu, inspecting him repeatedly. Mother, I am fine, Wang Yu reassured her, grasping her hand and shaking his head with a smile. Thanks to you, mother, for summoning Lord Li to the palace. Otherwise, this would have become quite troublesome. Thank goodness, thank goodness, Wu Yuling exhaled in relief, reflecting. I never imagined that the act of eliminating Emir Wang Han would result in such upheaval. The world of martial artists is perilous. You err, henceforth. Leave such matters to others. Do not involve yourself directly. By the way, mother, have you not always been disinclined towards my cultivation? When did you become so invested in my progress? Wang Yu inquired, puzzled. In his memory, his mother had been exceedingly indulgent, rarely inquiring about his training, and even opposed to it. This method of grafting is extraordinarily dangerous. It had previously led to the demise of the former Wang Yu. Why then would she risk so much? Madam, it is only a matter of time before we speak of it. The heir has experienced life and death and seems to have matured considerably. In my humble opinion, it would be wise to confide in him, Zhou Lao advised. Wu Yuling pondered for a moment before nodding. Your father may be nearing death. What? Wang Yu sat up straight, startled. Am I about to inherit the title? Do not be overly excited. I merely suggested it was a possibility, Wu Yuling reassured him, steadying him with a comforting hand. 7 years ago, your father was ordered to campaign in the North Warehouse. He marched with unstoppable momentum, breaching 78 fortresses and slaughtering 200,000 northern herdsmen, thereby annexing the vast lands of the Nashka mountain range into our divine martial territory, earning an illustrious reputation. In Wu Yuling's eyes, admiration transformed into lamentation. I have received word that the lady of the governor of Qinshan County possesses a precious treasure known as the substitute death talisman, which can lift your father's curse. However, it is a family heirloom passed down through generations, and to acquire it, you may need to marry her daughter. The curse on my father was born out of his service to expand the divine martial empire. Surely the emperor could demand it back. Would the governor of Qishan dare refuse? Wang Yu questioned, perplexed. There is something you may not understand, young master. The governor of Qinshan hails from an ancient lineage of practitioners, wielding considerable power. His wife is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Weigua. Making this decree one the emperor cannot issue, old Zhou sighed. I even sought the empress to act as a matchmaker, yet they refused her overtures. Wu Yuling exhaled deeply, a flicker of anger crossing her features. Wang Yu frowned. Is their family disdainful of my humble talents? This feels reminiscent of a tale where a family rejects a suitor. Was I merely imagining things? In that moment, Wang Yu felt a surge of determination. Wu Yuling scoffed derisively. They do not wish to offend the empress directly, so they use this as an excuse. However, now that you possess the true form of the Qilin and have reached their required level of cultivation, they cannot evade this union. Oh, I see. Wang Yu nodded and respectfully bowed. This matter concerns my father's life. I shall not shirk my duty. I will undoubtedly procure the substitute death talisman for him. Excellent. Excellent. Wu Yuling lifted her cherished son, increasingly pleased. My Yuer is so remarkably handsome. How could the Yi family be so blind as to dismiss him? Mother, I have just fused with the Qilin Pearl and need to enter seclusion for a few days to assimilate the benefits. Please prepare the information on Wang Han and my future fiancé for me to review later. Very well, go into seclusion at once. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Within the cultivation chamber, Wang Yu activated his ancestral techniques, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. The method of merging is fraught with dangers, undoubtedly leaving hidden perils. However, having successfully slain Wang Han and seized a fraction of his essence, he could now achieve a flawless integration with the Qilin Pearl, transforming into the true form of the Qilin. As time passed, a crimson glow enveloped him, and a Qilin pattern gradually emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. Unlike those protagonists who begin in lowly positions yet possess great potential, tirelessly scheming for resources, Wang Yu's path was uniquely his own. Wang Yu, the sole heir of the Xianwei Marquis, possesses unfettered access to the vast wealth accumulated by his family over generations. This cultivation chamber serves as the sacred ground for the Xianwei Marquis, a sanctuary where spiritual energy converges. The cultivation environment, once a distant dream for the protagonists, is now readily at his disposal. Under the nurturing embrace of abundant spiritual energy, Wang Yu's true Qilin form is fully awakened, with true Qi surging within him. Should he wish, he could effortlessly transform Qi into spirit and ascend to the realm of spiritual transformation. Yet, would such a foundation be truly stable? Adjusting his hand seals, Wang Yu deemed it wise to temper his excitement for the moment. Just as he prepared to conclude his practice, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. His blood began to boil, and true Qi started to coalesce. Something was about to emerge. Wang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as though his celestial palace might fracture. Indeed, you read that correctly. It is the celestial palace, not the posterior. Was he on the verge of opening his heavenly eye? A surge of joy flooded his heart. Shortly thereafter, something did indeed burst forth from his celestial palace, but it was not a third eye, it was a small Qilin. With a joyful roar, the little Qilin dashed through the air, landing amidst a trove of celestial treasures, where it eagerly selected a 500-year-old spiritual herb and began to nibble away at it. This is, Wang Yu stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 6. The protagonist Qin Feng. A surge of power coursed through Wang Yu's body, awakening his inner energy and causing his blood to boil. Was he refining his body? As he sensed the transformation within, Wang Yu found it hard to believe. Was it not said that body refinement was a painful endeavor? Yet, he felt not discomfort, but rather a profound sense of comfort. The spiritual energy and true Qi, one nurturing the inner self and the other fortifying the exterior, incessantly tempered Wang Yu's physique. Although his true Qi diminished, its quality remarkably improved. In this moment, Wang Yu truly appreciated the formidable nature of the Qilin true body. An hour later, the little Qilin, having exhausted all its power, once again burrowed into Wang Yu's celestial realm. Wang Yu caught a whiff of his own body, instantly overwhelmed by an urge to retch. His entire being was sticky, coated in a layer of dark impurities, the odor reminiscent of aged refuse, offensive and eye-watering. However, unlike those hapless protagonists who scurried about in secrecy, seeking a stream or river to cleanse themselves, he was fortunate to have a bathing chamber within the cultivation room. Equipped with a hot spring that flowed continuously, he felt elated, knowing he could summon dozens of beautiful maidens to attend to him at any moment. Being a villain did not seem so unfavorable after all. Wang Yu rose and made his way to the bathing area. 3 days later, Wang Yu emerged from his seclusion, heading directly to his study. Upon his desk lay 2 pieces of intelligence. The first concerned Wang Han. He hailed from a collateral branch of the Wang family. 12 years old, an age ripe for formal cultivation. It seemed that during the gathering of energy, his bloodline was awakened, triggering the Qilin true body. It is worth noting that this world is not akin to certain fantastical novels where individuals appear to innately possess knowledge. Children begin their education at 5, learning to read and write, grasping various fundamental concepts. After the age of 12, once their bodies are more developed, they may attend martial academies for a 4-year curriculum or cultivate independently at home. Those with lesser aptitude might enter literary academies to delve into deeper literary knowledge. With the opportunity to partake in the imperial examination at 16, Wang Han's father, Wang Dong, was a head escort, a native of the imperial capital, belonging to the Wang family's collateral lineage. His mother, Li Lingjun, was once a wandering hero who, after marrying Wang Dong, devoted herself to homemaking and raising their child. Her precise background remained shrouded in mystery. All inquiries among acquaintances yielded no valuable information. The trail had gone cold. Wang Yu, feeling vexed, scratched his head. Li Lingjun's origins were undoubtedly remarkable, and if he could uncover them, he might discern the secret technique she employed to potentially resurrect Wang Han, or even ascertain Wang Han's whereabouts. Alas, he could only pursue this investigation gradually. With a sigh, Wang Yu set aside Wang Han's dossier and picked up the file concerning his future bride. This one was considerably more detailed, suggesting that Wu Yuling had been conducting her inquiries for quite some time. It included a portrait as well. This is not even a mere illusion. How can one discern anything from it? Wang Yu cast a casual glance before discarding it aside, turning his attention to her detailed profile. Yu Qingyu, the sole legitimate daughter of the governor of Qishan County, granddaughter of the Duke of Wei. Residing in Qishan County, she is exceptionally gifted and possesses unparalleled talent. Having graduated from a regular academy at the age of 12, she entered the martial academy and, within just 2 years, achieved the 7th rank of Qi gathering. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry and song, she excels in every endeavor. During her studies, she formed a team with several classmates, successfully eradicating multiple bands of bandits and dismantling numerous illegal organizations involved in human trafficking. The documentation is remarkably thorough, detailing every task she undertook, along with reproductions of her artwork and her poetry. Wang Yu scrutinized it meticulously, almost reading it word by word, even taking up a pen to annotate the pages. Qin Feng. This name appeared repeatedly in the records. He is a classmate of Yi Qingyu and also a member of her team. Despite his cultivation being only at the 5th rank of Qi Gathering, he seemed to assume the role of captain during their missions. His background is also documented. He hails from a small town governed by Qingshan County. His family holds a hereditary barony, with the town being their ancestral fief. Unlike Wang Yu, he is not a legitimate son, but rather a child born of a baroness dalliance with a maid. His childhood can be easily imagined. However, due to his exceptional martial talent, he was sent to the Martial Academy at the age of 12, which improved his circumstances somewhat. This appears to resemble a story of a wasted talent. Wang Yu furrowed his brow tightly. He closed his eyes, meticulously contemplating in his mind. According to the records, Yi Qingyu shares a close bond with Qin Feng, for they constantly teamed up. Moreover, he is the only male in their group, and on several occasions, they teamed up alone. To assert that there is no deeper friendship between them would be utterly incredulous. If the predetermined path leads to a union between him and Yi Qingyu, it is certain that Qin Feng will emerge as an obstacle. At that point, a series of manipulations could ensue, leading to his demise, followed by a pursuit from the Marquis's residence. While escaping, he would level up and confront challenges, eventually returning as a conqueror to trample the Marquis's estate. What a cliche protagonist's journey of ascension. Now, 2 paths lay before Wang Yu. The first, abandon the marriage alliance and seek alternative means to save his father, or let his father fend for himself. The second, eliminate Qin Feng in his infancy. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Yu resolutely chose the second option. He had already been cursed by the heavenly path. If Qin Feng were indeed the protagonist, even if he conceded this time, he would undoubtedly oppress him in the future. Since a confrontation was inevitable, it would be prudent to extinguish him before he could grow stronger. Moreover, his father is his greatest support. Should his father perish, it would not require the protagonist to eliminate him. The cunning old foxes in the court would feast upon him instead. Thus, should he send a skilled assassin? Or should he take matters into his own hands? Wang Yu fell into contemplation once more. Sending someone poses minimal risk, even if it fails. One would not suffer significant consequences. However, the resources at his disposal are currently limited, and given the protagonist's formidable presence, the likelihood of success appears exceedingly low. Should Qin Feng be driven away, locating him again would prove challenging. Venturing forth personally entails risk, yet it allows for meticulous planning and the justification of ensuring one's safety while assembling a suitable force. Why hesitate? The opponent is the protagonist. If one does not stake everything available, how can he hope to vanquish him? Suddenly, Wang Yu burst into laughter. The choice had, in truth, been made from the very beginning. He was merely afraid, clinging to a sliver of hope. Chapter 7. Becoming a rogue in a tranquil villa, an array of roses flourished, their fragrance intoxicating and soothing to the soul. Wu Yuling had a profound fondness for roses. After the Marquis of Xianwei embarked on his campaign, she would take residence in this rose garden. The reason for Wu Yuling's affection for roses, Wang Yu vaguely recalled, seemed to stem from the Empress's own admiration for them. Yue, why have you come here instead of diligently cultivating and absorbing what you have learned? Wu Yuling, who was tending to the roses, feigned a stern expression upon seeing Wang Yu. Child, I missed you and came to pay my respects, Wang Yu replied, a sunny smile illuminating his face. You sweet-talking child. Wu Yuling's stern demeanor melted away into a tender smile. Have you run out of money again? She said, pretending to reach for her purse. No, I have enough. Wang Yu reassured her. Not in need of money? Wu Yuling's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. You've been at home these past few days without causing any trouble? Wang Yu hesitated. Mother, I have come to seek your assistance in finding me a position. A position? Wu Yuling examined Wang Yu from head to toe, her expression growing tense. She grasped his arms and asked with concern, Yuer, is there an issue with the grafting method? Is your head hurting? Come, let me take you to the palace so the imperial physician can examine you. No, mother, I am perfectly fine, Wang Yu exclaimed, nearly in tears. Yet, Wu Yuling's face remained etched with worry. Mother, after facing death, I have come to understand many things. Father is in grave danger. And as the only son in the family, I can no longer act as recklessly as before. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. I wish to strive for a career. You have always protected me, and now it is my turn to protect you. What sort of career are you talking about? The vast marquise awaits your inheritance. You need not protect me. With the Empress around, who would dare bully me? Wu Yuling produced her purse and took out 2 banknotes of 10,000 taels each, pressing them into Wang Yu's hand. Enough of this, you've been cooped up at home for days. Go and enjoy yourself. Wang Yu stood there, bewildered. This was entirely different from what he had imagined. If not for Wu Yuling being his mother and him being her only child, he might have suspected that she was deliberately leading him astray. Mother, I am speaking seriously. I am about to be betrothed. I must at least have some official position. Wang Yu insisted, his expression grave as he accepted the banknotes. Very well, I will comply with your wishes. Wu Yuling said with a resigned shake of her head. Speak, what do you wish to pursue? A rogue. Wu Yuling frowned. Why would you want to be a rogue? It is not only perilous but also likely to offend others. Why not serve as a tutor to the crown prince in the palace? I refuse. The palace is riddled with rules, and I fear causing trouble. A rogue wields considerable power and answers only to his majesty. It is imposing, and there is room for advancement. I will not relent. I want to be a rogue. Wang Yu employed his tried-and-true tactic of charming persuasion. All right, fine, I shall become a rogue. Wu Yuling, entangled in his antics, could only reluctantly concede. Tiangang Xingguan Yun is a close friend of your father. I shall have him secure 100 households for you. When do you wish to report? Tomorrow. So soon? Yes. Very well. I shall have old Zhou make the trip shortly. In the divine martial dynasty, the rogues, led by the infamous Bu Liangshui, comprised 36 heavenly generals and 72 earthly fiends, with countless rogues at their disposal. They wielded immense power, overseeing the guards, conducting patrols, capturing criminals, and monitoring the officials. To confront Qin Feng, Wang Yu required this layer of protection. Furthermore, with the enhancement of Buff 1, Wang Yu possessed a naturally scornful visage. For all protagonists of the world were his adversaries. Lacking the halo of a protagonist, he would rely on his connections. Having become a rogue, under his machinations, the entire divine martial dynasty would transform into his formidable force against the protagonist. Within the yamen, Wang Yu appeared utterly bewildered. Observing several female subordinates at a distance, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had achieved his ambition of becoming 100 households of rogues, yet it was a civil position. Leading a group of women, though they were all quite pleasing in appearance, was not what he had envisioned. Brother Yu, you truly came. A young man entered, clutching a stack of documents. Upon seeing Wang Yu, his face lit up with joy as he hurried over. I've heard all about your exploits. You've certainly brought honor to our brothers. You managed to eliminate a formidable adversary. Wang Yu glanced up at the youth, a name surfacing in his mind. Qin Feng, one of Wang Yu's companions. His father was the vice minister of rights, a direct descendant of the Qin family. You've also become a rogue? Wang Yu inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, like you, I'm holding a nominal office, accumulating some merit for future endeavors. Qin Feng shrugged, then leaned closer, excitement radiating from him. But let us set that aside. You might not be aware, but the Zhou family was raided the day before yesterday, and their women were taken to the brothel administration. You were quite fond of their third daughter, Zhou Yuru, were you not? The moment she entered the brothel administration, I discreetly secured her for myself. What do you say? Shall we celebrate tonight in your honor? Not interested. Wang Yu patted Qin Feng's shoulder. Little Feng, we must have aspirations in this life. Do you not understand? What fun is there in the brothel administration? There is no challenge whatsoever. Qin Feng looked perplexed, finding Wang Yu's reasoning quite compelling. Then who does brother you wish to pursue? I think the 9th princess would be quite splendid. Qin Feng's complexion paled, nearly recoiling in disbelief. The 9th princess of the divine martial dynasty, born of the late empress, was a stunning beauty, unparalleled in grace, a true jewel of the imperial capital. Not someone of their ilk who could even dare to covet. Brother Yu, is your ambition not a bit excessive? Qin Feng asked timidly, without aspirations. How are we different from mere driftwood? Wang Yu replied, his expression grave. Very well, then. You may continue with your tasks. I have some official matters to attend to. Qin Feng remarked, feeling a slight dizziness as he rubbed his temples and made his way outside. By the way, who is attending tonight? Wang Yu inquired. Where are we going? Qin Feng felt his head spinning further. To the teaching hall. Did you not mention celebrating my achievements? Wang Yu responded, his expression one of bemusement, gazing at him with a look of gentle concern. But didn't you say you weren't going? When did I ever say that I wouldn't go? Ah, well. Fine. I shall arrive punctually. Oh, and make sure to reserve that Zhou Yurua for me. We wouldn't want her to be taken away by someone else. Rest assured. I will handle it, Qin Feng assured, patting his chest confidently. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Although his previous associations were primarily with a bunch of affluent scions, most of whom were rather ineffectual, they possessed considerable influence through their families. These connections could prove invaluable in the future. He vowed to the heavens that he had no genuine desire to visit that teaching hall. Nor did he harbor any interest in that Zhou Yurua. Chapter 8. The Divine Martial Entertainment Bureau. The Divine Martial Entertainment Bureau, a realm of melodic voices and vibrant dances, is illuminated by countless lights, serving as a haven for officials and scions of noble families seeking revelry. It stands as one of the most bustling locales in the imperial capital when night falls. Unlike the common brothels, the women here are predominantly daughters of affluent families, hailing from esteemed lineages. Their beauty, talents, and grace far surpass those found in the ordinary establishments. Furthermore, they cater exclusively to dignitaries and young lords, thus maintaining a relatively pristine reputation. A luxurious carriage approached rapidly from afar, causing the onlookers to step aside as they glimpsed the banner it bore. The carriage came to a brazen halt at the entrance of the bureau, prompting the attendant at the door to brighten with excitement and hastily prostrate himself on the ground. The other attendants, wishing to step forward, found it too late and could only spit in disdain. Two elegantly dressed young masters descended from the carriage, carelessly tossing a silver ingot aside. "Thank you, young master Yu, thank you." The attendant expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Wang Yu lifted his gaze to survey this familiar yet foreign place, a wave of emotion washing over him. At last, his father could visit the establishment openly, no longer fretting about the potential reprimands from Uncle JC. "Young master Yu, it has been a while since your last visit. The ladies have missed you dearly." An elderly matron greeted him warmly upon his arrival, as if they were old acquaintances. "I have been rather occupied of late, but here I am at last." Wang Yu chuckled. "Summon the ladies. I shall not depart until I am thoroughly intoxicated tonight." "Very well." The matron beamed with delight. On the expansive lake, numerous pavilions had been constructed, with a stage at the center presenting an unending array of performances. Veiled maidens flitted gracefully throughout the space. This was merely a segment of the entertainment bureau designated for the amusement of the youth. The older generation occupied a more discreet area, accessible through a different entrance. The rationale behind this separation, as Wang Yu had heard, was due to an incident where a father and son had fortuitously encountered each other in the bureau and had even selected the same lady. Since then, the older and younger crowds had been kept apart. Qin Feng secured the finest spot in one of the pavilions, yet upon their entrance, they found it already filled with patrons. "Young master Yu, young master Yu, young master Yu." Upon Wang Yu's arrival, everyone rose to pay their respects. "Apologies for the delay. A matter held me up." Wang Yu offered a courteous remark before taking his seat. Qin Feng pressed a button on the wall, and shortly thereafter, the matron entered with a throng of maidens. The attendees, evidently regulars, quickly found their familiar companions. As they entered, the ladies promptly settled into the arms of their favored suitors, with only one woman remaining standing, her pallid complexion betraying her uncertainty. Dressed in a modest gown, she appeared far more reserved than the others. Her delicate visage bore traces of tears, and her eyes were slightly swollen, as if she had recently wept. Wang Yu recognized her instantly. It was Zhou Yuru, a renowned talent in the imperial capital. "What is the matter? After several days of absence, have the ladies of the brothel become so oblivious to decorum?" Wang Yu scoffed. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and accompany young master Yu." The madam pulled Zhou Yuru to Wang Yu's side, forcing a smile as she said, "Young master Yu, please do not take offense. Miss Yuru has only just entered the brothel, and today marks her first time attending to guests. Humph, a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Once you step into the brothel, you must abide by the rules. Do you still think of yourself as a former noble lady?" Qin Feng disdainfully huffed. "Don't speak of the present. Even in the past, being able to serve brother Yu is already a blessing for you. Putting on a face as if you've lost your father. Who are you trying to impress?" Another young master chimed in. "Serve brother Yu well. If you provoke his displeasure, you shall surely regret it." The young masters all chimed in with taunts and threats, their faces alight with excitement, their eyes gleaming with mischief. This was one of the primary reasons they relished visiting the brothel, the joy of trampling on the once celebrated daughters of heaven. Indeed, to serve young master Yu is a privilege. We desire to serve him, Yet it is not our turn. The girls echoed in agreement. Tears welled in Zhou Yuru's eyes, her body trembling slightly, evoking both sympathy and a desire to mistreat her. Wang Yu toyed with the wine cup in his hand, silent. At that moment, the madam's smile grew somewhat strained. She sensed Wang Yu's displeasure. Leaning down, she whispered a few words into Zhou Yuru's ear. Zhou Yuru shuddered, forcing a smile as she settled beside Wang Yu, leaning into his embrace and taking up the wine jug. Young Master Yu, allow me to pour you some wine. Just then, a cacophony erupted, and a youth clad in white burst in. Upon witnessing the scene, his eyes flared with anger, yet he refrained from immediate confrontation. Tangbin, what do you intend to do? Chen Feng rose, admonishing him. Naturally, I am here to redeem Yuru. Tangbin produced a stack of silver notes and handed them to the madam. His expression darkened. You previously claimed Yuru was gravely ill and receiving treatment. Now that she appears well, I can redeem her, correct? The madam wore a troubled expression, looking to Chen Feng for assistance. Tangbin, Zhou Yuru has already been booked by me for a year. If you wish to redeem her, return in a year. Chen Feng lifted his chin, smugly proclaiming. Who knows if anyone will still want to book her after a year? You. Tangbin seethed, finally comprehending why the madam had been so evasive. Well, I also intend to book her for a year. A young master sneered at Tangbin. I'll take 6 months. Then I'll take 3 months. I'll book her for 2 years on behalf of my father. Damn it. I loathe it when others compare their filial piety to mine. I'll book her for 3 years on behalf of my grandfather. You. Tangbin trembled with rage, while Zhou Yuru's tears streamed down her cheeks. One could hardly wish for anything more than to perish at once. Meanwhile, the madam felt an overwhelming joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Her gaze upon Tang Yuro resembled that of a person beholding a lucrative treasure. Pray tell, what must be done to spare Yuro? Tangbin exhaled a sigh of frustration and inquired coldly. Who would have thought that the illustrious Tang, a prodigy in his own right, would one day lower himself to bow before the likes of us, the idle sons of privilege? Chen Feng remarked with a mocking tone. Tangbin harbored a long-standing enmity towards Chen Feng and his ilk. His grandfather held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice, his father was a celebrated scholar, and his mother was a legitimate daughter of a British noble. He himself was renowned as a gifted scholar in the imperial capital, with a wide circle of acquaintances. For no justifiable reason, Wang Yu could not bring him to account, and Tangbin's interest in Zhou Yuro was merely fleeting, thus he let the matter rest. However, Chen Feng could not contain himself. After several confrontations, all culminating in humiliating defeat and a subsequent reprimand from his father, he subdued his arrogance, though the animosity only deepened. As fate would have it, immediately after the Zhou family faced their downfall, he was the first to claim Zhou Yuro for himself. Chapter 9. The ice jade cleanses the heart lotus. Throughout the entire encounter, Wang Yu remained silent. Who says that a dandy must be devoid of intellect? Chen Feng, for instance, demonstrates considerable cleverness. Aware that he cannot outmatch Tangbin, he aligns himself with him and all the other young masters. Though this scheme may appear crude, it is undeniably effective. Ha ha ha, young Master Yu. Tangbin and Zhou Yurua share mutual affection. They were once a couple. Why not grant me a favor and allow Tangbin to take her back? A group approached, led by a robust man with a sunny smile gracing his face. Today's meal is on me. This man was Wu Gang, hailing from the illustrious Wu family of the imperial capital, where many of his kin served in the military. The Wangs and the Wus were long-standing friends. Although Wang Yu and he did not share a deep bond, they were nonetheless acquaintances. Behind him stood a cadre of talented individuals. Clearly, Tangbin had also made preparations. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to Wang Yu, particularly Chen Feng, whose gaze held a hint of desperation. Should Wang Yu acquiesce, all of Chen Feng's preparations would be rendered futile, and out of consideration for Wang Yu's dignity, he would be unable to pursue Zhou Yurua any further. After draining his cup, Wang Yu placed his arm around Zhou Yurua's shoulders, directing his gaze toward Tangbin and posing a question that left everyone baffled. Do you harbor disdain for me? Yet, even a fool could perceive the animosity radiating from Tangbin. No, more accurately, it was loathing. Unless one possessed an unusual disposition, no man could bear to see his beloved in the embrace of another and still harbor affection for that individual. Wang Yu's expression suddenly turned fierce. Brother Zhou, it is not that I am unwilling to accommodate you. However, to steal a lady is a grave taboo in these establishments. If I were to yield her to you today, how would I maintain my standing in this brothel in the future? Wu Gang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, Within this establishment, it has always been our young master Yu who claims the affections of others. No one has ever dared to take from him. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart swelled with joy. How about this? I will bid for today as courtesan on behalf of young master Yu, as a means of exchange. Wu Gang pressed on, determined to plead his case. Tang Bin had invited him with an offer he could not refuse. He had to make an attempt regardless. Today, I am the host, and thus, I shall be the one to bid for the courtesan. It is not your place to intervene. Before Wang Yu could respond, Chen Feng boldly interjected. When did it become your prerogative to speak in this matter? A glint of menace flickered in Wu Gang's eyes as an aura of hostility emanated from him. What? Do you wish to resort to violence? Go ahead, I dare you. Chen Feng stood his ground, unyielding and defiant. You, Brother Zhou, it would be best if you steered clear of this murky water to avoid jeopardizing the relationship between our families. Wang Yu interjected, firmly putting an end to the discussion. With a resigned sigh, Wu Gang retreated, resembling a deflated balloon. What must you do to relent and spare Yurua? Tang Bin, his countenance ashen, braced himself for humiliation. If you could kneel and offer a few bows to us, then crawl beneath my legs and leave behind a hand, you would be free to redeem your people tomorrow. Chen Feng, having pondered this condition for quite some time, finally put it forth. You. Despite being mentally prepared, Tang Bin was taken aback by Chen Feng's outrageous demands. As scholars, we possess unwavering integrity. Chen Feng, you are dishonoring the SHNW Academy. You are belittling scholars worldwide. Your father, too, is a scholar. An alumnus of SHNW Academy, do you intend to humiliate him as well? Chen Feng, are you declaring enmity against all students across the land? The group of talented individuals behind Tang Bin erupted in indignation, each one fervently accusing Chen Feng. The latter was momentarily stunned, his body trembling slightly as an urge to relieve himself surged. Oh? Are you suggesting that Tang Bin alone represents all scholars? Wang Yu's voice pierced through the commotion. By your logic, if Chen Feng is an undesirable, are you implying that our SHNW Academy harbors undesirable elements and seeks conflict with scholars everywhere? Do you wish to provoke a war between us and the scholars of the world? With this statement, all the scholars fell silent, not out of inability to refute, but out of fear. They could not bear the weight of Wang Yu's accusation, nor did they dare to engage further. The unfolding drama had attracted a considerable audience, as many were young nobles from the imperial capital, familiar with both individuals, a talented scholar and a notorious wastrel, each with formidable backgrounds. Was this not more captivating than the performances on stage? We, the undesirables, are loyal to His Majesty, by your reasoning. Does it imply that His Majesty seeks to oppose scholars everywhere? Noticing the silence, Chen Feng grew emboldened. Wang Yu nearly lost his temper. Are you implying that you would take on 9 of us alone? How dare you speak so recklessly about His Majesty? Chen Feng, you possess quite the audacity. Indeed. A scholar rebuked him fiercely. Chen Feng's face paled, nearly causing him to stumble. So what do you intend now? To engage us in a game of accusations? Oh, behold, this is the Ice Jade Purifying Lotus, a treasured heirloom of the Tang family. Tang Bin presented a box, revealing a flower seemingly carved from ice jade, radiating a soft glow, with what appeared to be spiritual energy flowing within. A gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance. Those with discerning eyes gasped in disbelief, while even those unfamiliar with it inhaled sharply, recognizing that this was no ordinary item. If you could spare Ru-Ro, I would willingly present this treasure to you. Tang Bin gazed at Wang Yu, articulating each word deliberately. At last, he revealed it. Wang Yu squinted slightly. He had long surmised Chen Feng's intentions. The reason for his meddling was to compel Tang Bin to produce the Ice Jade Purifying Lotus, an object capable of alleviating his father's curse. There are no walls that do not allow the wind to pass through. The matter of the curse surrounding the Marquis of Xianwei is well known among the prominent figures. Not to mention that the Marquis himself sought this remedy from the Tang family. Tang Bin is not like those frivolous young masters. He is privy to certain confidential matters. Even if he were unaware, Wang Yu would eventually bring them to light. However, what he desires is far more than merely this single Ice Jade Cleansing Heart Lotus. Tang, have you lost your mind? This is the Ice Jade Cleansing Heart Lotus, a treasure beyond price, exclaimed a talented scholar who recognized its worth. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion, Tang Bin declared, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Wang Yu. I understand that you have a great need for this. Return Yurua to me, and it shall be yours. Chapter 10, A Gamble with You. What exactly is this Ice Jade Heart Lotus? Not far away, a young gentleman quietly inquired of his companion. It is a flower that flourishes in the frigid northern lands, within the ice jade pool, and is a rare treasure of nature. Though it is a plant, it resembles exquisite jade. Merely wearing it can cleanse the soul, ensuring clarity of mind and protection from malevolent forces. Even the most formidable cultivator of dark arts, upon consuming it, can purge their malevolence and return to normalcy. So remarkable? Can it cure someone who has succumbed to madness? The young gentleman asked, filled with curiosity. Of course, even if a revered master falls into madness, consuming it can restore them, gasped. The young gentleman inhaled sharply. Do you know where it is sold? What a preposterous notion. Such a rare treasure cannot simply be purchased at will. In the extreme north, where snow blankets the earth and ice stretches endlessly, the survival conditions are exceedingly harsh. Locating the ice jade pool there is akin to scaling a mountain. Even if one were to find it, they would have to brave the bone-chilling waters to harvest the lotus, a venture fraught with peril. You wish to purchase it? I would like to as well. So incredibly rare? No wonder I had not heard of it before. Now that this item has surfaced, Tang Bin truly is a romantic at heart. Humph. The ice jade heart lotus is a treasured heirloom of the Tang family, merely worn by Tang Bin. Now he dares to offer it in exchange for a girl from the teaching house. I am curious to see how he will explain this to the Tang family. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. My visit today has not been in vain. How vexing. Had I known, I would have secured Zhou Yuru before Qin Feng. Secure her before him? Do you think that is so easy? His father is the deputy minister of rights, and the teaching house is under his authority. All right. She is yours now. You may take her directly, and I shall redeem myself. Wang Yu thrust Zhou Yuru forward. Tang Bin wasted no words, tossing the box to him. As for Qin Feng, he was not disheartened. Instead, he smiled even brighter, feeling a sense of ease and clarity. He might even be cast out from his family. Yuru, are you all right? Tang Bin embraced Zhou Yuru, concern etched on his face. At that moment, Zhou Yuru was already in tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom. Bin Gu, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I apologize. Between us, there is no need for such words. Tang Bin's face softened with a gentle smile. From this day forth, their tale will surely echo through the streets, and Tang Bin's name will attain great renown in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's name will likely become a disgrace, scorned by society. Just as it seemed this matter would conclude, the onlookers felt a tinge of disappointment. Is there truly no spark to ignite? But as Tang Bin turned to leave, Wang Yu called out to him. Brother Tang, are you leaving just like that? What else do you desire? I wish to wager with you. Wang Yu toyed with the wine cup in his hand, speaking nonchalantly. Wager on what? On the ice jade heart of your family. Wang Yu declared, his words startling. You. Tang Bin stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many were aware of the existence of the Tang family's ice jade cleansing lotus. Yet none had ever heard of such a rare gem as the ice jade heart. What exactly is this ice jade heart? The curious young man inquired once more. Gulp. After a heavy swallow, his companion explained, this item is even more extraordinary. It is a treasure born from the ice jade pool. Yet not every ice jade pool produces one. In fact, within 100 ice jade pools, it is unlikely that a single ice jade heart would be nurtured. Furthermore, it resides at the bottom of the pool and is quite diminutive, making its retrieval a Herculean task. It is important to note that even a formidable expert in the transcendence realm cannot endure the bone-chilling depths of the ice jade pool for an extended period. Oh, such rarity? What purpose does this object serve? This treasure, steeped in extreme cold and yin energy, is the coveted prize for those who cultivate ice-based techniques. Wearing it allows one to absorb its pure icy spiritual energy, significantly enhancing both the speed of cultivation and the quality of spiritual power. Additionally, it can be wielded as a weapon, serving as a bane to fire-based warriors, and possesses numerous other remarkable uses. It is truly a celestial treasure. The young man did not lower his voice deliberately. Most present were martial artists, sharp of hearing and sight. Those unfamiliar with the ice jade heart now understood its significance, and all inhaled sharply in astonishment. The Tang family harbored such a treasure? One could only wonder how they acquired it. What is your wager? This ice jade cleansing lotus. Along with this, Wang Yu produced a token. It was palm-sized, crafted from gold, intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes, and bore a large character for pardon in the center. At that moment, guests in the distance began to gather. Upon seeing the token, the crowd gasped collectively, followed by an eerie silence. You brother you. You seem to be taking quite a risk. After an indeterminate time, Qin Feng stammered. His words ignited the atmosphere, causing the venue to erupt with noise. He is betting with a divine martial pardon order. Has he gone mad? A spendthrift. I initially believed Wang Yu had gained insight, but perhaps I am still too young. Such a staggering gamble has not graced the imperial capital in ages. This trip has certainly not been in vain. The Ice Jade Heart may be unfamiliar to many, but no one is unaware of the divine martial pardon order. The holder of this decree can absolve all crimes, with the sole exception of rebellion. Remember, it encompasses all crimes. In principle, even if one were to have wronged a princess or even a queen, they could still be pardoned. In the past, the Marquis of Xianwei trampled through the northern granary, demolishing 78 strongholds with an unstoppable momentum, reclaiming vast lands of the Nashka Mountains for the divine martial realm, establishing an everlasting legacy. His Majesty bestowed this order as a token of appreciation. In the court, who has not erred? Even the most upright individual may find themselves in peril if they align with the wrong faction, facing the risk of being obliterated in an instant. With the divine martial pardon order, such concerns vanish. Moreover, it is timeless, ensuring the safety of descendants for generations. This is the coveted dream of every prominent family. It is simultaneously the honor of the Xianwei Marquisate and a manifestation of His Majesty's trust in the Marquis. Such a thing, Wang Yu dares to stake. Wang Yu is not only extravagant but also exceedingly audacious. Does he not fear incurring the wrath of the dragon's countenance? A hint of a smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. Of course. You may keep it. In the future, it shall serve as a talisman for the Tang family. Brother Bin. Zhou Yuru looked at Tang Bin with a pleading expression. She understood that Wang Yu harbored ill intentions, yet she felt powerless. Her loved ones were still enduring suffering. If there were no opportunity, it would be one thing, but now the chance is right before her eyes. Chapter 11. Where does the confidence come from? The heart of Ice Jade is a family treasure, and I have no right to stake it. Tang Bin clenched his fists and spoke each word deliberately. Just sign the agreement. You are the legitimate eldest grandson of the Tang family, a well-known prodigy in the capital, with an unlimited future ahead of you. Your father would not allow you to perish. Wang Yu revealed a sly smile. Of course. Even if you were to die, I would find a way to obtain it. Brother Bin. Zhou Yuru grasped Tang Bin's arm tightly. With tears glistening like pear blossoms, she was captivating. And even the hardest of hearts would struggle to refuse her, let alone Tang Bin, who cherished her dearly. Tang Bin sighed deeply and turned to Wang Yu. How do you wish to wager? Wang Yu, we are scholars of integrity, unlike you frivolous youths who only know indulgence. Brother Tang is no stranger to the ways of gambling. Before Wang Yu could respond, another scholar interjected. Clearly, he feared Wang Yu would challenge Tang Bin to a game of pai gao or dice. It would be better not to gamble at all. Indeed, if it were to be such games, it would be wiser to abstain entirely. Another scholar concurred. Given that we are in the Jiaofeng Sea, we might as well wager on the courtesans. Before long, the courtesan of the night will make her appearance. Why not bet on whom she will choose between us? Wang Yu suggested nonchalantly. Shameless. The scholars collectively thought of those two words. Wang Yu, you are a frequent visitor to Jiaofeng Sea. Which courtesan does not know you? Who would dare offend the young master Yu? Shunfeng's father is an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and this establishment falls under his jurisdiction. Who would risk incurring your wrath? It would be better to play pai gao or roll dice. Brother Tang, let us not gamble. This fellow is merely spouting nonsense. Being in the company of such frivolous young masters makes me feel tainted. We should leave. The scholars urged, pulling Tang Bin away. Such a nearly certain losing proposition is one that even a fool would not gamble on. Very well. I accept your challenge. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Bin readily agreed. Even Wang Yu was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a swift acquiescence. Haha, I did not anticipate that the esteemed Tang would possess such boldness. I find myself unexpectedly fond of you. Qinfeng laughed heartily. The sensation was electrifying, more thrilling than being with two lovely maidens. If he were to win the heart of Ice Jade, then regardless of Tang Bin's brilliance, his father would likely chastise him harshly. Brother Tang, do not act impulsively. Yes, this is a certain losing game. Remain calm. We will devise a plan regarding the Zhou family together. The scholars all urged him, growing frantic. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Tang Bin instructed someone to fetch the 4 treasures of the study. Swiftly drafting the wager before signing his name and pressing his seal, Wang Yu, it is your turn. Seeing Wang Yu frozen in place, hesitating to act, Tang Bin smirked and taunted. What is this? The young master Yu proposed the wager, yet now hesitates to take the plunge? No. I merely feel that the stakes we are wagering are somewhat uneven. Do not even mention the ice lotus of purity. The divine martial pardon I possess far surpasses the ice heart of your Tang family. Wang Yu's countenance bore a hint of concern, revealing a sense of uncertainty within. What more do you desire? Tang Bin asked through gritted teeth. If you can present the ice silkworm snow armor, I shall sign immediately. Very well. Tang Bin, without a moment's hesitation, inscribed the ice silkworm snow armor into the wager. This left Wang Yu momentarily speechless. Was this acceptance too effortless? The ice silkworm snow armor was not a possession of the Tang residents, but rather a treasure of the Duke of England, impenetrable to blades and impervious to fire. In its ordinary state, it is as light as a cicada's wing, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. When infused with spiritual power, it transforms into a snow armor that envelopes the entire body, capable of activating various ice-based spiritual techniques through its inherent formations. This is an item that every warrior dreams of possessing. In a world where opportunities and perils coexist, possessing such an artifact would embolden one to explore countless ventures. Are you implying that young Master Yu is afraid to gamble? Tang Bin taunted derisively. Who said I am afraid to wager? Wang Yu, seemingly provoked, glanced over the agreement, confirmed its validity, and promptly affixed his signature. The situation was growing increasingly intriguing. This was indeed a monumental gamble. Indeed, the ice lotus of purity, the divine martial pardon. The ice heart, the ice silkworm snow armor. I could hardly contain my excitement. Yet, Tang Bin was no fool. Did he possess some form of assurance? Might there be a connection between him and one of the 4 renowned courtesans of the academy? It seemed quite plausible. Tang Bin, being both talented and handsome, would naturally attract the affection of the courtesans. However, even if enamored, on what grounds could he presume that they would risk their lives for his wager? One must remember, courtesans are often devoid of sentiment, and actors devoid of loyalty. The talented onlookers were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the source of Tang Bin's immense confidence. At that moment, Tang Bin appeared to shed his previous guise of the tragic hero, standing resolutely with arms crossed, his gaze condescending. Wang Yu, do you believe you can toy with me, Tang Bin, as if I were a mere puppet? Do not make me laugh. The best hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. Your Tang family's divine martial pardon now belongs to me. You must be out of your mind. Xin Feng scoffed. I am eager to see who would dare choose you. In a tranquil courtyard of the academy, a lady sat before a dressing table, delicately combing her cascading hair with a jade comb. Mistress, the time is drawing near, a maid called from outside the room. I am aware, the lady replied gracefully, applying her makeup and adorning herself with various accessories. Madam, why has she not yet appeared? Which of the 4 renowned courtesans is performing today? Xin Feng's impatience began to show. The identity of the courtesan scheduled to perform was not disclosed to the public. It would be determined by drawing lots just before their entrance. After all, it is difficult to please everyone. If it were to be revealed who would perform tonight, the guests supporting other courtesans might not attend. I am at a loss. The madam wore a perplexed expression. What? You still do not know at this point? Are you trying to deceive me? How could I dare? However, the name card has truly not been delivered. Besides, I am right here. If a name card were to arrive, would it not be evident to your discerning eye? The madam spread her hands, feigning innocence. At this moment, she too felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. The young gentlemen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. Remembering Tang Bin's earlier confidence, could it be that something had indeed gone awry? If Wang Yu truly were to lose, then petals? Suddenly, petals began to fall from the sky, creating a gentle rain. Melodious strains of the Qin resonated softly. The crowd instantly hushed, collectively turning their gazes toward the central stage. The music had begun. Yet where were the performers? Chapter 12. The Pavilion of Wind, Flowers, Snow, and Moon. Huarjiu as the melodious sound of the bamboo flute resonated. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards the source. There, emerging from the horizon, was a woman clad in a delicate pink gown, gracefully riding a radiant rainbow. With a flute in hand, she played a serene melody that harmonized beautifully with the strings of a guqin, drawing nearer with each note. Almost everyone, including Wang Yu, held their breath, eyes wide in wonder. Could this enchanting figure be a celestial fairy? And how was it that such exquisite music had never graced their ears before? The talent within the teaching hall was abundant, yet no one had ever produced melodies of such extraordinary caliber. As her gown fluttered, the woman descended slowly onto the central stage. The lights illuminated the area, revealing golden lotus flowers blooming in the lake, radiating brilliance. One hand resting on her slender waist and the other elegantly draping her flowing sleeves, she stood poised on the stage, her pink gown adorned with intricate peach blossoms, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Suddenly, a young gentleman, utterly captivated, dropped his wine glass, spilling its fragrant contents across the floor. The sound of chimes echoed. The strings resumed their enchanting tune, followed by a harmonious blend of instruments. The woman extended her hand, gently swaying her sleeves, tracing an arc in the air. Dancing to the rhythm, she twirled amidst a flurry of petals, each movement creating ethereal silhouettes that mirrored her own, each dancer unique, yet harmoniously intertwined. A mesmerizing spectacle unfolded, one that even the most seasoned patrons of the capital had never witnessed. Wang Yu was left spellbound. Previously, he had only seen mundane performances. But this graceful dance was unlike anything he had ever encountered, and the beauty of the woman was simply breathtaking. Zhou Yuru, though a beauty in her own right, paled in comparison to this ethereal figure. One could only wonder what her worth was for a single night. The audience remained entranced, unable to extricate themselves from the spellbinding performance. Who was this celestial being? Time seemed to blur until a dazed patron murmured a question. Igniting a renewed buzz among the crowd as they speculated about the identity of this mysterious woman. Even Qin Feng wore a perplexed expression, as did the matron of the establishment. Wind, flowers, snow, and moon pavilion. I am Hua Jiyu, she announced, gracefully bowing to the audience. What? She is Hua Jiyu? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was no wonder she was so breathtaking. The saintess of the pavilion had silently graced the teaching hall of the divine martial dynasty. This was indeed monumental news. This visit had proven invaluable. Witnessing Hua Jiyu's dance was enough to boast about for half a year. Indeed, such an experience was not easily attainable, as last year. Her performance had sparked numerous violent incidents over entry tickets, leading to bitter feuds among various factions, resulting in countless casualties. The onlookers were utterly astounded. No one had anticipated encountering the renowned saintess of the wind, flowers, snow, and moon pavilion in such a setting. Only Tang Bin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smug expression gracing his face. You have long been aware that the courtesan of the night is her, haven't you? Wang Yu cast a sullen glance at Tang Bin. Damn it! How dare you scheme against me, brother Yu? Qin Feng, feeling anxious, added that his father was the deputy minister of revenue, and the courtesan bureau fell under his jurisdiction. Everyone had to give him some respect. However, this did not include Hua Jiyu. She was the saintess of the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion, and even if his father were present, she need not show him any deference. Humph. Tang Bin scoffed disdainfully. You can only blame your own greed. Do you truly think that I, Tang Bin, can be so easily manipulated? Who will ultimately triumph is yet to be determined. Wang Yu stubbornly retorted, this is the imperial capital. If she dares to choose you without thought, even if she is the saintess of the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion, this young master will not let it go so easily. Qin Feng and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads with bitter smiles. One was a renowned scholar of the imperial capital, while the other was a well-known scion of wealth. They would not even consider that Hua Jiyu would choose Wang Yu. So what if you refuse to relent? Others may fear you, Wang Yu, but Hua Jiyu certainly would not. In fact, if you dared to act against her, those protectors of the flowers would swiftly take your life without her lifting a finger. A maid entered the central stage to inform Hua Jiyu of the wager. Upon casting a surprised glance at Wang Yu, a smile graced her face. The wager between young Master Yu and young Master Tang has come to my attention. Rest assured. Young Master Yu, although I have some acquaintance with young Master Tang, I shall not show him favoritism. In the contest for the courtesan, let each rely on their own abilities. Since it is a gamble, why not have the two young masters compete? Excellent. As per the old tradition, the highest bidder wins. Qin Feng exclaimed, his face alight with joy. However, Hua Jiyu shook her head. Gentlemen, you are all men of refinement. Competing over money is too vulgar. To become my honored guest is never solely dependent on wealth. Then how would you prefer to compete? In martial prowess? Qin Feng continued to shout. Hua Jiyu again shook her head. That, of course, will not do. Gentlemen, your lives are priceless. Should any harm come to you, I could not justly explain it. The courtesan bureau is a place of romance and elegance, where one appreciates the beauty of verses and the moonlight. I propose a literary contest instead. Each young master shall compose a poem, and the victor will win the wager. Furthermore, all gentlemen present may participate, and the winner will become my honored guest. Damn, if Hua Jiyu were not so stunningly beautiful and her background so illustrious, Qin Feng and his group of debauched young masters would have erupted in protest. Is this what you call impartiality? Tang Bin, famed for his dual talents in poetry and painting, would surely overshadow Wang Yu, who had only completed compulsory education. Pitting him against Tang Bin in poetry was akin to racing a turtle against a hare. Well, this leaves no room for doubt. Wang Yu was destined to lose both his lady and his dignity. Do you think Tang Bin had already foreseen all of this? Was this entire affair a trap from the very beginning? Who can say? Tang Bin is a celebrated scholar, and his brilliance is beyond our imagination. To think that he has established a connection with Hua Jiayu is truly enviable. After this encounter, his name will resound throughout the imperial capital. The onlookers unanimously believe that Wang Yu is destined to lose. Even Hua Jiayu, standing at the central stage, gazes at Wang Yu with a smile, playfully winking at him. While others may fear Wang Yu, she remains unperturbed. The wind, flower, snow, and moon tower, an ancient force with influence spanning the entire continent, is one of the oldest powers. Not even the divine martial royal family can touch her. Was all of this meticulously orchestrated by you? Wang Yu looked at Tang Bin, his expression dark enough to draw water. How did you know I would engage in a wager with you? Humph. You've secretly investigated me these past few days. Did you truly believe I was unaware? It seems you've uncovered your father's predicament. Haven to you? The ice jade heart was intentionally divulged to you. Your performance in that battle at the inn outside the city was commendable, revealing that you are not the waste I presumed. Thus, I surmised that upon learning of Yu Rou being monopolized by Qin Feng, you would undoubtedly set a trap for me. This Academy of Music is your domain. You possess the advantage of time, place, and support. Knowing that my family possesses the ice jade heart, I wagered that you would indeed challenge me to a duel. With the Zhou family under scrutiny, the one thing I cannot refuse is the divine martial pardon order, which is why I anticipated you would use it as a wager. Haha, Wang Yu, I concede that you are indeed clever, not a fool, yet it is a pity that you have encountered one who is even more astute than yourself. From the very beginning, you have merely been a puppet in my hands. Chapter 13. The great scholar is also human. Qin Feng's complexion turned an alarming shade of purple. He opened his mouth, intending to explain himself to Wang Yu, yet found himself at a loss for words. In seeking revenge, he had indeed plotted against Wang Yu this time. Wang Yu not only lost face, but also the coveted divine martial pardon, undoubtedly. He would vent his frustrations upon Qin Feng. His body began to tremble slightly. Would he survive this ordeal? The others were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Tang Bin's machinations were so intricately devised. Not only did he incur no cost, but he also elevated his own reputation to unprecedented heights. Was this still the work of a mere mortal? It was utterly terrifying. Zhou Yiru trembled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What kind of virtue had she accumulated in her past life to witness such a spectacle? Noticing Wang Yu's sullen expression and his silence, Tang Bin continued. You have made significant progress in your cultivation. I surmise you wish to challenge me to a duel? Proposing a contest for the title of Flower Queen was merely an invitation for me to negotiate. However, you did not anticipate that today's contenders are no longer those with whom you are familiar. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Yu applauded. Magnificent. The illustrious Marquis Xianwei has lived a heroic life. I trust you, young master Yu, will not resort to underhanded tactics? One scholar quipped. With so many witnesses present, should young master Yu attempt to deceive, even causing a ruckus in the Golden Wan Hall, we would not shy away from it. Another scholar chimed in. Zhou Gang opened his mouth, wishing to speak a few words on behalf of Wang Yu, but found himself at a loss. He cast an annoyed glance at Tang Bin. He had genuinely come to offer assistance, only to realize that Tang Bin treated him as if it were a casual Sunday. Fear not, though I, Wang Yu, may be a dandy, I have never been one to shy away from defeat, Wang Yu declared, placing the divine martial pardon upon the table and turning to Hua Jiayu. Hua Jiayu offered a slight bow and responded with a smile. I accept the wager. Wang Yu, I respect you as a formidable individual. The Marquis Xuanwei's household is vast and prosperous. A mere divine martial pardon means little to them. What a splendid performance this was. It remained to be seen whether young master Yu would engage in further high-stakes gambling afterward. The scholars exchanged barbs, each contributing to the mockery with amused expressions. Initially, they would not have resorted to such behavior, for they were all well-educated individuals. However, Wang Yu's typically arrogant demeanor had ruffled many feathers. Friends and family alike had suffered at his hands. Seizing this opportunity, they were eager to ridicule him thoroughly. Humph, you speak as though I am destined to lose. My literary prowess may yet rival yours, Wang Yu remarked, toying with the wine cup in his hand. The scholars paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. Qin Feng and others could only shake their heads in resignation. Ultimately, Wang Yu could not withstand the pressure. His composure was beginning to unravel. If you can triumph, then why do we scholars endure the hardships of study? We might as well leap into the river together. This is, without a doubt, the most amusing joke I have encountered this year, or rather, in my entire life. I initially believed you were a figure of significance, but I have ultimately overestimated you. The assembly of talented individuals erupted in mockery, and even the onlookers were left in fits of laughter. Had I known, I would have brought along a few esteemed guests. Qin Feng and his companions were filled with regret, scratching their heads in dismay. Although they themselves lacked literary flair, their household was not devoid of erudite scholars. Had they been present, they could have leveraged that advantage, rather than being in such a passive position now. Please, Saintus, present a topic. Tang Bin addressed Hua Jiyu with a slight bow, eager to conclude this farce swiftly, lest it drag on interminably. Hua Jiyu nodded, pondering for a moment before stating, "As I am acquainted with Master Tang, to avoid any accusations of premature disclosure, I shall refrain from specifying a particular theme. Thus, all matters are permissible. Everyone may create freely. Furthermore, to ensure the integrity of this contest, I shall send someone with my nameplate to the Divine Martial Academy to summon several esteemed scholars, who will assist me in selecting the finest poem from your compositions." Upon hearing this, the last flicker of hope in Qin Feng and the others extinguished. Any attempt to cheat would likely be futile. What benefits has this woman received from Tang Bin to extend such assistance? The crowd closed their eyes, deep in contemplation. Although the stakes were beyond their reach, they were keenly interested in becoming Hua Jiyu's honored guests. Moreover, should they triumph in this contest, their names would resonate throughout the imperial capital by dawn. Meanwhile, Wang Yu appeared to have abandoned all concern, indulging in food and drink as if nothing were amiss. "What are you all dawdling for? Eat," he urged his companions, who were momentarily stunned. "Brother Yu, I'm sorry, Qin Feng hesitated. Words caught in his throat. "Come now, it's not a big deal." Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Qin Feng, I acknowledge that I, as your older brother, have not cared for you adequately. Since you have faced grievances, why not confide in me? Do you not consider me a brother?" "Brother Yu." Qin Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling up. He had never anticipated that Wang Yu would not only refrain from reproaching him, but would also seek to defend him. Did he truly regard him as a brother? Enough of this. Let us drink and eat. Wang Yu cheerfully beckoned. "These dishes have gone cold. Let us replace them." Qin Feng signaled to the hostess. Soon, a procession of maidens arrived, bearing exquisite platters of delectable fare, refreshing the table. "I shall go first. I shall use the moon in the sky as my theme, casting a stone to attract jade." A young scholar arose, cupping his hands to the audience before reciting his newly composed poem. Though it was not exceptional, it was certainly competent, earning him a round of applause. "I too have a piece. I shall take the lake as my theme." Another scholar stood and recited his poem. Subsequently, one after another, individuals began to share their poetic creations. These poems have been transcribed, adorned with names, and await subsequent evaluation. The esteemed scholars who received the invitation from Hua Jiyu have gradually arrived. Wang Yu observed that several of these learned individuals did not enter through the main gate, but rather from another side. LSP, and yet they claim to be educators. Qin Feng scoffed. Understanding without voicing it, indeed. Desire is a fundamental aspect of human nature. Even great scholars are merely human and have not yet attained sainthood. Wang Yu chuckled. "Brother Yu, if they declare you the loser, I shall spread the word about their visits to the entertainment quarters, tarnishing their reputations." Qin Feng gritted his teeth. If memory serves me correctly, one of them is your father's teacher." "Consider your words carefully," Qin Feng retorted. Chapter 14. Have you seen, Brother Bin? A spark of inspiration illuminated Zhou Yuro's eyes. Tang Bin's face broke into a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "You are teasing me again, Brother Bin," Zhou Yuro said playfully, lightly punching him. Stepping forward, she bowed to the esteemed scholars at the judging table and then to Hua Jiyu. "With flowers as my theme." As she recited her poem, a chorus of applause erupted from the gathered talents. The scholars, with eyes closed, savored the essence of her words, their faces reflecting satisfaction. The Zhou family's daughter was renowned for her talents, and after experiencing profound changes, she had gained a new understanding of emotions, enriching her poetry. One scholar stroked his beard, squinting as if he were deeply contemplating the meaning within her verses. "What a pity she is a woman, otherwise I would gladly take her as my disciple and nurture her talents." As it stood, her poem deserved the highest praise. Yet, It remained to be seen if Tang Bin's contribution could surpass hers. Let us not forget, the saintess requested poetry, not lyrics. At this reminder, the audience collectively realized their oversight, casting thoughtful glances at Zhou Yuro. This woman was indeed astute, crafting such an exquisite piece without overshadowing Tang Bin, showcasing her own abilities, and simultaneously endearing herself to him, a remarkable trifecta of achievements. Such a mere piece of doggerel. Must one fawn over it to this extent? It gives me goosebumps. Are you all sycophants? Wang Yu scoffed dismissively. What did you say? The crowd had almost forgotten him, but he had unexpectedly resurfaced. Ah, ignorance is truly terrifying. While the Xianwei Marquisate may focus on martial pursuits, Wang Yu has surely completed 12 years of education, yet he cannot even discern the merits of poetry. How pitiful. A scholar sighed deeply, shaking his head alongside his peers. They held a natural animosity towards Wang Yu, coming from a family of martial artists. Since young Master Yu claims Zhou's work is lacking, surely he must have composed something superior? Why not present it for our enjoyment? One talented individual prodded. Indeed, the Xianwei Marquis has produced great talents, and though young Master Yu may not excel in martial arts, his literary prowess must surely be profound. Please, share your poetry with us. As Wang Yu remained silent, the crowd grew increasingly animated. What is the matter? Could it be that young Master Yu cannot even compose a single verse? How unfortunate. Perhaps I should offer you one. Ludicrous. With so many talented individuals around young Master Yu, why would he need your assistance? The onlookers turned their attention to Wang Yu, amusement dancing on their faces. Witnessing the local tyrant of the teaching court falter was a source of delight for them, leaving them curious to see if he would dare return to vie for the affections of the ladies in the future. Brother Yu, shall we make our exit? Qin Feng suggested softly. Even with his thick skin, he found it increasingly uncomfortable to remain. Lacking poetry in hand, he felt utterly unprepared to engage in a dispute. Wang Yu took a sip of wine and casually remarked, I fear that if I compose a poem, you shall lose all courage to create one yourselves. And this splendid performance will conclude prematurely. The talented scholars momentarily paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. Even the esteemed Confucians could not suppress their smiles. The invincible General Xianwei, adept in military strategy, might indeed be overshadowed by Wang Yu's scholarly lineage if it came to a contest of tactics. Yet, it was rather amusing for a dandy from a military family to boast in the realm of poetry. Who would have thought that young Master Yu possesses such confidence in his literary prowess? One scholar wiped away tears of mirth. If that is the case, we implore you to recite a piece, so we may witness what extraordinary masterpiece could render us so timid. Wang Yu, swaying slightly, rose to his feet and belched. Since you insist, I shall present a verse. The atmosphere grew hushed. All eyes turned toward Wang Yu, filled with anticipation, not for a poetic marvel, but to see what ludicrous lines he might conjure that would amuse them. He lifted the wine jug from the table, took several hearty swigs, exhaled deeply, and with a grand gesture, began to recite, hiss. Merely this line left everyone rooted to the spot. The Confucians appeared struck by lightning, their eyes wide, trembling as if electrified, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. Even those who had not completed 12 years of formal education were moved by the verse. Vivid images flooding their minds. The Milky Way tilted, waves crashing mightily. Some, unable to withstand the overwhelming force, fell to their knees with a thud. Then, Wang Yu's expression turned somber, his tone dipping into melancholy. Do you not see? High halls and bright mirrors lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow. The Confucians rose collectively. With hands pressed upon the judging platform, eyes wide, they stared intently at Wang Yu, who wielded his sword in performance, disbelief written across their faces. It was as if they had encountered a specter. They closed their eyes to savor the meaning within. A few were so moved that tears streamed down their cheeks. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. The scholars clenched their fists, straining to catch every word. One must revel in life's triumphs, lest the golden goblet sits empty before the moon. Wang Yu extended his arms, his voice booming, his spirit soaring. Heaven bestowed my talents, they must be of use. Though I squander a fortune, it will return. A chill ran down the spines of Qin Feng and the others, their hearts racing. An impulse to shout to the heavens swelling within them. The first two lines had left them awestruck, but the subsequent lines resonated deeply within their souls. No, not just them. Every young gentleman present felt their blood surge. They repeated the lines fervently. What a splendid poem. Even if they lack eloquence, it does not hinder their appreciation of this poem. Is this composed for them? The esteemed scholars stood agape, unable to close their mouths for an extended period, feeling as if their souls were about to escape. Such timeless verses. Truly, they are of eternal merit. The onlookers were utterly astounded. Even Yu, with her captivating gaze, regarded Wang Yu for the first time. This poem is unparalleled, a creation without precedent. It is unlikely that any future poet will match it. How can one comprehend how Wang Yu could compose such a masterpiece? Is it a mere imitation? Yet, if such remarkable verses had existed before, they would have undoubtedly spread across the world. What say you, Lady Saint? Does this poem resonate with your ears? Wang Yu turned to Yu and smiled lightly. Yu bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Young Master Yu, your talent is truly extraordinary. I am in awe." Even if she were to favor Tang Bin, she could not utter falsehoods. Moreover, even if she did, it would be in vain. The scholars were ready to kneel before Wang Yu. Ha ha! Wang Yu laughed heartily and then turned to Tang Bin, saying, "Talented scholar Tang, your poetic and artistic prowess must far surpass my frivolous attempts. Please proceed." Tang Bin clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating between shades of anger and despair, biting his tongue in silence. Chapter 15. Public disrobing. Wang Yu turned his gaze towards the others. "Were you not just mocking and ridiculing me? Surely your literary talents must far surpass mine. So allow me the pleasure of appreciating your masterpieces." The atmosphere was deathly silent, as none dared to speak. If it had been mere, ordinary verses, they might have found the courage to respond. Yet, faced with such an extraordinary composition, how could they dare to critique or disparage? Compose poetry? As Wang Yu had previously stated, in the presence of this poem, they lacked the audacity to create. The slap in the face came swiftly, akin to a whirlwind. None anticipated that, in the end, they would reveal themselves as the true jesters. Was all this within your calculations? It cannot be. Tang Bin's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Wang Yu, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He refused to believe it. The wisdom of this air was beyond the comprehension of a mere insect like you. Wang Yu leaned back with a tactical flourish. Embracing the persona of a victorious champion, the investigation into your affairs was a deliberate reveal on my part. With the Zhou family in distress, how could you refrain from seeking a way to rescue them? I surmise you intended to seize the divine martial pardon from my Wang family from the very beginning. Did you not? Am I merely a puppet in your hands? Ha! How ludicrous. That was merely this air successfully anticipating your every move, playing along in your little charade. You. Tang Bin felt a searing pain flush across his face. He could not comprehend how such a debauched figure as Wang Yu could possess such intricate stratagems. Alas, had you been a tad dull-witted, perhaps I could have had a fighting chance against you. Yet, you foolishly chose to engage me in poetry instead. Wang Yu sighed deeply. Truly, it is akin to illuminating a latrine with a lantern. I do not believe you penned that poem. Tang Bin gritted his teeth. And he was not alone in disbelief. Many present shared his sentiment. Such a magnificent creation, while not entirely without precedent, was undoubtedly unparalleled in its grandeur. Not even the most esteemed scholars present could have composed it. What does it matter to you whether it is true or not? Regardless, you have lost this round. Have you not? Wang Yu's gaze turned sharp, his voice icy. Will you disrobe of your own volition, or shall I summon others to assist you? Ha! The ice silkworm snow armor shall remain upon you. Then, do hurry and remove it. Chen Feng and others erupted in laughter, encircling Tang Bin. With arms crossed and expressions gleefully malicious, they regarded him with schadenfreude. Tang Bin's supporters were left bewildered, unsure of how to respond. It was entirely reasonable for them to demand their wager. They had no grounds to obstruct it. Was this not a trifle excessive? To disrobe in public? Was this not an outright humiliation? A bystander frowned, contemplating. The ice silkworm snow armor is intimate apparel, undoubtedly worn beneath layers. Even if Tang Bin were a literary genius of the capital, none could accept such public disrobing. This would surely become the jest of the entire capital. Indeed, killing is but a matter of striking the head. Wang Yu's actions are too extreme. Excessive? Have you forgotten who Wang Yu is? A single remark jolted the onlookers from their reverie. Wang Yu had previously maintained a facade of restraint, leading everyone to believe he was easy to get along with. In truth, he was a notorious scion of the capital, accustomed to arrogance and tyranny, having trampled on others without consequence. How could he let Tang Bin's bullying go unchallenged now that he was in the right? No, please don't make things difficult for Brother Bin. Everything is my fault. Let it all be directed at me. Zhou Yuru stood protectively in front of Zhou Bin, her eyes filled with defiance and resentment as she gazed at Wang Yu. What? You wish to take his place? Wang Yu smirked. Perhaps, if you can strip bare in front of everyone, I shall let you go. Oh. The onlookers' eyes sparkled with interest, instinctively swallowing their anticipation. Although they would not get to enjoy Zhou Yuru afterwards, the prospect of a visual indulgence was undeniably enticing. Zhou Yuru's chest heaved violently. Shameless. How can such a person create a masterpiece for the ages? The heavens are unjust. Aha, can you not strip? Would you like me to assist you, dear sister? I must say, I excel at such matters. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together, eager to lend a hand. Zhou Yuru crossed her arms defiantly, instinctively retreating. Stop. Tang Bin yanked Zhou Yuru behind him, his eyes blazing, teeth grinding audibly. Slowly, he reached for his belt. Brother Bin, you mustn't. Zhou Yuru attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Qin Feng and others. Soon, Tang Bin had shed his upper garment, and under the lights, his torso gleamed with a dazzling sheen. The crowd gasped. Was this the fabled ice silkworm snow armor? With the armor removed, Tang Bin's upper body was now fully exposed. Remarkably fair-skinned, he elicited envy from some of the girls present. The heart of ice jade shall be delivered to the Ministry of Music for the Saintess. May I leave now? Tang Bin cast the ice silkworm snow armor at Wang Yu, his voice cold. At any time, clear the way for the talented Tang. Qin Feng chuckled, stepping aside while inadvertently kicking Tang Bin's discarded clothing into the lake. Oh dear. My apologies, a moment of clumsiness. You, Brother Bin. Zhou Yuru contemplated removing her own clothing but quickly dismissed the thought. If Tang Bin were to wear her garments, it would become a great jest. Meanwhile, the other scholars were equally hesitant to part with their own attire. Yuru, we must go. Tang Bin grasped Zhou Yuru's hand, striding forth with his upper body bared. He stood tall, exuding an air of righteousness. As the crowd exchanged glances, they suddenly felt that Tang Bin's state was not so disgraceful after all. It conveyed a certain manly charm. Suddenly, Tang Bin let out a pained cry and fell backward. Zhou Yuru, pulled along by him, lost her balance and, with a yelp, landed squarely on his face. The crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by a chorus of laughter. Who threw the banana peel? Tang Bin could no longer contain himself and shouted uncontrollably. Brother Bin, let us go. Zhou Yuru, her cheeks flushed, tugged at him. Ah! Tang Bin screamed in a frenzy, then dashed out like a madman. From this day forth, Tang the Talented's escapade of running naked would undoubtedly become a topic of light-hearted banter among everyone. In this round, he lost his treasure, his dignity, and ultimately everything of value. Wang Yu was indeed formidable. A question arose in the minds of the onlookers. Had he anticipated this outcome from the very beginning? Was this truly the so-called talented Tang Bin? He exhibited not a trace of challenge. Wang Yu feigned disappointment, shaking his head, feeling the silkiness in his hand. He couldn't help but lower his gaze to scrutinize the icy silkworm armor before him, crafted from the silk of icy silkworms. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and weighed almost nothing. When crumpled in his hand, it could be molded to the size of a small candy. He had a particular fondness for defensive treasures. After casually slipping it into his pocket, he felt a slight chill running down his spine. Though this victory appeared effortless and joyous, it was fraught with peril. He was genuinely unaware of Hua Jiyu's presence. Fortunately, she had opted for a poetry duel. Had it been a painting competition, he would have had to resort to throwing a tantrum or feigning convulsions, pretending to be poisoned. Was this perhaps due to having seized Wang Han's fortune? Such a thought crossed Wang Yu's mind. It was quite plausible. After all, he was a person despised by the heavenly Dao, with fortune forever out of reach. Such choices often unfolded in a manner unfavorable to him. It seemed that some unseen fortune had indeed lent him a hand. Chapter 16. No one shall escape him. The petty man has attained his ambitions. Once Tang Bin departed, the talented scholars felt too embarrassed to linger any longer. With a cold huff, they turned to leave. This gathering had been a tremendous embarrassment for them. Wait. Wang Yu's voice rang out, halting their retreat. What do you intend to do? I believe I heard you say that if I were to win, you would all collectively jump into the river. Am I mistaken? Wang Yu playfully dug into his ears and inquired with a smile. Wang Yu, do not push your luck. The scholars glared at him, fists clenched in indignation. Push my luck? Yet when you mocked me earlier, did you not consider it excessive? Wang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had never been one to display magnanimity, nor was he a protagonist who repaid kindness with kindness. He was the antagonist, a scoundrel. His principle was not merely to punish the wicked, but to eradicate them entirely. Brother Yu, you are not mistaken. They indeed said so. Qin Feng and others encircled the scholars once more. Huh, did you not expect this? Our brother Yu is proficient in both literature and martial arts. Do you, esteemed scholars, really wish to go back on your word? The teachers are all seated on the stage. Do you dare to breach your promise in their presence? To lose a bet is a principle even we scoundrels understand. Surely, you learned scholars comprehended as well? They had been stifled until now. Seizing this opportunity, they would not let these scholars slip away easily. It felt exhilarating. Each of them was enlightened, especially Qin Feng, whose eyes sparkled with a fervor akin to awakening from a dream. What do you intend to do? We are students of the Divine Martial Academy. Have you considered the consequences of acting against us? The scholars reprimanded sternly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others hesitated. While these scholars were not entirely powerless, most lacked any real martial prowess. To protect promising talents from untimely demise, the dynasty had enacted protective laws. Furthermore, these individuals had substantial backgrounds. Causing them harm could lead to troublesome repercussions. What? Do you think being students gives you the right to renege on your promises? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, sneering. Indeed. Are you not the esteemed scholars known for your integrity? Qin Feng crossed his arms, mocking them. Such words are merely jest. How could they be taken seriously? The scholars continued to argue. Jest? In my presence, there is no room for jest. Throw them into the lake. Let them soak for 2 days to clear their heads. The saintess is a witness to this wager. Surely you do not expect her to intervene personally? With Wang Yu's reminder, Qin Feng and the others' eyes lit up, and they no longer hesitated, kicking each of the scholars into the river. They were acting on behalf of the saintess. Any grievances could be taken up with her, and it had nothing to do with them. Huarjiu's lips twitched in disbelief, realizing she too had been ensnared in this scheme. Meanwhile, the esteemed scholars on the platform pretended not to notice. Of course, they might have genuinely overlooked it. In their eyes, only Wang Yu existed, and they were all contemplating the possibility of taking him as their disciple. They are merely unaware of the true authorship of this poem. Otherwise, they would have spoken up long ago. After all, they had never heard of Wang Yu possessing such literary talent. If they were to misattribute it, it would be a considerable embarrassment for them. The students who fell into the water began to curse vehemently. Qin Feng and his companions, filled with excitement, squatted nearby, exchanging insults with them. While they might not outsmart the scholars in a debate, they could certainly hurl invectives that would leave the others feeling utterly humiliated. A torrent of foul language erupted, and some even resorted to throwing objects into the fray. Had there not been such a multitude of people, they might have lost their composure entirely. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained, witnessing a captivating spectacle unfolding before them. Since the saintess previously danced for me, how about I compose a verse for you? Wang Yu remarked with a smile, glancing at Huarjiu. Taken aback for a moment, Huarjiu then bowed gracefully and replied, Young Master Yu's literary prowess surpasses that of any age. I desire nothing more than to have you compose for me. The prospect of another creation sparked excitement among the crowd. Even Qin Feng and the talented individuals in the water fell silent, collectively turning their gaze toward Wang Yu. The esteemed scholars craned their necks, eager to catch every moment. Wang Yu closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his inner energy at his fingertips to inscribe in the air. Flower moon ode the moon turns, shadows of flowers on the eastern wall. Flowers welcome the moon's essence as if to adorn. The affectionate moon illuminates the dew amidst the blooms, as the petals sway in the breeze beneath the moonlight. The clouds part, revealing the flower's beauty to the moon. In the deep night, flowers slumber in the bright moon's embrace. How many times in life do flowers and the moon intertwine? In every place, moonlight and floral fragrance are harmoniously aligned. The golden characters, with a gentle flick from Wang Yu, floated gracefully before Huarjiu, appearing particularly radiant against the night's backdrop. What a splendid poem! Although this piece may not rival the previous one, it was crafted around Huarjiu and could indeed be considered a timeless masterpiece. The earlier verse by Zhou Yuro also centered on flowers, earning applause from the crowd. However, in comparison to Wang Yu's composition, it paled significantly. Wang Yu was evidently poised to overshadow them all. It was now undeniable. Wang Yu possessed unparalleled poetic talent. Splendid work. Who would have thought that young Master Yu harbored such remarkable abilities? I, an old man, would like to take you as my disciple and invite you to join the Divine Martial Academy. What say you? One scholar exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. I too wish to take you under my wing, young master. If you are inclined, you may study closely by my side. I have a granddaughter, a beauty of 18, and if you are interested in becoming my disciple, I could introduce you to her. The esteemed scholars chimed in, even resorting to the allure of matchmaking. Becoming a disciple and being a student are distinctly different matters. The scholars would not lightly accept disciples, as doing so would yield immense benefits. It is essential to recognize that the students of these esteemed scholars extend across the world, representing a formidable network of influence. Wang Yu, fully aware of this, had composed a second poem as a strategic move. I appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed teachers, but I am a scion of a prominent family, and pursuing a literary career is not my aspiration. Wang Yu bowed respectfully, stating, however, if the teacher holds a lecture and the students find themselves free, they shall certainly attend as auditors. I hope the esteemed teachers will not rush me. Although he had not formally become a disciple, Wang Yu referred to himself as a student and addressed them as teachers. The eminent scholars expressed their profound satisfaction with this newfound relationship. He could later boast to his old friends. Hua Jieyu's gaze lingered on the exquisite verses before her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. As the sandest of the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion, she had encountered countless talented individuals, many of whom had composed verses for her, yet none could compare to the poem at hand. What enchanting lines! The young ladies within the music academy also displayed expressions of infatuation. Being women, they found this flower moon chant even more appealing than the previous piece. Some of the girls familiar with Wang Yu harbored secret thoughts, contemplating how they might persuade him to compose a verse for them in the future. After a long sigh, Hua Jieyu exhaled a breath of relief, her eyes flashing with brilliance. Following the contest, Wang Yu emerged triumphant, having not only won the wager and silenced his critics, but also established connections with these esteemed scholars. Wealth, fame, and connections were all acquired by him alone. Perhaps he was more suited than Tang Bin? No, there was no perhaps. He was far more suitable than Tang Bin. Chapter 17. On this lively night, the capital of Divine Martial was abuzz with excitement. Particularly, the scholars were restless, unable to find slumber as they meticulously transcribed and reread the poems composed by Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Wang Yu sauntered into the tranquil abode of Hua Jieyu, the renowned maiden of the Fenghua Shuiyue Tower. To his surprise, her residence exuded an air of serene elegance. Inside Hua Jieyu's chamber, Wang Yu poured himself a cup of tea, grinning as he inquired, "Oh, what is the esteemed young master you envision it to be like?" Hua Jieyu responded with a charming smile, her large, glistening eyes filled with anticipation. Given Wang Yu's literary prowess, his taste must surely be exquisite. If it aligned with her desires, perhaps they could exchange ideas. Naturally, she thought of a pink theme. It would be ideal if the lighting were dimmed further, and the bed transformed into a circular shape, complemented by a bathing tub for ultimate perfection. Wang Yu animatedly gestured as he spoke. "May I play a tune for you, young master?" Hua Jiyu interjected, attempting to redirect the conversation. "What will you play?" Wang Yu's eyes lit up, instinctively glancing at her crimson lips and then at her alluring figure. This lady was indeed captivating. Surely, she meant to play the flute. "Excellent," Wang Yu exclaimed joyfully, rising to loosen his belt. Although the surroundings were different, the service appeared to remain consistent. "What are you doing?" Hua Jiyu furrowed her brow, her voice icy. "Playing the flute. Is that not what you intended?" Wang Yu replied, a puzzled expression on his face. Hua Jiyu paused momentarily before realizing, "I was referring to this flute," she said, revealing her jade flute from behind, looking rather exasperated. "Come on, could you have been clearer? The other ladies play my flute," Wang Yu grumbled, swiftly readying his belt. Hua Jiyu suddenly burst into laughter, not genuinely angry. After all, as the maiden of Fenghua Shuiyue Tower, she had encountered various situations before. "Young master Yu, though I belong to Fenghua Shuiyue Tower, I am still a woman of integrity, not so easily swayed." "Oh, is that so? I find it hard to believe unless you allow me to test it," Wang Yu remarked, for Hua Jiyu, being a maiden of such stature, could not simply indulge in a fleeting encounter without more than a couple of poems exchanged. Hua Jiyu gently shook her head, sensing Wang Yu's misinterpretation. "Then how many must I compose? Specify a number." Sighing, Hua Jiyu expressed her growing impatience. "If young master Yu insists on this line of conversation, then our future collaboration may be jeopardized." "Collaboration?" Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Hua Jiyu. "Are you referring to your partnership with Tang Bin?" "Indeed." "You are a perceptive individual," Hua Jiyu beamed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, illuminating the room. It must be said, this woman was undeniably beautiful. What is most remarkable is that, although she is a woman of the world, she carries not a hint of worldly air about her. Rather, she exudes an ethereal beauty that evokes the image of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. A quintessential green tea girl. The reason that Jiayu chooses to assist young Master Tang this time is rooted in the cooperative relationship we share, and I hope the heir can comprehend this. "Well, do tell, what is this cooperation?" Wang Yu inquired while peeling an orange. Shortly, I will require your assistance in a certain matter, until it is resolved. I shall extend my support within my capacity. Should the matter conclude successfully, this support will continue indefinitely, Yu stated candidly. Oh? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Wang Yu's eyes. The Fenghua Xueyue Pavilion is the most renowned establishment of its kind in the world, boasting numerous branches across the globe, with many of the cultural and artistic institutions in various nations being affiliated with them. While they amass substantial wealth, they also gather vast amounts of intelligence, weaving an extensive network of information. Wang Yu had little interest in other aspects, but the intelligence was something he yearned for. In every era, information reigns supreme. Wang Yu's adversaries are the chosen ones of the world. To strategize against them, he must possess accurate intelligence. Yu, being the saintess of the Fenghua Xueyue Pavilion, surely holds considerable authority and may even ascend to a position of leadership in the future. This prospect is immensely tempting for Wang Yu, though he was inwardly convinced. His demeanor remained composed. What exactly do you require my assistance with? Yu gently shook her head. It is not yet the time to disclose that. Nonsense. If you later demand that I kill my father or sleep with you, am I to acquiesce? Wang Yu scoffed. Yu felt a momentary daze. With her intelligence, she found herself unable to decipher the meaning behind Wang Yu's words. Asking him to kill his father or to sleep with her were both unacceptable propositions, were they not? Rest assured, you will not be tasked with anything that you find troubling. Furthermore, undertaking this task will bring you significant benefits, should you wish to decline later. You are free to do so, she elucidated, shaking her slightly dizzy head to dismiss further contemplation. However, I do not believe I require your support. Wang Yu shrugged. Given my identity and background, I trust you are well aware of my position. Yu smiled serenely. Young Master Yu, let us speak plainly. If you were merely a dissipated scion, our Fenghua Xueyue Pavilion would be of little assistance to you. Yet, you are evidently not. You are now an official. And with our intelligence support, you shall surely ascend to great heights. Moreover, your father has been away at war for years. We can also provide him with intelligence. Wang Yu lowered his gaze to his fruit, not bothering to look at her. Yu quietly sipped her tea, and silence enveloped the room. Time slipped away unnoticed as Hua Jiu let out a soft sigh. Speak, what further conditions do you have? Allow me to be candid. I am not entirely reliant on you, so I kindly request that you do not overstep. At last, Wang Yu lifted his head, a smile gracing his face. Compete with my father? You are still a tad inexperienced. Firstly, grant me a title that allows me to utilize the resources of your Fenghua Xueyue Tower to a certain extent. I do not wish to go through you for every little task. I can provide you with the title of my exclusive envoy, Hua Jiu replied with a nod. Secondly, I require you to leverage all your connections to assist me in investigating a person. Who shall I seek? Li Lingjun, the mother of Wang Han. I wish to uncover her origins as detailed as possible. Certainly, Hua Jiu affirmed. I will seek the support of the elders who stand by me and exert the full force of Fenghua Xueyue Tower. Noticing Wang Yu opening his mouth as if to say more, Hua Jiu furrowed her brow. Young Master Yu, I have already agreed to 2 of your conditions. To request more would be rather excessive. No, I merely wish to inquire where I shall rest tonight. To be frank, I have a habit of retiring early and rising with the dawn. Very well, I shall arrange for a carriage for you, Hua Jiu said with a hint of resignation. No need, I am perfectly fine sleeping here. Rest assured, I am not fussy about my accommodations. With that, Wang Yu swiftly shed his clothing and nestled himself under Hua Jiu's covers. Hua Jiu stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. How could he deviate so completely from the expected norms? He was truly an oddity. Are you not sleepy? Come join me. Wang Yu's head emerged from the blanket. His expression curious. That is unnecessary. We women are accustomed to working through the night and resting during the day. You should rest well. I have tasks to attend to. With that, Hua Jiu rose, intending to leave the room, having grown weary of conversing with Wang Yu. I've already settled in for the night. Why are you leaving? This is rather unprofessional. If you continue this way, I may have to file a complaint. Wang Yu's face bore an expression of displeasure. Hua Jiu retorted. This space is under my authority now. Should you wish to lodge a complaint, do so tomorrow. Chapter 18. There is nothing wrong with being a villain. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was devoid of clouds. Today was an exceptionally opportune day for gossip. The streets and alleys of the capital buzzed with chatter about last night's poetic duel, the imperial decree of divine mercy, the heart of ice jade, the snow armor of the ice silkworm. Such grandiosity. Moreover, the saneness of the wind, flower, Snow and Moon Pavilion was also present. I was there myself. And I cannot adequately describe that dance. If given the chance to witness it again, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Alas, how unfortunate. I visit the Academy of Music daily, yet I missed yesterday and now feel utterly regretful. One must commend Wang Yu for his remarkable emergence with a nameless poem. He astounded everyone and even compelled the illustrious Tang, a renowned poet, to concede without daring to compose a verse himself. The eminent scholars present vied to take him as their disciple. Truly, talents are destined to shine. Wealth may dissipate, yet it shall return. My friends, let us head to the flower house. Not only the common folk, but also the scholars and officials were engaged in discussions about Wang Yu, analyzing his verses. In the Tang family's library, a young man fervently perused one poetry collection after another. His disheveled hair fell over his eyes, which glimmered with fervor, while he muttered in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible. Brother Ben, this poem cannot possibly be plagiarized. After all, so many eminent scholars were present. Their vast knowledge would not allow them to remain ignorant of such astonishing verses." Indeed, the young man was Tang Bin, and beside him was Zhou Yuro, whom he had redeemed. I refused to believe that Wang Yu could compose such timeless verses. There must be something amiss. Tang Bin continued his search. I suspect that someone close to him assisted him, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal his brilliance. Zhou Yuro voiced her conjecture, shared by many others. "Well, Yuro, you should rest. I am fine." Tang Bin looked up, offering her a gentle smile before returning to his search. "I am not tired. I will assist you in your quest." Zhou Yuro sighed, picking up a poetry collection and diligently searching alongside him. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, and a servant's anxious voice called from outside. "Young master, flee. The master is aware of last night's events and has come with his entourage." At the Marquis of Xuanwei's residence, the door creaked open, revealing the well-groomed Wu Yuling stepping outside. "Child, I present my respects to mother." Wang Yu bowed deeply. "Yua? Why are you standing here? How long have you been waiting?" Wu Yuling furrowed her brow, gazing at him in confusion. "Madam, the young master has been standing for quite some time. He did not wish to disturb your rest," a nearby maid informed her. "You child." Wu Yuling cast a reproachful glance at Wang Yu, then tenderly guided him to sit on a stone bench. "You must be tired from standing." "I am not tired. I haven't been standing long," Wang Yu replied with a smile, producing a wooden box and placing it on the stone table. "Mother, this is a rare treasure I have acquired for father, which can alleviate his curse. Please have someone deliver it to him shortly." "Oh." Wu Yuling's eyes brightened as she reached out to take a look, inhaling sharply. "Is this the ice jade heart lotus? Did you steal it from Tang Bin?" Wang Yu smiled faintly. However, it seemed that Wu Yuling did not hear his words, her delicate brows furrowing in urgency. Wang Yu remained speechless. "Come. You must accompany me into the palace, lest the Shuntian prefecture come to arrest us." Wu Yuling grasped Wang Yu's hand and rushed towards the exit. "Mother, can you let me speak for a moment?" Wang Yu pressed his hand on Wu Yuling's shoulder, gazing intently into her eyes, articulating each word. "When? Fair and square?" Wu Yuling appeared bewildered. These two phrases seemed unrelated to her beloved son. The silhouette of Elder Zhou drifted in. He bowed and briefly recounted the events of the previous night to Wu Yuling. "Oh, my son possesses such literary talent?" Wu Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Yu sighed inwardly and bowed, saying, "Mother, I previously sought to avoid trouble, wishing for a carefree existence. Thus I deliberately concealed my abilities. Now that I am aware of Father's predicament, it is only natural for me to reveal my true prowess." Good, good, good," Wu Yuling exclaimed thrice. Your filial piety will surely bring joy to your father. This is what a son ought to do." Although his former self was a debauched spendthrift, he remained deeply filial to his parents, having been raised with utmost care. Wang Yu inherited not only these memories but also this profound affection. Moreover, the Duke of Xianwei and Wu Yuling were his greatest allies, hence he must do everything in his power to protect the Duke. "Elder Zhou, please personally deliver this item to the Duke." Wu Yuling entrusted the ice jade heart lotus to Elder Zhou, aware that matters concerning her husband's life and death demanded utmost caution. "Yes, you also won the ice jade heart and ice silkworm snow armor from the Tang family?" After Elder Zhou departed, Wu Yuling's expression grew solemn. "Indeed, the Tang family is quite gracious in defeat. They sent the items to the teaching office overnight." "Do you sense anything amiss, mother?" The Tang family is a prominent clan, renowned for producing numerous talents, predominantly civil officials, and they are known for their eloquence. Engaging with them could certainly lead to troubles, yet there is no need for excessive worry. With you protected by the Empress and now having become a rogue, as long as you avoid giving them substantial leverage against you, all shall be well. However, the ice silkworm snow armor poses a slight complication, as it belongs to the Duke of England. And what of the Duke of England? I want it fairly and squarely. If he seeks to suppress us, I shall confront him to the end, Wang Yu retorted disdainfully. He is not even daunted by the protagonist. How could he fear a mere duke? Wu Yuling patted Wang Yu's shoulder, nodding. My son has matured, possessing his own discernment. I shall not say much more. However, remember, I shall always be your staunchest support. If you ever feel wronged, you must tell me, and I will advocate for you. Wang Yu nodded, moved, suddenly realizing that being a villain might not be so unfavorable after all. At the very least, the majority of the protagonists are deprived of this familial affection. They either endure the persecution of the matriarch, face opposition from their own kin, or suffer from fratricidal conflicts. Some are even cast into the depths of orphanages, their parents rendered powerless by fate. Madam, there are visitors from the palace, waiting in the drawing room, a maid announced as she entered. Understood, Wu Yuling nodded. It seems there is news regarding the marriage pact. Today truly is a fortuitous day. Chapter 19. The ninth Princess Ji Ning. Within the grand hall, a lady-in-waiting stood quietly. Upon noticing the entrance of Wu Yuling and Wang Yu, she hurriedly bowed in greeting. No need for such formalities. Wu Yuling warmly assisted her to her feet and urged her to sit, suggesting a deep familiarity with the lady-in-waiting. Has there been any word from the Empress? Yes. The Qingshan County has consented, yet they have delayed the marriage on account of Yi Qingyu's tender age, insisting that it must wait for 2 more years. The lady-in-waiting spoke softly. 2 years? Wu Yuling's brow furrowed. The uncertainties within such a span are too great. Not to mention whether the Marquis of Xianwei can endure these 2 years. What if the death token is used or sold in that time? Or if Yi Qingyu becomes secretly entangled with someone? The Empress has also summoned young Master Yu into the palace, the lady-in-waiting continued. Young Master Yu? For what reason? The Empress did not elaborate, only instructed that he come at once. Since the Empress has spoken, we must not delay. You should go with Dongmei at once. Do not keep the Empress waiting, Wu Yuling urged. Yes. The carriage moved slowly. Wang Yu sat opposite the lady-in-waiting, named Dongmei. A smile graced his lips as he remarked. Sister Dongmei, why do you seem so distant after just a few days apart? Humph. We were never that close to begin with. How can you speak of distance? Dongmei feigned annoyance, turning her head away. Who has made my sister Dongmei angry? Do tell me, and I shall avenge you. Humph. You ungrateful wretch. When Madame brought you to the palace to play, I was the one who took care of you, secretly providing you with treats. You possess such poetic talent, yet have never composed a single poem for me, while instead, you gifted one to that Hua Jieyu. Isn't it true that you only care for food? How is it that you also have an interest in poetry? Wang Yu asked, astonished. The Empress seated herself, attended by her 4 chief maidservants, Chunlan, Xiaoyu, Xiaozhu, and Dongmei, each possessing their own unique skills. Dongmei excelled in culinary arts, crafting delectable dishes. During Wang Yu's childhood visits to the palace with Wu Yuling, the other 3 maidservants were often preoccupied, leaving Dongmei, the cook, to care for him most of the time. Thus, their bond grew exceptionally close. Although Wang Yu vaguely recalled that his sister's education seemed rather limited, perhaps not even completing 12 years of compulsory schooling. I don't care. You must compose a poem just for me, or I shall cease preparing delicious meals for you. Very well. I shall dedicate a poem to you. Wang Yu closed his eyes in contemplation and recited, On the plum blossom, by the broken bridge outside the post station, lonely blooms without a master. As dusk falls, I dwell in sorrow, with only wind and rain for company. Unintentionally, I compete for spring, letting all the flowers envy me. Fall into mud, crushed into dust. Only the fragrance remains unchanged. Dongmei quickly retrieved paper and ink from her sleeve to record the poem. Ah, so this was merely a ploy for you to show off. How do you write dusk? Let me write it for you. Wang Yu was rendered speechless, feeling that this poem, given to her, a semi-literate individual, was a complete waste. Had he known, he would have casually composed a light verse or a simple rhyme, perhaps something along the lines of a plum blossom on the mountain. Whom do I ask you, love? Sister Dongmei, what is the purpose of the Empress summoning me to the palace this time? Wang Yu inquired casually as he wrote. The Empress did not respond. However, the order was issued upon receiving news of your gambling match. I suspect it must be related to that matter. Rest assured, it is likely a positive development, as the Empress had a smile at the corners of her mouth upon hearing the news. Perhaps she even wishes for you to compose a poem for her, Dongmei conjectured. This illustrates the significance of personal connections. Those who surround influential figures are often tight-lipped, as speaking carelessly can lead to severe consequences. Unless one shares an exceptionally close relationship, they will not divulge any information lightly. Sometimes, a mere casual remark can determine your fate. Just look at how favored the eunuchs are near the emperor. Even high-ranking officials and royal relatives must curry favor with them. As the carriage arrived at the palace gates, the two disembarked and walked into the palace. This marked Wang Yu's first entry into the imperial palace since his arrival in this world. Although countless memories of entering the palace flooded his mind, only by experiencing it firsthand could he truly appreciate the grandeur and majesty of the imperial domain, resonating with the weight of countless years. Why are you staring? It's not your first time in the palace. Hurry along, the Empress is waiting, Dongmei urged, noticing Wang Yu's childlike curiosity as he gazed around. Having not had the chance to be alone with Sister Dongmei for quite some time, he thought it permissible to explore a little. The Empress would not be specifically waiting for him. She was likely occupied with other matters. Wang Yu had long wished to visit the Forbidden City in his previous life, a dream unfulfilled until now. He decided to indulge in this opportunity to realize that dream. Ignoring Dongmei's insistence, he instead took a detour to visit the Imperial Garden. Guided by his memories, Dongmei, unable to change his mind, resigned herself to follow him, knowing it wouldn't take too long. Inside the Imperial Garden, a profusion of flowers blossomed, their fragrance wafting through the air as butterflies danced gracefully. This place boasted exotic flowers and fruits from around the world, even precious treasures of nature. Breathing in the air here, Wang Yu felt entirely at ease. If he could cultivate in such an environment, the results would undoubtedly surpass those of his father's training room. Alas, the treasures were protected by barriers, merely for viewing, not for touching. Otherwise, he would have picked a couple of spiritual fruits to savor. Wang Yu gazed at the abundance of spiritual fruits, swallowing hard. Everything in the Imperial Garden was extraordinary, with even the presence of spiritual roots. All right, I've seen enough. Let us move on. I have soup simmering on the stove. After meeting the Empress, you can wander about as you wish, Dongmei reiterated, exasperated. Wang Yu nodded, and just then, a group approached them. At the forefront was a woman clad in a light blue gown, her features exquisite, her skin like cream, radiating an enchanting glow. Wang Yu's pupils slightly contracted, and he bent in respect. I have the honor of meeting the 9th princess. The newcomer was none other than the Empire's jewel, the 9th princess Jining. Jining cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yu, her eyes brimming with loathing. For reasons unknown, she found herself harboring an intense dislike for him. So much so that she felt an impulse to slap him across the face. Though she intended to walk away, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire, "Did you truly compose those 2 poems?" "Not I," Wang Yu replied. "Just as I suspected, given your..." Jining's words trailed off. But Wang Yu interjected, "Who else could it be?" "You." Jining was momentarily at a loss for words, letting out a huff before declaring, "A small-minded person reveling in their own success," and with that, she swept away in a flourish of her sleeve. "Strange. It seems the 9th princess harbors quite a bit of animosity towards you. Although you weren't friends before, it appeared there was no animosity between you." Dongmei mused as she observed Jining's retreating figure. Despite her modest education, she possessed a keen intellect and had served the Empress for many years, excelling in reading people's emotions. "Did you bully her? She has reached the spirit transformation realm. Am I the one bullying her, or the other way around?" Wang Yu rolled his eyes, yet a shiver ran through him. Did he truly despise himself? Could it be that Jining was also a chosen one? Another adversary had emerged. He could only wonder if she had attained the level of a protagonist. Chapter 20. Embracing the celestial legs within the Queen's chamber. She lay languidly upon her couch, a jade slip delicately held in her hands. A sheer curtain obscured Wang Yu's view, preventing him from discerning the true visage of the most esteemed woman of the divine martial dynasty. Yet, even the faintest glimpse of her exquisite silhouette was enough to accelerate his heartbeat. The queen of the divine martial dynasty was indeed a remarkable woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her cunning intellect was seldom matched. Wang Yu approached to pay his respects to the queen. He bowed deeply towards her concealed figure. Truly, this was the epitome of nobility. Previously, he had clung tightly to her favor, and now he sought to strengthen the bond. Regardless of whether the queen summoned him or not, he intended to visit her today, drawn irresistibly to her majestic presence. "Little one, you have been quite the spectacle lately, haven't you?" came the queen's voice from behind the curtain, laced with a teasing undertone that set his blood racing. Indeed, my lady, I find myself in a difficult position. I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your assistance, I might have already met my demise, Wang Yu replied with an awkward chuckle. Scratching his head, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his mind. When he had previously encountered her predecessor, the curtain had not been drawn. Why was he treated differently? He longed to behold the queen with his own eyes. Beside the broken bridge outside the post station, loneliness bloomed unclaimed, the dusk deepening his sorrow. Accompanied by the wind and rain, unwittingly vying for spring, he allowed the blossoms to envy him. Withering into dust, only the fragrance remained unchanged. What a splendid verse! It could be deemed a timeless masterpiece, though winter plum blossoms hardly do it justice. Ultimately, it was merely a poem, devoid of any true match. Wang Yu chuckled to himself, feeling that winter plum indeed fell short. How careless of him. He decided that the next time she sought him, he would compose a clever rhyme for her. But you are merely a youth. Last night's poem can be excused. For you have long roamed the realm of the arts and surely gleaned some insights. Yet this current piece. Wang Yu was taken aback. As expected of the queen, she had instantly discerned the flaws within his work. Indeed, what could a mere youth like him possess in terms of life experience? Even if he were a poetic genius? Wang Yu stammered, feeling astonished yet not overly fearful. After all, these verses belonged to his original world. If he claimed them as his own, then they were his. Furthermore, even if it were discovered that he had not penned them, what consequence would it bear? They were merely embellishments, not his sustenance. With such literary talent, the great scholars may soon find themselves unsettled. I anticipate swift requests for your presence here. Should you choose to pursue a career in literature, you would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. To become a mere martial officer would be a disservice to your gifts. The queen remarked nonchalantly. Wang Yu had no desire to be a literary official. They were nothing more than a band of critics. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, I aspire to be a martial officer, to emulate my father in the battlefield, expanding the territories of our divine martial dynasty. Critics? Merely those who relish in casting unfounded aspersions and hurling scornful words. The limitations of civil officials are indeed rather modest, yet one should refrain from offending them too severely, for they hold considerable connections. Unlike military generals, who often harbor discontent and vie for military accolades, the civil officials tend to maintain a united front. It is prudent to speak of such matters discreetly. The empress shook her head in exasperation, acknowledging the historical discord between civil and military spheres. Wang Yu, hailing from a military lineage, naturally harbored some disdain for civil officials. Rest assured, my lady, I will heed your counsel, Wang Yu replied, bowing respectfully. Oh, I quite forgot. With your remarkable intellect, it seems you require no further guidance from me, the empress remarked with a sudden self-deprecating smile, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Wang Yu, who had just straightened up, promptly bowed once more, declaring, Your Majesty is my most revered elder. Without your teachings, I would not be the Wang Yu of today. Enough with the flattery. The empress interjected, shaking her head with a sigh. I once thought you a mere lump of clay, incapable of rising to the occasion. However, your fortitude has proven otherwise. That Tang Bin is indeed a rare young talent. Yet he met with utter defeat at your hands. It seems I have misjudged you. You have not erred. The previous version of Wang Yu was indeed a mere lump of clay. Though he harbored such thoughts, Wang Yu replied, I wouldn't call it fortitude. I simply had no need for cleverness before. A touch of Navet allowed me a more carefree existence. With your Majesty's protection, why engage in treachery? Such endeavors are tiresome. Indeed, the court is tumultuous, with intricate power dynamics posing grave dangers at every turn. However, since you have chosen to intervene and stir the winds of this imperial capital, you must decide where your loyalties lie. Of course, I stand with you, my lady, past, present, and future, Wang Yu answered without hesitation. Do you believe your father will agree? The empress's tone shifted to one of seriousness, her eyes glinting sharply as if aiming to pierce through the veil and into Wang Yu's very soul. A shiver ran down Wang Yu's spine. His suspicions were confirmed. This empress harbored significant ambitions. This was fortuitous. Should she succeed, he too would rise in fortune. His father, a military general, sought only to expand the empire's borders and vanquish foreign threats, remaining steadfastly loyal to the emperor. Yet, the empress and the emperor were of one mind, and thus, Wang Yu believed his father would inevitably side with her. Taking a moment, Wang Yu sensed the empress's gaze grow colder. With a deep breath, he continued, Unlike my father, I have been nurtured under your Majesty's watchful eye, receiving your guidance from a young age. To speak irreverently, should the Emperor's orders conflict with yours, I would unfalteringly execute your commands. As the soul's son, my loyalty lies with you, and even if my father disagrees, he will surely stand by your side for my sake. You audacious little one, you dare to utter such rebellious words? The Empress's reprimand was gentle, lacking true reproach, for she had already gleaned the answer she sought. Before the Empress, Yu felt no reservations. Without her, he would have lost his life long ago, and she could take it at any moment if she so desired. Wang Yu continued to express his loyalty, uttering flattering words that almost bordered on oaths. He knew he must cling tightly to the Empress's favor, as it was his greatest support apart from his father. In fact, it was even more substantial than that of other fathers, for the Empress was fairer and more formidable. Undoubtedly, his words were sincere. When it came to a choice between the Emperor and the Empress, he would certainly choose the latter. Chapter 21 Seeking a Shield. Ah, you little rascal. Your words remain as sweet as ever. I have heard that your mother has arranged for you to join the nefarious ones. How do you find it? It's tolerable. Though I am not particularly fond of clerical duties, they afford little authority. I am considering seeking an opportunity to transfer to a more influential department, where I can assert myself more prominently. Would you care to join my inner guard? Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Join the inner guard? Surely. He misheard. This seemed rather exhilarating. What is the matter? Are you reluctant? The Empress's voice turned icy once more. Not at all. It would be an honor to serve your Majesty. However, if my memory serves me correctly, the inner guard is comprised entirely of women, is it not? As a man, I might find it somewhat inconvenient, Wang Yu replied awkwardly, scratching his head. The inner guard is a direct organization under the Empress, consisting solely of women. With the Emperor's declining health, he has become unable to manage certain affairs. The Empress possesses remarkable governance skills, and given the Emperor's profound trust in her, she has been entrusted with handling various state matters. The inner guard serves as the Empress's sword, as well as her eyes and ears. While their capabilities may not rival those of the nefarious ones, their authority is still quite formidable. Over the years, the inner guard has resolved numerous significant cases. After all, the nefarious ones have existed for countless ages, and most prominent families have members entangled within. Generally, there is some regard for face, unless it is a cataclysmic case. They would not go to extremes. However, the inner guard is different. They are handpicked by the Empress, many of whom have been secretly trained as her loyal assassins. Unencumbered by ties, they fear no repercussions and are bold in their actions. Wang Yu recalled that the matter concerning the Zhou family was also dealt with by the inner guard. The Empress herself may not disclose everything, but he, too, intended to share the burden. There is no such thing as unconditional love in this world. Not everyone is your father. Standing on her ship is not as simple as mere words. One must demonstrate tangible actions and showcase one's worth. The most ruthless are the imperial families. How long can the bond between the Empress and Wu Yuling endure in adversity? What? Are you, a debauched scion of the capital, truly feeling bashful? The Empress teased with a smile. Not at all. I merely fear that if they were to become pregnant, it would hinder the execution of your Majesty's tasks. Wang Yu chuckled. You. The Empress was momentarily stunned, then retorted indignantly. You little rascal, your tongue grows ever more audacious. I see you are itching for a spanking. Your Majesty, Wang Yu proposed, eyes glinting as he bowed. Although my previous words were jest, my joining the inner guard would indeed prove quite inconvenient and limit my growth, rendering my assistance to your Majesty rather minimal. Should your Majesty consent, I could serve as your clandestine protector, operating from the shadows to fulfill your wishes. This had been Wang Yu's long-cherished scheme, to become the Empress's right hand. This way, he could act under the banner of the Empress in his future endeavors. Protagonist? Arbitrarily assigning him a charge under the edict of Her Majesty the Queen, even if he were not executed. She would bear the burden of blame on his behalf. He vaguely recalled that many protagonists only sought to eliminate the wicked leaders. The minions responsible for executing the orders were often spared. Previously, Wang Yu had watched a film that left a profound impression on him. In it, the daughter or girlfriend of the protagonist was subjected to heinous acts alongside many others by the antagonist. The protagonist, with unwavering resolve and against all odds, ultimately vanquished the villain, yet spared all of the villain's subordinates. In another instance, a close relative of a protagonist was murdered by a hired assassin. Upon capturing the assassin, the protagonist merely compelled him to divulge the mastermind behind the plot and subsequently released him. Wang Yu had found this peculiar then, and could not comprehend it even now. Were he in such a situation, he would undoubtedly eliminate them all, sparing neither the culprits nor their families. He mused that perhaps this was the very reason he had traversed into the role of the antagonist. Presently, he wished for more protagonists of a similar ilk to emerge. After a moment of contemplation, the queen nodded, acknowledging his suggestion. Indeed, it is a commendable proposal. The Disorderly Persons is a unique organization, accountable solely to His Majesty. Even I lack the authority to mobilize it. Your involvement within this organization will serve a greater purpose in my eyes. Wang Yu is willing to devote himself entirely to Her Majesty's service, even unto death, he declared, bowing deeply to express his loyalty. What are your intentions regarding your betrothal? The Yi family wields considerable influence, backed by the Duke of Wei. They have already made concessions and agreed to the marriage. I cannot press them too harshly. The queen suddenly shifted the conversation, revealing her genuine concern for Wang Yu's engagement. The Yi family, as a regional protectorate, could be considered a significant power, and an alliance through marriage would bolster her own strength. Wang Yu spoke candidly. Indeed, I am dutiful. My father has nurtured, raised, and cared for me. Upon realizing his suffering, I must exert every effort to repay him. He bowed once more, articulating, should your majesty require assistance in the future, I shall undoubtedly respond in kind. Excellent. The queen raised her hand, producing a command token that floated before Wang Yu. From this day forth, you shall be appointed as my special executive officer of the Inner Guards. At your command. Wang Yu accepted the token with both hands, elated at the acquisition of such a formidable shield. Very well. Even before you have officially assumed this role, the task has already been bestowed upon you. Now, you are entrusted with the mission of marrying Yi Qingyu. How dare you, Qin Feng, utter a word of defiance. Watch as I annihilate your entire family. Yuing, a figure clad in black, masked and appearing from seemingly nowhere, knelt on one knee, clasping her fists. Judging by the slight rise of her chest and the single ponytail cascading from the back of her head, she was likely a woman. From now on, Yuing shall be your personal maidservant, tasked with conveying my commands and ensuring your safety. Alas, is this not merely appointing someone to surveil me? Thank you, your majesty. Though reluctant, Wang Yu had no choice but to express his gratitude. Do not underestimate Wei Ying. Although she is merely 16 years old, she has already attained the condemnation stage. With her by your side as your protector, you shall feel significantly more secure. Huh? Wang Yu gazed incredulously at the young girl kneeling beside him, disbelief evident in his eyes. A 16-year-old at the condensation stage? How is that possible? Has she been cultivating since she was in the womb? Wei Ying hails from a mysterious lineage, possessing a unique spiritual body. She is a loyal warrior I have nurtured since childhood. The specifics are not your concern. Just know that she will never betray you, the Empress said with a calm demeanor. Truly, as the Empress of the Divine Martial Dynasty, she has an array of extraordinary talents at her disposal. So, Wei Ying, do you harbor any animosity towards me? Wang Yu inquired tentatively. Wei Ying, I dislike you. Wang Yu, am I encountering yet another chosen one? Indeed, if such a being were not a chosen one, it would indeed be peculiar. Should I eliminate her? A complex gleam flickered in Wang Yu's eyes. The master has commanded that I protect you with all my strength, even if Wei Ying dislikes you. She will give her utmost effort. Chapter 22. The Empress aspires to the throne. As dusk descended, the sky was cloaked in a thick layer of dark clouds, accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder, creating a sultry atmosphere that hinted at impending rain. Within the resplendent halls of the Xianwei Marquise, the lights shone brightly, and Wu Yuling busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast. A radiant smile adorned her face, lingering throughout the day until her cheeks felt stiff from the exertion of joy. Mother, you are cooking today? Today, the Empress is in high spirits, so I have prepared a few dishes. Wu Yuling replied with a warm invitation for Wang Yu to take a seat. My lord, you may not be aware, but our residence is bustling with activity today. Many esteemed scholars and officials have graced us with their presence, including several elders from the Wang family. The threshold of our marquise is nearly worn down by their visits. Her devoted maid chimed in, almost presenting her words as treasures. Humph. Those elders once looked down on our son, even suggesting that the marquis adopt a child from the clan to inherit the title. Now they are calling him a prodigy without a hint of shame. Another maid scoffed, her chest puffed with pride, relishing the moment. With the favor of the esteemed, many are eager to curry their favor today. Now, enough of this chatter. You all may leave and close the door. I wish to have a private dinner with you. Wu Yuling commanded, her smile fading. Yes, my lady. You are. What brings you to the palace today? Wu Yuling inquired casually as she served Wang Yu a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Mother, the Empress aspires to the throne. Wang Yu's casual remark struck Wu Yuling like a thunderbolt, rendering her momentarily breathless. Mother? Are you all right? Wang Yu asked. Concern etched on his face as he gently prodded her. Wu Yuling finally inhaled deeply, glancing around nervously to ensure no one was listening before she whispered urgently, You must not speak of this carelessly. It could cost us our heads. She gestured dramatically across her throat. I am not speaking carelessly. She pressured me to take a side today. Wang Yu reassured her while serving her some vegetables. Mother, there is no need for such alarm. This is our home. Nothing will escape from here. Besides, even if it were to leak out, we could simply deny it. The Empress possesses remarkable talents and keen insight, with the capability to govern a nation. Should she ascend to the throne, she could elevate our divine martial dynasty to unprecedented heights. Yet, her ambition to claim the throne is no simple endeavor. Wu Yuling understood the Empress all too well. She was a woman of both beauty and intellect, her wisdom surpassing her looks. Wu Yuling had been by her side since the Empress was a mere consort to the late Emperor, witnessing her arduous ascent to the position of Empress. Success is contingent upon effort. If the Empress could fight her way to the title of Empress, it is not beyond reason for her to aim even higher, Wang Yu remarked with a shrug. You have made a choice, then? Whom have you chosen? Wu Yuling asked anxiously, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Yu. The Empress has treated me as her own kin. Naturally, I choose her, Wang Yu replied with conviction. Wu Yuling felt a pang of urgency. Although she shared a close bond with the Empress and was willing to do much for her, rebellion was not among those things. The matter at hand pertained to the very survival of the Xianwei Marquisate and the royal family as a whole. Rest assured, Mother, the Empress would never directly instigate a rebellion. Her affection for His Majesty is as steadfast as gold. However, it seems His Majesty's health is somewhat precarious. If my deductions are correct, the Empress likely intends to wait until His Majesty's passing before facilitating a smooth transition of power, Wang Yu articulated his conjecture. As he sifted through his memories and some records, Wang Yu perceived a striking resemblance between the Empress and a certain individual. Furthermore, the Empress was undoubtedly astute. In this realm of martial prowess, the likelihood of a successful rebellion was exceedingly low. Even in the event of success, it would lead to national turmoil. One must remember that the world encompasses more than just the divine martial dynasty. The Baitsong, Xiliang, and Nanman regions were all poised to invade. Should chaos erupt within the divine martial realm, they would undoubtedly unite to strike. Such a scenario would spell disaster, resulting in rivers of blood and untold suffering, with the Empress branded as a historical villain. Nevertheless, the peril was immense. Wu Yuling remained unconvinced, her palms damp with sweat. This situation was far too grave. Despite her resilient nature, she found it difficult to bear the weight of it all. Choosing sides inherently carried risks. Attempting to appease both parties would only lead to ruin. Our relationship with the Empress is far too intimate. We are irrevocably intertwined. Even if I choose not to take a side, should the Empress fail, we would undoubtedly suffer alongside her. Thus, it would be wiser to firmly align ourselves with her. It is all the Empress's fault. She has brought this upon you. Wu Yuling felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. In her eyes, had she not impulsively implanted the Qilin Pearl into Wang Yu, he would not have revealed his brilliance, and the subsequent events would have been avoided. She had been utterly bewitched. How could she have directed her ambitions towards her own son? As for the matter concerning the Marquis, alternative methods could be sought. I shall speak with your father. Since the Empress has this intention, I will do everything in my power to assist her. You need not concern yourself with these matters. When the time is right, I will find a way to send you abroad, far from this place of strife, Wu Yuling declared through clenched teeth. No matter what. She was determined to safeguard her son. I have already accepted the position of Special Executive Officer for the Internal Guard. I fear I cannot leave. Nor do I wish to, Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, once again dropping a heavy bombshell. What? You have taken up the role in the Internal Guard? Wu Yuling exclaimed. Springing to her feet, her face drained of color and her eyes wide with terror. Having served alongside the Empress for many years, she was well acquainted with the gravity of that position. After orchestrating 2 successive schemes, the Empress had glimpsed a fraction of his potential. Meanwhile, he had forged an alliance with Hua Jiyu, gaining the support of intelligence from the Fenghua Shuyue Pavilion, coupled with his role among the miscreants. He was honing himself into a razor-sharp blade. Wang Yu set down his bowl, a smile gracing his face. My mother and I have received immense kindness from Her Majesty. Since she is in need, I am duty-bound to assist. I am willing to become the sharpest blade in her hands. aiding her in eradication of dissenters and propelling our divine martial dynasty to unprecedented heights. I trust that, in due time, she will not neglect my contributions. Her Majesty is a sovereign of unparalleled wisdom, and thus, she is just. In light of this, you should proceed without hesitation. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Wu Yuling exhaled softly, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation, and resolved to lend her full assistance to the Empress. Rest assured, Mother, Her Majesty regards me as kin, and should any misfortune befall me, she will surely protect me. Moreover, we have my father to consider. Anyone wishing to extinguish the Wang family must first reckon with the Wang army. Chapter 23. Who does not desire to rise? In the royal palace, within the queen's chambers, the queen reclined gracefully on her bed, her gaze fixed upon a jade tablet in her hands. Beside her stood an elderly woman, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty. Though Wang Yu appears to be quite exceptional, there are many clever individuals. Is it not a bit of a waste to entrust him with the Moonshadow? Indeed. There are many intelligent minds, but not everyone possesses the skill of a swordsman, the queen replied, a faint smile playing upon her lips. This young man is meticulous in thought, decisive in action, and employs every means at his disposal. To put it bluntly, he is akin to a mad dog. And that is precisely the kind of person I require for my tasks. The old woman was taken aback. Your Majesty, the intelligence. Chunlan entered with measured steps, presenting the information she held. The queen casually perused the documents, her eyes widening in surprise as a smile capable of enchanting all appeared on her face. It seems I have underestimated this young one. Look at this. After a brief moment, the old woman gasped in astonishment. This boy actually deduced it? How dare he speak so boldly? Is that not reckless? Do you think he is unaware that Moonshadow is eavesdropping? The implication, Your Majesty, is that he is pledging his loyalty through Moonshadow while simultaneously requesting power. A glimmer of wisdom shone in the queen's eyes as she set down the jade tablet. Rising slowly, a regal aura emanated from her, commanding respect. He is also offering me counsel, or rather, issuing a warning. A warning? His audacity knows no bounds. That is of no concern. The queen waved her hand dismissively, her smile only growing more radiant. This is precisely the person I need. His heart beats for the Shindi martial dynasty. He does not wish for its decline. I was initially worried about his lack of boundaries, but it seems I was overly cautious. Every ruler desires a mad dog at their side, one they can unleash upon their foes. However, none wish for their mad dog to become utterly unhinged. Boundlessness is acceptable, but it must not be without limits. She aspired to be a wise sovereign, not a chaotic empress of the tumultuous times. Not only did she intend to become the first empress of the Shindi martial dynasty, but she also sought to strengthen it, reclaiming the realm under its banner and etching her name into history, ensuring her legacy would endure through the ages. Thus, she required loyal ministers and capable generals. Wang Yu's message was crystal clear. I can assist you in ascending to the throne. I am willing to become your sharp blade, aiding you in eliminating dissenters and solidifying your reign. I, Wang Yu, shall always stand by your side. However, there was a condition. You must not act recklessly, nor allow the Shindi martial dynasty to decline or vanish due to your actions. If you wish to pursue extremes, then I must respectfully decline. Wang Yu's declaration thoroughly captivated the queen. With delight in her voice, she proclaimed, if this young man desires power, let us grant him that power. Issue a decree from this palace. Wang Yu is to depart the capital for Qingshan County, and the internal guards must fully cooperate along the way. I am most curious to see how he will stir up Qingshan County. In the bustling atmosphere of the music hall, Wang Yu and a group of dandy companions gathered once more. Listening to melodies was their customary pastime. However, today the host was not Chen Feng, but Wang Yu himself. The dandy crowd radiated exuberance, their spirits elevated by Wang Yu's ascendance. Brother Yu, today's feast is on me. I've been living splendidly these past few days. My father incessantly chastises me, claiming my visits to the music hall are futile. Yet now, he eagerly provides me with funds to indulge in this very place. The elder members of my family regard me with newfound respect, all thanks to your fortune. One of the dandy fellows exclaimed, his grin nearly stretching to his ears. He was truly relishing this experience, embodying the adage that one should not belittle the impoverished youth. Brother Yu, I initially feared you might forget us in your rise to success, but your remembrance warms my heart. I shall punish myself with 3 cups for doubting you. Allow me to treat today. Another dandy declared. I have always said that following Brother Yu is a wise choice. Recently, my father arranged a marriage for me, but the young lady was adamant against it and even annulled the engagement. But guess what? Yesterday, her grandfather personally visited to apologize and sought to rekindle the union. Chen Feng boasted gallantly, feeling triumphant once more. Enough of the chatter. Do you think I lack a few silver coins? I am unperturbed. My father treats me like a treasure now. What could he possibly do to me? Indeed, brother Yu, you are unaware of the plight of that scoundrel Tang Bin. He received a thorough beating from his father and is currently confined at home. I doubt he will emerge for at least a year and a half. Even if he could, he would be too ashamed to show his face. Laughter erupted among the group as they recounted the incident where Tang Bin, stripped of his garments, encountered a few drunken men who mistook him for a woman due to his fair complexion and slender figure, leading to an unwelcome advance. Had it not been for Zhou Yiru's timely intervention summoning the patrol officers, the situation could have escalated further. Despite Tang Bin's efforts to suppress the tale, it swiftly became a source of amusement, earning him the moniker Tang Beauty. Nevertheless, Wang Yu wiped away his tears of laughter and, taking a deep breath, spoke earnestly. Brothers, are you interested in taking a risk? The group, intrigued, queried, what do you mean? Though we are a band of dandies, we must also strategize for our futures. This is an opportune moment. Many seek to curry favor with me. Once I depart the capital, their attention will shift. As my loyal brothers, you are excellent candidates to seize this chance for your own rise. At these words, a collective gasp of realization swept through the crowd, their eyes shimmering with ambition. Who among them wished to remain stagnant? Who did not yearn to stand tall? In recent days, they have truly experienced the exhilarating thrill of not underestimating the impoverished youth. This sensation is utterly intoxicating. What might it feel like if they themselves were to rise? As the crowd merely indulged in this fantasy, a shiver ran down their spines, and their eyes glistened with fervor. Brother Yu, pray tell, what should we do? We shall heed your counsel, declared Chen Feng, the first to voice his thoughts. He had always been a devoted follower of Wang Yu, and after the tumultuous gambling incident, he had become an unwavering loyalist. Chapter 24. Uniting all forces that can be united. A faint smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he spoke softly. These young scions, despite their frivolous demeanor, were backed by formidable families, each enjoying the unwavering affection of their parents. Such indulgence had inevitably shaped their character, allowing them to infiltrate Wang Yu's circle. Though they may appear foolish, their parents wielded considerable influence. Their reluctance to act stemmed from their previous indecision. Now that Wang Yu had expressed his stance, they could devise plans on behalf of these wayward youths. Brother Yu, your words leave us speechless. They exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Despite their reckless ways, they were human, endowed with emotions. Wang Yu's assent had not alienated them. Rather, his kindness stirred a tumultuous wave of sentiment within them, igniting an inexplicable force they yearned to unleash. We are brothers. Though we may be scions, we cannot compare ourselves to the favored few. Therefore, we must unite. We may lack excellence, but we must strive to ascend to greater heights, garnering sufficient support to ensure our survival. Wang Yu's gaze was piercing, his voice deep and resonant. Imbued with profound charisma, the group nodded emphatically, acknowledging the wisdom in his words, some even sparkling with newfound inspiration. I propose we form an organization. Let us call it the Fellowship. You shall be the inaugural members. In due course, we will welcome others like ourselves, harnessing our collective strengths to weather the storms together. It may be easy for the privileged few to trample upon us, but should we combine our efforts, not even royal kin or the crown prince would dare to demean us lightly. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Yu painted a vivid picture of a promising future. In the eyes of the young gentleman, a sense of longing blossomed. This proposal was entirely feasible, although they were not the primary focus of their family's nurturing. Each possessed elders who cherished them, allowing them to wield some influence. While this power may not rival that of those fully supported by their families, its aggregation could yield formidable results. If managed adeptly, it could even sway the emperor's decisions. To neglect such potential would be a grave oversight. Wang Yu harbored an insatiable thirst for power. His adversaries were the chosen ones of this world, lacking their innate gifts. He recognized the necessity of seeking strength from various sources. The notion that personal strength equates to true might was a fallacy he refused to accept. Even the mightiest hero requires allies. No matter how strong one is, it is often confined to a specific realm. Consider the wealth of a magnate. Does he not require a physician when ill? When a president faces legal challenges, he too must rely on a team of lawyers. The chosen ones evolve rapidly. They cannot remain in a state of weakness indefinitely. To triumph over them, one must unite all available forces. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This sounds absolutely splendid. It invigorates me. I am all in. I have two friends who should be quite interested. All the young gentlemen are indeed very curious. They mingle together, primarily seeking to assist one another in times of need. However, when genuine trouble arises, they tend to distance themselves as much as possible. It is not that they lack the desire to help, but rather their individual capabilities are limited. They may become preoccupied and inadvertently place themselves in jeopardy. With the establishment of an organization, the dynamics change significantly. When united, many matters can be resolved collectively. No one has suggested who should take on the role of president. Nor has there been any discussion regarding the allocation of positions. The president's acceptance is implicit, while the assignment of roles falls under Wang Yu's discretion. Wang Yu, as you venture to Qishan County, a place unfamiliar to you, is there not a risk involved? Shen Feng interjected. His timing was impeccable. Wang Yu could not help but commend him silently. This fellow, though not particularly astute, possesses a modicum of intelligence. The danger is negligible. However, a formidable dragon does not easily suppress a local serpent, which indeed presents some complications. Wang Yu sighed with resignation. One young gentleman remarked, "My aunt's brother seems to be a military general in a city along the route from the capital to Qishan County. I can have my aunt put in a good word. Should any issues arise, you can reach out to him." The gathering of young gentlemen exchanged words, their contributions coalescing into a source of strength. Wang Yu raised his cup and drank with them, a cold smile forming within him. Unlike the last attempt on Wang Han's life, this time he was well prepared, having ample time to strategize. He was eager to witness the resilience of the protagonist's halo. Surely, it could not defy all logic, such as when the protagonist is on the verge of demise, only for a monkey wielding a golden staff and donning a tight crown to descend from the heavens, exclaiming, "Monsters, return my master," and obliterating them all. Days later, beyond the gates of the capital, 300 iron riders escorted an opulent carriage into the distance. Shen Feng and the other young nobles waved fervently at the carriage. Wang Yu, safe travels. After several days of seclusion and successfully condensing his energy into spiritual form, Wang Yu wasted no time. He coordinated with Tian Gongxing Guanyun and set off for Qishan County on official business. Among the 300 riders, 200 were elite members of the Wang family army, while the remaining 100 were unsavory characters. Although their numbers were few, their strength was formidable. Accompanying them were several personal letters and tokens. These constituted his capital, his power, and upon his arrival in Qishan County, this collection would only grow. Inside the carriage, Wang Yu sat across from Yuing, both staring intently at each other. "Yuing, do you not find it difficult to breathe with your face covered all the time? Does your ear not feel constricted?" Wang Yu suddenly inquired, genuinely curious about her appearance. "No," Yuing replied defiantly. "Since there is hardly anyone here, why not remove it to get some fresh air?" Wang Yu coaxed gently. "No," she insisted. "I command you to take it off," Wang Yu asserted with a stern expression. "What, can I not manage you?" "No," she retorted. As the words fell, the figure of Yuing rippled with a wave of ethereal light, gradually becoming more and more indistinct, until finally, she vanished before Wang Yu's very eyes. Chapter 25, just passing by how arrogant. Wang Yu rolled his eyes and took a bite of the apple. He couldn't help but complain inwardly about the queen. She allowed Yuing to ensure her safety, but forbade her from obeying him. Otherwise, if this girl were even moderately attractive, the journey would not feel so solitary. Yu Ying's presence had shifted his perspective. Under the influence of Buff One, the Chosen One instinctively harbored malevolent thoughts towards him, despising him. However, this did not imply that the Chosen One must be his adversary. After all, they were living, breathing individuals, not mere programmed automatons. For instance, Yuing, despite her disdain for him, would still serve him due to the queen's command. This served as a prime example. This revelation inspired Wang Yu with a possibility. Although he could not forge friendships with the Chosen Ones, he could still recruit them as subordinates to carry out his bidding. Viewed in this light, the curse transformed into a valuable asset, enabling him to unearth talent. In the imperial capital, the Tang residence, Tang Bin lay on his bed, his expression one of utter despair. He had been punished, receiving both a beating and lashes, and was confined for half a year. This outcome was the result of his mother's desperate negotiations. Otherwise, he might have been cast out of the family. For him, physical pain paled in comparison to the agony of his spirit. He felt deeply resentful. If only he were aware of the reputation of the Tang beauty that circulated outside, he would have surely leaped from a height in despair. Wang Yu has left the capital? As he glanced at the intelligence delivered by a servant, A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Bin's eyes, and his previously vacant gaze sharpened. Young master, should we as subordinate made a gesture indicating silence. Within the imperial capital, they could do nothing to Wang Yu, but outside, the situation would be different. Banditry was rampant, and murder and theft were commonplace. No, Tang Bin shook his head, resolutely declining. A glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes as he reasoned. Wang Yu is currently on a mission to Qingshan County, representing unsavory individuals. If we were to kill him now, it would mean declaring war against them. Those nefarious figures are gathered from all corners of the world. And should they discover our involvement, the consequences would be dire. Are we to let him go just like that? The voice of the subordinate was filled with reluctance. Tang Bin had suffered a devastating defeat, losing not only 3 treasured possessions, but also his dignity, and even his reputation. Once celebrated as the unparalleled talent of poetry and painting, he had now become a laughingstock in the imperial capital, dragging the entire Tang family down with him. Commissioner Tang had been ill at home for several days, dreading the sight of the court's contemptuous faces. Even the Earl of England had retreated to his estate, afraid to venture outside. Certainly not. Yet, we simply cannot employ such methods. Now that he has departed from the capital, it presents a splendid opportunity for me to first tidy up his group of dubious friends and collect some interest. Subsequently, I shall meticulously lay out my plans for his return, which will be the moment for me to redeem myself. Alas, in my excitement, my wounds have reopened, causing me to grimace in pain. Young master. Someone hurried forward, concern etched on their face. I am fine. Tang Bin waved his hand and furrowed his brow, inquiring. How has your robe been these past 2 days? Yes, fulfill her needs as much as possible. Furthermore, inform her that I will soon rescue the ladies from the Zhou family's Academy of Arts, so she need not worry. Understood. A fierce glimmer flickered in Tang Bin's eyes, having been somewhat darkened by Wang Yu's actions. He has stumbled into a significant predicament. At the Academy of Arts, Hua Jiyu also received news of Wang Yu's departure from the capital. He has gone to Qingshan County. It seems Wang Yu is indeed a devoted son. He has taken merely 300 cavalrymen. How audacious. Should we send someone to discreetly protect him? The elderly woman beside her inquired. No need. Within the territory of the divine martial empire, who would dare to provoke him? Hua Jiyu waved her hand dismissively and added, moreover, if he were truly to befall any misfortune, it would only indicate that he is not the person I seek. His demise would not be regrettable. By the way, it seems he has established an organization called the Freemasons upon his departure. The elderly woman appeared to recall something suddenly. Freemasons? What is its purpose? It is an assembly of those wayward youths, claiming they are to weather the storm together. Oh, intriguing. We should investigate thoroughly. A glint of insight flashed in Hua Jiyu's eyes, as she began to discern some of Wang Yu's intentions. Wayward youths also represent a formidable force. They have long utilized such power within the Flower, Wind, Snow, and Moon Pavilion. Wang Yu has left. Thus, we shall proceed according to our plans. Since we are in the capital, we must certainly seize opportunities to amass wealth and forge connections. The divine martial emperor likely cannot hold on much longer. With the shift of dynasties, our pavilion can extract unimaginable benefits. A faint smile graced the corners of Hua Jiyu's lips. This woman has come to the capital with such intentions. Furthermore, in his haste, Wang Yu took a perilous path, and although he has greatly advanced in cultivation, entering the realm of the esteemed, he has paid a considerable price. He cannot survive for long. This secret may be confidential to others, but to the Flower, Wind, Snow, and Moon Pavilion, it is of little consequence. Hua Jiyu's arrival in the divine martial capital is not solely to collaborate with Tang Bin. Her primary focus lies with the divine martial emperor. By the riverside, Wang Yu and his companions set up camp and prepared a meal. Wang Yu sat atop a tree, drinking wine under the moonlight. This marks his first journey since traversing to this world. While the novelty is captivating, it also comes with drawbacks. The accommodations are uncomfortable, and the food leaves much to be desired. The provisions brought along are merely long-lasting rations, and although the guards have hunted some game in the woods, it ultimately pales in comparison to the comforts of home. How delightful it would be to possess a storage ring, Wang Yu mused while stroking his chin. Indeed, such rings exist in this world, though they are exceedingly rare. Even within prominent families, typically only the head of the family is permitted to wear one, and many clans regard it as a symbol of inheritance passed down through generations. The Wang family possesses one as well, but it currently adorns his father's hand. To acquire it, he would likely have to wait until he ascends to his title. Previously, During his time in the imperial capital, he found no need for a storage ring, but now, as he ventures into the world, the significance of such an item is becoming apparent. It seems imperative to devise a means to procure one swiftly. After all, as a grand antagonist, lacking a storage ring diminishes his prestige. With his eyes closed, Wang Yu sought a suitable unfortunate soul in his mind. Alas, please do not seize me, for I am merely a passerby. Chapter 26. The Enigmatic Girl. Wang Yu opened his eyes, turning towards the source of the sound. He beheld two unscrupulous individuals escorting a little girl. The child appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, her hair styled in 2 horn-like braids, her face and clothes smeared with dirt, presumably having gone days without a bath. Yet, her pair of eyes radiated an extraordinary purity and clarity. "Sir, what should we do with this sneaky girl?" one of the men queried. "Oh, I have no ill intentions, I swear. It was the aroma of your roasted meat that lured me here," the little girl explained in a sweet, innocent voice. "Where are your guardians?" Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, maintaining his vigilance despite her youth. In this desolate wilderness. As dusk approached, the sudden appearance of a child was indeed peculiar. "I have no family, nor any adults with me. I am all alone," the girl stated, shaking her hand and gesturing to herself. "Alone? Are you suggesting that you have been on your own all this time?" Wang Yu grew even more cautious. In this fantastical world, and even in his own peaceful era, it was hard to fathom how such a small child could survive outside for long. "Yes, I have always been by myself," she replied, patting her stomach, her eyes resembling those of an innocent puppy. "Big brother, I am so hungry. Could you please give me something to eat? Your roasted meat smells divine. Go, fetch her something to eat," Wang Yu instructed one of his subordinates with a subtle glance. "Yes, sir. Delicious, delicious. What spices do you use? This is simply too fragrant." The little girl sat there, devouring the roasted meat while repeatedly praising its flavor. As she savored the taste, her eyes squinted into crescent moons, only swallowing after relishing each bite. Watching her indulge in the meal, the men exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Why? Is she not affected? Soon, an entire platter of roasted meat was consumed by the little girl. She patted her small belly, smiling bashfully. "Is there more? I am still not full. Go, bring back more, and fetch some soup." Wang Yu emphasized the word more. His subordinate nodded heavily, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Once the food arrived, the little girl continued her feast, exclaiming, "You are truly good people. This meat and soup are simply too delicious. I once tried roasting on my own, but it was dreadful. I nearly vomited. I haven't eaten for several days." As she ate, she lamented her plight. When she spoke of her grievances, her eyes reddened slightly, as if on the verge of tears. Her appearance evoked a natural sense of sympathy. "What is going on?" Wang Yu furrowed his brow, looking at his subordinate. The subordinate shrugged, his expression one of innocence. He had ensured that the drug was potent this time. Not even a dozen adults could withstand its effects, yet this little girl seemed unaffected. Could it be that the drug had expired? He retreated to a corner, retrieving a packet of the drug. This was a potent anesthetic characteristic of nefarious individuals. For the cultivators in the spirit transformation realm, it proved to be effective. He extended his finger, dipped it into the substance, and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, his eyes bulged, rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. "This medicine is without flaw." Wang Yu's eyes darted, and a self-satisfied smile graced his face. "I am called a shui, snow like the falling flakes. I do not recall from whence I came, nor do I know where my home lies. I awakened amidst the mountains and forests, and I have wandered for an eternity." A shui spoke with a pitiful demeanor. Wang Yu trembled slightly and inquired, "Do you despise me?" "Despise you? Why would I do that?" A shui looked at Wang Yu with a perplexed expression. "You invited me to dine and treat me so kindly. I should like you, not harbor any ill feelings. Not a chosen one? Then what is this little girl? Or perhaps she is deceiving him. What could her intent be? Big brother, what is your name?" I am Wang Yu, the Wang from next door." And the Yu denoting ascension. Next door Wang? The one whom women adore yet men loathe, even to the point of wishing him harm, while secretly aspiring to be him. "Oh, brother Yu, may I accompany you? I no longer wish to suffer hunger." A shui gazed at Wang Yu with an expression of utter desolation. Observing Wang Yu's silence, she quickly added, "I will not be a burden. I can work, and I can play melodies." "Oh." Wang Yu's eyes brightened. "A shao? A flute?" A shui revealed a short flute from behind her. "A flute?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Yu's gaze. "Sir, this little girl." An unsavory character beside him interjected. Unusual occurrences often conceal deeper mysteries. The emergence of a girl in such desolate wilderness is already perplexing, and she remains unperturbed by the drug. Keeping such a person in our company poses a considerable risk. Wang Yu nodded. A shui, our destination is far. We must traverse mountains and streams, and the journey is fraught with danger. Shall I send you to a nearby town instead? He produced a silver note of 1,000 taels and offered it to her. This should suffice for your sustenance for quite some time. Ah, 1,000 taels. A shui's eyes sparkled with delight. She snatched it eagerly, bid a hasty farewell, and, as if fearing Wang Yu might change his mind, dashed away. Sir, should we? Do not. Wang Yu waved his hand, contemplating the direction a shui had fled. He mused, though this little girl possesses an air of the extraordinary. She seems devoid of malicious intent. Nevertheless, to ensure safety, we shall forego rest tonight and press onward until we reach the nearby town. Initially, he had intended to keep a shui with him. After all, such a remarkable girl must harbor secrets. However, considering the limited strength available while traveling, he prioritized safety and ultimately relinquished the idea. As for resorting to violence, even he had not yet descended to such depths of madness. Upon the mountain path, a caravan progressed slowly, consisting of over a dozen grand carts, each adorned with a flag embroidered with a resplendent golden character. At the heart of the procession stood an opulent carriage, surrounded by vigilant guards. As the caravan traversed a narrow gorge, a multitude of bandits suddenly emerged, wielding large blades, effectively cornering the caravan within the confines of the canyon. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. Should you wish to pass, leave behind a toll, proclaimed the leader of the bandits, a bare-headed man with a muscular torso, brandishing a hefty sword as he approached with a boisterous laugh. Ha ha, let us be reasonable. A venerable elder stepped forth from the caravan, cheerfully producing a pouch of coins from his sleeve. A modest gesture, a token of respect. For you brothers to enjoy some tea. Are you attempting to insult us? The bald bandit retorted, snatching the pouch without a second glance and casting it disdainfully to the ground, his sword now pressed against the elder's throat. My lord, have you made a grave mistake? We represent the esteemed Jean merchants. The elder's complexion turned ashen, and he trembled slightly. Chapter 27. The young prodigy, the Jean family business has flourished for a century, maintaining a steady stream of silver each year, rendering them immune to theft. Today, as chaos perplexed him, I am here to seize your Jean family business. The bald bandit swiftly drew his knife, decapitating the elder in one fell swoop. Blood gushed forth, and the severed head rolled away, leaving the elder's eyes wide with horror. Utterly unprepared for such brutality, the merchant caravan erupted into chaos, with guards hastily unsheathing their swords, their faces pale with trepidation. The number of bandits far exceeded their own, each emanating a palpable aura of true energy. They were all martial artists. If a confrontation ensued, they would surely be outmatched. At that moment, the curtain of a carriage was lifted, revealing a woman clad in opulent garments. Veiled by a silk scarf, her cascading hair flowed like a waterfall, and her figure was exquisitely graceful. The sight of her ignited the bandits' eyes with lust, some even whistling, their faces alight with lewd grins. Ignoring their lewd gestures, the woman bowed slightly from a distance to the bald leader, her voice resonating like an ethereal orchid. Might I inquire how much silver would satisfy your lordship for us to pass unharmed? Huh, silver is of little consequence. What I truly seek is a consort for my stronghold, and you seem most fitting. Consider your possessions as your dowry, the bald leader leered, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her form. A chill gripped the woman's heart. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Was she the target of his desires? What of 10,000 taels of silver? She offered through gritted teeth, making one last attempt. The bald leader swung his blade and charged toward the caravan, initiating a brutal assault. The clash of weapons rang out amidst horrifying screams. Despite the presence of guards, their numbers and strength paled in comparison to the bandits, leading to a lopsided battle. One by one, the guards fell, their blood staining the canyon's earth. The woman in fine attire trembled, her complexion ashen, her eyes filled with terror. The bandits' strength surpassed her wildest imaginings, and the three leaders were at the pinnacle of their martial prowess. Even a fool could surmise that this was the work of vengeful enemies. Shall we intervene? A voice broke the silence from a distant hillside, where Wang Yu and his companions paused to observe the fray. A rogue whispered, "A mere band of brigands poses a potential catastrophe for the female-led caravan, yet for us, it is just another skirmish," Wang Yu replied, perplexed. Why should we intervene? Wang Yu looked at the rogue with curiosity. The common folk are under attack. As officials, we ought to lend assistance. The rogue returned his gaze in astonishment. We are on official business in Qingshan County, not a patrol team. If we assist here and there, reaching our destination will become a question of feasibility, he countered. Forgive my misjudgment. In the canyon, the bandits ruthlessly wielded their blades, leaving a trail of severed heads and rivers of blood. Both ends were blocked, leaving the guards unable to provide cover for the fleeing woman, forced instead to resist desperately. Little lady, why not come over to me? The bald man rampaged through, wielding his weapon like a bulldozer. None could withstand his might. He charged to the woman's side, his chubby hand reaching for her delicate neck. In a critical moment, a flash of white darted by. Clang! The knife met the dagger, sparks flying. Oh, who would have thought there was a master hidden within this caravan? A glimmer of surprise flickered in the bald man's eyes. The young man shouted, his inner energy erupting, causing the bald man to be propelled backward, sliding for several meters before halting. He stared incredulously at the youth, uttering 4 words. Peak of Qi gathering? This boy was indeed a master at the pinnacle of Qi gathering. Good heavens, how old could he possibly be? Tell your men to scram, or don't blame me for being merciless, the youth declared, his gaze cold and resolute, his energy surging around him. It's merely the peak of Qi gathering. I am as well. Second and third, join me. With a commanding shout, the bald man and 2 bandits swiftly dispatched the guard before converging with him, attacking the youth in unison. The previous confrontation had made it clear to him that he was no match for the boy. But so what? Could this young man truly take on 3? Such ignorance of danger. Facing 3 opponents of equal rank, the youth exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, his eyes brimmed with disdain. With a mocking laugh, he spun and unleashed 2 blades of energy, fending off the 2 bandits, then stomped the ground fiercely, propelling himself towards the bald man. The bald man sneered, unleashing his own energy, enveloping himself as he swung his blade, seemingly cleaving the boy in 2. His pupils contracted sharply, horror dawning on his face as he realized the strike held no tangible weight. The youth's form dissipated. Before he knew it, the boy had appeared behind him, plunging a blade into the nape of his neck. The bald man trembled violently, then collapsed, lifeless. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how swiftly he had fallen. He too was a genuine master at the peak of Qi gathering. My brother is dead. A scream pierced the air, causing the once celebrating bandits to panic. Stay calm. He is but one person. Let us all attack and kill him. The other 2 bandits roared in unison, no longer underestimating the youth. Brandishing their large knives, they led the charge towards him, intent on overwhelming him with sheer numbers. The youth furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the well-dressed woman, letting out a resigned sigh as he reversed his grip on the dagger, his energy surging forth to meet them. He hadn't anticipated such fervor from the bandits, logically. After witnessing the bald man's swift demise, they should have retreated. Yet, they were evidently under a death command, choosing to confront him head-on. On the hillside, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Such a display of bravado is truly characteristic of a protagonist. The timing was impeccably orchestrated. Poised at the precipice of a critical moment, it maximally showcased his worth. Not only did he succeed in his ostentation, but he also garnered a significant favor. This youth appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of Qi gathering. With a remarkably solid foundation and extensive combat experience, he was indeed a remarkable prodigy. One of the rogues marveled. Individuals of such caliber are a rarity, even in the capital where geniuses abound. Furthermore, he possessed a repertoire of formidable spiritual techniques, and despite being at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, he held his own against numerous bandits, excelling in both combat prowess and endurance. Another rogue remarked, Wang family troops, heed my command. Form the charge formation. Wang Yu suddenly unsheathed his sword and issued the order. Chapter 28. The assault. 200 elite soldiers of the Wang family swiftly reacted, advancing and drawing their long spears from their mouths. Target the canyon, eradicate all bandits, charge. With Wang Yu's commanding shout, the iron steeds galloped forth, and the 200 royal cavalry surged into action. The remaining 100 ruffians exchanged bewildered glances, each wearing a look of confusion. My lord, did you not previously state that we would not intervene? Not intervene. As valiant ruffians of the divine martial order, it is our duty to protect the common folk. How could we stand idly by while these bandits wreak havoc within our domain? Wang Yu stood tall and resolute, exuding a sense of righteousness. The onlookers were utterly flabbergasted. But, you did not say that just a moment ago. You are not a woman. Go, go, go. Their steeds were of the finest breed. known as dragon scale horses, said to possess the bloodline of dragons, renowned for their remarkable speed and endurance. Before long, the bandits could hear the thunderous sound of hooves. Turning to look, their eyes widened in disbelief, their minds momentarily paralyzed. What cavalry is this? And their equipment is exceptionally refined, with swift precision. The cavalry drew their bows and unleashed a hail of arrows. The air was filled with piercing screams as the anguished cries echoed throughout the valley. Numerous bandits fell into pools of blood, each arrow striking its mark without a single mishap among the Jin family members. Such was the prowess of the Wang family's elite cavalry, the formidable soldiers bequeathed to Wang Yu by the Marquis of Xianwei. Flee. Quickly flee. The bandits' morale shattered completely. Who can possibly withstand this? Raise your weapons. The leader unsheathed his sword. The cavalrymen all brandished their long spears. Throw. With a swift motion. A multitude of long spears were hurled through the air, following a parabolic trajectory toward the fleeing bandits. If they continued to entangle themselves with the Jin family, their demise would be prolonged. Now, separated, the Wang family army had no further reservations. With a single wave of projectiles, a significant number of bandits were dispatched. The cavalry charged into the canyon, retrieving their thrown spears, relentlessly pursuing the dwindling bandit force. As the ruffians had previously asserted, before regular troops, especially the elite of the Wang family, these bandits were nothing more than mere chickens and dogs, easily vanquished. By the time Wang Yu's carriage arrived, all the bandits had been completely annihilated. The remaining guards of the Jin family, under the direction of their overseer, began to clear the battlefield. The legitimate daughter of the Jin family, Jin Tingting, approached with grace, requesting an audience with the esteemed guest, wishing to express her gratitude in person. She arrived at Wang Yu's carriage and bowed respectfully. This is our young marquis. In such a filthy place, how could he possibly disembark? Several soldiers positioned themselves in front of her, coldly admonishing her. Ah, it is the young marquis. I have been remiss. Jin Tingting gasped in surprise, lowering her bow even further. She had initially thought she had highly estimated Wang Yu's status, only to realize she had underestimated him even more. Young marquis? She looked again at the banners held aloft by the soldiers of the Wang family. Could this person be the heir of the Xianwei marquis? He is quite a notable figure in the imperial capital. How could I encounter him here? Is Miss Jin heading to Yong'an City? Wang Yu, seated in the carriage, spoke mildly. Then let us embark. I happen to be passing through Yong'an City, and it seems the road is rather perilous. We shall travel together. This Jin Tingting's face revealed a hint of hesitation. What? Are you unwilling? Oh, no. I am merely concerned about causing trouble for the young marquis. No trouble at all. Please, get in. Very well. Jin Tingting, feeling somewhat resigned, climbed aboard. I have the honor of meeting the young marquis. Please have a seat. Thank you, young marquis. Jin Tingting settled across from Wang Yu, lowering her head while discreetly stealing glances at this recently celebrated talent. His complexion was fair, his features as exquisite as jade, and there was an air of heroism about him, handsome yet undeniably masculine. What a striking gentleman. While traveling, there is little to offer in terms of hospitality. Let us have some fruit instead, freshly picked along the way. Wang Yu pushed a platter of fruit toward Jin Tingting. His voice was gentle, adorned with a hint of a smile, allowing the somewhat reserved Jin Tingting to relax a bit. Thank you, young marquis. Had it not been for your timely assistance, our merchant caravan would surely have met with disaster. Once we arrive in Yong'an City, I will ensure to express my gratitude to you properly. A faint smile graced Jin Tingting's face. Even behind her veil, Wang Yu could faintly discern her enchanting beauty. Is this the fabled supporting character? The aide to the protagonist? As a valiant protector of the realm, when faced with villainous deeds, it is only natural to intervene. Wang Yu replied with a smile, accepting this credit. He mused, perhaps this could be considered a subtle thwarting of the chosen one? I wonder if it might allow me to seize a portion of his fortune? Furthermore, Jin Tingting mentioned wanting to repay me. How might she do so? It appears the only option left is her own body. Would usurping the protagonist's affections enhance my fortune? Wang Yu stroked his chin, contemplating that for the sake of fortune, it might be worth a try. His only pursuit was fortune. Outside Yong'an City, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with drums and cheers. Under the blazing sun, the city lord and a throng of local gentry had stood there for several hours, all sweating profusely, with a few elderly men beginning to roll their eyes in exasperation. Why have they not yet arrived? Were they not supposed to come this morning? A young man, frowning, expressed his dissatisfaction. His name was Lu Yunfei, the city lord's legitimate son and his only heir. They must have been delayed on the road. Why not take a seat and rest for a moment? suggested the steward of the city lord's residence, showing concern. Lu Yunfei's eyes brightened, just about to nod in agreement when the city lord shot him a fierce glare. Rest? What do you mean by rest? Stand straight. Oh, Lu Yunfei pouted. His father, who usually indulged him, was unexpectedly stern, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. His dissatisfaction towards the so-called young marquis began to brew. At that moment, silhouettes finally emerged on the horizon. Two grand flags were raised. One bore the emblem of the Wang family army, while the other displayed the banner of the notorious faction. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as the crowd rejoiced, welcoming the arrival with fervor. The townspeople eagerly waved their colorful flags, their faces adorned with smiles cultivated over time. However, a curious observation arose. Why was the young lord seemingly accompanying the Jin family's merchant convoy? Soon, they spotted the Jin family's caravan trailing behind the Wang army. Their expressions filled with confusion as they glanced at the head of the Jin family. They could not fathom when the Jin family had forged an alliance with the young lord. Gradually, the pallor on their faces was replaced with a hint of color, and their eyes sparkled with hope. If Jin Tingting had indeed formed a connection with the young lord, then the Jin family's impending crisis might well be averted. They could even rise to prominence as a result. Chapter 29. Do you have that thing? The lord of Yong'an City, accompanied by all the gentry of the town, came to pay their respects to the young marquis. Upon the arrival of Wang Yu, everyone hurriedly bowed in reverence, their hearts filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, Jin Tingting had descended from the carriage alongside Wang Yu. Could it be that she had formed an intimate bond with him? The possibility was indeed high. After all, Jin Tingting was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Yong'an City. The head of the Jin family wore a smile, showing no concern for his daughter's well-being, and even harbored a hint of anticipation within. Please rise. I am but a humble 100 household officer. The lord of the city is far too gracious, Wang Yu chuckled, extending a hand to assist the city lord in standing up. Apologetically, he continued, I encountered Miss Jean on the road, where she was beset by mountain bandits, which delayed my arrival. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Mountain bandits? Young Marquis, you were not harmed, were you? The city lord's expression shifted, filled with anxiety. Not at all. They were merely a bunch of rabble. In the face of my Wang family's elite troops, they are utterly insignificant. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. The soldiers behind him stood tall, exuding an air of lethal intent. Everyone present felt a shiver run through them, as if struck by an unseen force. Could this be the legendary Wang family army of the divine martial dynasty? Truly extraordinary. Indeed, the Wang family army is undefeated in battle, capable of taking on 10 foes at once. The city lord exhaled in relief, his face reflecting nostalgia. How I missed the days serving under the general. Back then, I rode with him across the northern plains, leaving woe in our wake. Mere bandits were nothing more than rabble. The lord of Yong'an City was, in fact, a soldier under the banner of the Xianwei Marquis. Though he was the legitimate son of the family, he was not the eldest, having 3 older brothers. This hierarchy is what commanded his deep respect for Wang Yu. Otherwise, as a city lord, he would have no need to show such obsequiousness. Lord, should we not invite the young marquis into the city after his long journey? A family head suggested quietly. Yes. Young marquis, please join us in the city. I have prepared a banquet to welcome you and wash away the dust of your travels. Surrounded by the city lord and the gathered gentry, Wang Yu entered Yong'an City. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the procession, a rather inconspicuous youth was idly carving wood sculptures. In the Jin family hall, the senior members of the Jin family gathered, their faces alight with excitement. Tingting, speak the truth. What is your relationship with the young marquis? The head of the Jin family asked, brimming with anticipation. Indeed. How far have you two progressed? Is there something more between you? Jin Tingting sighed helplessly, a touch of melancholy creeping into her heart. Yong'an City is dominated by 3 major forces, the city lord's Lu family, the Jin family, and the Han family. Among them, the city lord's house holds the most power, followed by the Han family, with the Jin family being the weakest. However, the disparity in strength among the 3 is not vast, and they generally coexist peacefully. However, not long ago, the Jin family orchestrated a significant operation that resulted in calamity. 3 adept practitioners of the transformation realm faced dire consequences. 1 perished and 2 sustained severe injuries, alongside considerable losses among their chi-gathering experts. This decline in the Jin family's fortunes prompted the ever-watchful Han family to entertain ambitions of their own. Fortunately, the situation remained precarious yet manageable. Had this batch of medicinal herbs been seized, the Jin family would have incurred losses far beyond the herbs themselves. including substantial penalty fees. Nevertheless, the burgeoning relationship between Jin Tingting and Wang Yu offered a glimmer of hope to the Jin family. If they could secure Wang Yu's support, the Jin family might navigate this crisis successfully. What they did not anticipate was such a response. Tingting, why do you insist on wearing that veil? If you do not allow the young lord to see your appearance, how can you expect him to take a liking to you? Someone remarked. Indeed, with the upcoming banquet at the city lord's residence, you should adorn yourself beautifully for the young lord. Perhaps he may develop an interest in you. At this critical juncture for the family, it was imperative for her to make a contribution. After all, he was the young lord of the Xianwei Marquise. Marrying him, even as a concubine, would be a source of pride. The crowd incessantly offered suggestions to Jin Tingting, eager to hasten her introduction to Wang Yu. Enough. The family head of the Jin clan bellowed, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the assembly. If you wish to align with the Xianwei Marquise, why do you not send your own daughters? If I had a daughter like Tingting, I would cleanse her and present her to the young lord immediately. An elder scoffed, seemingly unfazed by the family head's outburst. Although the family head was one of the 3 transformation realm experts of the Jin family, he was now gravely injured and had lost much of his former authority. Surely marrying the young lord is preferable to allying with that fool from the Han family. Another elder lamented. Indeed, the Han family is brimming with exceptional talents this generation, bolstered by external allies. With the grand competition approaching, if we do not acquiesce to their demands, our younger generation will face annihilation. Our only hope lies with the young lord. The family head of the Jin clan sighed deeply, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Upon witnessing Jin Tingting and Wang Yu descend from the carriage together, his heart brimmed with joy. Yet, the thought of sending his daughter to seek favor was a bitter pill to swallow. Father, esteemed uncles. Jin Tingting rose to pay her respects. I have devised a solution to the grand competition and regarding the family's crisis. I shall do my utmost to resolve it. I kindly ask for some time from you, my elders. She bore no resentment towards their pressure. It was a common expectation for family members to form alliances. The luxury she enjoyed were bestowed by her family, and in times of adversity, it was natural for her to contribute. However, the idea of pursuing Wang Yu was something she could not reconcile with her heart. And there was no guarantee that he held genuine interest in her. Moreover, she had conceived alternative plans. Tingting, if this is not what you desire, do not feel compelled. I shall protect you, even at the cost of my life. The head of the Jin family spoke earnestly. Father, rest assured, Tingting will not sacrifice herself. Jin Tingting bowed respectfully and then withdrew. Chapter 30. In the guest room of the Jin family, a young man, freshly groomed, reclined on the bed, diligently carving a wooden sculpture. This individual was none other than the boy who had previously vanquished the formidable bandit. He had been discovered by Jin Tingting, lying gravely injured by the roadside, and it was her compassionate heart that compelled her to provide him with medical aid. Thus, he felt indebted to her, which motivated his decisive action. With a soft creak, the door swung open, and Jin Tingting entered, carrying a food container. Miss, the young man promptly rose, inclining his body slightly in greeting. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Tingting, she replied, as she opened the food container to reveal an array of exquisite delicacies. With such remarkable abilities, it is I who failed to recognize your worth and treated you poorly before, she continued. Not at all. I have fared well among the merchant caravan, the young man said with a smile as he took a seat, unceremoniously picking up his chopsticks to indulge in the meal, for he was genuinely hungry. After a few bites, he hesitated and added, my injuries have yet to fully heal. When the bandits attacked, I was in the midst of recovering my energy, and my response was delayed. I hope you understand, Mississippi. You saved my life. How could I possibly hold that against you? Jin Tingting reassured him. By the way, may I inquire your name? Zhang Fan. Lord Zhang. I have come to request your assistance in a matter, Jin Tingting said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Miss Jin, you have bestowed upon me the gift of life. I would willingly assist you in any endeavor within my capabilities, Zhang Fan replied earnestly. He had already formed a conjecture regarding Jin Tingting's request. The life-saving grace had been repaid during their encounter in the canyon. He had merely offered her treatment and sustenance. This task shall not be without recompense. I shall provide a suitable reward. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to voice them. And I shall endeavor to fulfill them, she assured him. Might I ask what assistance you seek? As an auxiliary to the Jin family, I wish for you to participate in the upcoming grand competition, Jin Tingting stated with a serious expression. This young man was her trump card. Although it was Wang Yu who later eradicated the mountain bandits, it was this very boy who had struck first. At such a tender age, He possessed peak gathering energy prowess, his combat capabilities capable of overwhelming others of the same rank. Should he agree to lend his support, the younger generation of the Jin family would face significantly less peril and could secure a substantial share. While this might not fully resolve the Jin family's crisis, it would greatly alleviate their burdens, and with careful maneuvering thereafter, there remained hope for their future. A competition? What kind of competition? Zhang Fan inquired, brow furrowed. Beyond our city of Yong'an lies a mountain range, rich in ice iron, ore and thorned iron flowers. Conflicts have erupted among various families over mining rights. Ultimately, a consensus was reached to hold a grand competition every 5 years among the 3 strongest families, with rankings determining the allocation of mining shares. As she spoke, Jean Tingting let out a long sigh, her face betraying a hint of sorrow. The grand competition takes place in the mountains, and young individuals under the age of 25 from various families are allowed to participate. The primary objective is to hunt the beasts dwelling in the mountains, while the disciples from the 3 families can vie for the prey, even engaging in combat. In the past, everyone adhered to certain boundaries, refraining from overt hostilities. However, now that the Jin family has encountered misfortune, with skilled members either dead or injured, and with the Han family producing an abundance of talented individuals in this generation, participating in the grand competition would undoubtedly result in severe casualties among our family's youth. Is it not possible to forego this event? Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. Absolutely not. Our Jin family has recently faced numerous business obstructions, which is why I took the risk to procure this batch of herbs at a high price from afar. If we do not partake in the competition, we will not secure even a single piece of prey, meaning we would fail to obtain our most basic share. The majority of our family's business revolves around iron, ore, and the thorny flower. Without these, compounded by the Han family's pressure, our Jin commercial enterprise would soon face collapse. Furthermore, there was a prior agreement stipulating that the 3 strongest families must participate in the competition. Should any family fall short in numbers or choose to withdraw, the remaining families will take their place, and that family will lose its qualifications for future competitions. I can assist you in this competition. However, even if I help you secure a share, the crisis facing the Jin family is unlikely to be resolved entirely. A glint of wisdom flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. The fundamental issue with the Jin family lies in its lack of combat power. Winning a share would merely provide temporary reprieve for the Jin family. Without formidable protection, the Jin family remains nothing but a tempting morsel. We can only take one step at a time. Once we obtain a share, we may relinquish a portion of the benefits to negotiate or perhaps forge an alliance with a powerful force. The visage of Wang Yu appeared in Jean Tingting's mind. If the young lord were willing to ally with them, all problems might be effortlessly resolved. Yet, how significant is the Xianwei Marquisate? In its presence, the Jin family is but an insignificant ant. What could they offer in terms of an alliance? It is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Zhang Fan shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Without the support of military might, any negotiation would be inherently unequal. Ultimately, the Jin family would be devoured entirely. Alas, how well I understand that. Jean Tingting sighed deeply, her tone filled with melancholy and grievance, evoking a protective instinct in those who heard her. I do possess a solution that could bring about a permanent resolution. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering within them. What solution? Jean Tingting gazed at him in surprise, her heart stirring with a notion. Could it be that this enigmatic youth is backed by some formidable power? I cannot reveal it just yet. You saved my life, and in return, I shall safeguard the Jin family. Zhang Fan smiled lightly and returned to his meal. Within the city lord's mansion, the light shone brightly as dignitaries and nobility from all over Yong'an City gathered here. The event was grand in scale. As the guest of honor at the banquet, Wang Yu found himself surrounded by a throng of influential figures, feeling somewhat out of his depth in such an overwhelming atmosphere. Although accustomed to indulgence and merriment in the company of peers, Wang Yu now finds himself amidst the older generations, feeling a distinct lack of common ground. Where is the ease and comfort of youthful revelry? After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Wang Yu rose and bowed to the assembly, stating, "Lord of the city, esteemed guests, I find myself somewhat intoxicated and shall step outside for a breath of fresh air." Haha, the young prince feels stifled in our company. Does he? Off you go, off you go. Today, the talented youth from every household have gathered, all eager to make the acquaintance of the young prince. The lord of the city chuckled. Once Wang Yu departed, all eyes turned to the lord of the city, particularly those of the head of the Han family. The young prince is merely passing through Yong'an City on official business for Qinshan County, the lord of the city reassured, implying that Wang Yu would not involve himself in matters concerning the Jin family. Chapter 31. I can save you within the Lord's mansion." Young talents and beautiful maidens gathered in small clusters, admiring the scenery while engaging in light conversation. Wang Yu ambled along, quickly capturing the attention of the onlookers. A relatively handsome youth inhaled sharply, mustering a faint smile as he approached. "Surely, you must be the young Marquis? I have heard of your unparalleled poetic talent." "Go away," Wang Yu retorted, raising his hand to deliver a forceful slap that sent the young man crashing to the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. This sudden turn of events caused those who had intended to strike up a conversation to halt in their tracks, their scalps prickling with apprehension. It was well known that Wang Yu was a notorious dandy in the imperial city, accustomed to arrogance and bullying. While they had heard from their elders that he was polite and courteous, they had assumed it was mere slander. Now, it seemed they had been rather naive. Wang Yu let out a burp, swaying as he continued to stroll. He had no desire to engage with these sycophants, mere flatterers from a small town. What use were they? Associating with them would only diminish his own stature. One swift slap served as a warning, deterring others from pestering him further. Just then, another daredevil approached, undeterred by Wang Yu's earlier display. What is wrong with the people of Yong'an City? Do they relish being struck? Wang Yu raised his hand, ready to unleash another blow, but upon seeing the newcomer's face, he reconsidered. Dressed in a pale yellow gown, with an exquisite oval face framed by willow-like brows and large, shimmering eyes that sparkled with intelligence, she was a beauty whose charm rivaled that of Zhou Yuro. No, in all fairness, she surpassed Zhou Yuro by a measure. Zhou Yuro's allure stemmed primarily from her literary talent and scholarly demeanor, while this woman possessed genuine, striking beauty. Wang Yu, with a playful gesture, lightly touched her delicate chin. "What is your name, my dear? Do you have a suitor?" Jin Tingting's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip and replied, "Young Marquis, I am Jin Tingting. We. Oh, it's you." Wang Yu scratched his head, a sheepish smile crossing his face. "My apologies, I may have had a bit too much to drink. Since you're here, why not accompany me for a stroll to clear my head?" "Certainly." After a moment's hesitation, Jin Tingting reluctantly agreed. Her intention in coming here was to forge a connection with Wang Yu, and she held a favorable impression of him, perceiving him as a gentleman. However, his earlier frivolity had left her quite disconcerted, prompting her to reconsider her approach. Yet now that Wang Yu himself had invited her, she felt compelled to accept. Given the precarious state of the Jin family, further antagonizing the young Marquis could leave them without a chance for redemption. By the lakeside pavilion, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, dissipating Wang Yu's inebriation. He leaned against the pavilion, savoring the picturesque lakeside scenery with great contentment. Jin Tingting stood quietly beside him, hesitant to utter a word, lest she disturb Wang Yu's refined mood. "I cannot intervene in the affairs of the Jin family," Wang Yu remarked, sipping his wine. Speaking to himself, "Your family's elite have suffered significant losses. While I can protect you for a time, I cannot ensure your safety indefinitely. The city lord was once a soldier under my father. He will undoubtedly extend a warm welcome to me, treating me with utmost respect. However, when it comes to family interests, even if he agrees, his family may not share the same sentiment." Tingting understood. She slightly inclined her body in acknowledgement. Wang Yu's words were truthful yet somewhat superfluous. The crux of whether the Jin family could be saved ultimately hinged upon Wang Yu's willingness to assist. However, should he truly decide to help, it would not be a matter easily resolved with mere words. He would require a commensurate sacrifice. Clearly, Wang Yu was unwilling to make such a sacrifice, which was only natural. He had no deep ties to the Jin family, so why should he come to their aid? When considered rationally, it was the Jin family that owed him a considerable debt of gratitude. "While I may not be able to save your family, I can ensure your safety." Wang Yu turned to Jin Tingting, speaking with earnest intent. "Me?" Jin Tingting was momentarily taken aback, her heart sinking. Had he truly taken an interest in her? To ensure my safety? Is this some sort of business proposition? "You are a prodigy in commerce. The Jin family has already begun to decline. It is you who has valiantly revived the Jin trading house over the years. For you, the Jin family is a constraint, an insufficient starting point. Should you choose to work for me, I can provide you with a grander stage, wealth, connections, intelligence. These are the pillars of power. I can offer you everything you desire. With my backing, your name will soon resonate throughout the divine martial empire and beyond." Wang Yu stood, painting a vivid picture of a promising future for Jin Tingting. She trembled with excitement, her gaze becoming increasingly entranced. Wang Yu was correct. She was indeed a commercial genius. She had begun to manage family affairs at the tender age of 12, and under her bold leadership, the Jin family's business had flourished. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, given a few more years, she was confident she could surpass the Han family, even trample them underfoot. Even the city lord would have to regard them with deference. Beneath a grand tree, one finds comfort. If she aligned herself with Wang Yu, the connections, intelligence, and high-level power she had long coveted would be hers. She could fully unleash her talents. In the near future, she would undoubtedly be able to compete with those ancient trading houses, fulfilling her lifelong dream. Now, she stood just a word away from realizing that dream. Should she accept Wang Yu's offer, her life would be irrevocably transformed. The disdainful expressions of her family's elders flashed rapidly in her mind. She was a woman. And even in this fantastical world, women were often at a disadvantage compared to men. Had it not been for her extraordinary talents, coupled with the previous misfortunes of the Qin family's business, she would never have been granted such immense authority. However, even as the Qin family entrusted her with the management of their affairs, they imposed numerous restrictions upon her, occasionally intervening to disrupt her efforts. When she succeeded, it was deemed expected, yet any minor misstep would swiftly draw criticism. On several occasions, she endured harsh reprimands. Now, amidst the calamity befalling the Qin family, its members even pressured her to ensnare Wang Yu. At this moment, Qin Tingting's heart had turned to ice. Chapter 32. The dream of millions of men. After an indeterminate period, Qin Tingting let out a long sigh, her ever-changing expressions finally settling. She bowed respectfully to Wang Yu, her delicate lips parting. Thank you for your kind regard, young lord, but the Qin family is my foundation, and I cannot abandon it lightly. I hope you do not take offense. Her refusal took Wang Yu by surprise, yet it was within the realm of reason. After all, she was likely an important supporting character with a predominantly positive disposition. Frankly, had Qin Tingting acquiesced immediately, he might have hesitated to employ her. If she could so easily betray her own kin, how could he trust she would not turn against him in the future? Well, that is your prerogative. But do not be too hasty in your rejection. I shall remain in Yong'an City for a while longer. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out. My offer will always stand, Wang Yu stated with a shrug, his tone amiable. What he desired was for Qin Tingting to wholeheartedly serve him. Coercion was not a viable approach. Thank you, young lord, Qin Tingting replied, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes as she hurriedly bowed again. Despite having turned down his invitation, he did not display any anger. One must understand that with Wang Yu's status, rejecting someone of her standing was a significant affront. Such individuals are particularly sensitive about their pride. We are friends, so there is no need for such formalities, Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze back to the scenic lake. Respecting the young lord's desire for solitude, Qin Tingting withdrew, bowing as she retreated. Having witnessed the previous scene, she understood that Wang Yu was not a benign figure. Having rejected him, she feared she may have provoked his ire, and his apparent kindness could merely be a fade. Leaving now seemed the wisest choice. Should he drop the pretense and reveal his true nature, she would find herself powerless against his demands. The cool breeze from the lake added a sense of melancholy to Qin Tingting's silhouette as hope faded for her on this front. The focus now shifted to Zhang Fan. I hope you do not disappoint me, she sighed deeply, quickening her pace. In the pavilion, Wang Yu poured himself another drink. He was resolute in his pursuit of Qin Tingting. The Xianwei Marquise appeared grand and prosperous, yet it was essentially a hollow shell. Nearly depleted by his own father's mismanagement over the years. Lacking any inclination towards corruption, his father's meager salary was insufficient for sustenance, forcing them to rely on the meager favors of the emperor and empress. In any realm, wealth is of paramount importance. Relationships diminish with each use, while financial resources are the true currency of power. Opposite Wang Yu sat the chosen one, the protagonist, mobilizing troops, procuring supplies, even gathering intelligence, all required financial backing. Even the emperor needed to disperse salaries to soldiers who, after victorious battles, deserved their rewards. Without tangible benefits, why would anyone sacrifice their lives for you? Merely because of your handsome visage? Thus, he required one, if not multiple individuals, capable of providing an unceasing flow of funds. Qin Tingting was an exceedingly promising candidate. Even Wang Yu felt that she was the wallet that the heavens had destined for Zhang Fan. What could be better than the selection of the heavens? Of course, if it were solely due to Qin Tingting, he wouldn't have lingered so long. After all, the Qin family was right here, and there would be ample time to conquer them later. Comparatively, the situation in Qinshan County was far more urgent. As the protagonist, every moment of delay only served to augment his strength. The further one progressed, the more complicated it became. Furthermore, his father was in dire need of a talisman for survival. So, for whom did he remain? Naturally, it was for Zhang Fan. From previous encounters, this individual exuded a certain air of superiority. He bore the mark of a protagonist who had already made a name for himself within his family and was now out seeking experience. Even if he were not of protagonist caliber, he surely was a chosen one. Unlike Wang Han, that newly awakened novice, he possessed the prowess of a peak Qi gathering stage, if not greater. Wang Yu believed that should he eliminate him, his cultivation would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. Consequently, the subsequent journey to Qingshan County would be significantly safer. Little Marquis, why are you here all alone? A voice interrupted Wang Yu's musings. A young man clad in splendid attire hurriedly approached. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, adorned with a golden crown and jade belt, dressed with great care, and possessing a charmingly handsome visage. Lu Yunfei, the direct descendant of the city lord, with two elder brothers who had perished on the battlefield. The city lord cherished this only son dearly. Come, wake up. No need to call me Little Marquis. Just call me Brother Yu, Wang Yu said with a smile. Brother Yu. Take a seat. Brother Yu, is the imperial capital truly bustling? Is Huarjiyu as enchanting as they say? Did you really dance with her on the same stage? As soon as Lu Yunfei sat down, a barrage of questions ensued. Wang Yu's amiability made him forget his initial reserve. This was also a result of the city lord's indulgence. In Yong'an City, he was akin to a prince. Thus he held little reverence for those of high standing. The imperial capital, being the capital of our divine martial dynasty, is indeed splendid. As for Huarjiyu, she is just SOSO, with a slightly elevated status. Stripped bare, she is not so different from an ordinary woman. The most lethal form of pretentiousness is the invisible kind. Lu Yunfei was taken aback by Wang Yu's nonchalant remark. Stripped bare? Brother Yu, you really slept with Huarjiyu? He stammered, nearly kneeling before Wang Yu. For she was the saintess of the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion, the goddess in the hearts of countless men. Her bed is quite fragrant. Next time you're in the imperial capital, I can take you to experience it for yourself, Wang Yu casually remarked. I could never. Lu Yunfei rapidly shook his head, his face reddening like a monkey's backside. PSH, what is there to be afraid of? Women are meant for enjoyment. Even a goddess of high stature, once stripped, is merely the same, Wang Yu proclaimed with an air of bravado. Good heavens. Lu Yunfei felt as though he might kneel before him. This was the epitome of a real man. Brother Yu, have you been with many women? Have you had the pleasure of spending the night with the courtesans of the brothel department? Lu Yunfei inquired with a look of admiration. The brothel department of the imperial capital is the dream of countless men in the divine martial dynasty. It is said that any girl within its walls could rival the most stunning beauties found elsewhere. Among them, the courtesans are exquisite, possessing both unparalleled charm and ethereal beauty. Each hailing from illustrious families, many of whom also possess formidable skills. Wang Yu chuckled lightly, as if the question were unnecessary. Yet, deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Having traversed into this world, he had encountered numerous enchanting women, yet he had not once shared intimacy with any. The courtesans? It seemed he had scarcely had the chance to embrace them. What a blunder indeed. Chapter 33, Zhang Fan's participation. Brother Yu, what are you pondering? Lu Yunfei inquired curiously, noticing Wang Yu's silence. Oh, nothing much, Wang Yu replied, gently patting Lu Yunfei on the shoulder with a smile. Yunfei, your talent is commendable. At just 15, you have already reached the 4th level of Qi gathering. You should consider pursuing further studies in the imperial capital. It is my domain. I promise to show you a good time there. You can choose any courtesan from the Academy of Arts to spend the night with. Thank you, Brother Yu. However, my father is reluctant to let me go. Lu Yunfei's initial excitement faded as he sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. After losing 2 sons, the city lord had grown fearful. He was determined not to lose this last son and planned to keep him close to ensure he would one day inherit the title of city lord. Lu Yunfei surmised that until he fathered a child, leaving Yong'an City would be out of the question. Wang Yu chuckled heartily. Really? Thank you, Brother Yu. Lu Yunfei's face lit up with joy. Perhaps with Wang Yu's assurance, his father might relent. Could he finally escape the confines of Yong'an City and explore the vibrant world beyond? The imperial capital, the Academy of Arts. Lu Yunfei felt a surge of excitement. On a bright and sunny day, with blue skies and white clouds, it was another splendid day for gossip. The streets and alleyways, tea-houses and taverns buzzed with discussions about Wang Yu. Yong'an City was merely a small town, not a transportation hub, making such a distinguished presence a rare occurrence. Moreover, the previous city lord had mobilized many to welcome Wang Yu. so everyone was aware of his arrival, especially since he was accompanied by the renowned beauty of Yong'an, Jean Tingting. Such romantic news was the talk of the town. A boisterous group paraded down the street, celebrating with songs and cheers. Isn't that the fool from the Han family? He looks like a red envelope, and he's brought so many betrothal gifts along with a matchmaker. Who is he proposing to? Who else could it be? Naturally, he is headed to the Jean family. The Han family has had their eyes on Jean Tingting for quite some time. Are they out of their minds? Isn't Jean Tingting Wang Yu's woman? Does the Han family dare to steal the little lord's woman? Are they not afraid of annihilation? Just rumors. Although Jean Tingting is lovely, she is merely the daughter of a merchant and hardly worthy of the little lord of the Xianwei Marquette. In the Jean family's reception hall, the head of the Jean family and several clan elders wore grim expressions. In the center of the room, a hefty man weighing over 300 pounds picked his nose and drooled, grinning foolishly at them. This was Han Bao, the foolish son of the Han family. Though he appeared simple-minded, he was a martial arts genius, having reached the pinnacle of Qi gathering at the tender age of 20, with formidable combat prowess. Brother Jean, today is your last chance. Agree to our terms, and your Jean family may survive. Should you refuse once more, do not blame us Han family for our ruthlessness. Spoke Han Bao's second uncle. The matter of proposing should have been undertaken by Han Bao's father, the head of the Han family. Sending his second uncle instead is already a breach of etiquette, and the rudeness in his words is unacceptable. No, this is nothing short of an overt threat. Such behavior cannot merely be described as excessive. The gaze of the head of the Jean family was as frigid as ice. A surge of martial intent emanating from him. If you seek battle, then let us engage. The Jean family does not fear confrontation. Second, uncle, did we not come to propose? Why are we discussing a fight? Where's my wife? Han Bao asked innocently. They have hidden your wife from you, which leaves us no choice but to fight. His second uncle replied helplessly. What? They have concealed my wife. Where is she? Hand her over. Han Bao's anger ignited, and a terrifying aura surged from within him. The Jean family member's pupils constricted sharply. The depth of his vitality was astonishingly profound. Calm down, dear. Now is not the time for confrontation. Wait until the competition tomorrow, and then you can eliminate these villains, his second uncle hurriedly reassured Han Bao. There was indeed a formidable master present, one of the transformation realm, who, despite being severely injured, was still not someone Han Bao could contend with. Han Bao was the Han family's trump card. Should he fall here, his own life would be forfeit. All right, I understand. When the time comes, I shall rip their heads off one by one. Han Bao glared fiercely at the Jean family members. You. The head of the Jean family coughed violently, clutching his chest as his injuries flared up. Ha ha ha, it seems brother Jean is gravely wounded. So, what do you say? Will you reconsider? Get lost. Humph. I hope you do not come to regret this. Han Bao's second uncle waved his sleeve dramatically, leading Han Bao and their betrothal gifts away with decisive resolve. Curse them. This is intolerable. An elder of the Jean family slammed his palm on the table, his eyes wide with fury, his chest heaving violently. The Han family did not come to propose. They were here to be insulted. It appeared that the young lord had made his stance clear. Indeed, ultimately, we have been indulging in unrealistic fantasies. With his esteemed status, how could he possibly be interested in Tingting? I believe it was Tingting who rejected him. Did she not spend the night alone with the young lord? I heard she left him behind and ran away. What? How dare she? What if she incites the young lord's wrath? Head of the family, you are too indulgent towards Tingting. Yes. How shall our Jean family respond during this grand competition? Dear uncles, there is no need for concern. Jean Tingting entered the hall with Zhang Fan, stating, I have devised a solution for the competition. What solution? This young man is named Zhang Fan. He is a pinnacle master of Qi gathering and can vanquish opponents of the same rank in an instant. He has agreed to serve as our external aid. After introducing Zhang Fan, Jean Tingting recounted the events that transpired in the canyon. Oh? The eyes of the Jean family members sparkled with excitement. Excellent. What Miss Tingting said is indeed true. If the young hero can rescue the Jean family's offspring this time, we shall reward him handsomely. I owe Miss Jean a life. This is merely a repayment of her kindness, not only concerning the competition, but also the subsequent matters. You need not worry, as I shall handle them with utmost diligence, Zhang Fan stated calmly, with his hands clasped behind his back. Oh? The Jean family members were all filled with joy, not believing Zhang Fan was merely boasting. Although he appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, he had already reached the pinnacle of Qi gathering. Such a person must undoubtedly be a prodigy of some formidable power. If he could enlist the aid of the family elders, the Jean family's crisis would resolve itself. Some matters, which may seem insurmountable to you, could be effortlessly resolved by others with just a single word. Chapter 34. Encounter with Shui in a private room on the top floor of an inn. Wang Yu sat opposite the head of the Han family, engaged in a tea-infused conversation. I must apologize for the abruptness of inviting you, young lord. I hope you do not take offense. The Han family head chuckled amiably. It is of no consequence. I had intended to venture out today regardless. And your tea is quite commendable, Wang Yu replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Then I am grateful, the Han family had responded. Wang Yu did not decline the offer. The tea, known as Misty Cloud from the Snowy Mountains, was a rare delicacy produced at the summit of the Great Snow Mountain, and indeed worthy of being savored. Yet, it was merely deserving of such regard. This tea shall serve as a token of apology to the young lord, the Han family had continued. Noticing Wang Yu's indifference, he hesitated before presenting him with an exquisite box. With a casual gesture, Wang Yu opened it, initially unimpressed. What treasures could a humble locale offer? Perhaps a few thousand taels of silver at most. However, upon seeing the contents, he could not suppress a soft exclamation. This is ice iron crystal. To be candid, young lord, the mountains beyond Yong'an City yield abundant ice iron ore. This particular crystal has been cherished by our Han family for generations. The Han family had explained. Wang Yu was somewhat acquainted with the value of such crystals, knowing them to be the essence of ore, exceedingly rare and precious. His father's renowned spear, the Dragon S Dandelion, was forged from a similar iron crystal, illustrating the material's esteemed worth. Though this ice iron crystal was no larger than the palm of his hand, it was sufficient to craft a dagger. Very well, I shall accept this gift. But I cannot do so without offering something in return. Allow me to share a piece of information, he proposed. I am all ears, the Han family head replied eagerly. Even without my intervention, the Jin family caravan would have been safe. They possess a young man at the peak of the Qi gathering stage within their ranks. What? The peak of Qi gathering? How old is he? Perhaps around 15 or 16, Wang Yu replied. The Han family head inhaled sharply, his expression growing grave. Their own family was formidable, yet they had only one son at the peak of Qi gathering. The emergence of another in the Jin family made it significantly more challenging to eradicate their younger generation. Moreover, this youth was no ordinary practitioner. You should be familiar with that bald fellow, who dispatched one with a mere glance while the others were left in disarray. His combat prowess rivals that of the esteemed prodigies from the imperial capital, Wang Yu added, taking a sip of tea. The Han family head was utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the case, young lord? Are you certain? Why would I deceive you? Wang Yu replied, adopting a serious demeanor. No. I did not mean to imply that. I am simply astounded. Please do not take offense, the Han family had stammered. Indeed. Wang Yu stored away the ice iron crystal and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke again, with this formidable ally. The Jin family will not only thwart your plan to slaughter their kin, but your own Han family may find itself on the receiving end of a counter-massacre. Even if the Jin family exercises restraint, it is likely that your Han family will only secure a minimal share, and the allocation from the city lord's mansion may be significantly diminished. Wang Yu placed particular emphasis on the words city lord's mansion. The head of the Han family's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he quickly rose to pay his respects. Thank you, young lord, for your insight. I must take my leave now. Go ahead. Wang Yu waved his hand, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Initially, he had been contemplating how to draw the Han family into the fray with the city lord's mansion, yet unexpectedly, the head of the Han family had come to him. What a fortuitous turn of events. This first step had been successfully accomplished. Now, it remained to see how the head of the Han family would negotiate with the city lord. The streets of Yong'an City bustled with activity, vendors hawking their goods, and an array of street snacks lining the sidewalks. After a stroll, Wang Yu found it rather uninteresting. He had intended to visit the Fenghua Shuiyue Tower, but it was broad daylight, and they only operated at night. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Stop! A young girl raced toward him, pursued by a group of burly men. Upon spotting Wang Yu, her eyes brightened. Brother Yu, she exclaimed, doubling her speed and leaping toward him. Instinctively, Wang Yu thought to kick her away, but reconsidered and instead reached out to catch her, spinning around to dissipate her momentum and gently placing her on the ground. Shui, what brings you here? Wang Yu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The girl was none other than Shui, whom he had met previously. She bent over, clutching her chest, gasping for breath. Ah, so you have accomplices, do you? The pursuing men surrounded Wang Yu, brandishing large knives, some even exposing their bellies, resembling butchers. Audacious. Two of Wang Yu's personal guards drew their swords, demanding, "Who are you?" "Who are we?" "We are your grandfathers," Wang Yu retorted with a cold smile. Crouching down to cover Aishua's eyes, and quietly uttered a single word, "Kill." In an instant, the two guards sprang into action, their blades flashing. The butchers cried out in agony, for they were merely ordinary men and stood no chance against the skilled fighters. "Murder! Murder!" The vendors screamed, scattering in panic. Within mere moments, the butchers lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from their wounds, lifeless. To their dying breaths, they could not comprehend what had transpired. In broad daylight, amidst the bustling streets, such violence had erupted. Observing Aishue, now dirted further from the encounter, Wang Yu furrowed his brow and sighed, lifting her up into his arms. "Brother Yu, did you really kill them?" Aishue asked weakly. "Yes. Why? Why? Weren't they chasing you?" "Oh dear." In truth, it was not a pursuit for murder. They were not inherently malevolent individuals. What significance do the distinctions between good and evil hold for me? They brazenly chased a young girl down the street with weapons in hand, and when they insulted me, intending to assault me, their actions could be deemed a capital offense. Wang Yu shrugged indifferently, showing little regard for the deceased butchers. Merely a swarm of ants, he thought. He was not the protagonist. Nor did he possess the patience to listen to the reasons behind such actions, to weigh right against wrong, or even to compensate Aishue or offer apologies. The solution was simple: eliminate them, and be done with it. Aishue blinked a few times, sensing that Wang Yu's words held a semblance of truth. Yet she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. "But you," she remarked, "why do you always appear so dirty? With the amount of money I've given you, can't you find an inn to take a bath and change into fresh clothes?" Wang Yu replied with a look of disdain. "Being dirty has its advantages. If I were to dress up all pretty, what would happen if someone took me away? Well, that's a point." Wang Yu nodded in agreement. Not only in this world, but even in his own. A beautiful young girl wandering the streets could indeed be at risk of being snatched away. He glanced down at Aishue in his arms. But the prerequisite is that one must be beautiful for that to apply. Chapter 35. The development of a lowly in the elegant pavilions and water pavilions. Wang Yu resided within a luxurious manor belonging to the city lord. Encountering Aishue in Yong'an City was entirely unexpected for him. Who exactly was this little girl? Was she perhaps sent to surveil him? Surely, they wouldn't dispatch a mere child for such a task, would they? Wouldn't a mature woman with ample curves be far more enticing? After a brief interval, Aishue was escorted into the tea room by two maidservants. Upon seeing Wang Yu, she cheerfully called out, "Brother Yu." Who are you?" Wang Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Me? I am Aishue," she replied, twirling around with delight. "How do I look? Am I beautiful? Have I captivated you?" Once cleansed of her previous grime, Aishue resembled a different person entirely, with a delicate and ethereal aura. She embodied the essence of a finely crafted character from a two-dimensional realm. If nurtured for a decade, her beauty could rival that of Hua Jiyu. The notion of nurturing a lowly? This was indeed the dream of countless otaku. Come here, Wang Yu beckoned with a smile, pulling her into his embrace. "So, how are they treating you? Are they attentive enough?" "No, they are quite good," Aishue quickly denied, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor. She had grown somewhat wary of Wang Yu. Despite appearing ordinary, he had proven to be capable of lethal violence at a moment's notice. "Would you like some tea?" Wang Yu inquired, lifting a small teacup to her lips. "I can manage myself," Aishue replied, cradling the teacup in both hands and sipping delicately, murmuring, "Men are all just big fools. You were so disdainful before, but now that you've seen me looking pretty, your attitude has completely changed." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Who were those people earlier? Why were they pursuing you?" After dismissing the maidservants with a wave, he casually inquired. "They were butchers. I bought meat from them without paying. And they came after me," she explained. "Weren't you given 1,000 taels? Did you spend it all so soon?" Wang Yu asked, bewildered. This child seemed to be even more extravagant than he had anticipated. He pondered whether he should reassess his previous thoughts about her. Aishue pursed her lips and recounted her recent experiences. She had received 1,000 taels from Wang Yu and immediately made her way to Yong'an City. Having previously received kindness from some beggars there, she resolved to repay them, understanding that food was of utmost importance. She enlisted a beggar to accompany her as she used the 1,000 taels to purchase all the meat from the butchers. The denomination was too large for the butchers to provide change, so they agreed to hold the debt temporarily, with the intention of settling it the following day after she purchased a house. However, the individual responsible for handling the money absconded with it overnight. leading to the chaotic scene that had unfolded earlier. Adults are truly terrifying. That uncle was quite nice before. He bought me buns with the money he begged for, while he himself ate the scraps. I never imagined he would run off with the money, nearly getting me killed in the process. Aishwe pouted, her face adorned with a frown, a sentiment all too human. Wang Yu, however, remained unfazed. He believed that the beggar had once been innocent and kind-hearted. But the substantial sum of money laid before him was life-altering. The beggars of this world were not akin to those of his previous life, who owned multiple properties and drove BMWs while soliciting alms, even possessing devices like Alipay or WeChat to facilitate transactions. No, these beggars were genuinely impoverished, experiencing the kind of hunger that followed a meager meal with no assurance of the next. Were he in the same position, he too might be tempted to abscond with the funds, seeking refuge in a remote town, purchasing a few acres of land, constructing several homes, and marrying a few wives to lead a tranquil life. Brother Yu, I am a bit hungry. Could you perhaps procure some food for me? Aishwe implored, her eyes filled with innocence. Oh, how remiss of me. Inside the restaurant, the waitresses began to serve an array of delectable dishes. Aishwe devoured the food voraciously, reminiscent of a famished spirit. Wang Yu sat nearby, sipping wine, his peripheral vision occasionally darting towards her burgeoning belly, fearful she might overindulge. Master. Soon, an unscrupulous individual approached. Schwetter, take your time eating. I must step outside for a moment. Okay. Outside, the dubious character relayed the findings of his investigation to Wang Yu, whose vigilance began to ease slightly. Aishwe had spoken the truth. The individual who had absconded with her money had indeed been apprehended. Master, how should we deal with him? Subject him to severe interrogation. Not only him, but also apprehend those beggars for thorough investigation. Understood. Have you located the information on Zhang Fan? Wang Yu leaned against the wall and inquired casually. Not yet. Still not found? Wang Yu furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. It was rare for someone of Zhang Fan's age to have reached the pinnacle of energy gathering. Logically, it should have been relatively easy to uncover his identity. This time, he had not only utilized the intelligence network of the unscrupulous individuals, but had also engaged the services of the Fenghua Shuyue Tower. He may not be using his true name, or perhaps he is not even affiliated with our divine martial dynasty. Continue the investigation. Understood. All right, Schwer, that should suffice. It's time to stop eating. But I'm still hungry. I want more. I said to stop eating. Wang Yu exclaimed, startling Aishwe, who instinctively withdrew her neck. Reluctantly, she set down her chicken leg, pouting in a pitiful manner. If I can't eat, then why so fierce? Look at your belly. If you walk out like this, others might think I'm harboring some peculiar old pervert. Wang Yu gently patted her head, transforming back into the gentle elder brother. It's not as if you can only eat this one meal. We have 3 meals a day. You can always eat again later. Really? You're allowing me to follow you? Aishwe's face lit up with delight. Well, if you have nowhere else to go, you may stay by my side for a few days. Yay. Aishwe let out a cheer, yearning to leap into the air. However, her abdomen was so full that not only was jumping a challenge, but even standing proved to be quite difficult. Alas, she was aware of her overindulgence, wasn't she? Regardless of Aishwe's intentions, it was far better to keep her in plain sight than to push her into the shadows. After all, they were in Yong'an City, where he could summon thousands of city guards at any moment, and with Yueying by his side for protection, he had no need to worry about his safety. Chapter 36. The great competition commences beneath the nameless mountains. A camp was established. The lord of the city, along with the Han and Jin families, each dispatched 20 individuals into the mountains for a 2-day hunting expedition. Within the mountains, besides an array of ordinary beasts, there existed low-tier spiritual creatures. In this world, where spiritual energy abounds and precious natural treasures are plentiful, the presence of spiritual beasts is a given. Their flesh is imbued with spiritual power, and some of these creatures possess unique effects, making them worth 10-fold, or even 100-fold, more than ordinary beasts. Thus, spiritual beasts became the primary targets of the 3 major factions. Within the camp, Wang Yu sat at an equal level with the city lord, flanked by the heads of the various families. The head of the Han family, observing the young girl, a Shui, in Wang Yu's arms, inquired with curiosity. This little girl is quite adorable. Is she a recent acquisition of the young lord? Oh, I found her on the road. She was homeless, so I decided to take her in, Wang Yu replied with a smile. My name is Shui. Hello, uncles, aunts, and sisters. Shui greeted the gathering with a sweet smile. Her innocent smile, reminiscent of a little angel, instantly captured the hearts of all, especially the older women present. Did the little girl just call them sisters? Oh my. Children speak the truth, unadulterated by the complexities of adulthood. Clang. With the sound of a gong, the competition officially began. The young elites from the three families entered the mountains from three different directions. The individuals from the Han family and the City Lord's faction, seemingly in accord, moved towards the Jin family. Pigeons flitted back and forth between the camp and the mountains, delivering intelligence. The head of the Jin family looked on in shock at the City Lord. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Even a fool could discern that the neutral City Lord had taken action. The once confident head of the Jin family immediately fell into a state of panic. The City Lord's faction was the most formidable power in Yong'an City, with two peak Qi gathering experts among the participants in this great competition. Alongside the two fools from the Han family, they now boasted three peak Qi gathering individuals. They were not akin to the mere bandits outside. These were meticulously cultivated prodigies, supported by formidable experts at the 8th and 7th levels of Qi gathering. Could Zhang Fan truly withstand such pressure? What troubled him further was the City Lord's stance. The City Lord's intervention in the competition indicated that neutrality was no longer an option. Faced with the Han family alone, the Jin family was already struggling. With the addition of the City Lord's faction, could the Jin family possibly survive? The City Lord sipped his tea, casting his gaze aside as if he had not heard. With the Jin family weakened and the Han family leading the charge, he was content to watch the ensuing conflict unfold, planning to claim his share of the spoils afterward. However, with the sudden turn of events and the enticing benefits presented by the Han family, he was compelled to take action. Wang Yu teased a shui with pastries, feigning ignorance of the turmoil around him. The second step was complete. Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding drama, the Jin family's disciples were scattered throughout the mountains, hunting their prey. Zhang Fan, however, had broken away from the group, swiftly moving towards the direction of the Han family. His intentions were simple: eradicate the Han family members. Eagle eye. Zhang Fan alighted upon a tree, his pupils shifting, reminiscent of an eagle's gaze, as the distant scenery rapidly drew near. Found it. A smile soon graced his lips, and with a powerful push from his feet, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Within the camp, intelligence arrived. The external aid from the Jin family confronts the pride of the Han family alone, seemingly possessing an exceptionally formidable ocular technique that can lock onto enemies from a distance. Currently, the Jin family's aid has engaged the younger generation of the Han family, resulting in 3 deaths among them. What? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. One individual facing the entirety of the Han family's youth? How confident could he be? It is well known that even the Han family's fool, despite his simplicity, possesses considerable combat prowess. Furthermore, he is endowed with a robust physique, having honed his skills through rigorous training. Even those stronger than him would find it challenging to subdue him easily, especially with the support from other members of the Han family. Surely, Zhang Fan, no matter how formidable, would have to face dire consequences. An ocular technique capable of locking onto enemies from afar? A glint of insight flickered in Wang Yu's eyes as he mentally noted this crucial intelligence. Truly a fool. Possessing such a powerful ocular technique, yet choosing to confront directly instead of launching a stealthy attack. Brother Jin, the external aid you have engaged seems to lack sound judgment. The head of the Han family scoffed disdainfully. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario has not unfolded. Since Zhang Fan has already engaged the Han family's pride in open confrontation, the commotion will undoubtedly attract the attention of the approaching City Lord's forces. By that time, with both factions encircling, he would stand no chance. Not even as a mere peak Qi gathering expert. Even if he were to reach the Qi transformation realm, he would likely meet his end on the spot. Han Bao, leading the young generation of the Han family, is locked in fierce battle with the Jin family's external aid, who, utilizing ghostly-like movements, has already slain 7 members of the Han family. Another report arrived. A smile appeared on the face of the Jin family head, while the Han family head's expression darkened. 10 lives have already been lost. These were all elite members of the Han family. This youth is astonishingly powerful? A flicker of concern crossed the City Lord's eyes, making him feel that he might have acted prematurely. How infuriating. If only you would engage me in a proper fight. Han Bao, enveloped by a powerful aura, seethed with rage, his brows furrowing in frustration. This insufferable brat, instead of confronting him head-on, was eliminating his subordinates. Upon his arrival, his father had repeatedly instructed him to protect his brothers, and now, with so many casualties, how could he explain this to his father? Bauer, perhaps we should retreat for now? A cousin softly suggested. Retreat? Cowards flee. Get away from me. Han Bao was on the brink of an explosive rage. delivering a punch that landed squarely. Ah! The cousin let out a pained cry as he crashed into a large tree, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. And he fell lifelessly. Oh, quite a bit of strength indeed. Zhang Fan caught this scene from the corner of his eye, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A promising talent, but alas, he is my enemy. Ah, come now, let us have a duel. After witnessing bloodshed, Han Bao succumbed to a complete frenzy, drawing forth his 9-foot from his back and launching into a wild flurry of strikes. The blade's aura surged chaotically, causing several members of the Han clan to be caught off guard, resulting in multiple wounds on their bodies, eliciting grimaces of pain. This fool has lost his senses once again. Zhang Fan wielded his dagger, deflecting the menacing blade energy while executing a series of intricate steps, cunningly luring Han Bao to attack his own kin. In an extraordinary turn of events, the Han clan found themselves in a chaotic melee against Zhang Fan, transforming into a joint assault by Zhang Fan and Han Bao against their own family members. They expressed their profound difficulty. Suddenly, seizing an opportune moment to strike at Han Bao, Zhang Fan was met with a barrage of hidden weapons shooting towards him. He was compelled to halt his advance, swiftly maneuvering his dagger to intercept each projectile. A furrow formed in his brow, resembling a Chapter 37, The Death of the Young City Lord at last. The personnel from the City Lord's mansion arrived. The leading expert, a master at the peak of Qi gathering, furrowed his brow and inquired. At this moment, the Han family had already suffered significant casualties, while their adversary stood alone. How could this be possible? Be cautious. This fellow possesses remarkable speed. Before the words of the Han family member could fully escape his lips, Zhang Fan swiftly ended his life with a swift slash to the throat. And what of the others? Zhang Fan's gaze was piercing. He needed no confirmation to recognize these individuals as members of the City Lord's mansion. From their dialogue, it was evident that the Han family had forged an alliance with them. Yet, the contingent from the City Lord's mansion numbered only a scant few. Where had the rest disappeared to? A foreboding suspicion began to take root in his mind. Surely, they have gone to eliminate the Jin family. The leader of the Peak Qi gathering experts let out a cold sneer. Despicable. Zhang Fan's expression finally shifted. With his formidable strength, he would have faced both the City Lord's mansion and the Zhang family without trepidation. However, if the Jin family were to be annihilated, how could he explain this to Jin Tingting? The humiliation would be unbearable. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as a torrent of terrifying true energy erupted from within him. The City Lord's mansion split its forces into two. One contingent supported the Han family, while the other advanced toward the Jin family, having already begun to hunt down scattered descendants of the Jin clan, leaving no survivors. As the City Lord's mansion and the Han family's prodigies encircled Zhang Fan, he altered his previous strategy, opting for a direct confrontation. Despite being besieged by both families, he remained unyielding. Intelligence reports streamed in, recounted aloud. The expressions of both the Jin family patriarch and the Han family patriarch, as well as that of the City Lord, were as dark as a soot-covered pot. The current outcome was beyond their expectations. In this chaotic melee, a stalemate ensued, resulting in mutual devastation. Meanwhile, the other factions within Yong'an City reveled in delight. Let them kill each other. Let them all perish. Only then can we rise, and perhaps even take their place. Eugene family members have concealed quite the trump card. The City Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. What he had presumed to be a certain victory had unexpectedly spiraled into such turmoil. The elite of the City Lord's mansion had suffered considerable losses. I had no intention of opposing the City Lord, but if you persist in your aggressiveness, the Jin family is not to be trifled with, declared the Jin family patriarch without reservation. Now that the facade had been torn asunder, there was no point in feigning submission. He placed all his hopes upon Zhang Fan, believing that this extraordinary youth must be backed by a formidable force. Indeed, there must be. Those who obstruct me shall perish. In the depths of the forest, Zhang Fan unleashed his true energy, carving through the air with sharp blade-like currents, forcefully creating an opening, before propelling himself swiftly toward the Jin family's direction. After engaging in combat, he realized that while his combat prowess was unparalleled, the foes before him were not to be underestimated. Resolving them swiftly was nearly impossible. To safeguard the Jin family members, he had no choice but to break through. Calm your foolish kin, the rest shall pursue me. In the Lord's mansion, a prodigy of the Qi gathering realm delivered a forceful kick to Han Bao's 9-foot linked blade, sending his body skidding across the ground for several meters before uttering a dismissive remark and pursuing onward. This fool is far too obstructive. When he goes on a rampage, He cannot distinguish friend from foe, merely delivering indiscriminate blows. On the other hand, the scattered members of the Jin family possessed no capacity for resistance against the assault of the mansion's experts. Lu Yunfei also participated in this grand competition, appearing exceedingly exhilarated. Not to mention taking a life, he had not even slain a spirit beast prior due to his father's influence. Yet, upon his first act of murder, he felt no fear. Instead, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Especially when it came to killing women, their screams ignited his fervor. Brother Yu was indeed correct. The thrill of taking a life is truly sublime, and it was worth every moment he had begged his father. As night fell and darkness enveloped the land, competitors ought to seek a safe haven to rest before embarking on their hunting endeavors the following day. However, this year's circumstances were unique, even if they wished to pause. They could not. Lu Yunfei could have taken a break, yet he was entirely absorbed in the exhilaration of hunting his kin. He led his companions in search of the Jin family's whereabouts. A young girl, concealed within the grass, was seized and pulled out. A woman. Quite an attractive one, I must say. By the flickering light of the fire, Lu Yunfei's gaze fell upon the encircled woman, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Young master. This appears to be Jin Yu, renowned as a beauty of the Jin family. Shall we have some fun first? Fun? Lu Yunfei furrowed his brow. He had no such intentions. His sole desire was to torment the woman before him and revel in her screams. Young master, when it comes to playing with women, they will certainly scream, and in a more melodious fashion. The instigator continued to coax him. This Jin Yu is truly stunning. It would be a pity not to indulge. Then shall we have some fun? Lu Yunfei licked his lips. Jin Yu's beauty was indeed remarkable. I would rather die than let you touch me. Jin Yu brandished her sword against her throat, poised to take her own life to preserve her honor. In that critical moment, a small stone struck her wrist, causing her grip to loosen, and the sword clattered to the ground. A series of anguished cries followed as 3 of Lu Yunfei's companions fell victim to a blade of air. Zhang Fan spun through the air, landing before Jin Yu. His eyes ablaze with fury, he harbored an intense disdain for those who would dare to abuse women. Cross sword slash. A tremendous cross-shaped wave of energy surged forth. Lu Yunfei and his entourage were taken aback, instinctively shielding Lu Yunfei. Yet, this was a strike fueled by Zhang Fan's wrath. Even those at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm would not dare to confront it head-on, let alone the absence of any such powerful individuals among Lu Yunfei's group. Screams of despair echoed as all those before Lu Yunfei were torn to shreds by the sword energy. However, this also diminished the force of the cross-sword slash, allowing Lu Yunfei to barely withstand the onslaught. Yet, would Zhang Fan relent? It was evident he would not. With a fierce stomp upon the ground, he surged toward Lu Yunfei. Die! Stop! He is the young master, Jin Yu exclaimed in alarm. Although she harbored a deep-seated desire for Lu Yunfei's demise, she was not a mindless individual. Lu Yunfei must not die, especially not at the hands of the Jin family. After all, he was the sole heir of the city lord. Should he perish, the city lord would surely descend into madness. Zhang Fan, upon hearing this, was momentarily struck with astonishment. However, he found himself unable to halt the course of events. He could only shift his tactics, changing his grip on the dagger from reverse to standard. With a downward motion of his arm, his elbow forcefully collided with Lu Yunfei's chest. Lu Yunfei coughed up blood and was propelled backward, crashing into 3 trees in rapid succession before finally collapsing to the ground. He attempted to utter something, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. His head tilted at an odd angle as he slumped to the earth. Zhang Fan swiftly moved to Lu Yunfei's side, crouching down to check for signs of life by feeling his breath and pulse. Dead? How could that be? Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, an unsettling intuition gnawing at him. It felt as if an unseen hand was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Meanwhile, within the camp, the officer responsible for disseminating intelligence stared in disbelief at the 3 identical crimson reports in his hands, his eyes widening as he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 38. The Grand Encirclement Plan. Why have you stopped reading? Continue. The lord of the city furrowed his brow. The crimson intelligence was indeed of the highest order, and 3 reports had arrived simultaneously. He was deeply intrigued by what could have transpired in the mountains. The 3 reports conveyed the same message. The young lord had encircled the Jin family's Jin Yu, intending to commit nefarious acts. Jin Yu, in a desperate moment, attempted to take her own life with a sword, but Zhang Fan arrived just in time to save her, employing powerful spiritual techniques to slay the members of the lord's estate. The young lord. What happened to the young lord? Speak. The city lord rose, roaring with fury. The young lord was struck in the chest by Zhang Fan's elbow and has already perished. What? In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Yunfei is dead? This was the only son of the city lord. The heavens of Yong'an City must surely be collapsing. No one doubted the veracity of the reports. After all, there were 3 separate accounts, each written in code that required decryption, a cipher understood only by the secrets of the city lord's estate. No one would dare to jest about such grave matters. Ah, Zhang Fan, I will kill you, I will kill you. The city lord howled towards the heavens. His eyes bloodshot, his aura raging like a tempest, resembling a madman. My lord, please temper your wrath. At that moment, Wang Yu spoke up. A wave of relief washed over the crowd. If anyone could prevent the city lord from descending into madness, it was undoubtedly Wang Yu. Young lord, my son is dead. I cannot remain calm. The grand competition is cancelled. I shall personally take Zhang Fan's head. The city lord's voice was steady, each word dripping with the weight of his grief. Having lost his son, he cared for nothing else. Even if Wang Yu intervened, he would not yield. No one could stand in the way of his vengeance for his son. The city lord misunderstood. Yunfei was also my brother. Now that he has been slain, since he called me brother, it is my duty to avenge him. Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his fury palpable. The crowd was left dumbfounded. They had expected Wang Yu to act as a mediator, only to find him adding fuel to the fire. Yet, this Zhang Fan, so young yet possessing such formidable strength, was no ordinary foe. Individuals of his caliber were often protected by great fortune. Attempting to kill him recklessly would likely result not only in failure, but could also lead to his own demise. Wang Yu continued, and the city lord regained his composure. After years of serving as the city lord, he was no fool. Having once operated under the command of the Xianwei Marquis, he understood the nature of prodigies. Wang Yu was correct. These individuals were indeed difficult to eliminate. So, young lord, what do you propose to do? Zhang Fan has infiltrated the competition among the 3 major factions, brazenly slaying their young prodigies, potentially inciting a conflict between the Jin, Han, and Lu families, and may very well be an agent of an enemy nation. At this point, Wang Yu paused, scanning the crowd. Humph. The city lord snorted coldly. And the crowd immediately responded in agreement. Yes, yes. The young lord speaks the truth. This Zhang Fan is indeed a spy from an enemy nation. The head of the Han family was the first to express his stance, and soon after, others began to echo his sentiments, all secretly astonished. How remarkable it was that in just a few words, Zhang Fan had been branded as a spy for the enemy nation, while Lu Yunfei was elevated to the status of a hero. Indeed, those from the city were markedly different. A sense of trepidation enveloped them. Throughout the proceedings, the head of the Jin family remained silent. Had he dared to voice any dissent, the city lord would likely have extinguished him on the spot. Relay the order to the city defense forces. Upon discovering enemy spies, the entire army shall mobilize to seal off this mountain range, Wang Yu commanded in a grave tone. The city lord hesitated momentarily before unfastening the token from his waist, instructing a nearby general to pass the order. Although he had the authority to mobilize the city defense forces, they were, after all, imperial troops, necessitating justification. Should anyone learn of his misuse of public resources, he would face severe consequences. However, with Wang Yu providing a valid reason, there was little left to apprehend. It is the duty of every citizen to apprehend spies. As residents of Yong'an, you are all part of my divine martial people, and thus are obliged to contribute your strength. All families in Yong'an City with practitioners above the 8th level of Qi gathering must assemble and submit to my unified command. Is there any objection? Wang Yu's gaze swept across the assembly. The prosperity of the nation is a shared responsibility, and the Han family shall not shirk this duty. Declared the head of the Han family once more. The others, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. Naturally, there were no objections in their hearts. After all, it was merely a youth at the peak of Qi gathering. What could the younger generation do against him? What of the older generation? In the face of those skilled in the transformation realm, could he truly pose a threat? They could contribute without exerting themselves and still earn a favor from the city lord, a tremendous gain indeed. As for the forces seeking vengeance behind this youth, what concern was that to them? They were merely following the commands of Wang Yu and the city lord. Any retribution could be sought elsewhere. Within the command tent, Wang Yu scrutinized the terrain map, swiftly devising a strategy. Yong'an City boasted a defense force of 300 troops. He established 3 lines of blockade to encircle the mountain range. The various families had pulled together 15 masters of the transformation realm. alongside 375 practitioners above the 8th level of Qi gathering. This would serve as his primary force against Zhang Fan. Dispatch orders to divide the forces of each family into 15 large squads, each led by one of the 15 transformation realm experts. These squads shall be further subdivided into 5 smaller teams of 5, advancing sequentially to gradually tighten the encirclement until Zhang Fan is completely surrounded. Is it truly necessary, young lord, to mobilize such extensive forces? The city lord inquired weakly. In his view, Wang Yu was excessively cautious. After all, it was merely a youth at the peak of Qi gathering. He could easily dispatch him personally. What was the need for such grand displays? All of these actions would incur favors owed in the future. I once encircled a prodigy in the imperial capital who was merely a distant relative of my Wang family, with parents only at the transformation realm. Yet, I procured nearly 10,000 spirit destruction arrows and even enlisted the aid of a formidable expert from the transcendence realm, and still failed to annihilate him completely, Wang Yu remarked, sipping his tea with indifference. What? The city lord was struck with disbelief, his body trembling at the revelation. True prodigies are invariably shielded by great fortunes. Even the faintest glimmer of hope allows them to survive dire straits. To vanquish them, one must muster an overwhelming force, 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Otherwise, should they manage to escape, the consequences in years to come may well spell annihilation for your clan. The city lord pondered this deeply, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. Indeed, if Zhang Fan were to elude capture this time, given his talents, it is likely he would swiftly ascend to the realm of spirit transformation. Should he further succeed in forming his elixir, their Lu family would truly face extinction. By that time, even if the divine martial dynasty were to issue a bounty for Zhang Fan's capture, it would bear no significance for them. They would already be deceased. Thus, there is no need to concern oneself with matters of sentiment. Summon all the forces at your disposal. Very well. I shall make the necessary contacts at once. The city lord, thoroughly convinced by Wang Yu, hurriedly exited the tent. Chapter 39. The terrifying nature of humanity. As the army mobilized, the lifeless body of Lu Yunfei was brought forth by the reinforcements from the lord's mansion, accompanied by several observers. My dear Fei, the lord, upon gazing at his son's corpse, could no longer contain his sorrow and wept inconsolably while cradling the remains. For so long, he had clung to a delusion, imagining it to be a mere miscommunication, a figment of falsehood. Yet, with Lu Yunfei's lifeless form laid bare before him, he was compelled to confront the harsh reality. Was it truly as the intelligence had suggested? The lord raised his gaze towards the 3 trembling observers. Cursed be Zhang Fan. He seethed through gritted teeth, hatred flickering in his eyes. The doubts that had lingered in his heart began to dissipate significantly. He had long harbored suspicion that this was all orchestrated by Wang Yu, especially given how overly eager he had been. The meticulous arrangements and ingenious strategies displayed were enough to astonish even an experienced veteran like him, as if everything had been in preparation for an extended period. Indeed, in the residence of the Jin family, an urgent meeting was convened among the senior members of the Jin clan, their faces darkened with despair. Had Lu Yunfei truly met his demise? The body had been retrieved, he was dead. Was it indeed Zhang Fan who had committed the act? The 3 observers affirmed this. And soon after, the pursuing forces arrived, having witnessed Zhang Fan inspecting the young lord's corpse and escorting Jin Yu away. Indisputable evidence. How could this have transpired? The elders appeared ashen. They had originally plotted to secure victory in the upcoming competition and to seed some interest to allow the forces behind Zhang Fan to mediate, hoping the lord's mansion would shield them. Now, not only was their safety in jeopardy, but it seemed inevitable that the lord's mansion would soon seek their annihilation. After all, Zhang Fan was indeed an external aid solicited by the Jin family. They could not escape culpability. The justification for their destruction was ample, colluding with foreign spies to disrupt the peace of Yong'an City. Treason, a crime that could implicate their entire lineage. The only course of action was to immediately distance themselves from Zhang Fan and clarify their stance. Absolutely not. Jin Tingting burst into the room. Zhang Fan fights for our Jin family. This predicament has arisen because of his efforts on our behalf. How can we forsake him now? Her complexion was even graver than that of the elders. She could not fathom how such a composed individual as Zhang Fan could possibly have slain Lu Yunfei. It was worth noting that she had previously cautioned him repeatedly. Now, her entire plan lay in ruins, and she was utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. How can you even speak? We merely asked him to help protect the Jin family disciples and secure an adequate share. Did we instruct him to commit murder? To slay the young lord? Ting Ting, You have brought calamity upon our Jin family, and you must bear the responsibility for this matter. Had we known this would occur, we might as well have married you off to the Han family. After all, is it not merely a matter of offering half of our wealth as a dowry? Just let them be. At least we can leave Yong'an City and settle elsewhere. The crowd voiced their grievances, directing their frustration towards Jin Tingting. Finally, unable to hold back her tears, they streamed down like pearls that had broken free from their string. A whirlwind of emotions, hurt, anger, and injustice, overwhelmed her. She felt on the verge of madness. Why? Why? Everything she did was for her family. What had she done wrong? Sighing deeply, the head of the Jin family lamented. The situation is utterly out of control. The only course of action now is to sever ties with Zhang Fan. Tingting, you share a connection with the young lord. Go speak with him. If we can ensure the safety of our clan, we can relinquish everything else. We are willing to leave Yong'an City unconditionally. Father, how can you say that? Jin Tingting gazed at her father in disbelief. Tingting, this is our family's only chance for survival. I implore you. The head of the Jin family feigned kneeling before her. Father, no. I promise I will go. Whatever conditions he proposes, I will accept. Jin Tingting wailed. Why? How had things come to this? In the mountains, Zhang Fan had completely evaded his pursuers and found a safe haven, laying down Jin Yu. Gone was his previous air of confidence. His countenance was now grave. Zhang Fan, you must flee. The city lord treasures his only son above all. And if you have harmed him, he will surely go mad. He has likely already entered the mountains, Jin Yu urged urgently. She was familiar with Zhang Fan, having been part of the same caravan, where she had offered him assistance and engaged in several conversations. In truth, her relationship with Zhang Fan was even closer than that of Jin Tingting. Thus, when he witnessed her being wronged, his fury was palpable. If I leave, what will happen to you and the Jin family? Zhang Fan responded, fully aware of the implications. The situation had escalated beyond mere misfortune for the Jin family. With the death of the young lord at his hands, he had inadvertently brought calamity upon them. How could he face fleeing? Jin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, she had not considered the gravity of the situation, but now, Zhang Fan's reminder filled her with dread. This was no longer just about the decline of the Jin family. If the city lord were to lose control, their entire clan would face annihilation. Even if you stay, what difference would it make? Perhaps it is best to leave. This is our family's fate. Jin Yu managed a bitter smile. Staying here means certain death. I will take you with me. Go on without me. I am a burden to you, and it would be difficult for you to escape. Before Jin Yu could respond, Zhang Fan sprang into action, vanishing into the moonlight with a few agile movements. Alas, it is our Jin family that has brought you into this predicament. As she watched Zhang Fan's vanishing silhouette, Jin Yu let out a long sigh. She retrieved her provisions and began to eat and drink heartily. Even if she were to meet her demise, she wished to do so as a glutton. Do you not wish to save your Jin family? Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear, causing Jin Yu to tremble violently. A gust of dark wind swept by, coalescing into a figure clad in black, their face obscured. Chapter 40, Breakthrough? The moon concealed itself behind the clouds, plunging the earth into darkness. Yet, Zhang Fan remained unfazed, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. As if endowed with the gift of night vision, the cries of slaughter echoed around him. He swiftly identified the observers along his path, wielding his dagger to unleash waves of lethal energy, mercilessly eliminating them one by one. These were the eyes of the city lord's mansion, and he could not afford to reveal his position. Thus, they had to perish. Zhang Fan alighted upon a relatively high tree, adopting an eagle-eyed gaze, surveying the distance. The first layer of blockade constructed by Wang Yu lay before him. Troops were diligently erecting defensive fortifications, illuminated by the flickering light of torches. A sense of foreboding enveloped Zhang Fan. How could they mobilize so swiftly? A breakout was necessary, and now was the opportune moment. Otherwise, once these soldiers fortified their defenses, the chances of escape would diminish significantly. But what of Jin Yu? He resolved to devise a plan to rescue her after securing his own escape. With resolve, Zhang Fan propelled himself off the tree trunk, launching into action. The first defensive line lay to the southwest, conveniently near a lake where soldiers labored on fortifications, while several minor leaders idly fashioned fishing rods to catch fish. What madness has seized the city lord? Merely dealing with a youth at the pinnacle of chi gathering. And yet he mobilizes the army to seal off the mountains? I was dragged from my wife's embrace for this, one minor leader lamented. These high-ranking officials have never regarded us as human. I hope the dynasty sends someone to investigate, even if he is the city lord. He cannot arbitrarily deploy our city defense forces, another replied. Keep your tongues in check. Remember, calamity springs from careless words. The city lord has lost his only son and is now driven to madness. Do not provoke him further. Suddenly, the clang of a gong reverberated through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! At the blockade, Zhang Fan unleashed wave after wave of lethal energy, embodying a god of death as he ruthlessly reaped the lives of soldiers. In his calculations, this was the most feasible point for a breakthrough. After all, behind him lay a vast lake. Once he breached the defenses and submerged himself within its depths, pursuit would become exceedingly difficult. Once he escaped this mountain range, he would be free as a fish in the sea and as a bird in the sky. As for the Jin family, he would have to temporarily forsake them and later devise a means to rescue her. However, ideals often clash with harsh realities. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through the line, a multitude of soldiers surged forth from the tents. An ambush? How detestable! Zhang Fan gasped in shock. This was indeed a trap. No. The orchestrator had likely anticipated this weak point and reinforced it with additional troops. He had to break through swiftly, otherwise. Once the nearby enemy forces arrived to support, his escape would become exceedingly arduous. Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With his left hand, he grasped the blade of his dagger, making a swift, decisive slash. Blood sprayed forth, leaving the surrounding guards aghast. This individual has resorted to self-harm? With blood as a sacrificial offering to the sword, the storm blade, Zhang Fan unleashed a colossal tempest of sword energy. Then, with a swift push of his toes, he followed suit. The soldiers along his path cried out in agony, torn asunder by this crimson storm. Zhang Fan carved a path with this technique, transcending the annihilating power of an ordinary practitioner. This exemplifies the distinction between the extraordinary and the mundane. However, Zhang Fan was not in an enviable state. His complexion had turned ghastly pale, clearly indicating that this maneuver had taken a significant toll on him. Breaking through the blockade, he summoned another surge of vital energy and dashed forward at breakneck speed. Halt! Halt! The soldiers pursued furiously, a deluge of arrows raining down upon him. With eyes on his back, Zhang Fan maneuvered deftly amidst the storm of arrows, and when evasion proved impossible, he braced himself with a barrier of vital energy. Maintaining his speed remarkably well, safety lay just beyond the Great Lake. He kept reassuring himself, once I reach the Great Lake, I shall be safe. After such a fierce struggle, even employing secret techniques, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Dizziness assailed him. He had to escape these pursuers swiftly. Stop right there. A few small leaders, hastily approaching from the lakeside, drew their blades to strike at Zhang Fan. A chill swept through his eyes. Get lost. With a horizontal slash of energy, he severed the three small leaders in half, ending their lives instantly. In that brief moment of hesitation, a flurry of arrows struck his protective vital energy. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and after furrowing his brow, he continued his desperate flight. Soon, the lake emerged before him, and a hint of joy glimmered in his eyes. How dare a mere city lord conspire to take his life? Just as he was about to reach the lake, a mechanism was triggered, unleashing a barrage of iron spears. Indeed, not arrows, but iron spears. Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Even with his solidified vital energy, he could not withstand such onslaught. He had no choice but to halt his advance, dodging left and right. Yet, the spears were too densely packed and propelled by mechanisms, striking with incredible speed. He could only narrowly evade fatal blows, suffering numerous wounds that bled profusely, causing him to grimace in pain. The pursuit from behind intensified, a multitude of arrows raining down upon him. Cursed be the heavens! Zhang Fan gritted his teeth, spewing a mist of blood as he chanted incantations. A crimson glow enveloped him, and in the next moment, his speed surged exponentially as he surged toward the lake. This was his only path to survival. Once he entered the lake, he would be safe, and he could gradually tend to his wounds thereafter. With a mighty leap, Zhang Fan plunged into the lake, where he would soar freely as the bird in the sky and swim as the fish in the sea. Upon entering the water, just as he intended to swim, his eyes widened in shock as excruciating pain contorted his features. What had transpired? The lake's waters. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows erupted from beneath the surface. Zhang Fan, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to evade them, however, constrained by the water rather than solid ground. His movements were severely restricted. Numerous arrows struck against his protective energy shield. After enduring the initial onslaught, he swiftly swam to a different position, only to find another wave of arrows piercing through the water, colliding with his energy barrier. At that moment, Zhang Fan sensed something was amiss. How could they possibly track him? The lake couldn't be entirely covered, could it? Turning his head, his eyes widened in shock, his mouth bubbling with the formation of large air pockets. Judging by the shape of his lips, he seemed to be about to exclaim in disbelief. Chapter 41. How did it come to this? His body radiated an intense glow, illuminating the darkness and appearing painfully bright. No wonder each volley of arrows could lock onto him with such precision. He was, quite evidently, a living target. Moreover, his body was increasingly racked with pain. The water was toxic. Even a fool could deduce that he had fallen into a trap. With a surge of inner energy, Zhang Fan burst forth from the water, instinctively scanning his surroundings. Even with his composure, he was taken aback by the scene before him. On the opposite shore of the lake, torches ignited the dark figures of fully armed soldiers, stretching endlessly into the night. Archers drew their bows, aiming directly at him. "Fire!" commanded the officer with a sharp order. A deluge of arrows rained down upon him. Good heavens! Not only was the water poisonous, but with his current luminescent condition, he would be shot down immediately. "Break through!" He shouted fiercely, unleashing a terrifying wave of inner energy that dispersed the incoming arrows. In the next moment, spiritual energy erupted around him, converging wildly towards Zhang Fan. Crack! The barrier that had loomed before countless martial artists was effortlessly shattered by him. Zhang Fan had successfully gathered energy to transform into spiritual essence, officially stepping into the realm of spiritual transformation. In a moment of crisis, he had indeed proven himself a prodigious talent. The young lord was truly astute. "Shoot, shoot, shoot. Kill him," commanded the officer on the shore, drawing his sword, a decision that was undoubtedly wise. The opponent had clearly set a trap for him. The lake was specifically designed as a snare. Given this trap, even if he managed to break free with his newfound powers, there was no guarantee that more traps awaited him. Furthermore, among the adversaries, there were likely masters of spiritual transformation hiding as well, severely injured and poisoned. Although he had broken through to the realm of spiritual transformation, his foundation was unstable. Even if he possessed hidden cards, his survival was far from assured. The mountains were vast, and the paths were convoluted, making it difficult for an army to maneuver. They dared only to seal off the area but did not venture to comb the mountains. Should they do so, all would become his prey. He merely needed to find a safe place to recuperate, and then choose a new direction to break free. Inside the tent, Wang Yu and a Shui were engaged in a game of chess. At that moment, his complexion was somewhat ashen. "Shui, did you learn this game from the chess saint?" "I've lost 3 matches in a row without leaving a trace of my pieces." Wang Yu felt as though he was on the verge of despair. "But didn't Tiyu just teach me this?" A Shui blinked her large, innocent eyes, a single remark sending Wang Yu into utter despondence. Though he had never played against anyone, he had always felt confident in his chess skills. Now, losing to a little girl he had only recently taught was terrifying. Could it be that he was truly a dreadful chess player? He began to question his existence. "However, I am quite familiar with this game. I must have learned it in the past." A Shui gently placed a piece down. Once again, Wang Yu lost. "Not counting this one. Let's play again." "I refuse to believe it," Wang Yu declared, his stubborn temperament flaring as he insisted on another round. He simply could not accept being outplayed by a young girl. "How many pieces shall I give you this time?" A Shui's words struck a nerve, further unbalancing him. "Sir." "Intelligence report." The voice of a guard echoed from outside the tent. "They have actually breached the spirit realm?" Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with unexpected delight. For prodigies like them, breaking through to a new level was relatively simple. What they required was time to consolidate their power and accumulate experience. A hasty breakthrough could diminish one's combat prowess. Zhang Fan had evidently not gathered sufficient strength. His reckless leap forward would significantly affect him. In the battle at the lake, Zhang Fan's attempt to break through had failed. Had he not inadvertently contributed to his own setback? Had his good fortune been seized by Wang Yu? Alas, how he longed for a system interface. That way, everything would be laid bare before him. Yet, he was not the protagonist. Not only that, but he was also cursed by the heavenly Dao. How could the heavenly Dao possibly grant him an interface? Such thoughts were utterly futile. Initiate the second phase of the plan. Let them act. Yes. In the depths of the forest, a figure leaped among the trees. Zhang Fan, drenched in blood and utterly disheveled, had achieved a precarious breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm. But the soldiers were not mere playthings. He had paid a hefty price to escape their encirclement and had spent a great deal of time shaking them off. His situation was dire. Crack! As he landed on a branch, preparing to launch himself anew, the branch suddenly snapped beneath him. He lost his balance and plummeted downward. surrounding mechanisms activated at random, unleashing a barrage of iron spears towards him. Damn it! Zhang Fan cried out, suspended in midair with no leverage to aid him. He had no choice but to unleash his spiritual energy once more, deflecting the deadly projectiles. The weight of his predicament pressed heavily upon him. His brow furrowed deeply, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. More traps. Curse be the one responsible. Who was his adversary? Zhang Fan felt his composure fraying. How had it come to this? Was he merely overwhelmed, or had the grief over his son's death driven him to madness? Upon hitting the ground, he let out a pained cry. Glancing down, he discovered a layer of steel needles scattered across the ground. Blood oozed from his feet, the liquid dark and reeking of foulness. Poisonous. Zhang Fan sealed several of his acupoints and retrieved an antidote pill from his pocket, consuming it hastily. Damn it, I will kill you. No matter who you are, I will end your life. He bellowed at the heavens. In that moment of distraction, the hidden figure finally made a move, launching a lethal strike. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted as the assailant soared through the air, delivering a devastating punch towards Zhang Fan. Startled, Zhang Fan swiftly turned, crossing his arms in defense. The force of the blow impacted his arms fiercely, sending him hurtling away. With a thunderous crash, he shattered 4 mighty trees and let out a gasp, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. A formidable master of the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, a practitioner of the second tier, where spiritual energy has transformed into liquid essence. He must flee. Zhang Fan unleashed a tempest of sword energy, momentarily thwarting his pursuer, and swiftly made his escape. He possessed the ability to see in the dark, and his speed was unparalleled. Even a master of the second tier could not keep pace with him. However, the daylight presented a different challenge. How infuriating. He had taken a circuitous route, yet his adversary still seemed to track his movements. Or perhaps, the pursuer was unaware of his exact path, instead laying traps along every necessary route, ambushing him with other masters of the spirit transformation realm. But how could that be possible? How many such experts could the entire Lord's Manor possibly conceal? Zhang Fan was left with a mind full of questions. Chapter 42. No chivalry. As dawn gently illuminated the sky, Zhang Fan's body tumbled outside the cave. Qilin Yu, startled, cautiously peered out and upon recognizing Zhang Fan, exclaimed in surprise and hurried to assist him. Young Master Zhang, what has happened to you? Nothing serious. Just help me inside first, Zhang Fan replied laboriously. Observing his condition, Qilin Yu was filled with questions. Is this what you call nothing serious? Young Master Zhang, you. Inside the cave, Qilin Yu tore off a piece of her clothing to bandage Zhang Fan's wounds. The sight of his injuries was truly alarming. What had he endured? Zhang Fan felt a burning sensation on his face, reflecting on how he had previously proclaimed that no one could stop him from leaving. They were well prepared, deploying substantial manpower and resources. It seems unlikely that we can escape in the short term. Zhang Fan grit his teeth as he spoke. What should we do then? If you're captured? Qilin Yu expressed her concern for Zhang Fan, prioritizing his safety over her own. This elicited a warmth in Zhang Fan's heart. Do not worry. I merely fell into their ambush this time. Here, we are still relatively safe. I have reached the spirit transformation realm. Once I stabilize my realm and recover from my injuries, breaking free will not pose a challenge, Zhang Fan declared with confidence. What? You have already broken through to the spirit transformation realm? Qilin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. For someone from a small town like hers, achieving the spirit transformation realm was akin to reaching the pinnacle of combat prowess. The fact that Zhang Fan, younger than her, had attained such a status was nothing short of extraordinary. It is merely the spirit transformation realm. Breaking through is always within reach. I have merely been accumulating my strength. Zhang Fan replied, feigning nonchalance, though internally he was gritting his teeth. As Wang Yu had surmised, Zhang Fan's accumulation was far from complete. The recent breakthrough had significant repercussions for him, necessitating the search for rare materials to compensate, which would require considerable time. Young Master Zhang, is there anything I can do for you? Qilin Yu asked softly. Zhang Fan's gaze instinctively drifted to the neckline of Qilin Yu's garment. Her shirt, having been torn, left her form unencumbered. He swallowed hard. Although Qilin Yu was not as stunning as Jin Tingting, her figure was undeniably more ample. Humph, pervert. Qilin Yu, noticing Zhang Fan's gaze, quickly covered her neckline, glaring at him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Zhang Fan scratched his head awkwardly, perplexed by his own reaction, as he was not a lecherous man and could not comprehend his current feelings. Young Master saved my life. If you truly desire me, I would be willing to oblige. But not now. You are gravely injured and poisoned. It is not appropriate. Jin Yu's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe peach, as she lowered her gaze, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Ah, you go out and guard for me. I need to heal and expel the toxins from my body, Zhang Fan said with a forced smile. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and his body became increasingly uneasy. Damn it, it's an aphrodisiac. Zhang Fan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Those scoundrels dared to administer such despicable drugs to him, perhaps due to an insufficient dosage. Coupled with his physical pain, his heart had hung in a state of suspense. Previously, he felt little, but now, as he settled down and received treatment, with Jin Yu by his side, the effects of the drug began to surge. How wicked they were. These rascals had no sense of honor. Young master, what is wrong? Jin Yu asked anxiously as she sensed Zhang Fan's discomfort. At that moment, his breathing grew heavier, and his eagle-like eyes glowed ominously. Young master, Jin Yu, having never seen such a desperate expression, knew exactly what he intended. They administered an aphrodisiac to me, Zhang Fan managed to say, struggling. Jin Yu shot him a disbelieving glance. I believe you, not a word of it. Sighing softly, she released her grip, revealing her alluring figure once more to Zhang Fan's gaze. With his eyes now blood-red, he could no longer restrain himself and lunged forward. A piercing scream echoed through the cave, causing nearby teams to take notice. Was that a woman's voice? Let's investigate. This is a designated area marked by the young lord. For safety's sake, signal the nearby teams to rendezvous. Figures hurriedly approached the cave, and soon, a dozen individuals burst in, both men and women. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes widened in shock. A few women spat in disdain and turned their heads away. Zhang Fan, startled, found himself exposed, turning to face the group. His mind was a blur as if time had frozen, everyone staring at one another in disbelief. How mortifying. Suddenly, Jin Yu let out a piercing scream. Covering her face with her hands, time seemed to stand still until finally shattered. One of the team members pulled out a scroll, comparing it to Zhang Fan, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. Zhang Fan. This kid is Zhang Fan. Damn it. Zhang Fan cursed, seizing a dagger and charging at the group. Completely bare. How could the esteemed Zhang Fan be left in such a humiliating state? These people must die. Otherwise, how could he bear to live in this world? He was driven by a frenzied desire for vengeance, unleashing his inner energy despite his injuries. Haha, this kid is frantic because we've caught him off guard. One team member laughed, his eyes greedily scanning Jin Yu. This is going to be interesting. The leader of the transformation realm experts advanced. What? A look of disbelief flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. This individual had actually attained the third stage of the transformation realm, the crystallization of spiritual power. How could this be? Such an expert must surely represent the pinnacle of combat prowess in Yong'an City. How could he possibly appear here? Mountain shaking fist. After exchanging several blows, the captain seized an opportunity and unleashed a powerful punch. Puff! Zhang Fan expelled a mist of blood, his body hurtling backward to collide violently with the stone wall of the cave, spiderweb-like cracks erupting upon impact, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Summon help. Ensure the entrance is secured. I never anticipated that Yun Fei would perish at the hands of such a despicable scoundrel. The heavens are unjust. The captain roared, charging towards Zhang Fan. Chapter 43. The collapse of Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan was in a state of utter despair. How could he possibly contend with a master at the third level of the transformation realm, accompanied by 15 formidable practitioners of the high-level gathering spirit realm? What exorbitant price would he have to pay to vanquish them all? Not to mention the fact that these individuals could flee, and they had also summoned reinforcements. Yet, if he did not eliminate them, what face would he have left if today's events were to spread? Oh heavens! Why must he endure such tribulations? Ah! Zhang Fan bellowed in a fit of rage, his inner energy surging forth. Bladestorm. The confines of the cave were too narrow for any escape, and even the master of the third transformation realm dared not confront the onslaught head-on, retreating to avoid its lethal edge. Fortunately, this was a cave. As long as they guarded the entrance, Zhang Fan would be trapped like a fish in a barrel. Break for me. Zhang Fan's strength erupted once more, delivering a powerful punch against the cracked stone wall behind him. A resounding crash echoed as the wall crumbled beneath his strike. He had not been unprepared. This was his contingency plan. One must admit, the protagonist indeed acted with remarkable acumen in the blink of an eye. Let us go. Zhang Fan scooped up Jin Yu and hastily grabbed some garments from the ground. He contemplated using leaves as a temporary cover, intending to eliminate a few soldiers and seize their clothing once he had evaded his pursuers. Chase him. The master of the transformation realm would not allow him to escape so easily. With a single punch, he shattered the waning blade storm and led the charge after Zhang Fan. He was from the city lord's manor, a member of the Lu family. Lu Yunfei was his most cherished junior, and today he would ensure Zhang Fan's demise. As the sun rose, its golden rays illuminated the land, rekindling the world. Within the forest, a chase unfolded. A youth, clad in tattered garments, sprinted ahead, clutching a beautiful figure, while a cadre of middle-aged individuals pursued fervently behind. It resembled a scene from a tabloid chase for a sensational scoop. The only thing missing was the incessant flash of cameras. Plop. A droplet of water fell onto Jin Yu's lips, and she instinctively licked it, tasting the saltiness. Zhang Fan wept. From this day forth, I, Zhang Fan, shall take it upon myself to bring about the world's destruction. Oh, doomsday, come swiftly. Brother Fan, put me down. They want to harm me, Jin Yu said, biting her lip, reluctant to be a burden to Zhang Fan. No, you are my woman now. How could I abandon you? Zhang Fan's gaze was resolute as he categorically refused. Regardless of the circumstances, Jin Yu was innocent, ensnared by his plight. He could not simply leave her to those people. As he spoke, Zhang Fan found himself weeping once more. Oh heavens, what had he done to deserve this? Even in the face of true death, he wished to avoid such a social demise. Haha, Zhang Fan, you are cradling such a stunning beauty, yet you still feel despondent? In the distance, a group of riders received the news and rushed towards the scene, bursting into laughter upon witnessing the spectacle. Zhang Fan propelled himself off a tree trunk, altering his direction, his face pale with fury. Though the taunts were aimed at him, they struck at his most vulnerable point. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. He realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. An unseen force seemed to be orchestrating the entire affair. Each time he exerted himself to shake off his pursuers, new figures would emerge ahead, interrupting his escape. Gradually, they had begun to encircle him. These individuals were all skilled fighters. If they unleashed their full potential, they could easily catch up to him. Yet they refrained from doing so, opting not to attack. It felt as if they were hunting him in a circle. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in realization. These people were toying with him. This was intolerable. A fierce resolve flickered in his gaze. He could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, he would truly perish here. With a determined shout, he leaped onto a branch, propelling himself into the air. Eagle eye. His gaze swept 360 degrees, absorbing everything around him. He spotted a river. If he could plunge into the water and drift downstream, he might escape his pursuers. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished. He had developed a psychological barrier against water. Without taking the waterway, where could he flee? Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. In midair, dodging was nearly impossible. Zhang Fan could only channel his spiritual energy to create a protective barrier. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as the arrow pierced through his barrier, embedding itself in his shoulder. A cry of pain escaped him. Fortunately, he instinctively avoided a fatal strike. The arrow merely grazed his shoulder, or it could have claimed his life. A destruction arrow. How could there be a destruction arrow? Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and continued to sprint, his stamina waning. Could it be the young Marquis? Jin Yu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Wang Yu? A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. The destruction arrow could not possibly be supplied by Yong'an City. Yet, there was a distinguished guest in Yong'an City at present, the heir of the Xianwei Marquis, Wang Yu. Previously, when he ambushed the powerful figures of Canyan sect, he had utilized a significant number of destruction arrows. Now, on his official visit to Qingshan County, he surely would not have left them behind. Was this entire trap orchestrated by him? A thought emerged in Zhang Fan's mind. But how could a mere youth possess such intricate schemes? Within the grand tent, Wang Yu continued his chess match with a shui. Oh dear, I can't continue. I'm utterly exhausted and long to sleep. A shui, sporting dark circles under her eyes, yawned repeatedly. They had played nearly 20 games, and she was on the verge of losing her sanity. No way. Let us have another round. I refuse to believe that I, the esteemed Wang Yu, cannot triumph over a mere child. Wang Yu insisted, pressing on with his challenge against A Shui. Fine. I concede the victory to you. Is that acceptable? A Shui felt tears welling up. What do you mean by conceding? Is that even a valid option? If I am to win, it must be done with unyielding effort. You are not to go easy on me, or else I shall ensure you go hungry. Wang Yu warned as he tidied up the chess pieces. A Shui lay back, feeling utterly despondent. Regret washed over her for having followed Wang Yu. Was it worth sacrificing her freedom for a mere morsel of food? Oh, how she longed for the past. Sir, intelligence report. The voice of a guard echoed from outside the door. Chapter 44. A life without attachment. Completely unraveled, Wang Yu gazed at the intelligence in his hand. And despite having orchestrated everything himself, he remained astonished, his mouth agape for an extended period. It appeared that his suspicions were indeed correct. Luck, it seems, is finite. Much like spiritual energy, once expended, it requires time to replenish. While some may continuously encounter misfortune, no one enjoys perpetual good fortune, not even the protagonist. Otherwise, the concept of cosmic balance would cease to exist. Zhang Fan's escape was fraught with traps, mechanisms, and ambushes, though he managed to elude them all. His fortune was significantly depleted. Furthermore, since all of this was set in motion by Wang Yu, a portion of his luck was siphoned away as well. Despite his previously boundless fortune, he too began to experience setbacks. Thus, the elaborate scheme devised by Wang Yu unfolded with remarkable ease. Was it time to cast the net? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu shook his head. The moment had not yet arrived. Although Zhang Fan's luck had been considerably drained, he likely still possessed hidden cards. After all, he was the protagonist. Surely, he had some miraculous aid up his sleeve. Perhaps a wise old man or woman would suddenly appear. A little more pressure was needed. He needed to be thoroughly exhausted before the net was drawn in. Alas, it was a pity that this world lacked cameras. If this were captured as a documentary, it would rival the thrill of the West Capital. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, sensing he had missed a lucrative opportunity. As Wang Yu perused the intelligence, Axa stealthily made her way out of the tent. Shwe, Wang Yu called softly, causing Axa to shiver and turn. Her expression more sorrowful than a cry. There is still time, let us have another round. No, I refuse, Axa exclaimed, bolting towards the exit. Only to find her collar grasped tightly by Wang Yu. Her little legs were racing, yet she could not advance an inch. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Zhang Fan was still running for his life, cradling the frail and helpless Jin Yu in his arms. Let me go? I would rather die, she lamented, utterly disheartened. The number of pursuers grew, and she was barely clothed, leaving little to the imagination. It would have been better to perish in the cave than to endure this. Damn it, must I resort to that move? Zhang Fan finally resolved. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them wide. In the next moment, he replenished a significant portion of his spiritual energy almost instantaneously. That was not the end. A faint azure energy enveloped him, and in an instant, his speed surged severalfold. With a swift motion, he broke free from the encirclement and dashed deeper into the mountains. Just ahead of another oncoming wave of encirclement. Such speed. The young lord is indeed astute. Zhang Fan surely has hidden cards. Signal the teams to disperse and continue forming an encirclement. Command the first layer of the blockade to contract and tighten the area of confinement. Zhang Fan's escape seemed anticipated by these individuals. Rather than panic, they organized themselves with remarkable composure. In their hearts, they held the young lord in the highest esteem. In the depths of a dense forest, Zhang Fan set down Jin Yu, gasping heavily for breath. At that moment, the spiritual destroying arrow was still lodged in his body, blood gushing forth, causing him immense pain that furrowed his brow. Drawing out his dagger, he effortlessly severed the arrowhead, then extracted the shaft. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jin Yu's eyes. The spiritual destroying arrow was notoriously robust. The ease with which the dagger sliced through it spoke volumes of its sharpness. This was indeed a weapon of divine craftsmanship. Zhang Fan scoured the ground for herbs, chewing and then gritting his teeth as he applied them to his wounds. Let me bandage you, Jin Yu said helplessly, tearing apart the only piece of cloth she had to tend to his injuries. As she gazed upon Jin Yu's alluring figure, Zhang Fan felt a surge of heat within him. His breathing grew labored, his eyes reddened, and his blood began to boil. This sensation was all too familiar. Damn it, how long will this go on? Zhang Fan exclaimed in frustration. It was yet another potent drug. The spiritual destroying arrow had been laced with it. Curse that heartless beast. Shall I take over? Jin Yu asked, biting her lip. Zhang Fan was gravely wounded and could not move recklessly. Now that the situation had escalated, she felt indifferent, seizing the moment when no one was around. She resolved to act swiftly to avoid further complications. However, Zhang Fan found himself unable to rise, a chill creeping down his spine, cold sweat trickling down. I need to clear my head. You weave 2 simple garments to cover our bodies, he instructed tersely before striding naked toward the west. Earlier, he had spotted a small stream there with his keen eyesight. He hoped the icy water would help him regain composure. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned away, a flicker of pain and helplessness crossed Jin Yu's eyes. The gentle sound of flowing water was refreshing and pure. Having been repeatedly deceived, Zhang Fan's vigilance heightened significantly. He crouched by the stream, observing intently until he spotted fish and shrimp, at which point he felt secure enough to drink and cleanse himself. His desires were considerably dulled, and his mind began to clear. Though he had deployed a trump card and temporarily escaped the encirclement, the crisis was far from over. The strength mobilized by his adversaries exceeded his expectations. He had encountered no fewer than 7 experts at the spirit transformation realm. The precise number was still unknown to him. What the hell? Have all the spirit transformation masters of Yong'an City been summoned? Now, having utilized his trump card, replenished his spiritual energy, and stabilized his realm, he could face a squad alone and perhaps escape, but these individuals were not disorganized. They coordinated their efforts in a united assault, responding to one another's calls. If one side launched an attack, nearby forces would swiftly come to their aid. If he were alone, he might have been able to fight back. But now he carried a burden. The notion of abandoning Qilin Yu never crossed his mind. She had become his woman, and this was their first encounter. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not forsake her. Otherwise, what would Zhang Fan become? So how should this predicament be resolved? As Zhang Fan pondered, he caught a few fish from the brook, removed their scales and entrails, and cleaned them thoroughly. He then sliced the raw flesh with a dagger and stuffed it into his mouth. His physical exertion had been immense, necessitating a replenishment of sustenance, particularly protein. Lighting a fire was out of the question, so he had to make do with what he had. Surprisingly, the taste was quite delightful. The flesh of these fish was remarkably fresh, seemingly imbued with a hint of spiritual essence. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. "Young Master Zhang, I have fashioned a grass skirt for you. Please make do with it," came the voice of Qilin Yu as she approached. Remarkably, her hands were quite adept, as she had swiftly crafted clothing from leaves, grass, and the torn remnants of a dress. Though her creation was a 3-piece ensemble while Zhang Fan donned a pair of shorts, it sufficed in covering him, sparing him from further embarrassment. Chapter 45. Don't come over, Zhang Fan shouted in terror. As soon as the words escaped his lips, his face contorted in utter agony. He could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Qilin Yu stood frozen, as if struck by a sudden blow, her mind blank and devoid of thought. Who am I? Where am I? A gust of wind swept by, and she was abruptly seized by a tumult in her stomach, collapsing to the ground and retching violently. The stench was overwhelming, almost stinging her eyes. Zhang Fan felt utterly humiliated, experiencing a social death in that moment. Why? Why was this happening? In his 2 lifetimes combined, he had never experienced such disgrace. The sounds of his embarrassment continued to echo. What the hell is this laxative? Why is it so potent? Zhang Fan shut his eyes tightly, covering his mouth and nose. He was beginning to embrace the chaos of the situation. Suddenly, as he was caught in this tumult, a volley of arrows rained down upon him. Zhang Fan shielded his eyes, unable to see, but his ears remained alert, picking up the whistling sound of the arrows. Instinctively, he grasped a nearby dagger and unleashed a series of energy blades. 2 arrows swiftly pierced through his defenses, heading straight for him. With keen eyesight, he recognized the deadly spirit-extinguishing arrows. With his hands braced against the ground, he executed a graceful spinning maneuver, effortlessly kicking the arrows aside with style. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Not just him. Qilin Yu in the distance was equally stunned, as were the members of the capturing team who had just arrived. Zhang Fan felt a surge in his stomach, sticky and uncomfortable. Until now, everything had been driven by his combat instincts, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. He had to admit, it was a commendable performance, if only it weren't for his earlier predicament. Do you think I 1T strike you just because you're covered in filth? The leader of the team, a powerful figure in the spirit transformation realm, unleashed a massive spirit energy fist, the mountain-shaking fist. To his surprise, this individual was yet another member of the City Lord's estate. Why? Why was he always encountering people from the City Lord's residence? Zhang Fan sensed that he had grasped something significant, but now was not the time for contemplation. Crossing his arms before him, he propelled himself backward with the force of the incoming punch. Only when he landed beside Qilin Yu did he unleash his spirit energy, shattering the attack. Let us go. Zhang Fan reached out to grab Qilin Yu, but she instinctively recoiled, her face reflecting terror and a palpable disdain, even pinching her nose as if to ward off a foul odor. It was as if she were about to utter a disapproving gasp. Zhang Fan's heart sank, feeling as if he had been struck. Her disdain pierced him like a dagger. Of course, Who would willingly associate with someone so utterly filthy? Oh, how he longed for death. Jin Yu seemed to recognize her own inappropriate reaction. At the precipice of life and death, Zhang Fan remained resolute in bringing her along. Yet she wore an expression of utter disdain. She ought not to. Such a display was a grievous blow to one's pride. However, the stench emanating from Zhang Fan was overwhelming, compounded by the unpleasant odor of excrement, a challenge she could hardly surmount. Brother Fan, you should escape first. I will hold them off for you. Jin Yu steadfastly positioned herself before Zhang Fan, embodying a spirit of unwavering sacrifice. Zhang Fan was once again struck by a wave of emotional turmoil. Was she truly willing to embrace death rather than accompany me? With a thunderous shout, he released the spiritual energy within him, dispelling the filth that clung to him. Grasping Jin Yu, he took off, unceremoniously bare. Jin Yu, while still harboring her distaste, felt relieved to be rid of the excrement and could begrudgingly accept the situation. Brother Fan, I am sorry. I have burdened you. Jin Yu pinched her nose, her face awash with regret. Zhang Fan, suppressing the urge to cast her aside, forced a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. It's all right. I can protect you. Such a profoundly pretentious statement, however, emerged from his lips in the most unrefined manner possible. He had reached the nadir of social disgrace. Having evaded their pursuers, Zhang Fan sought refuge in another hiding spot. Night had fallen, providing them with a semblance of safety. Suddenly, Jin Yu's stomach growled audibly, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Zhang Fan's plight, however, was far graver. He had endured unimaginable hardships, and his stomach was empty. Had he not been relying on the sap of trees for hydration, he would have been on the verge of dehydration. Even so, he appeared utterly depleted. A certain part of him throbbed painfully. Should I find something to eat? Jin Yu inquired cautiously, her hunger overwhelming. Since the commencement of the grand competition, she had not consumed a morsel. Zhang Fan exhaled a long sigh. The terror instilled by Wang Yu lingered in his mind. In his 2 lifetimes, he had encountered many despicable individuals, yet none had stooped so low as to resort to such extremes. The disparity between effort and reward was unfathomable. Take, for instance, the battle by the lake, such a vast body of water. He had unleashed a multitude of toxins into it. One must remember that poisons come at a cost. Those capable of harming someone of his caliber were not inexpensive. Furthermore, the fish had surely been systematically cleared before the tainted ones were introduced for him to capture. Yet, his landing point had been entirely random. Even his decision to approach the creek had been spontaneous. The adversary could not possibly have anticipated such a move. If he possessed such foresight, he would have long since met his demise. This indicated that the enemy had laid an indiscriminate trap. It was conceivable that not just the creek, but all the rivers within the mountain range had been poisoned. Madman, this individual was utterly deranged. He had expended such effort on futile schemes. He must have concocted other traps as well. Even the fruit on the trees was no longer safe for Zhang Fan. He was unwilling to endure another social demise. Otherwise, he would face death itself. Even with a mere 1% chance, he dared not take the risk. Recalling the scene by the stream, Jin Yu's complexion paled slightly. She could not articulate the words that I had consumed first, while she feared not for her life. The prospect of social demise troubled her greatly. However, abstaining from food was not a viable solution. If she endured hunger for another couple of days, she would perish without the need for that group to come for her. With a sigh, Zhang Fan exhaled a breath of frustration. Now that night has fallen, that group will surely require sustenance as well. Allow me a moment to gather some provisions. Their supplies will undoubtedly be secure. Ah, is that not too perilous? Jin Yu observed Zhang Fan with a worried expression. Fear not, as long as it is not a repeat of the previous encirclement. A mere small squad does not pose a significant threat, Zhang Fan replied, a confident smile gracing his face. Chapter 46. The Quest for Sustenance Beneath the Moonless Sky. As the wind howled and shadows danced among the trees, a solitary figure, bare-chested and clad only in a rudimentary grass skirt, flitted silently and swiftly through the forest. With the aid of his eagle-eyed night vision and keen sight, Zhang Fan was able to discern the positions of his pursuers to the fullest extent. As night fell, the hunting party ceased their search, for the darkness obscured their vision and rendered them vulnerable to ambush. They fortified key routes, some retrieving provisions and water to replenish their strength, while others rested with closed eyes in the trees, conserving their energy. Meanwhile, the outer soldiers remained vigilant, brandishing torches as they advanced in an orderly manner, continuously tightening the encirclement. Some soldiers within the first layer of the blockade had even begun to join in the search. For a reduced area of confinement naturally meant fewer individuals to monitor. These additional personnel could effectively assist in the pursuit. One should not underestimate the value of ordinary soldiers. Even a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant, let alone these well-trained troops. 10 or 8 may pose little concern, but dozens or even hundreds could indeed become a formidable headache. Attrition could wear one down to exhaustion, and Zhang Fan's objective lay with these soldiers. An assault on the action team would be fraught with peril. If he failed to achieve a decisive blow, he risked alerting others. Soldiers, however, were less likely to raise the alarm. With his abilities, he could stealthily pilfer their provisions without their knowledge. In a clearing of the forest, the soldiers established camp, and a few on watch engaged in idle chatter. Zhang Fan is quite the enigma, isn't he? Our city has mobilized such a grand effort, yet we have yet to capture him. Indeed, he possesses a remarkable luck, having survived grievous injuries and poison, only to bounce back so quickly. I heard the nobles even had him naked under the moonlight. What a pity we arrived too late. Otherwise, we could have feasted our eyes on that spectacle. The golden moon is renowned for her beauty in our city. Fear not, the encirclement is closing in steadily. We shall soon apprehend that rascal. By then, you need not worry about a lack of entertainment. Perhaps we may even have some amusement. This time, our city S-Guard has deployed in full force, constructing 3 layers of blockade. Even if that scoundrel sprouted wings, he would find it impossible to escape. 3 layers? Concealed in the shadows, Zhang Fan's pupils constricted sharply. To think there were not 1, but 2 additional layers of blockade beyond what he had anticipated. How audacious! He had initially contemplated abandoning the Golden Moon if necessary, leveraging his trump card to break free alone. The adversaries were primarily focused on him, so they should not pose a significant threat to her. Moreover, the Golden Moon served as bait. Her presence was essential to draw him out, ensuring her safety for the time being. Once he escaped and recuperated, he was confident he could rescue her. When his strength was sufficient, he would obliterate the city of Yong'an and cleanse himself of all stains. He had not foreseen such reckless determination from his foes. 3 lines of blockade? As long as he breaches the first line, they will immediately send out notifications, at which point the second line of defense will be alerted, and the third line will be even more vigilant. The action team will also form a new encirclement against him. There is no escape. A flicker of despair crossed Zhang Fan's eyes. Has the city lord truly gone mad to mobilize such immense forces against him? Even if he harbored a deep-seated hatred for himself, could he truly descend to such depths? There remains a lingering doubt, one that has persistently troubled him. Is his adversary truly the city lord? He could scarcely fathom that a person driven to the brink of fury could possess such clarity of thought to orchestrate an almost unsolvable trap. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. With a gentle push off a branch, he swiftly lunged toward a few night watch soldiers. A flash of cold steel silenced their chatter. The bodies of 3 night watchmen went rigid, their eyes bulging, before they crumpled to the ground. Zhang Fan steadied one with a hand while using his foot to support another, slowly lowering them down. He rifled through their belongings for provisions, taking several hearty bites. The dry, hard rations, at that moment, transformed into the most exquisite delicacy in his mouth, bringing him to the brink of tears. He was utterly famished. After somewhat satiating his hunger, Zhang Fan scavenged every morsel of food from them and casually stripped off their clothing. He was finally free from running about in the nude. Once clothed, Zhang Fan felt a surge of security. He instinctively glanced at the nearby tents, hesitated for a moment, then chose to depart. The provisions he had secured were sufficient to last him 3 days. There was no need to risk further danger. Should he be discovered, it would be a grave miscalculation. He still needed to tread cautiously, avoiding unnecessary confrontations. Moon must be terribly hungry by now, he thought. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he gathered the food and donned another set of clothes before quietly slipping away. His feelings toward Jean Yu were rather complex. Initially, he had been somewhat considerate of her due to Jean Tingting and the care she had shown him during their time in the caravan. To him, Jean Yu was merely a stranger, notable only for her beauty, which surpassed that of most women. However, since their night together, their relationship had grown more intimate, and their emotions had deepened as well. Love, they say, blossoms through shared experiences. Zhang Fan found himself increasingly reluctant to part with Jean Yu. Why does it itch so much? He wondered how long it had been since these clothes were washed. Perched atop a tree, he scratched at his neck, feeling a twinge of irritation, but his heart was set on returning home, and he did not dwell on it, continuing on his path. Soldiers on the march certainly could not indulge in bathing, nor did they have the luxury of such concerns. As time passed, the itchiness intensified, verging on unbearable. Had he contracted fleas? Within the cave, upon hearing Zhang Fan's call, Qin Yu joyfully sprang forth. Upon witnessing Zhang Fan's appearance, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with horror. "Fangu, what has happened to you?" It's nothing at all," Zhang Fan replied, twisting his body slightly, unable to resist scratching himself. "This soldier's uniform seems to have gone unwashed for ages. It itches terribly. I shall remove it for you to wash." With that, he proceeded to take off his shirt. Having seen and even shared intimate moments before, he felt no embarrassment. "Fangu, your face and your body," Qin Yu exclaimed, her terror escalating, her voice quivering with alarm. Chapter 47. Collapsed. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and glanced down at himself. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. His body had taken on a reddish hue, adorned with countless secretive spots. It itched. Yet, for the moment, he felt safe. Discovering the peculiarity of his condition, that itching sensation surged over him like a tidal wave, nearly consuming him. A low growl escaped his lips. He did not scream like an ordinary person. Instead, he summoned his willpower to suppress the urge to scratch. There was something amiss with this garment. His gaze fixated on the clothing beneath him, filled with confusion. It was impossible. The soldiers wore the same attire. Why were they unharmed? Could it be the rations? He then turned his attention to the supplies of food and water in his hands. Qin Yu approached to assess Zhang Fan's condition, then attempted to pick up the clothes from the ground. "Don't touch it. Be careful," Zhang Fan warned. Qin Yu nodded, wrinkling her nose as she sniffed, her expression shifting to one of realization. Zhang Fan's face contorted in discomfort. He could endure the sensations elsewhere, but the itching was particularly unbearable, especially in certain areas. He now seemed to grasp the plight of a desperate woman. "Our Qin family primarily engages in herbal medicine aside from mining. I have a keen interest in pharmaceuticals and once heard an elder speak of this kind of drug," Qin Yu remarked. She pulled Zhang Fan aside, delicately scratching him with her slender fingers. Relief washed over him, and he could not help but emit a moan of pleasure. "Harder, harder," he urged. "Not too hard, or it will break. What on earth is this drug? Why can't I suppress it with spiritual energy, just like those pure medicines or laxatives?" His frustration was palpable. He felt an urge to curse, as the orchestrator behind this was utterly despicable. Zhang Fan was engulfed in despair. Despite his utmost caution, he had still fallen victim to this trap. This is a drug exclusively used by unsavory individuals, known as 100 claws raking the heart, employed for torture and coercion. Qin Yu explained. Unsavory individuals? Could it truly be him? Zhang Fan's pupils constricted sharply. His heart sank to the depths. Wang Yu's status was too formidable. Previously, he had wielded the spirit-extinguishing arrow, and now this 100 claws raking the heart. This suggested that the earlier pure medicines and laxatives likely originated from the same nefarious source. This meant that, even if Wang Yu didn't orchestrate this scheme, he was fully complicit. This was dire, given his current predicament. Facing Wang Yu would undoubtedly lead to a near-fatal encounter. Damn it, time. All I lack is time. If only I had 5 years. What could Wang Yu possibly amount to? Zhang Fan struck the stone wall with a fist, causing it to crack. How had this drug been administered? The soldiers had been wearing the same clothes, and the food was their own rations. He still could not comprehend it. He had been so careful. To prevent the poisoning of the tortured, this medication is only effective on individuals with wounds. Upon contact with the injury, it permeates the body, resulting in poisoning. Qin Yu gazed at Zhang Fan's injuries, her heart aching to the point of tears. Although his wounds had been bandaged, it was merely a rudimentary dressing, and blood had already begun to seep through. Such a profound scheme. A chill ran down Zhang Fan's spine. Step by step, everything was meticulously orchestrated. He felt as though every action he took was calculated by his adversary, rendering him a mere puppet in their hands. No, it was not mere calculation, rather. His opponent had anticipated every move and made ample preparations for them. Zhang Fan exhaled a deep breath, suppressing the itch and striving to maintain clarity of mind. He realized he needed to calm himself and think carefully, or he would surely perish in the shadows. Where? Do you know how to counteract this poison? There is no antidote. We must simply await its dissipation. The effects will last approximately 5 hours, Qin Yu replied, shaking her head. 5 hours. I can endure that. Zhang Fan's eyes flickered with unwavering determination. His resolve was steadfast, having lived 2 lives. What of 5 hours? Even 10 hours would be no challenge for him. He could withstand it. Brother Fan's will is unyielding, a paragon of excellence. Though this torment is fierce, it cannot overcome you, Qin Yu exclaimed, her gaze filled with admiration. She genuinely believed Zhang Fan was resilient, still brimming with vitality. Moreover, his mental fortitude was formidable. Had someone else faced the humiliating scenarios he endured, they would likely have succumbed to madness. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed something amiss within his body. Qilin Yu screamed in terror, her face paling. To her shock, small lumps began to swell upon Zhang Fan's body. The provisions were tainted as well. Bang, 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 with a series of explosive sounds. Those lumps burst open, spewing forth pus and blood. In an instant, Zhang Fan was transformed into a grotesque sight. Not in terms of character, but in his physical state. His flesh was a ghastly, unrecognizable mass. Even Qilin Yu recoiled, unable to approach him. Zhang Fan let out a piercing wail. The pain, it was unbearable. A tormenting fusion of agony and itchiness overwhelmed him, a sensation beyond the grasp of words. His hair disheveled, he resembled a madman, howling and shouting in despair. Collapse. Until now, he had desperately suppressed his emotions. With this newfound outlet, he could no longer contain himself. How could it come to this? He cried out to the heavens. In his 2 lifetimes, he had faced treachery, but never had he encountered such a dire predicament. A true battle, armed and unyielding. Even if surrounded and slain, he would accept it. But why must he endure such torment? Why? In the distance, Qilin Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. She knelt upon the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She longed to embrace Zhang Fan, yet she could not overcome the barrier within her heart. I truly cannot bear it. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the purulent blood harbored any venom. Suddenly, Zhang Fan ceased his anguished wails, swiftly forming a hand seal with his hands. A mysterious golden rune manifested upon his forehead, and golden ripples radiated outward, washing over his body in wave after wave. A scene that left Qilin Yu astounded unfolded before her eyes. Zhang Fan's body began to recover at an astonishingly visible pace, in merely 7 or 8 breaths. He had returned to his former state. Yet, contrary to any semblance of joy, Zhang Fan's face was etched with pain, his eyes brimming with tears from the heartache he endured. Chapter 48. Wang Yu joins the battle. Fan Go. Are you all right? Qilin Yu approached cautiously, her voice laced with concern. This was not the first time Zhang Fan had miraculously recovered. After all he had endured, he was somehow restored to his former self. Could it be that he was a reincarnation of a celestial being? Qilin Yu, filled with curiosity, reached out to caress Zhang Fan's skin. The sensation was identical to before. I'm fine now. Zhang Fan sighed deeply, gently pulling Qilin Yu into his embrace, their skin touching in a comforting manner. Fan Go, what kind of ability do you possess? Can you resurrect infinitely? Qilin Yu inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Of course not. This is my trump card, Zhang Fan replied, his expression still reflecting the pain of recent losses. He had suffered a significant setback. What should we do next? I'm quite hungry. Qilin Yu bit her lip, looking at Zhang Fan with an expression of helplessness. I'll go find something. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth. Food was essential, a necessity they had to secure. Although his injuries had healed and his spiritual energy was restored, the gnawing hunger remained, even more intense than before. He needed sustenance. His complexion had paled slightly, and his body trembled ever so slightly. While his physical wounds had mended, the scars on his psyche lingered. He was still shaken by the ordeal. Perhaps we should just abandon the search? I could forage for some wild vegetables, or if worse comes to worst, we could scrape some bark off trees, Qilin Yu suggested, her voice tinged with reluctance. It hasn't come to that yet, and those options wouldn't replenish my strength. What I truly require is meat. Furthermore, I cannot trust those alternatives. They may have been tampered with, Zhang Fan decisively refused, a peculiar sense of competitive spirit igniting within him. He would not succumb to being outsmarted again. Within the grand tent, Wang Yu stood before a sand table, jotting down notes and sketches, refining his strategies and plans. Scattered around him were small pieces of paper, each containing intelligence regarding Zhang Fan. Shui rested her chin on her hands, leaning wearily against the sand table. Since arriving here, I have not stepped outside the tent. I either observe your strategies or play chess with you. The food here is not as delectable as back in the city. How about I take you into the mountains for some fun? Wang Yu looked up, a smile gracing his face. Shui's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once again. Though she was young, she possessed a remarkable understanding of circumstance. No, you have important matters to attend to, and the mountains may not be safe. I think I'll just sleep. Don't worry, I plan to head into the mountains anyway. I am nearing the conclusion of my work here, Wang Yu replied, setting aside his papers. He bent down to lift Shui, playfully pinching her delicate nose. Once this task is complete, we can engage in some serious chess matches. A Shue's smile, which had just blossomed, instantly froze on her face. Her eyes were slightly red, tears glistening at the corners, threatening to spill over. In the Lord's grand tent, the ruler was taken aback upon receiving the news. The young marquis had entered the mountains? Indeed, just half an hour ago. The Wang army had set forth into the mountains, officially joining the fray. The Lord and his aides exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions peculiar. The complexity of this battle was beyond their expectations. Wang Yu had deftly maneuvered, leaving Zhang Fan in a precarious position, though Zhang Fan had suffered greatly each time. He always managed to escape dire straits, even returning stronger than before. Both individuals were formidable beyond measure. Had any of them faced either one, they would likely have crumbled under the pressure. Wang Yu had invested considerable resources and manpower into this conflict. Even the offices of Yong'an City and the Fenghua Shuyue Pavilion had been summoned to aid him. This left them perplexed. Despite the young marquis considering Lu Yunfei as a brother, their acquaintance was barely a few days old. Was it reasonable for Wang Yu to go to such lengths? No. He was personally engaging in battle, which was utterly unfathomable. What was his status? Why would he risk himself for someone he barely knew? Could there be a bond surpassing mere friendship? The gazes directed at the Lord grew increasingly strange. Lu Yunfei, with his fair complexion, was indeed quite handsome. We must also go. That Zhang Fan is quite peculiar. We must do everything in our power to ensure the young marquis' safety. Should anything happen to him, we would be compelled to take our own lives in atonement. A glint of cold light flickered in the Lord's eyes. Did Zhang Fan truly have no connection to Wang Yu? In the mountains, the Wang army chose a spacious location to set up camp. Snower joyfully ran about, her laughter ringing like silver bells, a melodious sound. Wang Yu ordered for a large pot to be set up and a barbecue grill to be erected. Various marinated meats sizzling, releasing a rich aroma as a layer of pepper was sprinkled over them. What was this? A spring outing for the wealthy? In the distance, Zhang Fan observed everything. Noticing the prominent flag of the Wang army within the camp, his eyes narrowed slightly. Wang Yu was personally involved. Coming to the mountains for a barbecue clearly aimed to draw him in. A cold smile crept across Zhang Fan's lips. So, you wish to play, do you? Then I shall indulge you, allowing you to understand the meaning of a failed scheme. Inside the camp, Aishwe monopolized a large pot, enjoying roasted meat and drink. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons of delight. Wang Yu, while examining the terrain map, gently reminded her to eat slowly, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. Suddenly, an eerie wind swept through, causing everyone to instinctively furrow their brows. Then came the sound of swords being drawn. Fog? It was midday. Why was there white mist? Wang Yu murmured in confusion. The white mist thickened, rendering it nearly impossible to discern direction. He grasped Aishwe's hand and, as his body propelled forward, issued the command to retreat. The soldiers complied, linking hands as they cautiously stepped backward, ever vigilant. No one noticed that, as they withdrew, a shadow silently infiltrated the camp. This impenetrable fog seemed utterly incapable of obscuring his vision. He swiftly approached the spot where Wang Yu had previously been, casting a glance at the pot of food, now partially consumed by Aishwe, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With a single hand, he grasped the large pot, paused momentarily, and then transformed his energy into a potent force, inscribing a few words upon the ground. Thank you for the gift. I have taken the food. Chapter 49. Yet another scheme as the mist dissipated. The sound of Aishwe's weeping echoed within the camp. Her delectable provisions had been stolen. To make matters worse, the soldier's cauldron had been overturned. How infuriating. The perpetrator was utterly despicable, so thoughtless as to waste food. Oh, Aishwe had nothing to eat now. Wang Yu gently ruffled the little one's hair, gazing at the few words left by Zhang Fan on the ground, shaking his head in resignation. Is this truly the protagonist? His intellect seems rather lacking. Outside the cave, Jin Yu craned her neck, peering into the distance, having become a veritable lookout for her beloved. Zhang Fan approached, one hand grasping a pot, the other twisting a leg of lamb, exuding an air of triumph. Jin Yu's heart soared, and she hurried towards him. Ah, Fan Gu, where did you procure such a bounty? From the young lord, Zhang Fan replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, he felt as if he were floating, buoyed not only by the joy of having food, but, more significantly, by the sweet taste of victory after so many defeats. Come inside and eat, lest it cool, he urged, offering the roasted meat to Jin Yu. Fan Gu, is this food safe? She inquired with a hint of concern. Whether it was the roasted meat or the stew in the pot, infused with various seasonings, she could not discern if any noxious poison lay within. The previous scene had genuinely frightened her. Now, She found herself less afraid of death. Given the circumstances, dying might even be a relief. Yet, even she did not wish to endure what Zhang Fan had faced. If that were the case, she would rather perish from hunger or perhaps take her own life. At least that would be a more dignified end. Impossible. Zhang Fan confidently scooped a generous spoonful of the broth, savoring it with gusto. Delicious. With food in his belly, he felt immensely more comfortable, exhaling deeply and stating, "This food was prepared for Aishui by the little girl beside Wang Yu. I saw her consume nearly half a pot, and the roasted meat was also hers." Wang Yu? The little girl? Jin Yu's brows knitted together, a flicker of suspicion crossing her eyes as she queried, "Did they venture into the mountains? Why is that? Did you offend him?" "Not at all. I haven't even crossed paths with him," Zhang Fan replied, puzzled. The morsels he had just consumed awakened his palate, and he began to eat heartily. This was indeed the food Wang Yu had arranged for Aishui. Though it appeared chaotic, each ingredient was a delicacy, and paired with various seasonings, it was impossible for Zhang Fan, starved for so long, not to indulge. Comforting, exhilarating. This feast brought not only physical satisfaction but also a profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. At last, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The city lord had once served under the Marquis of Xianwei. Perhaps his actions stemmed from that grievance after you killed Lu Yunfei. But why bring along a little girl? With a single remark from Jin Yu, Zhang Fan found himself momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why would Wang Yu take a young girl into the mountains? It is worth noting that he was still wandering within those very woods, albeit accompanied by the Wang family army and some dubious characters, yet the situation remained perilous. Did he not fear the possibility of taking that little girl hostage? Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt the food in his hands had lost its appeal. Perhaps the girl possessed some extraordinary ability that could aid him in his search. After deliberation, he arrived at this conjecture. This was a fantastical realm, and it was indeed an era where prodigies vied for supremacy. He himself was a chosen one. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the little girl accompanying Wang Yu harbored some divine gift. Regardless of her intentions, there was nothing wrong with the food. Would you not partake? Zhang Fan observed Jin Yu, who held a roasted leg of lamb yet seemed hesitant to move, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He felt his pride had taken a blow. Did she truly doubt him? I suppose I'm not that hungry. Perhaps you should eat first, Jin Yu offered, extending the lamb leg to Zhang Fan, her complexion slightly pale. The images of Zhang Fan's previous misfortunes flashed rapidly in her mind. Her body trembled slightly. Despite knowing it might hurt Zhang Fan's pride, she felt an aversion to eating. "You should eat this. I've had no issues with it, and it tastes quite delightful. The ingredients are of high quality, clearly indicating that Zhang Fan treats that little girl exceptionally well." With a resigned sigh, Zhang Fan handed his large spoon to Jin Yu and, in turn, took the lamb leg, ready to take a bite. Suddenly, his eyes bulged and his throat convulsed, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood. "Fangu." Jin Yu, who was about to scoop up some food, dropped her spoon in fright. Zhang Fan pressed his fingers together, sealing several vital points on his body. "Pooh!" Another spurt of blood erupted from him. Why, this is impossible!" He screamed in despair. Clearly, he had fallen victim once again. After boasting for so long, he was the fool in the end. "Impossible! This cannot be!" As he continued to cough up blood, he shouted in disbelief. He had witnessed the little girl consume the food without any ill effects, and she had eaten for quite some time. Had she ingested an antidote beforehand? This was inconceivable. Upon reaching the spirit transformation realm, most poisons could be expelled through spiritual power. Only those with overwhelming destructive potency, imbued with spiritual energy, could inflict harm. Such potent poisons typically could not be countered with an antidote, and even if one existed, it would itself be a poison, rendering the notion of preconsumption implausible. Why? Zhang Fan plunged back into a state of madness. "Fangu, hurry, revive," Jin Yu urged, her voice now tinged with a sense of numbness, no longer filled with the same concern as before. After all, Zhang Fan had a knack for reviving on the spot, undeterred by grave injuries or potent toxins. Upon hearing her, Zhang Fan paused, a glimmer of something sparkling appearing in his eyes. Revive? Is it truly that simple? Continuously depleting his resources, he found himself devoid of any trump cards. Now, he was left with no choice but to employ that one ultimate card. Damn it! To think he would resort to using that in the spirit transformation realm. Such a flagrant waste of potential. Kill. I shall annihilate them all. I shall eradicate every last one of them. Zhang Fan roared in a frenzy. A torrent of immense and ferocious energy erupted from within him. sending ripples through the air. Zhang Fan's strength began to surge at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of the first level of spirit transformation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The suddenly amplified spiritual energy began to liquefy. And within just a few breaths, he ascended to the second level of spirit transformation, the realm of liquefied spiritual power. And this was still not the end. Chapter 50. The Fortune Genie was astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief. What was happening? She was well aware of Zhang Fan's unparalleled talent. Yet she had never heard of any prodigy ascending in such a manner. At this moment, the spiritual energy within Zhang Fan was beginning to coalesce, and it seemed he was on the verge of entering the third realm of spirit transformation, the realm of crystallization. Once he stepped into this third realm, who in Yuan City could rival him? Jin Yu's gaze grew increasingly complex. Why, with such power, had he not elevated himself sooner? Had she known that the Jin family had a peerless expert at the pinnacle of spirit transformation, a mere 15-year-old prodigy? The great competition would have posed no threat to them, and none of the subsequent events would have transpired. The crisis facing the Jin family would have been averted. What they lacked was precisely this kind of high-end combat capability. If he intended to assist, why not do so thoroughly? Why not break through earlier? A glimmer of resentment flickered in Jin Yu's eyes. Many might find this hard to believe, yet this is the terrifying nature of humanity. Open. Third realm of spirit transformation. Zhang Fan roared towards the heavens, the tangible spiritual power erupting from within him and rapidly surging back into his body. Boom. The barrier was finally breached. An immense surge of spiritual energy converged in his dantian, crystallizing into numerous spiritual power gems. At this moment, Zhang Fan reached the third level of spirit transformation, the realm of spiritual crystallization. One more step forward, and he would achieve the condensation of elixirs. The dissipating spiritual energy washed over Zhang Fan's body repeatedly, refining him while simultaneously purging the toxins within. Zhang Fan was revived anew, having consecutively broken through to the third level of spirit transformation. Jin Yu felt as though her worldview was being reshaped. Was he even human? Suddenly, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow. The fluctuations of spiritual energy released during his breakthrough had caused some damage to the cavern. A glimmer of light caught his keen eyes. Suppressing the urge to rush out and wreak havoc, he swiftly appeared beside the light. What was this? Zhang Fan extended his hand, gently caressing the stone wall, then his eyes sharpened as he delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The stone wall cracked, and a multitude of stone shards fell away. A brilliant silver light illuminated the cave, draping it in a silvery veil. Zhang Fan trembled. Having lived 2 lives and seen much, he recognized this phenomenon. How could this be? Such a level of substance could not possibly exist here. Was this the moon spirit crystal? Jin Yu approached, her eyes widening as she beheld the object before her, her body shaking uncontrollably. She felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Indeed, this was unmistakably the moon spirit crystal. Zhang Fan's breathing grew heavy as well. The moon spirit crystal was an exceedingly precious mineral, capable of yielding moon spirit crystals. The moon spirit crystal possesses an abundance of uses when incorporated into the forging of weapons. The addition of moon spirit crystal powder not only enhances the weapon's durability, but also bestows it with a luminous sheen reminiscent of moonlight, making it particularly favored by women. Furthermore, the moon spirit crystal is regarded as a premier adornment, a coveted treasure among the fairer sex. Zhang Fan vaguely recalls a tale of someone trading a moon spirit crystal the size of a pigeon's egg for the first night of a saintess from the illustrious Fenghua Xueyue Tower, along with 6 months of unreciprocated indulgence. The moon spirit crystal mines are exceedingly rare. Having been subject to relentless extraction, it is now quite uncommon to encounter such deposits. The moon spirit crystals circulating in the market are merely the products of prior excavations. Jin Yu recognized the moon spirit crystal due to her possession of a pair of earrings crafted from it, a cherished heirloom passed down from her mother. Although not of the highest purity, it bears immense value. Throughout the entirety of Yong'an City, it is doubtful that another piece of moon spirit crystal jewelry can be found. Now, with a vein of moon spirit crystal laid before her, the impact upon her is palpable. She felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in a state of bewilderment. With a deep breath, Zhang Fan exhaled a sigh, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Although the exact quantity of this moon spirit crystal deposit remains unknown, even the visible portion constitutes a staggering fortune. Having faced relentless pursuits and depleting his trump cards, the emergence of this moon spirit crystal mine serves as a remarkable restoration of his fortunes. Let us depart, Zhang Fan urged, pulling the dazed Jin Yu, who resembled a limp noodle, from the cave. Casting a glance at her still bewildered expression, he admonished, "You err. You must keep this matter a secret." He refrained from harming Qin Yu. In his heart, she was already his. What are mere external possessions compared to the importance of a person? Qin Yu, in a daze, pondered, "Who am I? Where am I?" Zhang Fan shook his head in exasperation, summoning a dagger into his hand. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed several cutting blades in swift succession. The sound of collapsing stones echoed as the cave entrance was sealed. "Ah, Brother Fan, what are you doing?" "The moon spirit crystal. It's gone." With the presence of the city lord's men surrounding the mountain, sealing the cave was imperative to avoid detection. They currently lacked the strength to defend the moon spirit crystals, and he resolved to emerge first, gaining sufficient power before returning to mine. A smile adorned Zhang Fan's face as he affectionately ruffled Qin Yu's hair. "With these resources, your Qin family's merchant enterprise will undoubtedly achieve great renown throughout the divine martial empire. Brother Fan, are you entrusting the moon spirit crystal mine to our Qin family for development?" Qin Yu trembled, her face a portrait of disbelief. "I am not adept in business, naturally. It will be your family that oversees its development. Moreover, you shall receive your share. Just ensure I get my portion when the time comes." Zhang Fan replied with a nonchalant shrug. While the moon spirit crystal is indeed precious, he, as an extraordinary talent, is destined for boundless adventures and cannot afford to remain in Yong'an City merely to manage such trivial affairs. Even if we take nothing for ourselves, we are still reaping immense benefits. The mere act of mining and selling the moon spirit crystals is sufficient to elevate the Qin family commerce to a renowned national enterprise. Qin Yu gazed at Zhang Fan with a gaze filled with complexity. She truly did not anticipate that Zhang Fan would make such a decision, even opting to share the profits with them. "You are my woman. What does it matter to give some advantages to the Qin family? Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. I shall provide even more in the future." Zhang Fan smiled as he reached out to gently caress her head. Moved to tears, Qin Yu suddenly leaped into Zhang Fan's embrace. As he felt her soft and delicate form, a flicker of discomfort crossed Zhang Fan's lips, followed by a surge of anger igniting in his eyes. "Kill, kill, kill." He yearned to eradicate that group of people, to obliterate every stain upon his name. Chapter 51. The sword cultivator in the depths of the forest. Anguished cries echoed as Zhang Fan, having reached the third level of spirit transformation, embraced the golden moon and unleashed a brutal slaughter. The dagger in his hand sliced through the air, emitting fierce blades of energy, mercilessly reaping lives as if they were mere chives. At that moment, the dynamics between predator and prey had irrevocably shifted. Signal flares shot into the sky, bursting into brilliant displays. Wang Yu, stationed within the camp, swiftly received the intelligence. The third level of spirit transformation? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, even Wang Yu, who had prepared extensively, could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. Was this truly going too far? With such a resplendent protagonist halo, were they, the antagonists, to be left with no chance of survival? What was the current situation? Zhang Fan's surge in power had long been anticipated by Wang Yu. It was commonplace for protagonists to break through in times of crisis, often leaping multiple levels at once. Thus, Wang Yu had devised an encirclement strategy from the outset. Grounded in this assumption, human strength has its limits, while it is often said that one lacks strength. It was implausible for Zhang Fan to leap directly to the realm of the venerable. If that were the case, the game would be over. In the face of a substantial regular army, even if he had reached the core formation stage, it was improbable for him to annihilate them all. Mark his current position, Wang Yu commanded as he approached the sand table. Approximately here, currently pursuing Task Force 13, moving southwest. Relay orders for the first encirclement to move from here, and here, towards this point. The second and third encirclements must mobilize immediately. The time for a great battle has arrived. Yes, in the forest, Zhang Fan, with the maiden in his arms, doubled his combat prowess. Bare-chested and clad in a grass skirt, he resembled an unparalleled deity of death, relentlessly pursuing the various task forces, striking without mercy and delivering lethal blows. These individuals must perish. He needed to bury his taint forever within this mountain. Thus, even upon sensing the soldiers closing in on him, he harbored no thoughts of escape. Without exterminating these foes, his resolve could never be solidified. Madman, lunatic. The members of the task force, scattered in panic, found many already driven to the brink of insanity. It was not that they did not wish to seek refuge within the army. Instead, Wang Yu had previously issued a deadly order, forbidding anyone from passing through the encirclement in advance to prevent Zhang Fan from disguising himself as one of them to flee. Those who dared to breach the perimeter would be met with lethal force. 5 or 6 masters of spirit gathering had already fallen to the soldier's rain of arrows. Are we to be used as cannon fodder? Damn Wang Yu, may you meet a terrible fate. Despicable. Could he have foreseen such a scenario from the outset? Impossible. This was unfathomable. Send a signal. Summon all task forces to assemble. Rather than be picked off one by one, we shall band together and fight. After all, he is still within the spirit transformation realm and is burdened with a woman. Could he truly defy fate? The leader of the action team, all masters of the spirit transformation realm, along with others who were high-level chi gathering practitioners, were beginning to realize the predicament they faced. They might have been deceived by Wang Yu. However, this was not the time for contemplation. They needed to devise a plan for their own salvation. Zhang Fan did not hinder the gathering of the action team. In fact, it played directly into his hands, sparing him the effort of searching for each individual. Brother Fan, perhaps you could let me down? Jin Yu whispered. No need. They are merely a bunch of worthless trash. I can annihilate them with one hand. Zhang Fan exclaimed, his spiritual energy surging as he deftly wielded his dagger, unleashing a flurry of energy blades. Jin Yu, a direct descendant of the Jin family, had witnessed battles between spirit transformation experts, even those at the 3rd level. Yet, none exhibited spiritual power as seemingly boundless as Zhang Fan's. It was utterly extraordinary. Was this what they referred to as a prodigy? As she gazed at Zhang Fan's chiseled visage, Jin Yu found herself momentarily entranced. If he were to escape this ordeal, surely he would soar to great heights in the future. But did someone like him truly deserve a woman from the Jin family? Perhaps Jin Tingting might be an exception. You little beast, do you really think we fear you? In an open area, the masters from various families stood firm, with the leaders being the 3rd-level spirit transformation experts from the Han family and the Lord's residence. Zhang Fan landed not far from them and gently set Jin Yu down. As he faced these individuals, the earlier scenes replayed rapidly in his mind, fueling the flames of rage and murderous intent within him. It was these people who had humiliated him. If not for them, he would not be in such a wretched state, nor would he be subjected to such disgrace. Kill, annihilate them all, and in due course, obliterate that city entirely. Only then can I erase this unprecedented stain upon me and bury everything once and for all. The crowd watched as he twisted his wrist, a glint of cold light flashing. The dagger in his hand transformed into a long sword. In the next moment, Zhang Fan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the sword tip pointed towards the ground. A torrent of fierce sword energy erupted from him. Leaves fell, shredded by the force. A swordsman? The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one had anticipated that Zhang Fan was a swordsman, a being renowned for possessing the most formidable offensive capabilities. Challenging opponents of a higher rank was merely routine for them. Yet, what could a solitary swordsman accomplish? They thought, let us confront him together. After all, wielding a sword did not necessarily make one a true swordsman. Perhaps he was merely posturing. I refuse to believe he can defy the heavens. As they exchanged words, attempting to bolster their courage, their pale faces betrayed their true lack of confidence. This was indeed a swordsman. You worthless trash, you were never worthy of dying beneath my Jun Tian sword. Yet now you should feel honored. As the words fell, Zhang Fan swiftly turned the tip of his sword and charged forward. The crowd was taken aback, unleashing a myriad of spiritual techniques that aimed relentlessly at Zhang Fan. Yet, with the Jun Tian sword in hand, he effortlessly sliced through those formidable arts, as if they were mere paper, shattering them with ease. Remarkably, he did not even employ any spiritual skills and scarcely expended any spiritual energy. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of a sword cultivator. With a sword in hand, he advances fearlessly, dismantling all that stands in his way, his combat strength unparalleled. Chapter 52. The Million Sword Technique. Zhang Fan swiftly pivoted the tip of his sword, moving as if propelled by the wind beneath his feet. In but a fleeting moment, 3 foes met their demise at the edge of his blade. One adversary, also a cultivator at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, summoned a formidable broadsword. Yet before he could unleash his ultimate technique, Zhang Fan cleaved through with a single stroke. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the broadsword was severed in two. In a state of disbelief, the warrior failed to evade in time, losing an arm to Zhang Fan's strike. Blood sprang forth amidst anguished cries. How could this be? Do not confront him head-on. He wields a divine sword. The remaining combatants dispersed hastily, for the broadsword was no ordinary weapon. To have it shattered in a mere exchange, compounded by Zhang Fan's previous effortless dismantling of their attacks, confirmed the sword's status as an unparalleled divine artifact. It was no wonder Zhang Fan had refrained from using it until now. Should word of such a treasure circulate, he would find no peace thereafter. Flee. A fleeting thought crossed some minds, but it was swiftly extinguished. Where could they escape to? Zhang Fan's intentions were unmistakably clear. He aimed to eradicate each and every one of them. Fight to the death. They believed that engaging him might afford them a glimmer of hope, while fleeing would surely lead to their demise. In a frenzy, they unleashed their full potential, even resorting to secret techniques, willing to gamble their lives against Zhang Fan. Though the sword cultivator was indeed formidable, with the divine sword in hand, he seemed invincible. Yet he was still human, not an omnipotent being. Surely, he too must experience moments of exhaustion. Outnumbered, they held steadfast in their belief that they could overwhelm him. Bring it on. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, shaking the blood from his sword, and plunged into the fray. Many sword cultivators favored offense over defense, and Zhang Fan was no exception. Under the relentless assault of numerous masters, even with his exceptional eye techniques, he could not dodge every strike, and soon found himself wounded. Undeterred, he swung his sword with fervor, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, resembling a razor-sharp divine blade, as he mercilessly slaughtered the foes before him. Kill, kill, kill. He was determined to annihilate everyone present, willing to pay any price to do so. He sought to bury the stains upon his soul deep within these mountains. Curse it. If death is my fate, so be it. A spirit transformation realm warrior, driven to desperation, formed hand seals and invoked a devastating secret art, forcibly enhancing his combat prowess. Eager to confront Zhang Fan in a final stand. Even if he were to perish, he would take Zhang Fan with him. To perish alongside such a prodigy would be worth it. Another cultivator of the spirit transformation realm could no longer restrain himself. He retrieved a pill and swallowed it, his eyes turning crimson, veins bulging as his aura grew wildly volatile. This was a frenzy blood pill, which could temporarily triple one's strength at the cost of shattering one's meridians once the effects waned. This individual had already developed a murderous intent towards the city lord's estate. Should he be allowed to escape, his family would surely face annihilation. Thus, the elder resolved to risk his life in order to slay Zhang Fan. The third-level master of the city lord's estate also summoned a secret technique, unleashing his utmost power. Even he was risking his life and uttered such words. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through the eyes of others, and they all sprang into action, invoking secret arts and consuming pills, seemingly indifferent to their own lives. They were determined to drag Zhang Fan down with them. A swarm of ants daring to feast upon an elephant? Zhang Fan scoffed disdainfully. The sword energy erupted forth, and he chose not to retreat from the onslaught, but rather to confront it head-on. This was the essence of a sword cultivator. The moment he grasped the sword, he became unstoppable, a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. A sword cultivator, steadfast and unyielding. Within the forest, sword energy crisscrossed, spiritual energy scattered. Blood gushed forth, and heads rolled. It was a brutal and harrowing massacre. The tide of battle gradually began to shift, though Zhang Fan was valiant and unmatched. Wielding profound sword techniques, he found himself gradually at a disadvantage against these desperate ants. His wounds multiplied, and his complexion grew increasingly pale. Yet, his sword energy remained as fierce as ever. Kill. Suddenly, one individual broke away from the fray, charging directly towards the distant Qilin Pearl. Throughout his perilous journey, Zhang Fan had never abandoned this woman. They had even shared intimate moments together. She undoubtedly held a significant place in his heart. Capturing her might pose a threat to Zhang Fan. Seeking death, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed, and with a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the assailant in two with his razor-sharp sword energy. The others, instead of being startled, were elated. The moment that person made a move, Zhang Fan reacted immediately, indicating that he had been secretly watching over Qilin Pearl. In the heat of combat, distraction was a grave mistake. This demonstrated the esteemed position Qilin Pearl held in his heart. Let us strike together. They no longer sought to confront Zhang Fan directly but charged towards Qilin Pearl, with some even unleashing lethal techniques. How despicable! Zhang Fan swiftly appeared before Qilin Pearl, unleashing wave after wave of sword energy to shatter their attacks. This was the most foolish of actions. Although his spiritual power was far more robust than theirs, it too had its limits. His advantage lay in the sword's sharpness, in the intricacy of his techniques. Standing here to exhaust himself against these drugged individuals was tantamount to courting death. Since this was the case, allow me to demonstrate what true sword techniques entail. Zhang Fan's gaze sharpened. He brought his fingers together, lightly gliding over the sword's body, reciting incantations. The divine sword seemed to awaken, radiating with a soft golden light. Melodious sword chants resonated, as if the sword itself rejoiced and danced in jubilation. Golden sword energy rippled outward, coalescing in the air into numerous golden sword-shaped projectiles. Dense as stars in the night sky, the onlookers were struck with dread. What kind of sword technique was this? Million sword techniques. Zhang Fan bellowed, and with a flourish of his sword, the golden projectiles shot forth like a torrential downpour. The frogs at the bottom of the well in Everpeace City had never witnessed such swordplay. Those below the spirit transformation realm were struck down like targets, while those formidable beings within the spirit transformation realm, relying on their thick spiritual power, barely managed to fend off the onslaught. Yet, as time wore on, even they began to falter. The sword cultivators are renowned for their prowess in attack, and these golden blades are condensed from fierce sword energy. To defend against them, one must expend several times the spiritual power required for ordinary attacks. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air as a master of the transformation realm could no longer withstand the assault. His spiritual barrier shattered, and he was pierced through, lifeless and beyond salvation. Soon after, a second and a third followed suit. One after another, masters of the transformation realm fell. Ultimately, only 2 third-tier transformation realm experts remained, struggling to hold their ground. After executing this onslaught, he knelt on one knee, using his sword for support, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fan, what has happened to you? Qilin Yu rushed over, supporting him with concern etched on her face. It's nothing. This sword technique is not beyond my current capabilities. Zhang Fan forced a smile. If it were not for Qilin Yu, he would not have resorted to such a powerful technique to swiftly end the battle. With his exquisite swordsmanship and the weapon in hand, he could have taken his time to eliminate these foes at a lesser cost. However, he could not abandon the woman who had stood by him through adversity. I'm sorry, I have brought you trouble. Qilin Yu bit her lip, looking pitiful. You are my woman. There's no question of trouble. A gentle glimmer flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. You have protected me. I will take a moment to recover before finding a way to lead you to safety. At that moment, an unforeseen change erupted as a torrential rain of arrows descended from all directions. Zhang Fan's expression turned grim. Chapter 53, The Comprehensive Net Titans. The first wave of troops has finally arrived. Spiritual barrier. The weakened Zhang Fan had no choice but to raise a spiritual barrier for defense. Crossbow ready. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of crossbow bolts, resembling long spears, arced through the air towards Zhang Fan. A curse lingered on his lips, a thought unspoken. Had they truly transported heavy crossbows here? Madness. Move. He had to activate his secret technique once more, enveloped in a radiant sword light, cradling Qilin Yu, and breaking through the air to flee at great speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hardly had he taken flight when another wave of arrows, mingled with crossbow bolts, shot towards him. Alarmed, Zhang Fan altered his course. Yet the outcome was much the same. He was once again besieged by arrows and crossbow bolts. How could this be? Zhang Fan's expression darkened, confusion clouding his mind. While arrows were to be expected, the setup of such heavy equipment as crossbows was not something one could easily accomplish. This was a mountainous region. How could they have positioned the crossbows while ensuring his encirclement? Unless, of course, they had been planning this for quite some time. And the subsequent actions of the pursuing troops, along with the army's encirclement, were all intended to confine him to this area. To expend such effort and resources merely to set up crossbows. Was this person insane? Brother Fan, why not let me go and break through alone? As long as you're safe. They wouldn't dare harm me, Qilin Yu pleaded earnestly. No, I absolutely refuse to abandon you, Zhang Fan replied decisively. Leaving Qilin Yu behind would mean that the enemy, in their eagerness to ensnare him, would not endanger her life. Yet, sparing her life did not equate to sparing her from harm. The sky above him would surely darken to a sinister green. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable to Zhang Fan. But you, Qilin Yu's eyes brimmed with tears of desperation. Since escape is impossible, then let us boldly carve a path through them. I wish to see how these ants dare obstruct me. With that, Jun Tian emanated a resonant sword chant, and waves of spiritual energy surged forth from within Zhang Fan. He intended to forge a bloody path. Choosing a vulnerable direction, he held Qilin Yu close, his combat strength doubled, as he wielded the divine sword Jun Tian to wreak havoc. In the heart of the forest, cries of anguish echoed relentlessly. The jungle was not conducive for a full military display of strength, and with their forces scattered to encircle him. Though Zhang Fan was merely at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, he was a sword cultivator wielding a divine sword. His true combat prowess was comparable to that of a warrior in the essence condensation realm. He unleashed his spiritual energy with fervor, slashing forth wave after wave of sword energy, causing heads to roll and blood to flow like rivers. It broke. Zhang Fan had no idea how many he had slain. But after half an hour of relentless fighting, he finally shattered the encirclement and burst forth. Elation surged within him as he drew upon his spiritual energy, once more enveloped in sword light, and propelled himself towards the distance. As Zhang Fan swiftly traversed through the forest, his pupils suddenly constricted and his long sword stood poised before him. Sparks erupted, accompanied by the sound of a snapping string, causing a drastic change in his expression. This was the soul-severing thread. Known to be a product of the soul-severing sect, it was as fine as a hair yet incredibly resilient, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Had he not been wary from previous betrayals and maintained his eagle eye, he might have never detected its presence. If he had ventured through it, his head would surely have been cleaved in two. Such petty tricks dared to flaunt themselves before me? Zhang Fan scoffed disdainfully, with the aid of his eagle eye and the formidable Jun Tian divine sword in hand. The once dreaded soul-severing thread appeared to him as nothing more than a worthless trifle. At that moment, Jin Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had accompanied Zhang Fan through the slaughter, and words failed to encapsulate her perception of this man. No, she believed Zhang Fan transcended humanity. He was divine. The fact that even the soul-severing thread could not pose a threat to him left her pondering what could possibly hinder his ascent. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. With Zhang Fan at its epicenter, the surrounding forest within a 5-mile radius erupted into a sea of flames. The inferno blazed fiercely, leaving Zhang Fan once again exposed. Damn it! It was a deadly trap. Did they intend to burn him alive? Impossible. How could Zhang Fan perish in such a place? Sword blade storm. He expended his spiritual energy, unleashing a tempest of sword waves that carved a path through the chaos. Enveloped in the radiance of his sword, he pressed forward. Along his journey, various traps were triggered: crossbows, poison darts, and rolling boulders. The members of the slaughter operation team, already grievously injured and depleted of spiritual energy, were further strained by these relentless assaults. He was compelled to invoke his secret techniques once more. Madness! Who were these adversaries he faced? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally glimpsed the end of the flames. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with hope. He had survived. Just wait. Upon my triumphant return, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Kill. However, as he burst forth from the inferno, soldiers awaited him, charging forward. This was not the first ring of encirclement, but rather a confluence of the second and third layers of soldiers, stretching endlessly before him. Damn it! Zhang Fan erupted with expletives yet again. He had uttered more curses in these few days than in his entire lifetime combined. Brother Fan. Jin Yu buried her face in Zhang Fan's chest. Their scant coverings had been reduced to ashes by the flames, under the gaze of so many. She wished she could vanish on the spot. Ah! Zhang Fan roared in a frenzy, unleashing wave after wave of sword energy. Raise your shields. The soldiers parted as those wielding colossal adamantine shields advanced, lifting their defenses. Support surged from the men behind them. Clang, 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 clang. The waves of swords crashed against the adamantine shields, leaving behind a multitude of sword marks. They had successfully withstood Zhang Fan's assault. This was the might of an army. While their individual strength may have been lacking, they possessed the wisdom of teamwork and were well equipped. When confronted by a multitude of regular troops, even high-ranking warriors must temporarily retreat from the fray. Raising their weapons, they hurled them forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A deluge of spears cascaded in a parabolic arc, raining down upon Zhang Fan. In his heart, Zhang Fan cursed vehemently as he deftly evaded the onslaught with intricate footwork. However, the presence of a beautiful maiden in his arms considerably hampered his movements. In instances where evasion proved futile, he was left to parry with his sword, which only further drained his spiritual energy. With a battle cry, the soldiers, now armed with broadswords, launched their assault on Zhang Fan. These warriors were far from ordinary. They donned heavy armor, fully equipped for combat. They were the heavily armored soldiers, clad in armor forged from a special metal that was exceedingly hard and offered unparalleled defense. Such heavily armored troops would typically be unattainable for a small city like Yong'an. Yet, given Yong'an's abundant deposits of ice iron, these soldiers were fully outfitted, as every household had stockpiled this precious resource for occasions like this. Upon catching sight of a particular insignia on one of the armors, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 54 Reunion, the emblem of the Jin family. In an instant, everything became clear to him. The Jin family had aligned themselves with the city lord's mansion, He had previously noted the absence of Jin family members within the action squad, and this had brought him some satisfaction. At this juncture, the Jin family had not betrayed him, thus he resolved to not let them down. That was why he was willing to entrust the Moon Spirit crystal mine to them for exploitation. However, it now appeared that all his assumptions were misguided. The Jin family's elite forces had suffered significant losses. It was not that they chose not to send aid, but rather that they were incapable of doing so. Damn it. Zhang Fan's gaze was sharp, and an aura of sword energy radiated from him as he unleashed wave after wave of sword strikes. Although he could comprehend the situation, seeking fortune while avoiding calamity was a natural instinct. Everything he had done was for the Jin family. The suffering he had endured was also for their sake, yet now the Jin family had betrayed him. He was not a fool. How could he ever forgive such treachery? Enough. He would obliterate this Yangon city in the days to come. Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed with determination, and his sword intent became even more formidable. However, though the Jun Tian sword could slice through iron with ease, it faced a formidable and heavily fortified opponent. To break through, he would need to wield a substantial amount of spiritual power, coupled with the vast number of soldiers before him. Breaking free was akin to scaling the heavens. He could only fight while retreating, shifting sideways. Despite knowing that it was a deliberate opening created by the strategist, he had no other choice. On the cliff, Zhang Fan was drenched in blood, stripped bare. After 2 days and nights of relentless combat, even with his profound spiritual energy, he was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Jin Yu remained nestled against his chest and scathed. Zhang Fan, cease your futile struggle, lay down your weapons, and kneel in surrender. A commander stepped forward as the crowd parted. Observing the bloodied youth before him, he felt no mockery, only deep apprehension and a hint of admiration. This individual had single-handedly slain a significant portion of Yangon City's top-tier warriors. After 2 days and nights of battle, their defensive forces had also suffered considerable losses. Should he manage to escape, the entire Yangon city would likely fall to his relentless onslaught. This was a true prodigy of unparalleled caliber. The Yangon defensive forces had mobilized nearly their entire army, totaling 23,300 men, equipped with all strategic resources and heavy armaments they could muster. I hear you possess formidable techniques. You may behold how many archers and crossbows are aimed at you from behind me. Seeing Zhang Fan remain silent, the commander continued to persuade him. If you surrender now, your demise is inevitable. But Miss Jean is innocent. She is merely caught in your plight. She may yet live. At last, Zhang Fan was moved. He glanced down at Jin Yu in his arms. Jin Yu raised her head from his chest, looking earnestly at Zhang Fan, and resolutely declared, I am willing to share life and death with Brother Fan. Her voice, though soft, was imbued with unwavering conviction, and her eyes brimmed with a steadfast resolve. She truly wished for her own demise. In such a state, what face did she have left to continue living? I, Zhang Fan, am an invincible sword cultivator. Even in death, I shall not surrender. With a disdainful gaze, a formidable aura erupted from him. If I do not perish today, I shall return one day to raise your Yongan city to the ground and annihilate every one of your kin. Upon speaking, he lowered his gaze to the enchanting woman in his arms, a gentle smile gracing his face. Where are you afraid? No, I'm not afraid. Good. Then today, we shall embrace life and death together. With that, Zhang Fan leapt from the towering cliff, a plan he had long contemplated. This was the only method he could conceive to escape these pursuers. The opposition had employed no grand tactics, merely the simplest strategy of overwhelming numbers, relying on sheer manpower and resources to crush him. Though elementary, it proved exceedingly practical, rendering it virtually insurmountable. Release the arrows. Release the arrows. Upon witnessing his leap, the commanding officer was taken aback and hastily ordered the archers to fire. As his body plummeted rapidly, Zhang Fan unleashed strike after strike, utilizing the recoil to decelerate his descent. Jin Yu buried her head firmly into his chest, clinging to him tightly. Midway through the fall, Zhang Fan drove his Jun Tian sword into the cliffside, sparking a dazzling display of light. Unfortunately, the sword was too sharp, offering little reduction to his speed. He was compelled to cast more spells, continuing his descent. Boom. Crack. Moments later, Zhang Fan finally struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His feet sank into the earth, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as pain surged through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. His legs were effectively ruined, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Yet, he had survived, he had triumphed. He had indeed made the right wager. Zhang Fan was undeniably a prodigy, shielded by boundless fortune. Even after plummeting from the cliff, he had emerged alive. Perhaps there awaited unknown opportunities below. Yongin City. Await my arrival. I shall soon come to level you. A brilliant light flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes. He had been driven to the brink, nearly perishing multiple times. He vowed to avenge this grudge, no matter how far he had to chase it. Just then, applause reached his ears. Zhang Fan's body jolted violently, followed by the synchronized sound of footsteps. Ah, brother, what an exquisite taste you have. Striding about in broad daylight, bare as the day you were born, while cradling a beauty. What a whimsical display. How delightful. A voice, laced with mockery, rang in Zhang Fan's ears. Mechanically, he lifted his head, only to be met with a dizzying sight that nearly caused him to faint. Before him stood a contingent of several hundred, all impeccably equipped. At the forefront was a dandy in splendid attire, lounging in a chair, a smirk adorning his face as he scrutinized them with keen interest. In his embrace, there lay a woman, a delicate little girl resembling a porcelain doll. At that moment, small hands were covering her eyes, peeking through the gaps between her fingers to observe them. This person, he had seen before, and he recognized him. He was the one who had previously stolen his food and was also responsible for his current predicament. Wang Yu, was this all part of your scheme? Zhang Fan inquired, voicing the question that had lingered in his mind. Well, you could say that, Wang Yu replied, nodding in candid acknowledgement. Why? It's nothing much. I simply find you unpleasant. Don't you feel the same way about me? Wang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Fan's expression shifted, a chill creeping down his spine. How could he know that he found him so disagreeable? Just at that moment of distraction, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Chapter 55, Killing You. He gazed down at the woman in his arms, questioning, why? I'm sorry. Jin Yu was now reduced to a weeping mess, her words a ceaseless litany of apologies. Meanwhile, a small hole had formed in Zhang Fan's chest. The venomous needle from Jin Yu's mouth had pierced his heart. Zhang Fan, are you truly a fool? Wang Yu shook his head in resignation, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Do you believe your charm is so profound that merely one encounter would compel someone to forsake their family and loved ones for you? On what grounds? Simply because you are impotent? You. Zhang Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He was no fool. With Wang Yu's insinuation, he quickly pieced together the truth. You threatened her? No. You reached some form of agreement with her. Thus, every move I make is under your control. From the very beginning, you planted a thorn in my side. Indeed, not entirely dim-witted, Wang Yu acknowledged, refraining from immediate action. After all, Zhang Fan was the protagonist. One could never be certain he lacked a trump card. It was wiser to wait until the poison took its toll, until Zhang Fan was left gasping for breath, before striking. Safety first. Zhang Fan felt a dizzying sensation wash over him. He had lost, completely and utterly, from the outset. He had been nothing more than a puppet in someone else's hands, every move meticulously calculated. Even his desperate leap from the cliff had been anticipated. The adversary's goal was to force him to reveal all his hidden cards. Such a terrifying scheme. This individual operated with remarkable precision. Zhang Fan suspected he could foresee the future. In truth, with Zhang Fan's intellect, he should not have been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. However, his mind was in disarray. Repeated social humiliations had stripped him of his usual composure, clouding his thoughts with a singular desire for annihilation and destruction. This was precisely why Wang Yu orchestrated the events in such a manner. He was not seeking to torture Zhang Fan. The guards, too, were taken aback. Initially puzzled by Wang Yu's decision to bring them here, they soon recognized the stark difference between these elite warriors and the rabble of Yongin City. If they engaged in battle, even a mere third-tier cultivator could easily be dispatched. It was only at that pivotal moment they grasped Wang Yu's intent. It was a game of patience. However, while it sounded simple in theory, the execution was fraught with difficulty. Merely planting a thorn would not suffice. Could the young lord truly possess the gift of foresight? They found themselves sharing Zhang Fan's sentiment. Brother Fan, just kill me. Jin Yu pleaded, her eyes shut in anguish. She truly wished for death. Having been exposed before so many, she could no longer bear the shame of living. Better to perish alongside Zhang Fan. A flicker of struggle crossed Zhang Fan's gaze, yet ultimately, he could not bring himself to strike, casting Jin Yu aside instead. Ha 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 ha. He gazed skyward, tears blurring his vision. Who would have thought I would meet my demise in such a place, falling victim to these treacherous schemes? I am unwilling. Reincarnated to cultivate, solely to attain enlightenment, and yet this is my fate. How unjust the heavens are. Oh, brother Yu. He is so pitiable. Aishwe gently nudged Wang Yu. Her eyes cast towards Zhang Fan, tinged with a hint of compassion. Pitiable? Are not those he has slain deserving of pity? Wang Yu replied coolly. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Had he not appeared, perhaps it would have been Zhang Fan encountering Aishwe. Indeed, Aishwe might have been Zhang Fan's secondary female lead, or even the future heroine. It was precisely because of his presence that everything had shifted. I was merely speaking casually. Why are you so fierce? Aishwe pouted, dismissing any thoughts of pleading for Zhang Fan. My lord, he is a reincarnator, a dubious figure interjected quietly. And so? Every reincarnator possesses an extraordinary past. They are not merely fortunate but also wield undeniable power. Reincarnators are not a rarity in this world. Rather, they abound like treasures, each a veritable trove. To slay them outright would be a grievous waste. Zhang Fan's revelation of his reincarnator status was a desperate grasp for survival. As long as he breathed, there was hope. Given even a sliver of opportunity, he could escape his predicament. When he returned as a king, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc. In this world, greed is universal. Wang Yu, faced with the allure of a reincarnator, could not refuse. He gazed intently at Wang Yu, who was lost in thought, a smug smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Wang Yu moved, flinging a dagger with a glint of silver. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in shock. Had this been earlier, he could have easily countered such an attack. However, now he was gravely injured, his trump cards exhausted, spiritual energy depleted, and his body plagued by a strange toxin that numbed his senses. Though his keen vision discerned the dagger's trajectory, his body could not respond in kind. A cry of agony escaped him as he fell to the ground. The dagger striking true, embedding itself deep within his brow. The crowd stood in stunned silence. No one had anticipated Wang Yu's sudden assault, much less a lethal one. Was he mad? With a successful strike, Wang Yu did not relent. He seized a guard's saber, reversed his grip, and charged at Zhang Fan, severing his head in one swift motion. A burst of phosphorescence ignited Zhang Fan's corpse. Brother Fan, Jin Yu let out a heart-wrenching wail, recklessly throwing herself forward. Wang Yu lifted his leg and kicked her away. The more individuals present, the greater the potential for chaos. It was best to allow Zhang Fan to turn to ashes in solitude. The crowd appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the nature of the situation. Suddenly, Wang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a vast surge of power enveloping him. His cultivation began to ascend, his mind growing increasingly lucid. And his innate essence was being fortified. The primordial force of Zhang Fan commenced flowing into his being. Unlike the previous Wang Han, Zhang Fan possessed the formidable strength of a third-level spirit transformation. Moreover, the absorption of this primordial power brought forth enhancements beyond mere cultivation. He discerned that his vision seemed to undergo a transformation of its own. His eyesight appeared remarkably improved. He could keenly observe distant scenes that rapidly approached his gaze. He could even perceive the wings of a mosquito from 100 meters away. Could this truly be the fabled 1,000-mile eye? Wang Yu's heart raced. Was this the ocular technique possessed by Zhang Fan? Was it innate? Chapter 56. Is it true that the heavens have not given birth to me? Wang Yu. While the swordsmanship remains eternal like a long night. The million-sword technique, condensing chi into a sword. Wielding a multitude of swords to annihilate all life, who among the world can withstand my strike? Wang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The million-sword technique? Is this not the very ultimate move previously employed by Zhang Fan? Condensing chi into a sword? Wielding swords with chi? Summoning a million to obliterate all? How could such an unreasonable sword technique exist in this world? Wang Yu felt as if his breath was suspended. He meticulously sifted through the memories in his mind. To put it simply, this sword technique is divided into two parts. The first, akin to Zhang Fan's earlier display, involves gathering one sword chi to transform into a chi sword, which, when cultivated to the highest realm, can summon a million. The second part is sword mastery, enabling one to command a myriad of flying swords to strike down foes. This mastery is far superior to mere condensation. With a single call, 1,000 swords would rush forth. The heavens have not given birth to me, Wang Yu, yet the swordsmanship persists like an interminable night? It seems rather awkward, doesn't it? Amidst Wang Yu's astonishment, his strength had already ascended to the second level of the spirit transformation realm, the liquidization of spiritual power. This upgrade was immensely pleasurable. No effort, no pain. Slaying the protagonist automatically elevated him, without any adverse effects, even enhancing his aptitude. Wang Yu felt as though he had rediscovered the thrill of leveling up in an online game, relishing the joy of defeating monsters. As the flames dissipated, Zhang Fan was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only the Jun Tian sword and a jade-like token. Where had he previously placed this? Observing the small jade token, Wang Yu furrowed his brow. Zhang Fan had been entirely unadorned? Had he hidden it somewhere? The thought crossed his mind, causing Wang Yu to gasp in surprise. For a moment, he hesitated to retrieve it. "You, place this item in the box," he commanded one of his subordinates. The individual promptly produced a jade box and carefully stored the token within. Meanwhile, Wang Yu crouched down to pick up Zhang Fan's sword. The instant his fingers brushed against the blade, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. To his astonishment, he discovered that he resonated with the sword. It acknowledged him as its master. The divine weapon possessed a spirit, yet ultimately, it was merely imbued with a semblance of sentience. It was impossible for a true weapon spirit to emerge from within, akin to a true Qilin, having absorbed a fraction of Zhang Fan's original power. The sword regarded him as Zhang Fan. Wang Yu expertly performed a flourish with the sword, his fingers gliding gently along the blade. The Jun Tian sword emitted a joyful hum. If Zhang Fan were still alive, he would likely be infuriated. The sword that had accompanied him through 2 lifetimes had chosen to acknowledge an enemy as its master. At that moment, Wang Yu discovered another remarkable aspect. After absorbing Zhang Fan's original power, his swordsmanship seemed to have significantly improved. The sword in his hand felt as natural as an extension of his body, imbued with muscle memory, allowing for instinctive strikes. He even sensed that he had grasped some essence of sword intent, capable of effortlessly transforming his spiritual power into sword chi. What a thrill! An image of Qin Feng appeared in Wang Yu's mind. What growth might he bring upon himself? At this moment, he found himself reluctant to eliminate him. If he were to nurture him before taking his life, would it not maximize the benefits? Such a thought struck Wang Yu as perilously audacious. Having extinguished Zhang Fan, he felt a sense of inflation within himself, which was quite troubling. Signal flares burst into the air. Zhang Fan was dead, and the entire army retreated. The remaining aftermath would be handled by the lord of the city and others. "My lord, Jean Tingting requests an audience," announced a maid as Wang Yu emerged from his bath, a faint smile gracing his lips. Previously, while still at the camp, Jean Tingting had sought to meet him, but he had declined her request. "Let her go to the tea room," he instructed. Yes, in the tea room, Jean Tingting knelt beside him, preparing tea. Wang Yu reclined against the table, his hair casually cascading, draped in a light outer garment, feeling exceedingly content. Zhang Fan was dead. Strictly speaking, he was the first chosen one Wang Yu had successfully eliminated. The earlier Wang Han had not been completely vanquished. Zhang Fan's demise held significant meaning for him. It proved that even the chosen could fall to the hands of ordinary individuals, instilling immense confidence in Wang Yu. Naturally, he did not allow himself to become overly arrogant. The fortunes of the chosen varied greatly. Those of the more inept were often terrifyingly formidable. Thus, he knew he must remain cautious in the face of Qin Feng. "Young lord, please." Jean Tingting offered him a small teacup. Wang Yu sipped and nodded. "The tea artistry is commendable. It is your tea that is delightful." Now, with the elite of the major families in Yong'an City largely slaughtered by Zhang Fan, your Jin family's strength must be quite comparable to the remaining 2 families. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Yu remarked casually, implying that the crisis facing the Jin family had been averted, questioning her reason for seeking him. "Young lord, you jest. Zhang Fan was an external aide invited by my Jin family. His rampant slaughter has incited public outrage, and now that he lies dead by your hand, those factions will surely direct their fury upon my Jin family." Jean Tingting sighed deeply, her expression tinged with sorrow. The past few days felt longer than the preceding years. The elders of the Jin family had relentlessly pressured her, leaving her utterly exhausted. Wang Yu took another sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, "I promised Jin Yu that I would ensure your family's survival." "Jin Yu?" She pondered. "She assisted me greatly this time. Had it not been for her, I would not have dispatched Zhang Fan so effortlessly. Although Jin Yu has since passed, I shall not break my word to protect the Jin family, and I will aid in revitalizing it. I now present you with 2 options. First, remain in Yong'an City. I shall speak with the city lord to ensure he does not harm your Jin family, and I will provide you with certain advantages. Second, you may choose to relocate your family from Yong'an City. You may select the destination, and thereafter, I will utilize my influence to swiftly elevate your Jin families, standing to match your current status." The agreement reached between Wang Yu and Jin Yu was solely for the purpose of Jin Yu assisting him in eliminating Zhang Fan, in return for which he would safeguard the Jin family. Jin Yu executed her task admirably, enabling him to successfully carry out the assassination of Zhang Fan. The clarity of rewards and punishments is a fundamental quality of a superior. Naturally, Wang Yu would not be stingy with such resources. More importantly, he also desired to bring Qilin Pearl under his wing. The Chosen One is his adversary, yet the allies of the Chosen One are not. As for Qilin Yu's demise, that was not his doing. She chose to take her own life, unable to bear living in this world any longer. Of course, even had she not committed suicide, Wang Yu would have ensured her departure. Such individuals, who have established profound connections with the protagonist, cannot be permitted to remain. Qilin Pearl wore an expression of disbelief. She was not at all surprised by the agreement between Qilin Yu and Wang Yu. The offspring of prominent families are indoctrinated from a young age, with familial interests taking precedence over all else. Even she was prepared to sacrifice herself for her family at any moment. What she did not anticipate was Wang Yu's unwavering adherence to his promises. Individuals of his stature often exhibit a propensity for treachery. Fair cooperation is predicated on an equitable balance of power, yet the Qilin family, in Wang Yu's presence, is but a mere insect. Even if he were to turn his back and walk away, they would have no recourse to protest. Moreover, this agreement was known only to him and Qilin Yu. Now that she is deceased, his silence ensures that no one else is aware. However, Wang Yu did not shy away from the truth. Rather, he took the initiative to enhance the terms. He is indeed a wise ruler. In that moment, Qilin Pearl's mindset began to shift. This matter was far too significant for her to decide unilaterally. At this juncture, Wang Yu paused, retrieving a golden decree from his bosom and placing it upon the table. You shall present this decree to Qilin Yu's parents, he instructed, and inform them that I owe them a promise. Should they find themselves in need, they may present this decree to seek my assistance. Provided their requests are reasonable, I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Qilin Pearl's countenance shifted dramatically. Without uttering another word, she pocketed the token, bowed deeply to Wang Yu, and hastily made her exit, rushing homeward. From the shadows, a figure gradually emerged, silently approaching Wang Yu from behind. Chapter 57. Keeping promises. Wang Yu drained the last drop of tea from his cup and retrieved the iron crystal gifted to him by the head of the Han family. Casually tossing it behind him, it belongs to you now. The individual who approached was none other than Yuing. Throughout this hunting expedition, Yuing had played a pivotal role. She was the one who had established contact with Qilin Yu, facilitated the transmission of various intelligence, and even orchestrated the poisoning. It was even she who had a hand in Lu Yunfei's demise. However, Yuing was not Wang Yu's subordinate. Rather, she was a liaison assigned to him by the Empress, tasked solely with ensuring his safety and not obligated to heed his commands. In fact, Yuing held a rank significantly higher than his, as Wang Yu was merely a 100 households officer. Moreover, being the chosen one, she harbored an instinctive disdain for him, which further discouraged her from assisting him. Thus, Wang Yu struck a deal with her, with the iron crystal serving as his bargaining chip. Yuing, an assassin skilled in daggers and concealed weapons, recognized its potential, justifying her willingness to run errands for him. You are a person of your word, Yuing remarked coolly, her voice devoid of emotion. Of course, I have always conducted my business with honesty, Wang Yu replied, lifting his chin, reminiscent of an old adage. This is for you. Yuing tossed a pouch to him. What is this? It is something Qilin Yu entrusted to me. She said that if you uphold your promise, you may have it. Should you renege, it will belong to me. What could she possibly have of value? Surely, it is not her fallen petals? Wang Yu chuckled as he retrieved a note from the pouch. Upon reading the words inscribed, his pupils constricted sharply. Within the mountains, there exists a vein of moon spirit crystals. Moon spirit crystals? As a dandy of the imperial capital, he was well acquainted with the exorbitant value of such gems. His mother possessed a bracelet made of moon spirit crystals, a wedding gift from the Empress during her union with the Duke of Xianwei. Wu Yuling cherished that bracelet dearly, seldom wearing it except during grand tea parties or similar gatherings. The notion that there might be a moon spirit crystal mine in those mountains sent a shiver down Wang Yu's spine and quickened his heartbeat. The reverse side of the note featured a rudimentary topographical map indicating the approximate location of the mine. Wang Yu discreetly pocketed the note and turned to Yuing. You haven't opened this pouch to check? No. Aren't you curious? A bit. Then why not take a look? Because I am a person of my word. Wang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon further reflection, it made perfect sense. Yuing was an internal guard, a creation of the Empress, and those like her had undergone rigorous training, exhibiting absolute obedience to commands. Thus, they also placed an inherent emphasis on promises. She acquiesced to Qin Yu, instinctively treating it as a command. Though curiosity flickered within her, she stifled it resolutely. What a delightful surprise it turned out to be. Wang Yu resumed sipping his tea, lost in his thoughts. Initially, he had intended to protect the Qin family's lineage while devising a strategy to lure Qin Tingting away, leaving the affairs here unattended. However, it now appeared that the fate of Yong'an City must rest firmly in his hands. Yet, this was a city, after all. It was not something that could simply be controlled by mere declaration. Even with the support of a queen, that was insufficient. In the Lord's mansion, the reception hall was steeped in a palpable gloom among the city lord and various heads of families. None had anticipated such a disheartening conclusion. Their collective elite forces had sustained severe losses. The vitality of Yong'an City had suffered greatly. The protective army had also incurred substantial casualties, with various equipment damaged to varying extents. Although they ultimately vanquished Zhang Fan, the price had been exorbitantly high. One could argue that in this siege, all were losers. If one were to name a victor, it would be the Qin family, who reaped the benefits from the chaos alongside Wang Yu. City Lord, do you think the young Marquis intentionally depleted our strength for the Qin family? One of the heads of families could not restrain himself from uttering. Preposterous. The City Lord slammed his hand on the table. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not comprehend how formidable Zhang Fan truly was? He leaped from the pinnacle of Qi gathering to the third realm of spirit transformation, slaughtering his peers like livestock. Were it not for the young Marquis' intervention, employing considerable manpower and resources to eliminate him, would our various forces in Yong'an City not have been systematically dismantled? Upon hearing this, those who had been poised to agree instantly fell silent. None were fools. The terror of Zhang Fan surpassed their wildest imaginations. With his strength, he could effortlessly obliterate any one of their families, including the Lord's mansion itself. Should he escape, calamity would undoubtedly befall them. My lord, did the young master truly perish by Zhang Fan's hand? At the end of the discussion, a family head spoke with a hint of detachment. This was a lingering doubt in the minds of the assembly. No one was naive. Lu Yunfei's death was indeed rather abrupt. Zhang Fan, being an extraordinary talent, would not act so recklessly. Even if he wished to eliminate Lu Yunfei, the choice of location was ill-advised. Such an act would not only endanger him, but also invite catastrophe upon the Qin family. Furthermore, the evidence seemed excessively comprehensive. One must remember, this incident unfolded within a mountain range. It was improbable for observers to be omnipresent. How could so many have witnessed the event? It felt as though everything was meticulously orchestrated by someone. I have conducted repeated investigations. It was he who did it. The city lord's countenance was darkened. He had long harbored doubts regarding his son's demise. However, after extensive inquiries, he had uncovered no trace of clues. All evidence pointed towards Zhang Fan. Whether it was true or not, what significance did it hold to declare it now? Even if it were proven that what could we possibly do? The Han family had scoffed dismissively. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, soon thereafter revealing expressions of wry amusement. Indeed, what stature did the young lord possess? Even if he were the mastermind behind all these events, what of it? Would they dare to take action against him? Moreover, even if they attempted to assassinate him, it was hardly certain they would succeed, let alone the prospect of slaying Wang Yu. Should Wang Yu strike first and launch an offensive, it was highly plausible that he could decimate the city's defense forces. This matter was thus set aside. The pressing issue at hand was how to contend with the Qin family. The city lord spoke gravely. The Qin family was the root cause of all these troubles. Had they not summoned the outsider Zhang Fan, his son would not have perished, nor would the subsequent chain of events have unfolded. He vowed to see the Qin family utterly obliterated. At that moment, a voice from outside the door announced the arrival of the guards. Chapter 58. Capturing a Fool. Behold. The city lord handed the letter to the crowd for their perusal. It was a missive penned by Wang Yu himself. In this letter, I address you as if we were face to face. Thanks to our collective efforts, the enemy's spy, Zhang Fan, has been dealt with. Although Zhang Fan was an external ally of the Qin family, our investigations have revealed that he was inadvertently rescued by Miss Qin Tingting, who was unaware of his true identity. The Qin family, a prominent lineage in Yong'an City with a history spanning a century, would never betray Yong'an or the god of war. Upon discovering Zhang Fan's treacherous intentions, the Qin family acted swiftly, issuing a public statement and sending aid. With Qin Yu courageously putting herself in harm's way, contributing significantly to the elimination of Zhang Fan. Without Qin Yu's assistance, our losses would have escalated by at least 30%, and the rogue may not have been vanquished. Therefore, while the Qin family bears some responsibility for oversight, They have also achieved merit, and their commendable actions should balance the scales. Yong'an City has suffered greatly in this incident, and the city lord ought to lead all families in unity, dedicating themselves to post-disaster reconstruction, avoiding any further internal strife. A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wang Yu had indeed intervened to safeguard the Jin family. Had they, at last, secured the favor of the young marquis? Consequently, plans to divide the Jin family's assets and compensate for losses would falter. City Lord. All eyes turned towards him. His expression was dark and brooding. And after a prolonged silence, he sighed with resignation. Let this matter rest here. Do not direct any further hostility towards the Jin family. The head of the Han family sank despondently into his chair, feeling utterly drained. In truth, it was only the Han family that had targeted the Jins. What he had believed to be a near-certain victory had devolved into this predicament. The Han family's strength had not only failed to increase but had significantly waned. Presently, they were nearly on par with the Jin family. With the Jins now backed by Wang Yu, the balance of power had shifted, and it was inevitable that the Han family would find themselves beneath their heel. A glint of malice flickered in the Han family head's eyes. Rather than allow such a fate, he contemplated a more decisive course of action. It seemed the city lord had discerned his thoughts and offered a cautionary warning. There was an unspoken truth lingering in the air. Should the Han family attempt to eradicate the Jin family, the repercussions would inevitably ensnare him as well. At those words, the Han family had shuddered. He had witnessed Wang Yu's terrifying prowess firsthand during the battle in the mountains. He was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Now allied with the rogue faction, it would be simplicity itself for Wang Yu to obliterate the Han family. A mere accusation of colluding with the enemy could lead to their utter destruction. In Yong'an City, no one would advocate for him, and even if someone sought justice from the imperial capital, it would be of no avail. The Wang family's influence was overwhelming, bolstered by the queen's support, and further empowered by the god of war's special pardons. Thus, the head of the Han family relinquished any lingering aspirations. From Wang Yu's letter, it was evident that the Jin family had ultimately opted to remain in Yong'an City. This place is, after all, their roots. They have operated here for centuries. To start anew elsewhere is no easy feat, with the Han family now gravely weakened, and having secured the protection of Wang Yu. It is only natural for them to choose to remain and develop here. I hope the young lord will forgive the disturbance to his rest. As Wang Yu, still bleary-eyed, entered the reception hall, the anxious head of the Han family quickly rose, bowing in apology. The simple-minded Han Bao sat there, staring blankly at his teacup. Baby. The head of the Han family shot him a fierce glare. Oh. Only then did Han Bao rise, respectfully greeting Wang Yu. Baby. I pay my respects to the young lord. No need for formalities, please sit, Wang Yu said with a benevolent smile, taking his seat at the head. He spoke before the Han family head could open his mouth. Regarding the Jin family, I had no intention of intervening. However, Jin Yu has indeed aided me greatly, and I had previously made an agreement with her. Although she has since passed, I cannot go back on my word. The young lord is a man of his word. It is only fitting. The Han family head sighed deeply. Currently, our Han family is gravely weakened. We find ourselves unable to contend for the Jin family's assets. However, after this, I will provide certain assistance to the Jin family, as that is my commitment to them. Upon hearing this, the Han family head's expression darkened. The worst-case scenario had materialized. If the Jin family received Wang Yu's aid, what hope remained for the Han family? Of course, I am not one to turn my back without cause. You previously gifted me the iron crystal and sought my friendship. I will not allow the Jin family to annihilate your Han family. Wang Yu's tone shifted, spoken with a hint of detachment. The Han family head's eyes brightened, and he quickly stood. Please, young lord, enlighten me. You already have your own plans in mind, do you not? Otherwise, you would not have brought your son along. Wang Yu observed the Han family head with a knowing smile, as if he had discerned all his thoughts. A cold sweat trickled down the Han family head's forehead. He felt a chill run down his spine. Was this person human or a specter? Your son possesses commendable talent. If you are willing, I can take him under my wing and nurture him. Of course, he must serve me in the future, Wang Yu stated plainly. Although Han Bao may be simple-minded, he's indeed a rare talent. His thoughts are pure, devoid of any distractions, making him particularly suited for cultivation. Wang Yu believed that, with proper guidance, Han Bao could become a formidable general in his ranks. He was also the Han family head's most significant bargaining chip at present. Thank you, young lord, for your recognition. Baby, why aren't you kneeling to pay your respects to the young lord? The Han family head felt a surge of joy. Han Bao's innate talent was on par with those prodigies in the imperial capital. However, his mind was not as sharp, and his lack of seriousness and cultivation had left him at the peak of the Qi-gathering realm. Should he join Wang Yu and receive his training? The Han family head was convinced that Han Bao would surely break into the Dan condensation realm in the future. It is even conceivable that he might further ascend to the realm of extraordinary mastery. Most importantly, once Wang Yu accepts Han Bao, the Han family will become subservient to him. Not only the Jin family, but even the city lord's mansion would likely hesitate to provoke him. Although Han Bao's future may be fraught with difficulties, and he could face dire consequences in the near future, what does it matter? He is a member of the Han family, and now that they are facing imminent peril, even a fool must rise to the occasion. With a reluctant sigh, Han Bao knelt down and offered a kowtow to Wang Yu. 10,000 taels of silver, along with a special pass for the merchant caravan, shall be my support for the Jin family. From this moment onward, I sever ties with them, Wang Yu remarked, almost as if in soliloquy. The eyes of the Han family patriarch shone brightly like the stars. Chapter 59. Just a ways the following morning, the gates of Yong'an City swung wide open. As before, the city lord led the heads of various families, accompanied by a throng of citizens, to bid farewell to Wang Yu. With Zhang Fan deceased, he had no further reason to linger. Han Bao, under the protection of the Han family's warriors, set forth for the imperial capital, clutching Wang Yu's handwritten letter. There, he would receive systematic training. Speed up. We have tarried too long in Yong'an City, Wang Yu commanded from within the carriage. Yes, brother Yu, where are we heading? A shui inquired, nibbling on pastries while stealing a moment of leisure. To Qishan County, to meet my fiancée, Wang Yu replied with a smile. Ah, you have a fiancée already? A shui pouted, her expression resembling that of a child on the verge of tears. You scoundrel. You have a fiancé, and yet still embrace me. How shameless. Wang Yu's smile froze on his face. A shui, honestly tell me, have you contracted dwarfism? Are you perhaps the legendary lawful lowly? Huh, what is dwarfism? And what is a lawful lowly? A shui tilted her head, perplexed by Wang Yu's words. Wang Yu pondered briefly and concluded, some individuals are despised and loathed by many, yet adored by another group. Oh, a shui is not like that. I'm so adorable. No one could possibly detest or scorn me, a shui replied innocently. Wang Yu lowered his gaze to his tea, remaining silent. Brother Yu, this pastry seems to lack a bit of flavor, a shui suddenly frowned. Wang Yu was taken aback, surprised by the girl's sensitive palate. The food she had consumed prior had been infused with over 180 types of poison. He had concluded that a shui was immune to toxins. Moreover, not only poisons but also aphrodisiacs, hallucinogens, and even laxatives proved ineffective against her. Wang Yu felt that, more accurately, she was not immune to all toxins but rather to their side effects. This was astonishing. Thus, the prior incident involving Zhang Fan had unfolded. It wasn't solely Zhang Fan. Had he not previously discovered a shui's immunity to hallucinogens, he would not have contemplated this avenue. I had added a special seasoning to your food. Those ingredients are quite rare and not always available. I will add them again when I can, Wang Yu said, offering a smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. As he affectionately ruffled a shui's hair, resembling a charming uncle coaxing a little girl. Oh, that makes sense. Those ingredients were indeed delicious and contained spiritual energy. A shui exclaimed, enlightenment dawning in her eyes, now filled with gratitude. Brother Yu, you are so kind to me. I forgive you for secretly seeking a little wife. She added. Then allow me to thank you in advance, Wang Yu replied, lowering his gaze to his tea, mentally calculating. He found a shui's constitution quite appealing. When venturing into the world, one may easily evade a direct assault, yet the subtler threats often prove insidious. Many perish not by the blade, but by poison-esque treachery. Take Zhang Fan, for instance. He was quite literally toyed with until his demise. Had he possessed the constitution of a shui, perhaps he might have escaped unscathed. However, a shui does not seem to harbor any disdain for him, suggesting that she is not the destined one. Even if he were to eliminate a shui, obtaining such a physique would likely remain beyond his grasp. Furthermore, after much time spent together, he has developed feelings for her. After all, one is not merely a plant. Who can claim to be devoid of emotion? Ultimately, I find myself incapable of remaining cold-hearted and unfeeling. Wang Yu sighed deeply, lost in his reverie. In the imperial palace, within the queen's chambers, it appears I was not mistaken about this young man. He is indeed born to be a weapon. His ruthlessness is commendable, while his strategies may not be exceptionally brilliant. Employing sheer numbers in a blatant display of force is often the most formidable tactic. The elderly woman delivering intelligence could not help but express her admiration. It is akin to two armies clashing, where your 10 soldiers face 100,000 well-equipped foes. Even with an astute understanding of military formation, one would be crushed in an instant. However, to mobilize such vast resources against a single peak energy wielder raises the question, if he were to confront a venerable being, would he not have to marshal the entire nation's forces? The elderly woman found the situation both amusing and exasperating. The disparity between Wang Yu's investment and the expected returns is stark. To wield him as a weapon? Even the queen would find such an expenditure overwhelming. You do not comprehend. The queen chuckled, shaking her head. Zhang Fan possesses an ever-replenishing arsenal of hidden cards. He is a reincarnator who has ascended from the gathering energy realm to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. Such an individual is not easily vanquished without meticulous preparation. Yet, it seemed Wang Yu was unaware of this beforehand. The elderly woman insisted with a hint of indignation. This is indeed the brilliance of you. He must have discerned Zhang Fan's extraordinary nature, deducing that he is a favored individual of great fortune, thus crafting an almost flawless strategy. Underestimating one's adversary is a cardinal sin in warfare. Countless esteemed generals have met their fate on the battlefield due to overconfidence. And many diligent workers have allowed significant opportunities to slip away due to inadequate preparation. The queen speaks true. His actions are meticulous and flawless, indeed a formidable blade. The elderly woman bowed respectfully, then lamented, "It is a pity that the reincarnator was slain. He possessed an abundance of secrets. Extracting them would have been a considerable boon. Moreover, Zhang Fan is extraordinarily gifted, and, being a reincarnator, his future prospects are boundless. Should he be brought under your command, his potential might even surpass Wang Yu's. It is a grave loss to see him perish. If his future were truly limitless, he would not have chosen reincarnation. His choice to reincarnate attests to his inherent mediocrity. Thus, what is there to lament? My court is filled with masters. We do not lack for one such as him. I am the divine martial queen. His trifling abilities do not pique my interest." In the queen's tone, there was an unmistakable air of disdain. To the common folk, the reborn individual shone as brilliantly as the stars, yet in her eyes, he was merely relegated to the status of a worthless being. Such is the disparity between status and power. The wealthiest man in the village may be revered by the villagers, regarded as an exalted figure. Yet in the eyes of the three horses, he is nothing more than a pauper. In truth, Wang Yu, in her estimation, holds little significance. Her interest in him stems primarily from his affiliation with the esteemed heir of the Xianwei Marquis. Otherwise, how could the illustrious divine martial empress deign to concern herself with the trifles of a mere 100 households of miscreants? Chapter 60, The Soft Rice King. Qin Feng, a solitary falcon, descended from the heavens, alighting before Wang Yu's carriage, perching upon the shoulder of one of the drivers. "My lord, a message from the falcon." "Indeed. Bring it forth." Inside the carriage, Wang Yu unfurled the parchment, his countenance betraying profound astonishment. The granddaughter of the northern town king, Princess Yongle, has mysteriously vanished in Yanglu town. Those who receive this intelligence hasten to Yanglu town and ensure the safe return of Princess Yongle. Though Wang Yu had not heard of the Princess Yongle, he was well aware of the northern town king, a formidable figure of the revered realm. And an uncle to the current emperor, he commanded vast territories, guarding the northern borders and serving as a steadfast anchor of stability. Why would his granddaughter abandon her safe haven to venture to Qishan County? Could it be that she was merely passing through on her way to the imperial capital? Thus arose the dilemma, to intervene or not. Should he choose to rescue her, it would undoubtedly delay his arrival in Qishan County, a journey already plagued by wasted time. Yet, the favor of the northern town king was a rare boon, one that could prove invaluable in the future. "My lord, another message has arrived." As Wang Yu weighed the pros and cons, yet another piece of intelligence was presented to him. Upon reading it, he made an immediate decision. A sliver of sword chi burst forth from the carriage, severing the reins of a horse before him. Cradling a shui, he leapt from the carriage and mounted the dragon-scaled steed. "Alter course towards Yanglu town and establish a concealed encampment 5 miles outside the town, awaiting my command." With this command, he spurred the horse, departing from the main contingent to pursue his own path towards Yanglu town. No inquiries were made. They were all seasoned warriors and rogues, understanding that orders from above were paramount. Yanglu town, a quaint settlement within Qishan County, lay over 60 miles from the principal city. Named for its gentle willows that grace the hillsides and waterways, it was a picturesque locale, with its pristine landscapes, melodious birds, and fragrant blossoms. It was a favored destination for young gentlemen and ladies seeking leisure. The town's mayor, a shrewd individual, sensed the lucrative opportunity and developed the tourism industry with fervor. Guides led visitors up the mountains, boats floated along the river, and inns sprang up, attracting various merchants and vendors, significantly boosting Yanglu Town's GDP and elevating the happiness of its residents. It had become a veritable tourist haven in this otherworldly realm. However, on this day, Yanglu Town found itself in dire straits. The guards accompanying Princess Yangla had sealed the entire town, allowing no one to enter or exit. The innkeeper where the princess was staying was struck dead on the spot from sheer terror. The townsfolk shuttered their doors and windows, trembling in fear beneath their beds. The disappearance of a mere princess was enough to send them into a frenzy. Had it been the daughter of a noble, they would surely be overwhelmed. Adventurous parties and officials from the government flooded into Yanglu Town, all yearning to locate and rescue Princess Yangla. Success in this endeavor would undoubtedly pave the way for their ascendance. In the presence of youthful aspirants yearning to capture the heart of the county princess, the prospect of becoming a son-in-law to the prince of northern town beckons enticingly. The Biliu Inn, the grandest and most opulent establishment in Yanglu Town, stands as the backdrop where the esteemed Yangla County princess mysteriously vanished. A throng of individuals, primarily officials, has gathered to investigate the matter, for they are seasoned experts in such affairs and possess authority that permits them access. The guards of the Yangla princess, recognizing their status, do not hinder their entry excessively. However, mercenary teams and adventurous scholars from the academy find themselves barred from entering, as the guards remain vigilant. Outside the inn, a cacophony of voices clamors for admission. Each moment spent waiting could mean the loss of vital clues. The urgency is palpable among the guards, who would willingly allow the crowds inside, knowing that strength lies in numbers. Yet, the sanctity of the crime scene is paramount. An influx of individuals could jeopardize crucial evidence. Thus, they permit only the professionals to conduct their examination first, allowing the others in subsequent groups. For the ordinary folk, the stakes are merely a lost opportunity, while for the guards, the consequences could be fatal. I am Yi Qingyu, daughter of the governor of Qinshan County, a woman asserts as she steps forward, revealing her identity. This lady, renowned as the most beautiful in Qinshan County, commands attention. The captain of the guards is somewhat familiar with her. She is the granddaughter of the Duke of Wei, possessing exceptional talent and intelligence, having solved numerous significant cases in recent years, thus earning a formidable reputation. Despite the speculation surrounding her accomplishments, there is undeniable merit in her abilities. Upon realizing that this woman is Yi Qingyu, the crowd stirs with excitement. Yet most eyes are drawn not to her graceful figure but to the unremarkable youth standing beside her. Though his complexion is neither tan nor fair, he possesses an ordinary appearance that becomes striking upon closer inspection. The only individual who could accompany Yi Qingyu and possess such an ordinary visage is Qin Feng, the prodigy of Qinshan Academy. Once an inconspicuous figure, he has risen to prominence like a comet, capturing Yi Qingyu's affections. Remarkably, he is not yet 15 years old, and together with Yi Qingyu, they have emerged as the top contenders in their academy, true paragons of excellence, inspiring envy and admiration alike. Their future seems preordained, marrying a wealthy heiress, becoming a figure of leisure, and ascending to the pinnacle of success. A surge of envy ignites a desire among the onlookers to confront him. Miss Yi, please. The captain of the guards bows slightly to Yi Qingyu, gesturing for his men to clear a path. Yi Qingyu acknowledges him with a nod and strides towards the inn. Qin Feng, accompanied by another strikingly beautiful woman, attempts to follow but is halted by the captain. What is the meaning of this? Qin Feng furrows his brow in confusion. Miss, you may enter, but you are not permitted, the captain of the guards stated coolly. My lord, they are with me. I kindly request that you extend your consideration. Yi Qingyu implored, her brow furrowed. Miss Yi, there are already enough people inside. Allowing you entry is already an exception. I cannot permit anyone else. The captain shook his head. Yi Qingyu and her companions were merely teenagers. Could they possibly rival the adept officials? Granting Yi Qingyu access was a concession to both the governor of Qinshan County and the Duke of Wei, as well as a nod to her established reputation. As for Qin Feng and the voluptuous woman, he was unfamiliar with them. He would not allow them entry, as it would disrupt the work being conducted inside. Sir, they are all members of my team, each possessing both intellect and bravery. Entering together would facilitate the discovery of clues, Yi Qingyu argued. Miss Yi, I implore you not to complicate matters for me. Please, proceed inside to search for clues, and afterward, you may discuss with them, the captain of the guards replied helplessly. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. and he was about to demonstrate his prowess when, at that moment, the sound of urgent hooves approached. Chapter 61. I think what you said is quite good at the sound. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in elegant attire, cradling a porcelain-like little girl in his arms as he rode forth. Those with discerning eyes felt their pupils constrict slightly. The steed beneath him appeared to be the fabled dragon-scale horse. This youth's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. Approximately 50 meters from the inn, the young man lifted the girl and leaped high into the air, tracing a graceful parabola before landing elegantly before the leader of the guards. Step aside. Without further ado, he uttered just 2 words. The crowd involuntarily narrowed their eyes. Who was this individual? Quite audacious indeed. It is known that the leader of the guards is a figure from the northern king's estate, and even if one rides a dragon-scale horse, is such arrogance truly warranted? Yiqingyu's eyes flashed with surprise and confusion. She had never encountered this person before. Was he not from Qingshan County? Meanwhile, Qin Feng's gaze was filled with disdain. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself harboring a deep aversion to this strikingly handsome youth. Was it because he interrupted his display of superiority? Or perhaps it was due to the fact that he was more handsome than himself. When did Qin Feng become so superficial? May I inquire who you are? The leader of the guards, being well acquainted with the world, sensed Wang Yu's extraordinary demeanor and recognized the steed he rode. Despite the youth's arrogance, he discerned that this was no ordinary individual and chose not to react with anger, instead adopting a respectful attitude. Godly martial outlaws, 100 household. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, setting the girl down and producing his insignia. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. An outlaw? This young man was actually an outlaw? Alas, this monumental achievement was likely beyond their grasp. The leader of the guards felt a surge of joy and hastily cleared the way, even donning a semblance of flattery. It was not that he feared the outlaw. Although formidable, the northern king's estate was not to be trifled with. Rather, he was pinning his hopes on the outlaw for salvation. Within the divine martial dynasty, no organization could match the investigative prowess of the outlaws. They were the epitome of expertise. My lord, please, allow me to guide you, he implored. Wang Yu nodded, his demeanor haughty as he led the girl into the inn. No one is permitted entry without my permission. Those who intrude shall be mercilessly slain. With that, the leader of the guards hastily followed after him, reassured by the presence of 100 household outlaw. It is essential to understand that those dispatched on missions are not like Qin Feng, the sort who merely idles away his days. Each one is a person of true merit. You all wait here for a moment. I shall investigate the situation inside. Yiqingyu sighed resignedly. The leader of the guards had spoken decisively, and he had departed. To continue pressing the matter would yield no fruit. It was as it must be. A flicker of reluctance crossed Qin Feng's eyes, yet he too had to accept his fate. With the leader gone, who was he trying to impress? Within the inn, figures flitted about, most adorned in official attire, presumably local constables and officers. Among them were several middle-aged men clad in sturdy garments, their faces etched with the marks of time. Wang Yu surmised they were likely renowned bounty hunters from the vicinity. Instead of immediately investigating, he chose a seat and settled down. After cleansing a cup from his waist, he poured himself a drink and casually remarked, "The head of the guards seems inclined to eliminate him with a mere slap. Aren't you being a tad too ostentatious? He is just a common scoundrel, after all. My rank far surpasses yours." Yiqingyu's gaze shifted. Like Wang Yu, she bore a notable status. It was evident from Wang Yu's demeanor that this was no ordinary rogue. Merely the presence of that wine pouch suggested a certain luxury. She refrained from launching an immediate inquiry, opting instead to stand aside and listen to the intelligence provided by the head of the guards. Truth be told, I am utterly bewildered. The head of the guards sighed deeply, his expression clouded with frustration. Wang Yu poured another drink into a teacup for him and encouraged, "Sit down and speak at your leisure." The head of the guard's countenance brightened slightly. Lifting the cup to his lips, he exclaimed, "What fine wine! Now, to the matter at hand. Well, I shall start from the beginning. We are escorting Princess Yongle to the imperial capital for her studies. En route, upon hearing of Yanglu town, the princess decided to divert here for leisure. For her safety, we secured this inn, evicting all guests, and meticulously arranged our defenses. As usual, everything was exceedingly tranquil. However, the next day, when a maid knocked and entered the princess's chamber to assist her with her morning routine, the princess had inexplicably vanished. The head of the guards downed his drink in one gulp, cursing vehemently, "This is utterly absurd. The doors and windows were all locked tight. And the princess possesses a cultivation level of the 4th rank in Qi gathering." There were no signs of a struggle within the room. and guards stood vigil outside her door. Any unusual occurrence would have prompted their response. To this day, I remain baffled as to how she disappeared without a trace. Disappearing from a locked room? Impossible, I assenti it. Wang Yu furrowed his brow. The most troublesome scenario had arisen. In his world, such a locked room murder did not exist. Yet, in this fantastical realm, the situation was markedly different, filled with peculiar and arcane techniques and artifacts. Immediately after the incident, I sealed off the entire town and sought external assistance. All the brothers stationed at the key routes remain unharmed and confirm that no one has departed. While I am clueless as to how the princess vanished, I firmly believe she must still be within Yanglu town, the head of the guards asserted confidently. What do you think that will accomplish? Wang Yu shot him a sidelong glance. The head of the guards replied, Miss Yi, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Wang Yu turned his attention to the attentive Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at herself. Are you asking me? Wang Yu replied. Is there any other woman here apart from you? I too am a girl, protested Aksu indignantly. Wang Yu retorted. I am referring to women. What business do you, a mere child, have in this matter? Yi Qingyu remained silent, as did the captain of the guards. Moreover, those capable of wielding such secret arts need not resort to stealth. They could brazenly eliminate everyone and seize what they desire. Thus, I believe the issue lies within this inn. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingyu voiced her thoughts. The individual before her was, after all, of dubious character. Engaging him in a discussion regarding the case could prove beneficial in unraveling the mystery. Yet, she did not disclose her name. How did he know her surname was Yi? Ah. It must be that he was investigating nearby. As the daughter of the governor of Qishan County, he likely had access to her records. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. May I inquire how you perceive my conjecture? Yi Qingyu ventured tentatively, noticing his silence. I find your assertions quite commendable, Wang Yu offered. Believing he had provided a fair assessment, Yi Qingyu responded, Is that all? Nothing more? Then, sir, could you perhaps offer a critique? She pressed on, mustering her courage. Chapter 62. On the reasons for becoming a bystander female lead, Wang Yu furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Feedback? Did I not just say that I found your words quite commendable? Yi Qingyu replied with a silent pause. The captain of the guards remained stoic. A Shui chimed in. Abie. Let us go see the princess's chamber. The room of Princess Yangla was an expansive suite. Undoubtedly the finest accommodation in this inn and perhaps the entire Yanglu town. The maids had adorned the space with various decorations, even placing vases and laying down carpets. Wang Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of a princess, she certainly had a taste for the exquisite. He felt he ought to be someone of refinement as well. While traveling, one must not deprive oneself of comfort. As a villain, he could not suffer like the beleaguered protagonist. He deserved to save her life. To ensure the integrity of the evidence within the room, I instructed them to remain in this position, and nothing inside was disturbed, the captain of the guard stated. He was not a fool. The individuals who had come before were not what he sought. He awaited those with dubious intentions. The privilege to examine the room should also be reserved for those with ill intent. Hence he was meticulous about maintaining the scene's integrity. I would like to investigate for any hidden mechanisms, Yi Qingyu tentatively inquired. Wang Yu shrugged, gesturing for her to proceed. She then began her careful examination. Eagle eye. Wang Yu's gaze shimmered as he activated the ability he had acquired from Zhang Fan. Though it was only a fraction of the original power, it sufficed for scrutinizing this modest room. Additionally, it was a skill that could be honed further. My lord, might I request that my teammate be allowed entry? His keen attention to detail may uncover subtle clues, she implored the captain of the guards, approaching him with cupped fists. Like the others, she had not detected any signs. Upon reflection, it was only logical. If she could easily discern any clues, then the previous individuals would have been utterly inept. Is he truly that formidable? The guard captain instinctively glanced at Wang Yu, who was frowning and stroking his chin in contemplation. The captain felt a twinge of uncertainty. Could he be merely a faade? Now, with Yi Qingyu's statement, he felt tempted. Allowing another person inside would not be a grave matter. Indeed, when it came down to it, he was the leader of this small team, and given the stakes concerning the princess's safety, it was imperative not to delay. Very well. I shall summon him, the captain declared, resolutely stepping outside. Missy, this habit of yours is rather concerning, Wang Yu suddenly remarked. Yi Qingyu frowned, perplexed, unable to grasp Wang Yu's meaning. When faced with a challenge, rather than seeking to resolve it, you immediately turn to others for assistance. You have lost the heart of a true warrior, Wang Yu stated coolly. Yi Qingyu was struck as if by lightning, her eyes wide in disbelief, standing frozen in place, her mind buzzing with the weight of his words. Relying on others is far less commendable than relying on oneself. As far as I know, you too are a prodigy. Are you not? Do you truly wish to remain perpetually sheltered under the protection of others? You have already become ineffectual. Wang Yu continued, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, reverberating in the air. Qingyu trembled at the sound. Indeed, she had once despised being identified solely as the daughter of the county magistrate or the granddaughter of the Duke of Wei. Thus, she exerted herself tirelessly to excel, and eventually, her name began to be spoken of with recognition, although it was sometimes accompanied by the illustrious titles of her family. The name Qingyu had begun to resonate in the minds of many. She believed that as time progressed and she matured, her name would one day echo throughout the divine martial dynasty. However, at some point, she had seemingly regressed into a state of weakness. She had learned to depend on that man. He was exceptionally gifted, effortlessly unraveling any complex problem. Gradually, Qingyu relinquished her own critical thinking, presenting any challenge to him without hesitation. Her fierce competitive spirit even led her to comply with his directives. It was convenient. She could attain optimal solutions without the strain of contemplation. Their operational efficiency and success rate saw tremendous improvement. Yet, she forfeited the opportunity for self-improvement. She had not grown. No, not only had she failed to grow, but she had also regressed. This was akin to a student who, in the pursuit of academic excellence, continuously copies from a top-performing classmate. They may perfectly complete assignments and achieve high marks, but they gain no real understanding, no memories, and fail to recognize their own shortcomings. When faced with genuine examinations, they find themselves utterly unprepared. For an ordinary person, this might not pose a significant issue. They could simply resort to labor in a factory or construction site, potentially earning more than many university graduates. However, for someone like Qingyu, who was inherently brilliant, this was unacceptable. If this trend continued, she would surely become obsolete. A single statement jolted her from her stupor. Qingyu had sensed something amiss but had not paid it much heed until Wang Yu's reminder illuminated the issue. A chill coursed through her body. This was a common affliction among many female protagonists. Originally remarkable individuals, they gradually wither as they rely on the main character to resolve all dilemmas, losing their intrinsic value and ultimately facing demise within the narrative or fading from prominence. After all, there is no need for superfluous adornments in the company of the protagonist. They may develop separately, only to re-emerge when the protagonist requires their assistance for embellishment, before parting ways again, remaining together only after the final curtain falls. Long ago, Wang Yu had analyzed Qingyu, considering her identity, status, and the timing of her encounter with Qin Feng. She was merely a supporting character in the early stages of his growth. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, such as her awakening a unique ability or being chosen by a transcendent master to join a sect, the likelihood remained that her role would diminish to one of merely eliciting animosity through her demise. Their concerns are undeniably valid. Wang Yu pointed out that the intention was to sow discord between her and Qin Feng. It is indeed challenging to deal with a protagonist of lowly origins, for they often possess an exceptionally strong fortune and immense potential. Thank you for the reminder. Qingyu, truly the daughter of a prodigy, swiftly regained her composure and offered a deep bow to Wang Yu as a token of her gratitude. This was a heartfelt appreciation. Had it not been for Wang Yu's warning, she might have truly found herself at a disadvantage. How should I express my gratitude? Qingyu fell into a moment of silence. Qingyu. The sound of approaching footsteps announced Qin Feng's entrance, accompanied by the leader of the guards. Qingyu nodded, her demeanor somewhat dismissive. Naturally, she would not sever ties with Qin Feng over a few words from Wang Yu, yet she was inevitably affected to some degree. Instinctively, she now felt a reluctance to draw too close to Qin Feng. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, casting a quick glance at Wang Yu. His intuition suggested that something may have transpired between the two. Chapter 63. Interrupting the pretense, quickly take a look, but be cautious not to disturb the scene, urged the chief guard. He was less courteous towards Qin Feng, merely a youth, who seemed to be nothing more than a dependent, as the whispers outside suggested. Were it not for Qingyu's repeated assurances, he would not have allowed him entry. Was it truly easy to be a pretty boy with such looks? He instinctively glanced at Qingyu, pondering whether she possessed some flaw. Was she genuinely the most beautiful woman in Qishan County? It seemed a mere fabrication, otherwise. Why would she wear a veil? Understood, Qin Feng nodded, choosing not to dwell further on Qingyu's peculiarity, planning to inquire later. He began to scrutinize the surroundings with great care. Meanwhile, Wang Yu leaned against the wall, narrowing his eyes with keen interest as he observed Qin Feng. Noticing Wang Yu's confident demeanor, the chief guard's eyes brightened, and he approached quietly, asking, "Have you discovered something, my lord?" "Indeed, I have made some progress. But it requires further contemplation," Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. The chief guard's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively stepped closer, his entire being filled with anticipation. Truly, a remarkable individual. To uncover clues in such a short span of time? The chief guard felt a renewed hope for the safety of his entire family. "What have you found?" After a moment, Yi Qingyu, having calmed herself, approached Qin Feng and asked softly, "I have indeed found some items, but cannot confirm their significance yet." "I will require certain resources," Qin Feng replied in a low voice. "What do you need?" "I will have someone prepare it immediately," the chief guard said hastily, his hopes soaring. "I will go myself, Qingyu. You stay here and remember, do not let anyone disturb the scene. It would lead to complications," he cautioned. Casting a glance at Wang Yu, his eyes filled with hostility. "Rest assured," the chief guard assured, patting his chest. Qin Feng departed hastily, leaving only Wang Yu and the three others in the guest room. "My lord, since you have made a discovery, might we exchange insights?" Yi Qingyu offered a slight bow to Wang Yu. Previously, she would have patiently awaited Qin Feng, entrusting everything to him. However, circumstances had changed. Awakening from Wang Yu's remark, she felt it was time to think critically. "Certainly. Please share your thoughts," Wang Yu responded with a smile. Yi Qingyu nodded and spoke softly. "This room is filled with valuable items, yet none have been taken, and no ransom has been demanded. Thus the motive of financial kidnapping can be largely dismissed." "Indeed. You are correct. Please continue," Wang Yu encouraged. "To my knowledge, Princess Yongl's parents passed away early, and the Northern Guardian considers her a treasure jewel, showering her with affection and granting her nearly anything she desires. Therefore, the likelihood of Princess Yongle conspiring with outsiders to depart is exceedingly low," Yi Qingyu continued. Wang Yu nodded, and the head of the guards displayed a look of delight. Yi Qingyu's analysis was both rational and substantiated, indicating that the young man likely did not exaggerate. Yi Qingyu remarked, "Previously, there were no reports of any women missing in Yanglu town. I have also examined the records of the staff at this inn. They are all locals, deeply rooted in Yanglu town, with unblemished backgrounds. This establishment has been in operation for 3 generations, thus it cannot be a den of iniquity. Even if it were, they would surely refrain from acting in the presence of so many guards. Therefore, I believe this kidnapping may either stem from a vendetta or be a random abduction." Seeing that Yi Qingyu remained silent for a prolonged period, the head of the guards could not help but inquire further. A vendetta can also be ruled out. As both their gazes fell upon Wang Yu, he finally spoke. "I have studied the route map of the princess's movements. There are far too many places to set an ambush. Yanglu town is adjacent to Qingshan County and not too distant from the imperial capital. The princess's entry into Yanglu town was likely a spontaneous decision, thus it should not be attributed to an enemy. Furthermore, if it were indeed an enemy's doing, they could have simply killed her, which would be far more straightforward. Unless what?" They asked in unison. "Nothing. The likelihood of that is nearly non-existent." Wang Yu glanced at the head of the guards and continued, "As for using the princess to coerce the northern king of the town, there should be some news regarding that. It is unlikely to occur without any noise. Then we are left with the possibility of a random kidnapping?" Yi Qingyu's expression grew grim. This represented the worst-case scenario. A random abduction, akin to random murder, makes it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. "When did I suggest it was a random kidnapping?" Wang Yu looked at her in bewilderment. "Yi Qingyu, the head of the guards. A shue, abba. Miss Yi, I concede that you are quite intelligent, but perhaps you have not exercised your mind in a while, resulting in a certain dullness," Wang Yu remarked with disdain, further widening the rift between her and Qin Feng. Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth, but refrained from lashing out, bowing respectfully and pleading, "Please, my lord, enlighten me." Yi Qingyu trembled slightly, her face flushed with shame. Wang Yu was correct. She had lost the habit of deep thought, resorting only to instinctive questioning. The head of the guards inquired, "Then what does this imply?" Wang Yu replied, "It is premeditated. I have heard that the princess of Yongle is a renowned beauty. Is she not?" "Indeed, the beauty of the Yongle princess is in no way inferior to that of the 9th princess." The head of the guards refrained from designating her as the most beautiful of a specific region, instead comparing her directly to the 9th princess. This assertion was not his own, but rather a common consensus. There is no doubt, this is a calculated kidnapping. The Yongle princess must have recently made an appearance, drawing the attention of someone. and this likely transpired not long ago. Think carefully to see if there are any suspicious individuals. The head of the guards fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization as he exclaimed, 6 days ago, we encountered a group of refugees on the road. The kind-hearted princess ordered us to distribute more than half of our provisions, and even participated in the distribution herself. Before we departed, she generously bestowed upon them a considerable sum of silver. It seems likely that someone witnessed this act of compassion, does it not? Such a significant clue. Why was it not mentioned earlier? Wang Yu inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of skepticism in his voice. The leader of the guards scratched his head in frustration. Indeed, they are merely a handful of refugees struggling to find sustenance. How could they possibly have the audacity to abduct the princess of Yangla? It seems utterly absurd. Wang Yu commanded, immediately dispatch someone to trace the whereabouts of that group of refugees, and also bring me a detailed topographical map of this area. I shall attend to it at once, came the prompt response. Chapter 64. Interruption of Pretense 2. After the passage of more than an hour, Qin Feng hurriedly entered, clutching several packages. Upon noticing Yi Qingyu and the others bent over the desk, engrossed in their research, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Did I not instruct you to preserve the scene? What gives you the right to dictate? Wang Yu retorted, his gaze sharp. Qin Feng clenched his fists. Enough of the quarrel, Qin Feng. We have already discovered a lead. Yi Qingyu interjected hastily, her eyes casting a hint of reproach towards him. He had never been so tactless before. The individual before them was a notorious figure, albeit of low rank, yet possessed immense power to eliminate a mere student in countless ways. Why provoke him unnecessarily? Internally, Qin Feng scoffed, swallowing his indignation. His earlier outburst stemmed from jealousy. After all, in his heart, Yi Qingyu was already his. Suddenly, he was jolted. What had Yi Qingyu just said? They had found a lead? How could that be? What have you discovered? He inquired, his brow knitted with concern. Yi Qingyu explained, the authorities have identified the individuals responsible for the abduction of Princess Changle. Various local governments and the city defense forces are currently pursuing inquiries, and we are analyzing the locations of these individuals' hideouts. What? Qin Feng was taken aback. So swiftly? This notorious figure had already commenced the search for their hideout? It was far beyond his expectations. Unbelievable, even if they were professionals. He refused to accept that they could outpace him by such a margin. Do you know how the princess went missing? His gaze was piercing as he directed it at Wang Yu, convinced that this individual was merely posturing. Yi Qingyu and the chief guard turned their attention to Wang Yu, sharing their curiosity. However, Wang Yu had remained silent, and they had refrained from questioning him. With a derisive laugh, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, the spatial transmission array. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. He truly knew? How was that possible? Even he had only become aware of it through a prompt from the. Moreover, that was merely a conjecture. Further investigation was required. How had he uncovered it? Spatial transmission array? Yi Qingyu tilted her head, clearly unfamiliar with such a formation. The chief guard wore a similarly bewildered expression. Wang Yu glanced at Shui and nodded at her, clearing her throat. Shui placed her hands on her hips and lifted her chin. You are all so uninformed about the spatial transmission array. Allow me to enlighten you. As the name suggests, the spatial transmission array is a formation used for spatial transportation. Divided into many types, this particular one appears to be a small-scale teleportation array. The method of operation likely involves inscribing a spatial diagram in a specific location within the room, utilizing an object as a triggering medium. When Princess Chang Lu touches this object, the spatial array will activate, transporting her away. As this is a one-time array, it naturally dissipates after use, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to detect. Shui spoke eloquently, enlightening the others with her knowledge. Wang Yu listened intently, despite his seemingly all-knowing demeanor. In truth, he only grasped a fraction of the concept. Using his keen eyesight, he noticed subtle distortions in the space within the room. With a spirit of experimentation, he discreetly inquired of Shui. At that moment, he felt as though he might be losing his mind. To his surprise, this extraordinary girl leaned close and whispered that it could be a spatial teleportation array, although she did not elaborate on what a spatial teleportation array entailed. The mere mention of this term was sufficient for a well-read time traveler like him. How did you perceive this? Qin Feng persisted, unwilling to relent. Wang Yu scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. The chief guard also adopted a stern expression, reprimanding. Who do you think you are to question us here? Qin Feng clenched his teeth. Feeling as though something was lodged in his chest, he yearned to vent, but found himself unable to do so. How infuriating. Had he known earlier, He would have been straightforward instead of being cryptic. Now, if he claimed to have known it was a spatial teleportation array, few would likely believe him. And he would only invite ridicule. This spatial teleportation array is so remarkable. How come I have never heard of it? Yu interjected, steering the conversation away and providing Qin Feng with an escape. Wang Yu nodded at Aishui, encouraging her to continue. He too was curious. Indeed, this spatial teleportation array was so wondrous. Why had he never encountered it before? Well, to be precise, he had not heard of it in this world. This ancient array had long been lost to time. These abductors must have obtained a ready-made diagram and array. Aishui shrugged nonchalantly, saying, in truth, such spatial teleportation arrays are not particularly useful. They merely appear novel and have a very short range. Not necessarily. A glint of brilliance flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. If employed wisely, this contraption could prove immensely beneficial. For instance, if it were set up in the protagonist's chamber upon activation, he could be transported directly into a myriad of traps Wang Yu had prepared, all while being surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers. Alternatively, if one were to establish one in their own room, it could facilitate a calm escape in the event of an assassination attempt. This was indeed a valuable tool for survival. Can we trace the teleportation destination based on the residual energy of this array? Yu proposed a hypothesis. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. Of course, it was possible. He had prepared his tools precisely for this purpose. His moment of grandeur was finally at hand. It is indeed possible, yet utterly devoid of significance. A single remark from Wang Yu once again plunged his heart into the abyss. Even if a teleportation point were to be discovered, what difference would it make? So much time has elapsed. Would they still be lingering there, awaiting our arrival? Wang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng and replied nonchalantly, engaging in such endeavors is merely a futile exercise, a waste of time and effort. Designed to seek attention. Well, this is, after all, the princess's chamber. Since there are no leads, we ought not to linger. Let us descend and confer. Qin Feng. Interrupting the pretense, Wang Yu took Aishui's hand and departed the room, his spirits exceedingly high. To presume to show off before me? Wang Yu? How naive. This must surely count as thwarting the protagonist, no? I wonder if my fortune has increased. The captain of the guards followed closely behind. As Yu traversed halfway, she noticed Qin Feng standing there, his expression dark and contemplative, prompting her to furrow her brow and inquire, Qin Feng, why do you linger there? Qin Feng, I wish to remain here for a while, in hopes of uncovering new insights. Chapter 65, Collective Wisdom Well. It seems that while that unruly individual exhibited a degree of arrogance, he is indeed quite talented. Do not take it too much to heart. I shall seek an opportunity to speak with him and ease the tension between you two. With a serene smile, Yu departed the room. Qin Feng felt an increasing heaviness in his heart. Previously, Yu would have stayed to discuss and analyze the case with him. Yet now, she had chosen to leave with another man. He found himself at a loss for words. How could she have moved on so swiftly? Can love still be trusted? Of course, this was not entirely Yu's fault. Although she was exceptionally intelligent, she was still merely a girl not yet 15. How many graduate students and postdoctoral researchers have been made fools by deception? Wang Yu's words had struck a chord with her. While it did not sever her bond with Qin Feng, it instinctively deterred her from delving into the case with him. As she sought to think independently and escape the shadow of Qin Feng as quickly as possible, little did she realize that this subconscious act of distancing had deeply wounded Qin Feng's heart. Coupled with Wang Yu's charm, handsome, suave, and charismatic, Qin Feng's unease only intensified. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle rift had begun to form in their relationship. Wang Yu, having lived 2 lives, had encountered many seductive and cunning individuals in his previous existence. Having read numerous novels and watched countless dramas, dealing with a girl of such tender age was, to him, a trivial affair. Young love, after all, is rarely met with blessings. It must be dismantled. Inside the room, only a sullen Qin Feng remained. Teacher, that person is quite vexing, he muttered. This individual is no ordinary man. At such a young age, he has already attained the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm, which is certainly not the hallmark of an average rogue. A hint of arrogance is to be expected. An ancient voice resonated in his mind. The 2nd level of spirit transformation? Qin Feng's pupils narrowed slightly. Moreover, based on the potent aura he emanated upon leaping from his horse, it was evident that his spiritual energy was exceptionally dense and substantial, not hastily cultivated. This era is as brilliant as the galaxy. You must not let your guard down in the slightest, the elder cautioned with a sense of lamentation. I understand, Qin Feng nodded. opening various medicinal packets and concocting potions under the elder's guidance. In the hall, a multitude of individuals had gathered. Aside from Wang Yu and his companions, he had summoned the other case workers. These individuals were locals, intimately familiar with the surrounding terrain. It was certain that those whom Princess Yongle had encountered posed a significant threat. Wang Yu meticulously inquired about the guards, seeking details about their attire, demeanor, and other essential characteristics. Ultimately, he concluded that this group was merely poorly dressed and did not necessarily constitute refugees. Since the whereabouts of this group had yet to be uncovered, it could be reasonably deduced that this was a case of organized crime. There were few places capable of concealing such a large number of individuals. Wang Yu marked more than 20 nearby locations and deliberated with the group to strategize further. Amidst the collective joy, a sense of perplexity lingered in the hearts of the crowd. They could not fathom why Wang Yu would willingly share the clues with them. Would it not be more gratifying to quietly amass wealth for oneself? After all, this was a significant favor owed to them by the Prince of the North. Moreover, given Wang Yu's strikingly handsome appearance, he might even capture the heart of the Princess of Yongle. Was he truly lacking in intellect? As investigators, it was their duty to be selfless, particularly when the safety of the princess was at stake. They needed to pool their ideas in pursuit of swiftly solving the case. Any selfish considerations that delayed justice would render them culpable for the missed opportunity to rescue her. Seemingly reading the minds of those present, Wang Yu spoke in a tone that, while unfriendly and somewhat condescending, did not incite resentment. Instead, it garnered a quiet admiration from the crowd. They regarded him as a just and impartial enforcer of the law. Yiqingyu's gaze towards Wang Yu softened, tinged with admiration. It was essential to recognize that this was no ordinary achievement. The favor from the Prince of the North could elevate him to great heights within the corridors of power. Neither she nor Qin Feng could ever hope to reach such a level. "I shall speak first," exclaimed a captain, casting a discerning look over the assembly. "Now that we have reached this point, anyone who dares to act selfishly will find themselves beneath my contempt." The crowd responded with unwavering resolve. "We shall exert our utmost efforts." Thus, they began to share their insights and formulate a plan. Wang Yu, multitasking with fervor, listened intently while simultaneously organizing their thoughts. With the Prince of the North as his ally and the protection of the Princess of Yongle, even he could not confront Qin Feng directly. Hence, he decisively chose to share everything, believing that collective wisdom was paramount in locating the princess before Qin Feng could. Time slipped away, second by second. "Brother Yu, I am hungry," Aishwe said, patting her stomach in a childlike manner. "Is the innkeeper still around?" Wang Yu inquired of the head of the guards. "Yes, they are still detained. It was getting late. Let us release them to prepare some food for everyone. We need our strength to work effectively." "Very well." The head of the guards nodded to his subordinate, signaling him to attend to the task. "Brother Yu?" Yiqingyu instinctively furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the issue. "Miss Yi, what would you like to eat?" Wang Yu approached her, cradling Aishwe, and asked with a smile. "I am fine with whatever everyone else is having. I have no particular preferences," Yiqingyu shrugged nonchalantly. "Besides, I'm not very hungry at the moment." "Sister, can I have some of the jerky you have?" Aishwe gazed longingly at Yiqingyu, taken aback. Yiqingyu felt a moment of surprise. How did this little girl know she had jerky? Instinctively, she retrieved a beautifully crafted small pouch and handed it to Aishwe. Aishwe swallowed hard and hurriedly opened her pocket, retrieving some jerky and chewing on it heartily. "Delicious, delicious." "Thank you, sister." Yiqingyu replied, "You're welcome. As long as you enjoy it." Wang Yu also took a piece, placed it in his mouth, and chewed thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming slightly. Is this made from spirit beast meat? It appears to be tenderloin, and the preparation method is quite refined. It seems some stamina-enhancing elixirs have been added as well. Quite tasty." Wang Yu looked at Yiqingyu with a half-smile, as if to say, "Is this what you meant by not being particular?" It turned out she was not being dismissive, but rather looking down on the coarse fare offered at the inn, opting instead for this exquisite jerky. Yiqingyu felt her cheeks warm slightly and instinctively turned her head away. Chapter 66. Outpaced within the princess's chamber, Qin Feng meticulously applied the prepared potion to the ground, revealing the remnants of a magical formation. With a series of hand gestures, the formation dispersed into countless luminous particles, which coalesced into a small orb of light, quietly suspended in the air. By following this orb, one could locate the exit of the array. Although the little girl had shared much information, she had overlooked one crucial detail. While the teleportation formation was indeed a one-time use, the exit need not be so. If it were a reusable teleportation array, it would surely lead him to those individuals. An aged voice echoed once more, reflecting on the unexpected knowledge of spatial teleportation in such a locale, and the ability to trace their platform. Qin Feng nodded solemnly, instinctively clenching his fists. This time, he was determined to astonish everyone by locating Princess Yongle ahead of the rest, thereby delivering a resounding rebuttal to those who underestimated him. Temporarily stowing the light orb, he exited the chamber and entered the hall, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Where had all the people gone? The once bustling space was now eerily empty. He checked the remnants of food on the table, finding them cold and untouched. Had they departed long ago? Where could they have gone? Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng stepped outside, and in an instant, he was utterly bewildered. There was not a soul in sight. The guards and those seeking clues in the inn had vanished, and even his other companion was nowhere to be found. A chill breeze rustled a few leaves, and Qin Feng's silhouette appeared solitary and desolate. Who am I? Where am I? Following the light orb, he sprinted through the woods, and gradually a grand mountain emerged before his eyes. It was fortuitous that those individuals had gone in search of others. He could seize the opportunity to rescue Princess Yongle. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow again. He spotted figures, many of them. Among them were several familiar faces, including Yi Qingyu and Qiu Yun. Qin Feng approached them, somewhat bewildered. You're here too? Qiu Yun greeted him with a smile as he drew near. Huh? Qin Feng was taken aback. What do you mean? I'm here too. What is this? Of course, we are preparing to rescue Princess Yongle. Qin Feng stood in a daze. They had already pinpointed her location? How could this be? He asked, feeling a surge of agitation. In Qiu Yun's eyes, there was admiration, even a glimmer of starlight. This rogue is indeed remarkable. While everyone else is at a loss, he deduced a general idea in the blink of an eye, and without hesitation, shared all his insights. If he had taken a bit more time, he could have quickly ruled things out, but he chose to disclose everything for the sake of expediency. Most impressively, he carries himself with such charm and grace. How can one be so flawless? What? Qin Feng staggered, nearly collapsing. That insufferable rogue had managed to lock onto the position before him. What purpose does all his painstaking effort serve? What is wrong with you? Quirky questioned with a furrowed brow. With a long exhale, Qin Feng released a breath of frustration. What is the situation now? The princess's guards are all skilled, aren't they? Is it truly necessary to exert such effort to seize a mere hilltop? The protagonist is indeed the protagonist. After a brief moment of gloom, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Though he had not managed to disguise himself, the Yongle princess had yet to be rescued. As long as he ultimately saved her, the outcome would remain unchanged. He must secure the favor of the Northern King. These individuals appeared ordinary, yet they were anything but trivial. It was rumored that they possessed an ancient spatial teleportation array. Some veteran mercenaries mentioned that a powerful ancient tribe resided nearby. It was likely they were the ones, compounded by the treacherous terrain and intricate traps on the mountain, making it quite a formidable task to conquer. Qiu Yun's expression turned grave as she said, Qingyu has already sent a message for help via carrier pigeon. The guard leader is unwilling to wait and is devising a plan for a forceful assault on the mountain. Oh, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. An ancient tribe? Such small factions are relatively common across this continent. He had encountered them before while on missions. These tribes vary in strength. The weaker ones have devolved into ordinary commoners, farming and hunting in the mountains, living in peace with the world. The stronger ones possess various ancestral techniques, secret arts, and even powerful spiritual artifacts and alchemical formulas, occasionally birthing one or two prodigies with extraordinary constitutions. The fact that these people could produce a long-lost teleportation array indicated their immense power. I have already enlisted, and the guard leader, being a seasoned military strategist, is adept at troop deployment. Qingyu is also involved. Now that you are here, should we join forces with them to assault the mountain or act independently? Qiu Yun sought Qin Feng's opinion. For a long time, Qin Feng had been the captain of their small team. All actions were essentially directed by his arrangements. He had never disappointed them, consistently achieving remarkable outcomes. Previously, when Qin Feng was absent, they chose to collaborate with the guards. Now that he had returned, they still sought his guidance. Let us first join them, and we shall decide our course once we ascend. Qin Feng contemplated briefly before responding. Currently, he was merely at the pinnacle of Qi gathering. Rescuing someone from a powerful ancient tribe would be exceedingly difficult unless he invoked his teacher's strength. However, the time for that had not yet arrived. Even if he needed to resort to it, he would first ascend the mountain. Perched on a tree, Wang Yu leaned against the trunk, cradling a shui in his arms, holding a wine pouch, drinking alone. He had not participated in the guard leader's strategy. These individuals were destined to be cannon fodder. No need to think further. Brother Yu, can I have a sip, please? A shui licked her lips, pleading softly. You are just a little child. What do you know of wine? Do you wish to be picked up? Wait until you grow a bit older. Wang Yu replied with a sidelong glance, somewhat irritated. I only want a tiny sip. Your wine smells so good, a shui implored, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling a pitiful little puppy. Indeed, this is indeed a royal vintage, one of exceptional quality, so much so that even His Majesty seldom indulges in it. Wang Yu remarked with a hint of pride. Gulp. Upon hearing this, a shui's eyes widened, and her throat moved as she swallowed hard, yearning for a taste. Do you truly appreciate fine wine? Wang Yu inquired, somewhat astonished by her reaction. Earlier, at the inn, when he had produced the wine pouch, a shui had shown no inclination to partake. Although that wine was of good quality, it was merely offered to his guests. Now, with the unveiling of this exquisite beverage, a shui could hardly contain herself. Yes, yes. She nodded fervently. The aroma is exquisite. May I have just a sip? Just one, please? All right, but take it easy. Don't get intoxicated. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment before handing over the wine pouch. His reluctance was not due to the value of the wine, but rather a fear that she might become inebriated and cause a ruckus, potentially leading to an embarrassing scene. If that were to happen, it would be tolerable. Yet he dreaded a situation reminiscent of a video he had once seen, where a woman, inebriated, sat on the roadside, begging security not to treat her as a person but as something lesser. Should such a scenario arise, it would not be a shui facing social ruin, but he himself. Chapter 67. The assault on the mountain. Shui took several hearty swigs, relishing the moment as she sighed contentedly, cradling the wine pouch, her face radiating sheer bliss. She resembled a seasoned drunkard. Goodness, you truly can drink. Seeing her flushed complexion and her steady breath, Wang Yu felt a twinge of unease. He could not fathom what he had gotten himself into. Could this individual possibly be a dwarf? Sir, we have devised a plan. Would you care to review it? As he stood in shock, Yu approached gracefully, bowing respectfully. I am merely adept at investigating cases and pursuing culprits. Matters of military strategy are beyond my expertise. Wang Yu waved dismissively, fabricating a response with wide eyes. We are about to commence our operation. Will you join us? Yu inquired further. Naturally. Once we ascend the mountain, stay close to me. It is perilous within, and I cannot safeguard you from a distance. Yu. Shui blinked in confusion, her brow furrowing slightly. She clearly did not comprehend why Wang Yu was so benevolent towards Yu. Was he truly captivated by her beauty? Yet this enchanting creature had always donned a veil. Moreover, did he not prefer the allure of younger maidens? How could his taste have shifted so rapidly? Shui found herself lost in contemplation. The expedition set forth, led by seasoned mercenaries skilled in navigating the wilderness. Having spent years capturing spirit beasts and seeking rare treasures, they excelled in jungle warfare, adept at disarming traps and mechanisms. Of course, such risks were not taken lightly. The leader of the guards had offered a handsome reward, for this was indeed a life-threatening endeavor. In this world, fools were a rarity. The leader of the guards, accompanied by a formidable contingent, represented the true strength of the group, consisting of the most powerful warriors in the area. Aside from the leader, who was at the third level of the spirit transformation realm, there were 4 advanced guards of the same realm and numerous ordinary guards at higher levels of chi gathering. This formidable force could easily flatten many ordinary noble families with centuries of history. Following them were officials, and behind them trailed mercenaries and students. Wang Yu, holding Shui, lagged behind, having previously exhibited great enthusiasm. Now, as he prepared to truly rescue the princess, he appeared drained of energy and motivation. While the others felt a sense of confusion, none approached to offer reminders. Even Yu remained silent. Although this mission was a collective effort with shared accolades, the individual responsible for saving the princess would undoubtedly stand apart from the rest. Boom, boom, boom. One trap after another was triggered. Some were directly discharged while others were triggered by footsteps. After the loss of dozens of lives, the group finally arrived deep within the forest. There lay a mountain stronghold, resembling that of bandits. Watchtowers flanked either side, each manned by 2 archers. Atop the gatehouse stood a dozen robust figures, their skin darkened, their frames reminiscent of bears, exuding an intimidating presence. The heart of the guard leader sank heavily. The delicate and graceful princess, ensnared by these individuals, could easily meet a tragic fate at their hands. Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of the stronghold were quick to demand the release of our esteemed lady, declaring that the matter would be settled. Otherwise, they would raze their mountain hideout to the ground. The leader of the guards, his voice resonant and commanding, proclaimed his intent with unwavering resolve. The mountain folk exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a foolish amusement, seemingly unperturbed by the threat. At the forefront stood a burly figure, bare-chested and wielding a hefty blade, who scoffed with derision. "Do you truly believe you can flatten our stronghold? Go ahead, give it a try." The guard leader, seizing a bow and arrow from his subordinate, prepared to retaliate. However, at that critical moment, Yi Qingyu intervened, her gaze laced with reproach. The princess of Yongla remained in their clutches. A direct confrontation could provoke their desperation. Stepping forward, she offered a slight bow to the mountain men. "I am Yi Qingyu, daughter of the governor of Qingshan County. Perhaps you are unaware, but the individual you have captured holds an esteemed status far beyond your reckoning. Should you agree to her release, we are willing to offer a reasonable ransom. I urge you to reconsider your course of action." "What of the princess of Yongla? What makes her so remarkable?" The hefty man replied dismissively, revealing an unsettling familiarity with her identity. The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. It was evident that the guard leader had sought assistance far and wide, and the mountain dwellers had easily gleaned information. Yet, if they were aware of the princess's status, why did they not flee? What was their source of confidence? Could it be that the princess had already become entwined with them in some sinister manner? Undeterred by Yi Qingyu's entreaties, the leader of the guards, his eyes narrowing with determination, loosed an arrow. As it sliced through the air, an unforeseen event transpired when the projectile was mere 2 meters from the gate. It collided with an invisible barrier, shattering into fragments. A barrier? The onlookers' eyes widened in disbelief. While they might not comprehend the intricacies of spatial transfer arrays, the concept of a barrier was universally acknowledged. Typically, only the most formidable factions possessed such protective measures. And yet, how could a mere mountain stronghold possess such a defense? "Come on, I stand right here. Shoot again." The rotund man taunted provocatively. The guard leader's countenance darkened ominously. "Let us see just how resilient this barrier truly is." With a fierce shout, he unleashed the full might of his cultivation. Enveloping himself in a shroud of ethereal energy, he charged forward, his fist coiled with power, and bellowed, "Break for me." A thunderous impact echoed as his fist connected. Yet the barrier remained unyielding. The guard leader's face flushed crimson, a sharp pain coursing through his hand. Well then, what a folly it was to attempt such bravado, only to be met with failure. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with incredulity. Shui covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. "Break for me." The leader of the guards, consumed by rage, unleashed his spiritual power, relentlessly striking the barrier. Yet, after delivering dozens of blows, the barrier remained utterly unyielding. What about the fissure in the ground? He contemplated creating a chasm to burrow into. Truly, he resembled a rabid dog. "Shoot him. Shoot that wretch dead," commanded the rotund man with a sweeping gesture. The sound of projectiles whistling through the air ensued. Such is the formidable nature of the barrier. Much like 1A glass, those outside cannot harm those within, while those inside can retaliate against the outside. I refuse to believe this barrier is invincible. A glint of determination flickered in the leader's eyes as he prepared to issue a command for total warfare. Wait. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Chapter 68. The resurgence of Qin Feng's confidence. What brings you here? The chief guard glanced at Qin Feng, his impatience evident. This barrier is not a mere enchantment. It has been constructed according to the surrounding topography, seemingly underpinned by a spiritual vein. Given our current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach it through brute force, Qin Feng explained, furrowing his brow. The eyes of the crowd brightened with intrigue. "You comprehend the barrier?" "Somewhat," Qin Feng modestly replied, feigning nonchalance. "My lord, Qin Feng possesses an extraordinary talent for formations. Even the Academy's president has spoken highly of him." Yi Qingyu staunchly supported him. "Indeed, Qin Feng is a genius in formations. I witnessed his prowess during a previous mission." Several other students chimed in, expressing their endorsement. Now endowed with a golden opportunity, Qin Feng had begun to shine, having showcased his abilities several times. Coupled with his association with Yi Qingyu, he had garnered a small measure of fame, and many were aware of his name. "Do you have a method to dismantle this barrier? If successful, the Duke of Jinbei's residence will certainly reward you handsomely." The chief guard gazed at Qin Feng with palpable anticipation, as if he had seized a lifeline. Qin Feng nodded. "I can certainly attempt it." but I will need everyone's assistance. Absolutely. Please state your requirements. The chief guard replied eagerly. I will identify the positions of the formation points, and I would appreciate your help in dismantling them. Qin Feng instructed, and the crowd clasped their fists in agreement, ready to comply. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Initially, the villagers were indifferent, but as Qin Feng pinpointed a formation point and instructed its destruction, they fell into disarray. Ha ha ha, just wait. Once this barrier falls, I shall raise your wretched stronghold to the ground. The chief guard laughed triumphantly, which caused both Yu and Qin Feng to furrow their brows in dismay. They silently questioned the chief guard's lack of tact. How could he utter such words at this critical moment? If you release Princess Yongla now, my earlier proposition remains valid. I can guarantee it as the legitimate daughter of the governor of Qingshan County. Yu exhaled softly, addressing the villagers with clarity. This was the optimal moment for negotiation. The villagers, now under pressure, no longer appeared as confident as before. Her terms were exceedingly favorable, allowing them to voice any demands. As long as the princess was freed, any rational individual would likely find it hard to refuse such an offer. As for someone? Absolutely not. The burly man, without a moment's hesitation, flatly rejected her. How stubborn they are. Even if the barrier falls, we have contingencies. With your mere numbers, you dream of breaching our stronghold. Clenching his teeth, the burly man barked defiantly. Miss Yi, there's no point in further discussion. Once the barrier is breached, let us see how they continue to act so arrogantly. The chief guard interjected, halting Yi Qingyu's attempts at negotiation. Not far beneath a grand tree, Wang Yu leaned against the trunk, observing the unfolding events. His expression was inscrutable, devoid of joy or sorrow, leaving one to ponder what thoughts occupied his mind. Aishui crouched to one side, counting ants and occasionally bursting into a silly giggle. Yi Qingyu, feeling somewhat disheartened, left the crowd in irritation and discovered Wang Yu standing nearby. After a moment's hesitation, she curiously approached him. Sir, the barrier will soon be broken. Aren't you going to prepare for it? Prepare for what? Wang Yu replied with a puzzled expression. To rescue the princess. Once the barrier falls, a fierce battle is inevitable. The mountain folk will surely use the princess as leverage. Aren't you going to save her? Yi Qingyu stated matter-of-factly. Wang Yu was known to be a rogue, and from his earlier demeanor, it was clear he was an elite. He had previously been in control of the situation, and though he now seemed to have relinquished his responsibilities, Yi Qingyu did not believe he was simply weary or disinterested. This man must be contemplating how to rescue Princess Yongla. With the captain of the guards proving unreliable, they could only rely on Wang Yu to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, and the princess would undoubtedly face peril. Is it possible that Princess Yongla does not require our assistance, or that our current actions are not truly aimed at rescuing her? Wang Yu suddenly posed this question. Yi Qingyu furrowed her brow, pondering Wang Yu's words multiple times. Yet she found herself bewildered. Why was his statement so convoluted? What was he trying to convey? Is that little boyfriend of yours out of his mind? Wang Yu remarked abruptly. Yi Qingyu, still grappling with the meaning of his previous statement, was further confused by this sudden shift in topic. Little boyfriend? What about him? What's wrong? Being with you kids is truly exhausting, Wang Yu said, shaking his head in resignation as he pulled out a wineskin and took a swig. His demeanor suggested he was too apathetic to continue the conversation, as if he felt their intellectual levels were not on the same plane. This only heightened Yi Qingyu's curiosity and competitive spirit, especially after Wang Yu had pinpointed her concerns earlier. Her desire to prove herself intensified. In a moment of childish stubbornness, she decided to linger and see what schemes Wang Yu had in mind. A subtle smile graced the corners of Wang Yu's mouth. After all, she was merely a girl in her early teens. What of the protagonist's halo? He possessed the aura of the neighboring Wang. And so long as he wielded his metaphorical hoe skillfully, no corner would remain unturned. Seizing the protagonist's woman should bestow upon him a portion of fortune, no? He surveyed the landscape, discerning spiritual energies, pinpointing array points, and directing strategies, with everyone listening to his counsel. The captain of the guard's attitude towards him had drastically shifted, even adorned with a sycophantic smile. This greatly satisfied his pride. The shadows in his heart had been dispelled, clarity of thought replaced confusion, leaving him feeling invigorated. It was only then that he remembered Yi Qingyu. Where had she gone? Qin Feng instinctively glanced around, but suddenly his smile faltered, and a surge of anger ignited within his bright eyes. How could Yi Qingyu be together with that detestable man? Moreover, it appeared she was actually engaging him in conversation. How could this be? This was undeniably his moment to shine. She should be by his side, gazing at him with admiration. Why had she gone off to another man? Could it be that handsome men truly acted with impunity? Young Master Qin, is there an issue? The head of the guards reminded him, noticing his abrupt stillness. Chapter 69. Requesting the princess to make an appearance. Oh, no worries. Continue. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Other concerns can be addressed later. As the barriers were systematically dismantled one by one, the captain of the guards grew increasingly elated, while the mountain dwellers began to descend into chaos. The barrier was their lifeline. With the barrier in place, the village resembled a paradise. And it was precisely due to this barrier that their tribe had endured through the ages. This was their very foundation. Yet, what could they do? They stood beyond the reach of arrows, unable to retaliate. As for venturing out to confront them, what a jest! With their meager strength, a direct confrontation would only lead to their demise. Anxious, are we? Just wait. Once the barrier is breached, I shall eradicate your entire clan. The captain of the guards smirked with pride, eagerly rubbing his hands together, barely able to contain his anticipation. The crowd roared in unison, their excitement palpable. This was an ancient tribe fortified by a barrier. Moreover, Wang Yu had previously mentioned their possession of a spatial teleportation array. They were indeed a wealthy clan. Surely, within the village lay numerous treasures, and this time, as they sought to rescue Princess Yongle, they could plunder and slay without hesitation. There would be no consequences, but rather rewards. The only lamentable aspect was that these people were as dark as coal, and likely, the women in the village were no different. Qin Feng instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet his eagerness to prove himself overshadowed his doubts, and he continued to dismantle the barrier. A shrill cry of an eagle pierced the air. Wang Yu, who had been resting against a tree, abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant light gleaming within. Finally, the moment had arrived. Everyone halt. He bent down to lift a shui, calling out to the crowd with an authoritative tone that commanded their attention. Previously, Wang Yu had been leading the charge, but for reasons unknown, he had withdrawn. Nevertheless, his authority remained intact, and coupled with his notorious reputation. The crowd instinctively ceased their actions. What is it that you desire? The captain of the guards shot Wang Yu an irritated glance, his voice cold and accusatory. The shift in Wang Yu's demeanor was stark, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. This change brought a wave of satisfaction to Qin Feng, who observed the unfolding dynamics with glee. Indeed, you are quite the watchdog, aren't you? The speed at which he changed his demeanor was nothing short of astonishing. Wang Yu, undeterred, did not spare the captain any semblance of respect, boldly confronting him. This provoked an immediate darkening of the captain's expression. In his eyes, Wang Yu had become somewhat arrogant. He was merely a leader of 100 rogues. Even with the amplification of his notorious status, his standing was far beneath the captain's. The earlier cordiality had been born out of necessity to locate Princess Yongle, but now it seemed that the rogue had truly dismissed him. Such ignorance was perilous. Qin Feng's delight deepened, tinged with a hint of disdain. Initially, he had perceived Wang Yu as a formidable figure, but now he realized he was merely a reckless youth, ready to confront anyone. This audacious demeanor, while appearing impressively nonchalant, was, in truth, the folly of a fool. It appears that he is merely adept at reasoning and solving cases. However, when it comes to interpersonal relationships, he is utterly inept. Ignoring the crowd, Wang Yu approached the team and addressed the anxious, stout man atop the stockade with a calm demeanor. Might I request the presence of the princess? Rest assured. With me here, no one shall harm her. The onlookers were bewildered, pondering the meaning behind his words. Was this rogue suffering from a lapse in judgment? Yiqing Yu and Qin Feng furrowed their brows, flashes of insight fleeting through their minds as they fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the leader of the guards wore a grim expression. Suddenly, his spiritual energy surged, and he struck towards Wang Yu's back with a palm. This unexpected turn of events left the crowd utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why did he choose to attack Wang Yu? As if sensing danger, Wang Yu pivoted and met the guard leader's strike with his own, using the force to slide backward, thus creating distance between them. The guard leader snorted coldly and pursued, yet Wang Yu had already entered the range of the mountain folk's arrows. If there were two individuals the mountain folk despised the most, the first would be Qin Feng, who had disrupted their barrier, and the second would be this guard leader. The ability to withstand the guard leader's strike indicated that this rogue possessed formidable strength. The expressions of the crowd shifted slightly. The guard leader was at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm, while Wang Yu appeared to be no more than 20. The guard leader's astonishment was evident. He had clearly not anticipated Wang Yu's prowess. Most notably, he was cradling a young girl in his arms. Yiqingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The voluptuous Qiao Yun covered her mouth in astonishment. Good heavens! Intellect intact, breathtaking beauty, and such exceptional cultivation talent, how can such a perfect being exist in this world? Meanwhile, Qin Feng wore a dark expression. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Wang Yu turned to the stout man and continued with a smile, "Please expedite the princess's appearance. You are but one individual. How could you possibly manage such a multitude?" The stout man wore a skeptical expression. "At this point, do you have any other choices? If she does not come forth now, once the barrier is breached, she will inevitably be discovered. It is merely a matter of time," Wang Yu stated matter-of-factly. "Your words hold great truth." At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a young girl ascending the stockade gate. She donned a beautiful long dress of white adorned with clusters of red plum blossoms, her hair styled in the latest fashion, embellished with exquisite jewelry that accentuated her breathtakingly delicate features. The crowd's breath hitched, their throats constricting as they swallowed hard. Even Qin Feng's eyes flickered with admiration. In terms of beauty, Yiqingyu was not inferior to her. However, this lady exuded a softness and an air of nobility that elevated her presence. Yet, it cannot be said that Yi Qingyu was lacking. They simply possessed different styles, a chivalrous heroine of the martial world versus an elegant lady of high society. It seems my conjecture was indeed correct. Upon encountering this woman, a smile finally graced Wang Yu's face, as a series of previous questions found their answers. Speculation was validated. And turning around, he glanced at the leader of the guards, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Your audacity is indeed remarkable." "I do not comprehend your words," the guard leader retorted with a dismissive snort. "This individual is not the princess, but rather a mountain dweller in disguise. Quickly dispel the barrier. We must not allow these thieves to delay us any further." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Was this not the princess? Show me a woman of such noble bearing and exquisite beauty among the dark-skinned mountain folk. Draw your blades. A fierce glint flickered in the guard leader's eyes. With a resounding clatter, the guards unsheathed their long swords, their energy crackling ominously, suggesting a readiness to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Qin Feng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He had sensed something amiss earlier, yet his eagerness to prove himself and seize the spotlight had clouded his judgment. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. How foolish he had been. Now, in the face of this predicament, what course of action remained for him? Chapter 70. Collusion. Everything became clear to Yi Qingyu, a look of realization dawning upon her face. It was no wonder that Wang Yu had uttered such peculiar words, nor that the leader of the guards exhibited such mindless behavior. From the very beginning, they had misjudged the dynamics of friend and foe. The leader of the guards was, in fact, the true adversary of Princess Yangla, while the mountain villagers seemed intent on protecting her. But why? What had led to such a bizarre situation? It was utterly incomprehensible. As for the onlookers, they remained in a state of bewilderment, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Continue with your tasks, and swiftly break the barrier. Then follow me to eradicate this band of mountain bandits, the guard leader commanded coldly. A wave of unrest rippled through the crowd. Though they did not grasp the full extent of the situation, they sensed that something was amiss. The woman atop the stockade was most likely the princess herself. The leader of the guards was clearly lying, and there must be some ulterior motive behind his words. They could no longer trust him. A mercenary spoke up loudly. But his words were abruptly cut short as a guard from behind thrust a blade through him. Blood sprang forth as his eyes widened in shock before his head drooped lifelessly. "He is dead," gasped the crowd in astonishment. The strength of these guards far surpassed their own, for they were indeed the protectors of Princess Yongla. They had no desire to meet the same fate as the fallen man. "I advise you all to remain still. These mountain bandits have taken the princess hostage and subjected her to unspeakable horrors. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. We must unite to avenge her and eradicate them." The guard leader emphasized the two words with a weighty tone, implying that once the barrier was breached, they could lay claim to the woman atop the stockade. Such fortune arriving so unexpectedly was almost surreal. A woman of such beauty, and a princess at that. For those of their lowly status, merely catching a glimpse of her was already a tremendous blessing. This leader, along with his cohort, sought the demise of Princess Yongla. And now he aimed to enlist these men as accomplices in his crime. Thus, everyone would keep their lips sealed. Some mercenaries began to breathe more rapidly, their gazes brazenly roaming over the woman on the stockade, their throats constricting as they swallowed hard. Even some students' eyes glimmered with fervor. They were no longer the naive learners of the academy. After numerous missions, they had become stained by the world. Princess Yongla, who wouldn't desire to partake. The few female cultivators spat in disdain, yet they were not foolish enough to resist. The enemy's power was overwhelming. Any act of defiance would surely lead to dire consequences. For the sake of survival, they had no choice but to acquiesce. In time, they might inflict a few wounds upon Princess Yongla, thus sharing in the crime. How dare these villagers desecrate Princess Yongla? I would lay down my life to exterminate their entire clan. Princess Yongla is a member of the divine martial royal family. Avenging her is my solemn duty. Eliminate them all and avenge the princess. The crowd expressed their sentiments in unison, rallying with fervor, even chanting slogans. In this nearly shameless manner, they conveyed their sincerity. Reflecting upon it now, aside from the reversal of roles between the leader of the guards and the villagers, nothing had truly changed. They would still invade the stronghold, plunder, kill, and burn. They would still earn a small favor from the northern king. The only distinction was that they could also toy with Princess Yongla. In essence, they were profiting. A satisfied smile graced the face of the guard leader as he assured everyone, "Rest assured, the northern king's residents will never forget your kindness today." On the stronghold's watchtower, Princess Yongla's complexion paled slightly, and she instinctively clenched her fist. Her worst fears had indeed materialized. Once she revealed herself and the guard leader confirmed her presence, he would shed all pretense and resolve the conflict in the most brutal and expedient manner. Now, everyone was being manipulated by his words, willingly colluding with him. With the barrier nearly dismantled, it would be challenging for her to stall until reinforcements from Qinshan County arrived. "Are you not going to act?" The guard leader coldly regarded Qin Feng, his imposing aura suppressing the atmosphere. He could still exert control over these people. But once the Qinshan army arrived, it would be a different scenario. At that point, as soon as Princess Yongla revealed her identity, everything would be over. Thus, he was racing against time. Qin Feng's expression was complex, his internal struggle nearly overwhelming. Given his strength, he could not possibly contend with the third-tier guard leader of the transformation realm, let alone the pack of vigilant guards surrounding them. Should he resort to his teacher's power? With so many involved, the toll on his teacher would be considerable, and it would easily expose his secret, leading to various troubles. The guard leader's aura intensified. Sighing after a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng nodded slightly. "I understand." He resolved to feign compliance, waiting for the barrier to be breached before suddenly erupting into action and fleeing with Princess Yongla. The objective of these people was likely the princess. As long as he could escape with her, the villagers would be safe. The Qinshan army was on the way, and once they joined forces, everything would be resolved. This was the only viable solution he could conceive at present. Having made his decision, he focused intently on locating the formation points. Only then did the guard leader retract his imposing demeanor, a benevolent smile appearing on his face. Fortunately, he was not a reckless youth. Otherwise, they would have squandered a significant amount of time. The guard leader issued empty assurances, pledging unwavering service. The others continued their shameless displays. Smiles plastered on their faces as their gazes occasionally darted toward Princess Yongla on the watchtower, eager to rush forward and strip her of her garments. Alas, it would be but a singular encounter before they turned to murder. If she were sold to a brothel, one could only imagine the fortune she would fetch. As for Wang Yu, the crowd scarcely cast him a glance, entirely disregarding his presence. He stood alone. Despite possessing commendable strength, how many could he truly hinder? Ultimately, they would simply eliminate him together. Although this esteemed individual was selfless and exceptionally adept at handling cases, earning their profound admiration, even such admiration would not spare him should he obstruct their path. He would meet his demise regardless. Chapter 71. Choosing sides. "Miss Yi, will you not come over?" Wang Yu inquired with a smile, casting his gaze upon Yi Qingyu. In an instant, the attention of many, including the leader of the guards, converged on her. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Some wished for Yi Qingyu to decline, while others hoped she would acquiesce. Yi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Wang Yu would summon her. What should she do? She found herself ensnared in hesitation, despite possessing her own trump card. Aligning with Wang Yu in the face of such a multitude, she feared she might find it challenging to escape. Yet, to become complicit with these individuals was inconceivable. Her pride forbade such a course of action. "Qingyu, stay," Qin Feng urged at that moment. He had already devised a plan to flee with Princess Yongla. Should Yi Qingyu side with Wang Yu, the variables would multiply. If conflict erupted, would he assist, and if so, on which side? He remained composed, for throughout their journey, Yi Qingyu had placed immense trust in him. Almost anything he proposed, she would not refuse. However, that was in the past. The current circumstances were different. Wang Yu's words had influenced Yu Qingyu, temporarily clouding her judgment. In her quest to assert herself and escape Qin Feng's shadow, she found herself entangled in a contest of wills. As Qin Feng urged her to stay, she instinctively stepped forward. In a swift motion, she entered the range of the mountain dwellers, standing shoulder to shoulder with Wang Yu, her posture proud and resolute. Though she uttered no words, her stance signified her allegiance. She would not conspire with these people. Even in death, she would have no regrets. Damn it, I am ashamed to be associated with such beasts. Is death not the end? Who fears him? Amidst the crowd, a youthful figure dashed towards Wang Yu. He was young, and by his attire, seemed to be a student from the academy. Ah, to be a student is indeed a privilege. There are still a few individuals with a sense of justice. To die is to die. You wretched scoundrels shall not have so much as a hair from the princess. His declaration spurred several others to step forward, including Qilin from Qin Feng's team. Soon, Wang Yu's side swelled to over 10 individuals. Of course, not all were purely altruistic. They harbored their own selfish motives. This was a gamble, a high-stakes wager where the stakes were their very lives. Although the risks were monumental, and the chances of victory nearly non-existent, should they triumph, their lives would be irrevocably transformed. Moreover, secrets rarely remain concealed. Should the events of the day unfold to the world, revealing the truth, their sacrifices would carry meaning, and their families, even their clans, would gain the favor of the Prince of the North. As for the alignment of these individuals, the leader of the guards made no effort to intervene, a cold smile perpetually gracing his lips. The gaze he cast upon them was akin to that of one surveying a throng of the doomed. Laughter echoed in the air, reminiscing about the past, when they could all indulge together. Was that truly Yu Qingyu? I was fortunate enough to have glimpsed her true beauty, which rivals that of the princess. If only I can spend some time with her. Oh, the possibilities. From the moment she stepped forward, her fate seemed sealed. That Qilin is quite remarkable as well. At such a tender age, her figure is astonishingly alluring. I could revel in her presence for a decade. Today feels like an extraordinary stroke of luck, being surrounded by so many exquisite beauties. Alas, if only I had brought my prized possession, the Great Club. I have something called Mr. Donkey that is far more effective than the Great Club. Would you care for a share for 10 taels of silver? What a joke. Outside, it sells for mere pennies. And you dare to ask for 10 taels? Why not just steal it? But would you like some? Nonsense, of course I would. The remaining mercenaries indulged in their shameless discussions, relishing the fact that Yu Qingyu and her companions had stepped forward. They felt exhilarated at the thought of simultaneously enjoying the company of the most beautiful maiden of Qishan County and the princess of Yangla. They believed that even if their escapades were to be revealed and met with dire consequences, it would all be worth it. Qingyu, Qilin, what have you done? Qin Feng felt a surge of panic. He had never anticipated that Yu Qingyu would step forward. What was he to do now? Should he call upon the teacher to eliminate these ruffians? Damn it. He cast a venomous glare at Wang Yu, convinced that he was the source of this predicament, influencing Yu Qingyu. If not for him, everything would have proceeded smoothly. Sigh. Witnessing Qin Feng's distress, Yu Qingyu felt a twinge of sympathy and regret. She understood that he must have had a plan. She shouldn't have acted out of spite against him. Perhaps it would have been better to have perished instead. Humph. Qin Feng, I am sorely disappointed in you. Qilin scoffed, turning her head away, adopting an expression of disdain. Unlike Yu Qingyu, she was rather simple-minded. Having followed Yu Qingyu without truly understanding Qin Feng, she genuinely believed that he was merely a coward. This remark struck Qin Feng like 1,000 arrows, leaving him wounded. Such is the fate of those who recognize the times. Qin Gongzi is indeed a prodigy, worthy of admiration, the leader of the guards praised. Indeed, Qin Feng had thrived in Qingshan County for a reason, serving as a beacon on the path of life. Following him could never lead one astray. But he is merely a dead man. Why the incessant chatter? I hope when you find yourself beneath me, your bravado remains intact. The crowd engaged in a banter, defending Qin Feng. Yet, their words only served to deepen his gloom. A metallic taste filled his throat, almost causing him to spit blood. Was he truly being portrayed as such? But he was not. Oh heavens! Why has it come to this? Wang Yusin's heart blossomed with joy. Noticing the silence among the crowd, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and deliver a sharp blow to Qin Feng. He cast a glance at those around him, his face adorned with a gentle smile. You are commendable, possessing a sense of justice, unlike those heartless beasts who, in their desperation for survival, are even inferior to dogs. As he uttered the words heartless beasts, his gaze fell upon Qin Feng, emphasizing the phrase with palpable intensity. This was no longer a mere veiled insult. It was an overt affront. Qin Feng trembled with rage, an overwhelming urge to weep coursing through him. He wished to clarify his stance, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The facts were indisputable, indeed. He was the first to align himself with the chief of the guards. Chapter 72. The so-called army. Yi Qingyu hesitated, her heart longing to defend Qin Feng. She understood that he was not the type to act without careful consideration. Yet, in the current predicament, what could she possibly articulate? Shuer. At that moment, Wang Yu suddenly called out to Shuer. She responded with a soft "oh," rummaging through her belongings for quite a while before producing a signal flare. With a decisive pull of the cord, it soared into the sky with a whoosh and then exploded, unveiling a golden banner. Upon seeing this flag, Yi Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across her face as she stared at the dashing man beside her. The captain of the guard's pupils contracted sharply. Kill. The battle cry echoed as 200 soldiers from the Wang family, armed with spears, charged forth, encircling them entirely. The unsavory characters followed closely behind, establishing another layer of encirclement. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Where had this elite force come from? Despite their initial shock, they did not panic excessively. After all, they had nearly 500 men on their side, and their guard team was composed of skilled warriors. Surely, annihilating this contingent of 300 should not pose a significant challenge, right? Furthermore, they were no ordinary individuals. Anyone who had managed to reach this place, whether mercenaries or officials, was undoubtedly among the elite. After a brief moment of astonishment, they found the situation somewhat amusing. Were they truly being surrounded by 300 men? Such audacity from a mere handful of soldiers. Did they think they were made of clay? I am a 6th-tier martial artist. A regular soldier is no match for me. And I could easily handle 30 without breaking a sweat. With such a small force, did they truly believe they could encircle us? They must be out of their minds. This was their reliance? Ridiculous. It seemed their wits had been entirely consumed by their investigations. The crowd was filled with disdain, even amusement, at Wang Yu's apparent arrogance. Having grown accustomed to the behavior of unsavory characters, normally, individuals would hesitate to engage in combat with such types, even if the latter were stronger. However, the circumstances were different now. Deep within the mountains, they had the audacity to threaten a county princess. Why would they fear these unsavory characters? Any fatalities could easily be attributed to the mountain folk. Sir, do you have any other forces prepared? Do not keep them hidden. Call them forth. Qiuyan whispered to Wang Yu. The others looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Surely, if Wang Yu had prepared a backup, he would not be so foolish. Even a fool could discern that such a small contingent could not possibly contend with the guard team. Yet, Wang Yu merely shrugged. No, all my men are right here. What? The crowd's faces turned ashen, as if mourning a great loss. This was the most dreaded scenario, a flicker of hope followed by the crushing weight of despair. It was a situation that could easily shatter one's resolve. Qin Feng's gaze shifted, and he finally glimpsed a ray of hope for breaking the stalemate. Truly, the heavens were aiding him. If Wang Yu's forces were to engage in battle with the captain of the guards, although defeat was inevitable, it could buy them some precious time. As the moment approached, he quickened his pace to break the barrier, after which he could lead Yi Qingyu, the princess of Yangla, to escape effortlessly. Humph! I, Qin Feng, am the chosen one. A prodigy of the heavens, destined to receive divine protection. Everything will unfold in my favor, such is the nature of fortune. Wang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of indifference. His demeanor was proud, his gaze sharp, looking down upon those around him. The crowd exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Truly, do they think of themselves as clever fools? How amusing. Why not just suggest we end our lives directly? Soon, I shall have you beneath my feet, and we shall see if you can maintain such arrogance. The crowd jeered at Wang Yu, completely forgetting the admiration they had previously held for him. This is the terrifying nature of certain lowly individuals. One moment they may call you brother, and the next, they spew vitriol. They would even refer to you as father if it meant gaining an advantage, yet the instant you threaten their interests, even slightly, they would not hesitate to turn on you. Only the captain of the guards wore a grim expression, remaining silent. The Wang family army, these fools do not recognize. Yet does he not know? This is no ordinary rabble. They are a force that inspires dread on the battlefield. Moreover, the soldiers of the Wang family are adorned with the character for heaven. This signifies the elite Tianzi battalion within the Wang family army. They excel in coordinated attacks. are well-versed in various formations and exhibit remarkable synergy, far beyond what these people can contend with. Why? Why has the Wang family army appeared here? Is not Marquis Xianwei engaged in battle at the borders? Who, precisely, is this young man before us? Yi Qingyu's eyes were similarly complicated. She was well aware of the Wang family army and had even surmised Wang Yu's identity. Indeed, news had previously arrived that the heir of Marquis Xianwei, Wang Yu, had personally come to Qingshan County. When a Shui had referred to him as Brother Yu, she had sensed something amiss, though she had not thought much of it at the time. Now, a faint blush crept upon Yi Qingyu's cheeks. Recalling past events, she felt a pang of social embarrassment. With a playful glare, she shot a fierce look at Wang Yu. On the watchtower, Princess Yonla's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She had heard the Northern King speak of the Wang family army on more than one occasion. The Northern King held Marquis Xianwei in the highest esteem, referring to him as a divine military figure. The individuals below were indeed members of the Wang family army. Even if their numbers were merely 200, perhaps they would suffice. Qin Feng observed the changes in expressions with keen interest. His countenance darkened, a question forming in his mind. Could this contingent possess some extraordinary quality? Alas, how rare it is for me to show mercy and offer you an opportunity, only to find you unwilling to accept it. Wang Yu shook his head in resignation with a sigh, then his eyes sharpened, formed the dragon play in the C formation. Attack! Attack! The 200 royal soldiers roared in unison, a terrifying aura emanating from their very beings, coalescing into an invisible yet palpable force that eluded the naked eye. The crowd's breath hitched, their smiles abruptly freezing in place. Some individuals instinctively retreated a few steps, their footing faltering, leading them to plummet to the ground, their eyes wide with dread. This was the pinnacle of martial prowess, a true army that even spirits and deities would shun. Such a force, forged through countless trials, embodied the collective will of thousands, moving with the unity and ferocity of a single entity. Good heavens! How did such an army come to be here? Who, pray tell, is this young lad before us? Fear not, everyone. Military might requires numerical superiority. They are but 200, after all. Even a bloodthirsty army cannot defy the heavens. The captain of the guards attempted to bolster the spirits of the onlookers, yet it was evident to all that his voice lacked conviction. Chapter 73. The dragon dance in the C formation formed the array. With the commanding shout of the centurion, shadows intertwined, forming serpentine dragons. Each dragon comprised 20 warriors, totaling 10 dragons that echoed one another, activating the slaughter mode. The dragon dance in the C formation is a premier battle array where soldiers connect their energies, morphing into a colossal dragon, coalescing their murderous intent, enveloping themselves, capable of soaring and weaving through the air, akin to a dragon frolicking in the sea. This formation is particularly suited for scenarios involving numerous adversaries in complex terrains. However, despite its formidable power, this battle array necessitates an exceptionally high degree of camaraderie among the soldiers. It requires not only a shared intent and identical martial arts practices, but also a synchronized breathing rhythm. In the midst of combat, should one soldier falter or lose focus, the dragon would instantly disband, rendering the formation ineffective. Form the mirror shield array. The captain of the guards bellowed, and the guard unit promptly reacted. They were all seasoned soldiers, elite warriors well-versed in military formations. How could those entrusted as guards of the esteemed Princess Yangla be anything less than competent? Nevertheless, the captain opted for a defensive formation rather than engaging the royal army with a killing array, choosing instead the defensive mirror shield array. This renowned formation involves the guards encircling one another, linking their energies to manifest a gaseous shield wall that envelopes them, providing formidable defense. On the battlefield, its primary purpose is to protect our commanding officers. Clang, clang, clang. The serpentine dragon struck against the mirror shield, creating ripples, yet the array did not shatter instantly. For the mirror shield array possesses immense defensive capabilities. Moreover, these guards are far from ordinary. While the guards found temporary safety, the mercenaries and officials were not so fortunate. Without the protection of a defensive formation, how could they withstand the ferocious onslaught of the royal army? The dragons weaved through the crowd. Ah, ah, ah. The chorus of anguished cries resonated as lives were torn apart by the dragons. Whether facing mercenaries, officials, or unseasoned students, the soldiers showed no mercy, executing every foe without hesitation. This is the royal army, unyielding in their obedience to commands from their superiors, focused solely on execution. How can they be so powerful? How can these soldiers possess such strength? Is this truly what one calls a soldier? This is outrageous, a blatant violation of norms. Who could have anticipated that mere soldiers could be so formidable? How can they transform into dragons? Where do these divine soldiers come from? Are they not celestial warriors? Flee. Realizing they stood no chance, some astute individuals chose to escape at once. Yet, awaiting them were the blades of merciless men. I surrender. I surrender. Do not kill me. I am but a student. A terrified student cried, kneeling and raising his hands in supplication. A dragon surged through his body, shredding him into fragments. I am a woman, and I have a 3-year-old child. If you kill me, he will be left motherless. He will perish. A female mercenary wailed. I am over 50 years of age. Spare me. An aging mercenary, with streaks of gray in his hair, knelt in supplication. A dragon swooped down, its claw striking him mercilessly, reducing him to a pulpy mass. Yi Qingyu and her companions felt a chill run down their spines. Was this not excessively ruthless, excessively brutal? They instinctively swallowed hard, relieved that they had chosen this path. Had they not come, they too might have faced such slaughter. Yi Qingyu cast a furtive glance at the smiling Wang Yu, a shiver running through her. He was actually smiling? If she had not heeded his advice to approach, would he have eliminated her as well? A peculiar thought took root in her mind. In the throng, a figure moved with an enigmatic grace, deftly evading the dragon's attacks with effortless agility. It was Qin Feng. Internally, he was in turmoil. Even he had not anticipated the formidable combat prowess of these soldiers. His plans lay in ruins once more, and now he faced a genuine threat to his life. What to do? What should he do? Yi Qingyu bit her lip, wishing to offer some words of caution, yet found herself speechless. Were it not for her knowledge of Wang Yu's true identity, perhaps she could have spoken freely. Yet now that she had surmised who he was, how could she broach the topic? Hey, fiancé, that Qin Feng is the man I admire. Could you let him go? As time wore on, the dragon continued to batter against the mirror shields, the guards' faces growing paler by the moment, struggling to maintain their defenses. The disparity between the two sides remained stark. If this continued, the mirror shield formation would soon be breached, and their fate would mirror that of the mercenaries, students, and officials torn to shreds by the ferocious dragons. To capture the leader is to capture the thieves. Help me. The head guard's gaze was sharp as he bellowed, unleashing his full spiritual power. He recognized that this stalemate could not persist. To turn the tide, they must seize Wang Yu. He was the ringleader. Capturing him would render the soldiers hesitant. There was still a chance for salvation. Yes. The 4 spiritual realm guards responded, charging out of the mirror shield formation as the dragons surged forward. The 4 spirit guards unleashed their strongest spiritual powers, delivering powerful strikes to fend off the dragons and the encroaching malefactors, creating an opportunity for the head guard to seize Wang Yu. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The opportunity had arrived. If the head guard could capture Wang Yu, they would find themselves at an impasse. At that point, he could dismantle the barrier and seize Princess Yongle and Yi Qingyu. As several dragons rushed forward, he unleashed his spiritual power to shield the head guard. Good brother, I shall remember this favor and repay you handsomely in the future. The head guard cast a grateful glance at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face turned ashen, his thoughts racing with exclamations he dared not voice. Could you not prattle on? To acknowledge the enemy as kin, how absurd. Valkyr, witness how I shall not spare your life after this. What of your arrogance? In this guise, you are less than the mere tip of my toe. Indeed, those who previously aligned themselves with Wang Yu have received a scathing reprimand, while simultaneously augmenting their own presence. Having placed their bets wisely, they are intent on maximizing their gains, seeking to earn the favor of Princess Yongle. Yi Qingyu furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of reproach evident upon her countenance. Given the circumstances, she could not comprehend why Qin Feng continued to support the chief of the guards. Was he not sealing his own fate? How would she be able to plead for him afterward? Meanwhile, Qiao Yun regarded him with a look of disillusionment, as if to say, I misjudged you. How could you be this kind of person? Chapter 74. One strike to defeat the enemy. Come here. The chief guard forcefully kicked the ground and leapt into the air, executing a formidable capture technique aimed at Wang Yu. This was a renowned skill from the Northern King's manor, where spiritual energy transformed into a gigantic hand descending upon Wang Yu. Wang Yu swiftly positioned a shui behind him, gazing up at the immense hand with a cold smirk gracing his lips. In an instant, a fierce aura erupted from within him. At that moment, he resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating brilliance. With his fingers poised, he unleashed a single point that released a dazzling beam of golden sword light from his fingertip. Remarkably, the spiritual hand was pierced through in an instant, leaving the chief guard wide-eyed in shock. Instinctively, he tilted his head to evade, landing several paces away from Wang Yu. A trickle of crimson blood flowed from his cheek, his expression marred by disbelief. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have met his demise. Yi Qingyu and the others stared in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Wang Yu had not only countered the chief guard's formidable technique, but had also wounded him. How could it be that in this encounter, Wang Yu had gained the upper hand? This was utterly inconceivable. How could someone so young achieve such prowess? Wang Yu flicked his fingers, summoning sharp sword energies that coalesced into numerous golden mini-swords, swirling around him. His gaze was disdainful, his demeanor haughty. What is this? A mere trifling cultivator of the third level of the spirit transformation realm dares to capture me? He was the true body of the Qilin, an unparalleled prodigy with the ability to challenge those above his level. Now, having absorbed Zhang Fan's essence and become a sword cultivator, defeating an opponent of a minor realm was a trivial task, easily accomplished. Apart from the protagonist, he feared no one. Sword cultivator. The term resonated in the minds of the onlookers. Though sword cultivators were rare, their reputation was illustrious, renowned for their unmatched offensive capabilities. They routinely engaged in battles beyond their realm, epitomizing the concept of unparalleled genius. The accolades surrounding sword cultivators were countless. This was somewhat impressive. Qilian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yi Qingyu wore a complex expression. Wasn't Wang Yu supposed to be a frivolous scion? This was entirely different. Had she misjudged him? Was he not Wang Yu? And was the little girl not calling him Brother Yu, but rather Brother Yu or Brother Yu? Yi Qingyu found herself engulfed in confusion. On the watchtower, Princess Yongla instinctively clenched her fists. She had never anticipated the emergence of such a remarkable adversary, nor could she have foreseen Wang Yu's formidable strength. She felt a surge of safety. These simple mountain folk would no longer need to perish because of her. Gradually, her gaze towards Wang Yu became somewhat dreamy. What girl does not harbor romantic feelings? During these harrowing days, she had often fantasized about a great hero arriving on a rainbow to rescue her. Though Wang Yu did not arrive on a rainbow, he was undeniably dashing. Arrogance! The chief guard snorted coldly, unleashing his inner spiritual power as he formed hand seals to execute his technique, the mountain suppression seal. Previously, he had refrained from using his full strength out of concern for Wang Yu's safety. Now aware of his formidable prowess, he ceased to hold back and directly unleashed his most treasured techniques. The mountain suppression seal, one of the paramount skills of the Northern King's mansion, when perfected, possesses the ability to stabilize mountains and rivers. Can a mere grain of rice dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Wang Yu scoffed disdainfully, flicking his fingertip as the golden small swords encircling him shot forth with ferocity. The piercing sword energy cleaved through the air, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. Suppress it. A flicker of brutality flashed in the eyes of the chief guard, as the surging spiritual energy within him coalesced, propelling the massive mountain suppression seal against the flying swords. Bearing down upon Wang Yu, the residual force radiated outward, compelling Yi Qingyu and the others to retreat. This was a full-force strike from a third-tier practitioner of the spirit transformation realm. Even the aftershocks were beyond their capacity to withstand. Upon the watchtower, Princess Yongla instinctively clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with concern. She was acutely aware of the chief guard's strength. This was no mere trifling spirit transformation practitioner. He possessed profound foundations and commanded formidable spiritual arts, earning the Northern King's favor. The Northern King had once declared that within 2 years, he would surely reach the core formation stage. Break for me. With a light command from Wang Yu, the golden energy sword erupted in a dazzling brilliance, multiplying the intensity of the assault severfold. A sharp crack echoed as the massive mountain suppression seal began to fissure, followed by 2, 3, and countless more cracks. No. The chief guard's face contorted in terror as he shouted in a voice filled with despair. With a resounding crash, the mountain suppression seal shattered into fragments, and the golden small swords surged forth, instantly tearing through his protective barrier and piercing his body. He writhed as though caught in a hail of bullets, screaming in agony. After a torrential downpour of sword strikes, his body plummeted from the sky, blood cascading forth and quickly transforming him into a crimson figure. Defeated, the chief guard succumbed to Wang Yu's singular strike. Wang Yu did not slay him. Instead, he rendered him incapacitated. The chief guard had attempted to assassinate Princess Yongla, and there must be a reason behind it. Some survivors were needed for thorough interrogation. Several unsavory figures surged forward, stuffing objects into the chief guard's mouth before locking him away. Some even produced hemostatic powder to staunch his bleeding, preventing him from losing too much blood. In this regard, They were professionals. How could this be? As he lay in a pool of his own blood, Qin Feng felt as though he could scarcely breathe. This unsavory character was astonishingly powerful. To challenge beyond one's level and defeat an opponent in a single strike, could he truly accomplish such a feat? What was to be done now? With the chief guard's defeat, the last hope was extinguished. How could he prove his innocence? My lord. The chief guard's devastating defeat shattered the spirits of the remaining guards, obliterating their final vestiges of fighting spirit. In a stupor, the formation revealed a flaws, and several dragon-like energies seized the opportunity, merging together to form a colossal dragon that crashed violently into the breach. With a thunderous roar, the mirror-light round shield formation was instantly shattered, accompanied by a cacophony akin to glass breaking as the outer layer of the mirror-light shield splintered and fell. The guards were struck by the backlash of the battle formation, shrieking as they fell to the ground. A multitude of dragon-like figures surged forward, blood spraying and anguish cries echoing, transforming the scene into a veritable inferno of human suffering. Mercy was absent. Such was the decree of Wang Yu. As long as he did not command a halt, the slaughter would persist, continuing until every last one of these individuals was utterly annihilated. Flee. The 4 guards of the spirit transformation realm, recognizing the dire situation, repelled the dragon-like figures with a single strike and sought to escape. Preserving their lives was paramount. They were formidable beings of the spirit transformation realm, and if necessary, they could wander the world indefinitely, as long as they distanced themselves from the divine martial dynasty. Their safety was virtually assured. They could settle in a small town and establish a family. However, the dragons, stacked upon one another, responded to each other's movements with remarkable synergy, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. Blood continued to spray, and under the relentless assault, they were soon wounded. Escape was no longer an option. Spare the 4 guards, eliminate the rest, Wang Yu stated calmly. Chapter 75, The Ancient Witch Clan No. How infuriating. As the casualties mounted, Qin Feng felt an intensifying pressure. If this continued, he feared he too would meet his demise. Get away from me, he gritted his teeth, unleashing formidable strength to fend off the approaching dragon-like figure, employing his intricate footwork to make his escape. Confronted with such a formidable foe, unless he invoked his teacher's power, he stood no chance of prevailing. Even if he could, it would serve no purpose. He could hardly assist the guards in capturing Princess Yongla, could he? Thus, he had no choice but to flee. Fortunately, he had not taken any lives, nor harmed anyone. He had merely dispelled the barrier. Afterward, he would speak with Yu, and it would likely not lead to any significant issues. As Qin Feng made his escape, Wang Yu suddenly struck, pointing in midair, sending forth streams of golden sword light in pursuit. A cry of pain echoed through the forest, yet the speed of pursuit only increased, vanishing entirely into the dense woods. Observing Qin Feng's disappearing figure, a smile crept across Wang Yu's lips. It was indeed quite challenging to slay the protagonist. However, inflicting injury was sanctioned by the heavens, which even seemed to encourage the protagonist's suffering. Only through such tribulations could one truly showcase their prowess and rise to prominence. Wang Yu approached Yu, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. I spared this young man's life out of respect for you. Alas, you claim to be young and focused on your studies, refusing my marriage proposal, yet you are now engaging in early romance with another man. Am I to consider myself wronged in this matter? You owe me an explanation following this incident. Yu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. It was truly him, Wang Yu, the notorious heir of the Marquis of Xianwei. He bowed slightly to Princess Yongla, a kind smile gracing his face. May I kindly request the princess to lift the barrier? With my presence, no one shall harm you in the slightest. So it is the young Marquis, my apologies. Princess Yongla, she responded hastily, returning the gesture. Internally, she was profoundly astonished. She had never anticipated that the strikingly handsome figure before her would turn out to be the infamous Wang Yu. Wasn't he renowned as a notorious spendthrift in the capital? Clearly, rumors could be misleading. Simultaneously, she felt a wave of relief, regardless of Wang Yu's character. He was indeed the heir of the Marquis of Xianwei and would certainly not pose a threat to her. Guided by the mountain folk, Wang Yu entered the mountain stronghold. Before him lay a narrow mountain path, scarcely wide enough for a single person to traverse. After walking for approximately 200 paces, he emerged from the path into a vast, open expanse of flat land, lined with orderly houses. Lush fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees, and bamboo groves adorned the landscape. Intersecting paths meandered through the fields, and the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking filled the air. People bustled about, tending to their farming duties. while the elderly and children exuded an atmosphere of comfort and joy, reveling in their simple pleasures. It was a veritable paradise, untouched by the outside world. As I traversed the winding forest path, I arrived at a quaint wooden cabin. This two-story abode boasted a charming little courtyard adorned with various flowers and greenery, evidently surpassing the condition of the surrounding dwellings. Here lay the temporary residence of Princess Yongle, as well as the dwelling of the clan leader. Upon entering, I beheld a woman playfully engaging with the infant cradled in her arms. Her complexion mirrored that of the people outside, a healthy shade of wheat, clad in woven armor. She revealed substantial areas of bare skin. While her musculature appeared moderately developed, it concealed an undeniable strength, with a notably low body fat percentage. In the realm of this tribe, she could be deemed a stunning beauty. However, when compared to the radiant and enchanting Princess Yongle, she paled in significance. Nonetheless, this athletic woman, reminiscent of those found in gyms, attracted considerable admiration. Whatever pose one desired, she could effortlessly assume, exuding an impressive vigor. Those legs, one could surmise, could easily incapacitate many. Young lord, allow me to introduce you to the clan leader of the Qilin tribe, Suya. Suya, this is Wang Yu, the heir of Marquis Xianwei. Princess Yongle succinctly introduced the two. Suya regarded Wang Yu with curiosity, offering her observations, while Wang Yu's smile momentarily froze upon his face, igniting an urge to command the annihilation of the tribe. Suya speaks rather candidly. Please do not take offense, young lord. The Qilin tribe is a branch of the body sorcerer clan, known for their robust physiques and formidable strength. Princess Yongle hastily interjected to ease the tension. Wang Yu, exuding an aura of charm, concealed a ruthless nature behind his demeanor. Many of those previous individuals had, in truth, been coerced. The students, for instance, were innocent children who should not have perished. Yet, Wang Yu had ordered their complete extermination, disregarding their cries for mercy. Princess Yongle harbored no desire for the Qilin tribe to meet a similar fate. Body sorcerers? A flicker of astonishment passed through Wang Yu's eyes. He possessed some understanding of the sorcerer clans. In ancient times, they had held dominion, though they later waned in power. Still, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The sorcerer clans divided into two primary factions: the art sorcerers, skilled in sorcery and the manipulation of various mystical arts, capable of divining the future, and the body sorcerers, who honed their physiques and mastered secret techniques to unlock their potential. In ancient lore, these great sorcerers could shatter stars with a punch and tread upon the sun and moon, impervious to all forms of attack. Though now diminished due to the scarcity of celestial materials and incomplete cultivation methods, along with a weakening of their bloodline, body sorcerers remained the mightiest warriors, coveted by armies across the nations. Wang Yu's awareness of this legacy stemmed from his father, the Marquis Xianwei, who had once expended great wealth to seek out the body sorcerers in hopes of forging a powerful ironclad army, but ultimately met with failure. The stronghold of the Witch clan lies in the southern frontier, a place inaccessible to many. The scattered members of the clan, particularly the corporeal witches, are exceedingly rare. Truly, it is a scene befitting the protagonist's narrative, had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Wang Yu. It is likely that Qin Feng would have ultimately rescued Princess Yongle, thereby securing the allegiance of the Suya tribe. This tribe would then undoubtedly become a formidable force in his hands. Wait, how exactly did Qin Feng win the loyalty of the Qilin tribe? Moreover, the Qilin tribe currently appears rather feeble. How might they gain strength in the future? Is there a possibility that within their lineage lies a significant secret to power? One that Qin Feng could unravel, thereby elevating their entire clan? This woman, Wang Yu scrutinized Suya. Although she is a woman, her beauty does not seem sufficient to qualify her as a heroine. Let us sit and discuss further, Princess Yongle said with a smile, inviting Wang Yu to take a seat. It is now time to address the matter at hand. Chapter 76, Causes and Consequences. Upon taking his seat, Wang Yu directly inquired. He was not omniscient, unable to fathom the ulterior motives of the head guard, yet he could not discern the reasons behind such actions. Sighing deeply, Princess Yongle remarked, "Family conflicts have driven me away from the Wang residence to the imperial capital in hopes of evading such matters. I never anticipated they would not spare me. Even more surprising is the possibility that he was bribed. Perhaps he was coerced. Initially, the journey was quite pleasant, but as my assassins began to fall one by one, an unsettling feeling arose within me. However, my abilities were limited, forcing me to feign ignorance. Fortunately, I encountered Suya and her companions along the way. I provided them with sustenance and offered pills to heal their wounds, intending to enlist their aid in seeking refuge from Qinshan County yet to my astonishment, they managed to rescue me themselves. I see, Wang Yu shrugged. The motivations of the guard were likely more complex than they appeared. Yet, given the implications for the Northtown Prince's residence, he refrained from probing further. The more one knows, the greater the trouble. Were it not for Princess Yangla, who served as a fortuitous ally for Qin Feng, he would not have bothered with this matter. Your sudden disappearance alarmed the guard. In unfamiliar territory, it would be nearly impossible for him to locate you alone. Thus, he opted to seek assistance and imposed a blockade to prevent your escape. He succeeded in finding your whereabouts. He aimed to exploit a time gap, eliminating witnesses before the forces of Qinshan County arrived. Your prolonged absence was meant to exert pressure upon him, preventing him from acting rashly, while relying on the barrier to buy time. As long as you could suppress his power, your safety was assured, correct? Wang Yu speculated. Princess Yongla nodded, indeed. Yet, I did not anticipate that among your group there would be someone adept at breaking barriers. Had it not been for the intervention of the young lord, not only I but also the Kusua tribe could have faced dire consequences. If it comes to battle, so be it. The Kusua tribe does not shy away from conflict. Suya asserted, a flicker of anger crossing her face. That scoundrel dared to disrupt our barrier. Woe betide him if I catch him, for I shall flay him alive. Indeed, that scoundrel is nothing short of a beast. Chief Suya, remember my words today. Should you encounter him again, do not hold back. Holding back? The Kusua tribe knows no such principle. Chief Suya, may I pose a question that might be deemed inappropriate? Feel free to ask. Is it truly because the princess provided you with some food and medicine that you would risk your lives for her? Wang Yu found this notion somewhat implausible. Even in a culture of simplicity, they could not be considered fools. If they were, their tribe would not have survived to this day. Princess Yongla saved our shaman. She is our benefactor, and we are bound to assist her with all our strength, Suya replied earnestly. Shaman? Wang Yu furrowed his brow. What is that? It is the Kuso tribe, home to the most formidable warrior of the future, namely the child in Suya's arms, as explained by Princess Yangla. Oh, I see. Wang Yu nodded, refraining from further inquiry. He instinctively sensed that the shaman possessed significant depth. It was prudent not to appear overly enthusiastic, lest he arouse their suspicion. He could always review the relevant materials later. What are your plans, princess? Will you remain in the Kuso tribe or accompany me to Qinshan County? Qinshan County? Princess Yangla furrowed her delicate brow. The implication of Wang Yu's words nudged her toward the latter option. Remaining here posed too many uncertainties. With Qin Feng currently missing, if he were to return after her departure, what would become of the unfolding narrative? Thus, for the sake of caution, it was preferable to keep Princess Yongla by his side. Very well, I shall accompany you to Qinshan County. Princess Yongla made her decision without hesitation. Wang Yu had already articulated his intentions. The simplicity of the mountain folk demanded minimal disturbance, and she could hardly insist on staying. Furthermore, she was reluctant to remain in this secluded paradise, despite its idyllic charm, as it came with its share of inconveniences. Experiencing life here occasionally was one thing, but prolonged residence would be rather intolerable. Firstly, she had no knowledge of laundry. Additionally, the local cuisine was not to her palate. Suya, this is for you. Wang Yu produced a small flag from behind him. What is this? Suya instinctively accepted it, gazing quizzically at Wang Yu. This is the banner of the Wang family army. Due to the princess's circumstances, your barrier has been compromised. Consider this flag a form of restitution. If anyone comes to attack you, you may present this flag and assert that your village is under the protection of Wang Yu and the Wang family army. Wang Yu spoke nonchalantly. Quickly, put it away. This flag holds far greater value than my name. Noticing Suya's continued confusion, Princess Yongla urged him on. Her words were not exaggerated. Although the Northern King's mansion was formidable, its remoteness was a disadvantage, while the Wang family army was much closer. Moreover, many commanders from the nearby cities had previously served under the Marquis of Xianwei, not to mention Wang Yu's current reputation as an outlaw. Thank you. Suya tucked away the flag, though he was not overly concerned. Their tribes seldom interacted with outsiders, and had it not been for their quest for medical assistance, they would not have crossed paths with Princess Yangla. Few would dare to attack them. However, Wang Yu shook his head. The previous lack of attacks was merely due to their obscurity. The situation had now changed. Although he had dispatched most of the guards, a handful remained loyal to him, and they would likely boast of their newfound allegiance. Furthermore, the outlaws would surely seize upon this tantalizing gossip. With a spatial teleportation array and the protection of such a barrier, it would be hard to convince anyone that this village harbored no treasures. Where there is potential for profit, there will undoubtedly be those who come to investigate. Retaining this banner symbolizes a personal favor owed to the Kuso tribe. Simultaneously, it lays the groundwork for a future plot twist. Being associated with the protagonist signifies an endorsement by the heavens, and seizing it could prove immensely beneficial in times to come. There is nothing quite as advantageous as borrowing the wisdom of the great. Am I not, in essence, standing upon the shoulders of giants? Wang Yu mused, stroking his chin, sensing an incongruity in his thoughts, yet finding the sentiment remarkably apparent. Chapter 77. A turbulent heart. As the caravan progressed, Wang Yu, ever the gentleman, graciously made way for the carriage. He mounted his petite mare, taking the lead at the forefront of the procession. Meanwhile, Yiqingyu stealthily slipped into the carriage, presumably to act as an advocate for Qin Feng. Wang Yu did not impede her. The true drama was only just beginning. His journey to Qinshan County served dual purposes: to retrieve the death talisman and to assist Qin Feng. With his sudden departure, where would Qin Feng seek refuge? 5 miles outside the county town, the Wang family troops detached from the main group, seeking a secure location to set up camp. Wang Yu, accompanied by over 80 wayward souls, escorted the leader of the guards along with 10 adept protectors, continuing onward with the carriage. Upon reaching 2 miles away, the county magistrate of Qishan, Yiqingyu's father, personally led his troops to welcome them. Is that the young marquis ahead? Boomed the county magistrate. Just call me Yu. Wang Yu replied, with a respectful gesture. The county princess has been startled. It would be best not to let her dismount yet. Let us proceed to our lodgings. Very well. Everything is prepared. Please, young marquis, the county magistrate responded, adhering to formalities by still addressing him as young marquis, clearly reluctant to grow overly familiar. A cold smirk crept across Wang Yu's lips. Did he truly yearn for the hand of the county magistrate's daughter? She was merely the daughter of a county magistrate, not worthy of him in his current state. Once, she might have sufficed, but now he was a man of remarkable talents, strikingly handsome, akin to an invincible protagonist. Not only Yiqingyu, even the princess in the carriage, he deemed unworthy of his attention. Jining was somewhat acceptable, yet still lacking. Suddenly, a vision flitted through his mind, regal and breathtaking, capable of captivating all who beheld her. Wang Yu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his eyes widening as a shiver ran down his spine. Good heavens! When had he developed an interest in older women? Wasn't the allure of youthful, tender maidens far more enticing? Yiqingyu leapt from the carriage, mounting her stallion to join her father. In hushed tones, she recounted the events that had transpired. The county magistrate was visibly astonished, occasionally casting glances in Wang Yu's direction. Wasn't this fellow renowned in the capital as a notorious wastrel? How had he transformed into such a paragon of excellence at such a young age? He had already reached the second tier of the spirit transformation realm and appeared to be a swordsman, effortlessly handling foes of a higher cultivation level. This completely exceeded his criteria for a son-in-law. Though Qin Feng was also remarkable, when it came to status and appearance, he paled in comparison to Wang Yu. Alas, the factions they belonged to were vastly different. While the Marquis of Xianwei posed little threat, both Wu Yuling and Wang Yu were too closely aligned with the Empress. Princess, we shall soon arrive at the county town of Qishan. You are now safe. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, Wang Yu stated as he rode up to the carriage. Ah, are you not going to protect me any longer? The princess of Yangla inquired anxiously from within the carriage. Although she was aware that she was now safe, she still felt that only with Wang Yu by her side could she truly find peace. It was merely a step ahead. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for the princess. Humph, who needs your responsibility? Is that too magnanimous? You, the Yongla princess, both shy and vexed, let out a huff and ceased her conversation with Wang Yu. Though somewhat irritated, she felt a deeper bond with him. Among friends, occasional light-hearted banter can indeed strengthen their relationship. Of course, one must tread carefully. Overstepping that boundary could lead to a falling out. Shuer, come out. Oh, coming right away. A Shui sprang up, ready to leap outside, only to be abruptly pulled back by the Yangla princess. Young lord, I quite like Shuer. Aren't you heading out on official business? Why not leave her here with me? It would make for a perfect companion. Wang Yu hesitated. Keeping a Shui would offer numerous advantages. Not only could she keep an eye on the Yongla princess, but she could also provide her with a breath of fresh air, while simultaneously placing the princess in his debt. However, his relationship with a Shui, strictly speaking, was not particularly intimate. They had only recently met. And what if she were to be swayed by Qin Feng? A Shui possessed many extraordinary qualities that he had yet to fully explore. He had a premonition that she might one day provide him with significant assistance. If she were to align herself with Qin Feng, he would find himself in a precarious position. Very well. Swear, you shall accompany the princess into the city, as it is indeed inconvenient for me to take you along. Ultimately, Wang Yu decided to leave a Shui behind. This would serve as an opportunity to test her loyalty. Should she truly betray him, he could eliminate her without remorse, sparing himself the pain of deeper attachment later on. Oh, a Shui reluctantly replied, then do come to fetch me soon. I shall retrieve you once I have resolved my current matters. After exchanging greetings with the county magistrate Yi, Wang Yu led his group into the city. As they watched Wang Yu and his companions disappear from view, Yi Qingyu quietly inquired, of course not. We must devise a new plan. By the way, what is the situation with Qin Feng? Where is he now? Make contact with him as soon as possible. He is an extraordinary talent. The only difference between him and Wang Yu is age. To confront Wang Yu, he is indispensable. Noticing Yi Qingyu's complex expression, the county magistrate Yi offered a reassuring smile. Fear not, Qingyu. This Qingshan County is, after all, our territory. What can he do? Rest assured, if you do not wish to marry, then you shall not. Your father will protect you. Thank you, father. Yi Qingyu's smile was somewhat forced, her emotions deeply tangled. What girl does not harbor dreams of love? What girl does not admire handsome men? Wang Yu was extraordinarily exceptional. Whether in wisdom, cultivation, or appearance, he was one in a million, nearly beyond reproach. In rescuing the Yongle princess, Wang Yu had not held back in showcasing his prowess before her, particularly the scene where the condensation of energy transforms into a sword. Defeating the guardian leader was utterly breathtaking. At present, the relationship between Yi Qingyu and Qin Feng is merely a shade more intimate than that of mere teammates. In the words of Wang Yu, they have yet to embark on the true adventure, thus failing to shatter that thin veil and elevate their feelings. The sudden emergence of someone as remarkable as Wang Yu, who is also her fiancé, inevitably stirs Yi Qingyu's heart. After all, she is a living, breathing individual, not a mere automaton. Chapter 78, Secret Mission in the Realm. A saying circulates, where there are people, there exists the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion. Upon entering the city, after orchestrating the apprehension of the head of the guard for interrogation, Wang Yu led his entourage directly to the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion. Boss, are we truly going to stay at the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion? Isn't that a tad extravagant? One of the rogues, swallowing hard, inquired. The sudden stroke of fortune left him in disbelief. Residing in the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion was the dream of countless men. For those like them, who traverse through storms and rain, presenting a facade of bravado, the struggles they endure remain known only to themselves. Each time they received their salary or rewards from completed tasks, they would occasionally indulge in the pavilion, but it was merely a fleeting dalliance. They could hardly afford a night's stay, and now the prospect of permanent residence seemed overwhelming. Wang Yu waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of confidence as he led the band of rogues into the establishment. Fortunately, this was the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion of the county city. Spacious and filled with numerous courtesans. Had they ventured into a smaller city like Yong'an, they would have been hard-pressed to accommodate so many, likely reducing their revelry to mere clusters. Ah, my lords, you have finally arrived. I have missed you dearly, the madam greeted, fanning herself as she approached, showering them with insincere flattery. However, upon noticing the throng of rogues trailing behind Wang Yu, her expression shifted dramatically. This group donned official garb and radiated an aura of menace. What were they here for? Alarmingly, their attire resembled that of the rogues themselves. She held no fear for common constables, but before these notorious figures, she was utterly flustered. My lord, what brings you here? The madam stammered, her voice quavering. What is the meaning of this? Call the girls over immediately, Wang Yu proclaimed, producing a stack of silver notes, which he scattered with a flourish. All expenses will be on me. Splendid, splendid. The madam's eyes widened in delight. She had encountered a wealthy patron. The rogues, now fully liberated, were ready to unleash their pent-up energy after a prolonged period of restraint and a recent bout of bloodshed. Where is Wan Xiang? Wang Yu inquired, a hint of indifference in his tone. Wan Xiang is currently attending to guests, my lord. Which room? This way, this way. The madam hastily led the way for Wang Yu. To be a madam at the wind, flower, snow, and moon pavilion required a certain acumen. Accompanied by such a multitude of rogues and demonstrating such generosity, Wang Yu's identity was undoubtedly formidable. My lord, it is right here. Wang Yu raised his foot and kicked open the door. Inside, a rotund middle-aged man, startled by the sudden intrusion, turned to glare at Wang Yu, indignantly exclaiming, Are you seeking death? Get out. Then, to his astonishment, he found himself airborne, propelled out of the window amidst a cacophony of pig-like squeals. "Oh no, my dear. Why are you in such a rush?" The woman on the bed was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face blossomed into a seductive smile, her eyes glimmering with allure. What a handsome young man he was. Far superior to that rotund fellow. She would gladly share his bed without any monetary compensation. "Ranxiang, this is a nobleman. Serve him well." The matron reminded her with a smile before discreetly closing the door behind her. "Young master." Ranxiang rose, swaying her lithe figure towards Wang Yu. "Will it rain today?" Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, "It will not rain today. It shall rain tomorrow." After a pause, she added, "Worries can strengthen a nation." Wang Yu countered, "Closing one's eyes can rejuvenate the spirit. Ranxiang, a humble maid of Qingshan County, pays her respects to you, my lord." In an instant, she shed her flirtatious demeanor and knelt before him on one knee. Rise," Wang Yu said casually, pulling a chair towards him to sit down. He retrieved a wineskin from his possession, took a sip, and commanded, "Present the list to me." "Yes." Ranxiang opened her petite mouth, and to Wang Yu's astonishment, she reached inside, producing a small pill the size of a pinky finger. Wang Yu and his companions were taken aback. "My lord." Ranxiang squeezed the unknown substance, revealing a silk cloth inscribed with a series of names. This list contains the names of those who have secretly allied with the Queen's adversaries in Qingshan County, as well as traitors uncovered by the secret guards. Wang Yu had come to Qingshan County not only to secure a death token for his father, but also with a mission to eliminate undesirable elements, as well as a covert task from the Queen herself to eradicate these individuals. Within the imperial court, the power dynamics were intricate, and with the emperor's declining health, tensions ran high. Many would choose sides, not only in the capital but also across various cities and counties, forming distinct factions. Some boldly declared their alliances, while others joined surreptitiously, adeptly navigating both sides. Even more cunning individuals maintained a facade of loyalty while harboring ulterior motives. The Queen had bestowed this task upon him, seeing it as a test of his capabilities. One must demonstrate their worth, for not everyone who wields a knife is fit to be a blade. He took the list, examining it closely. There were approximately 3 traitors, all influential figures in Qingshan County, backed by powerful families. Detailed evidence against them was meticulously documented. Some were adept at playing both sides, while others were staunch adversaries. As for those who had clandestinely allied with opposing forces, there were around 6, skillfully hidden from plain sight, but ultimately revealed by the secret guards. These individuals were indeed Wang Yu's foes, as his family, strictly speaking. He and Wu Yuling belonged to the unwavering faction supporting the Queen. With Wang Yu's impending marriage to Yi Qingyu, it was certain that these individuals would not acquiesce. It was evident that they had conspired with the county governor, laying a trap for him. This task must be executed flawlessly to earn the Queen's full acknowledgement. Wang Yu tucked away the silk cloth, casting a glance at Ranxiang. Without a doubt, the young woman possesses an appealing appearance, with fair skin and alluring curves. While she may not rival the exquisite ladies of the esteemed brothel, she certainly stands at a commendable level of beauty. Aware of his gaze, Yanxiang hastily struck a pose, showcasing her charms. Chapter 79. Which is superior, dry batteries or rechargeable batteries? "You are pregnant," Wang Yu suddenly declared. Ranxiang was taken aback. It seems I've been pregnant for just 2 or 3 days." Wang Yu stroked his chin and continued, "If one were to observe closely, they would notice the flickering of a dark red light within my pupils." Indeed, Wang Yu's eyes had undergone a mutation. Although he had only acquired 1/10 of Zhang Fan's ocular prowess, he possessed the true body of a Qilin. The fusion of his essence gradually caused some mutations in his keen vision. Of course, this was a benign transformation. Wang Yu could now perceive many things that were previously invisible, even to Zhang Fan. For instance, he could discern the art of observing one's aura. Ranxiang exuded a primordial energy that was dense and unyielding. Unless she had reached the realm of transcending the ordinary, she must be pregnant. Seeing Wang Yu's serious demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting, Ranxiang felt a surge of fear. 2 days prior, she had entertained a particularly robust client, which had left her utterly exhausted, leading her to faint afterward. Could it be that she had been caught unawares? For women of her profession, pregnancy was an immense burden, necessitating an abortion. This was no mere matter of health. A careless mistake could cost her life. As for giving birth, the Fenghua Shuiyue Tower would never permit it. If her condition became evident as her belly grew, a forced termination would be even more perilous. Though she was an internal guard, Her duty was to infiltrate the Fenghua Shuyue Tower and gather intelligence. If she revealed her identity, the tower might spare her. But her role as an internal guard would cease. Her fate would then be sealed in death. The color of Ranxiang's face fluctuated between green and white. How could she be so unfortunate? She had taken every precaution, yet it was during the last encounter that she had failed. I can help you, Wang Yu offered. Ranxiang's eyes sparkled with hope. Sir, how do you intend to assist me? Of course, I will help you find an honest man to marry, Wang Yu stated matter-of-factly. Ranxiang's eyes widened, almost in disbelief. She had expected Wang Yu to provide her with some excellent abortifacients, or perhaps to financially support her for a year, allowing her to bear the child, which would have been a tremendous favor. Instead, Wang Yu proposed to help her redeem herself and marry? Once an internal guard. Always an internal guard. Without the upper management's directives, she could not leave the Fenghua Shuyue Tower. However, if Wang Yu spoke on her behalf, it might hold weight. After all, he was a significant figure from the imperial capital. Most importantly, he was a man. Among the internal guards, there were no males. The Empress had entrusted him with crucial intelligence regarding the internal guards, even allowing direct contact with her, proving he was a person of her trust. He had the power to assist her. What courtesan would not wish for a chance at redemption? In comparison, pregnancy seemed a trivial matter. If you can help me redeem myself, I am willing to do anything for you, Ranxiang declared, kneeling on the ground. She was not foolish. There was no love without reason in this world. She could not naively believe that Wang Yu was merely a benevolent individual. After years of navigating the intricate world of pleasure houses and engaging in countless transactions of flesh, she has come to understand the fundamental truth that to gain, one must sacrifice. My intention for you is to secure a marriage with an honest man. A subtle smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he conceived a brilliant idea. He could already envision Qin Feng's desperate and helpless demeanor. Would he heed the cries of an honest man? Please, enlighten me, my lord. I shall assist you in finding a man, an absolute paragon. You need only cling to him tenaciously, for I will orchestrate your union. Worry not. He is a good man who will treat you well, providing you with a house, a car, and wealth. He is undoubtedly a prime candidate for a supportive partner. As you wish, my lord. Although Wang Yu's words seemed peculiar, Ranxiang understood their essence. Essentially, he was referring to a wealthy individual who was also kind-hearted. What more could one desire? Take this 100 taels to purchase nourishing supplements. You must take excellent care of the child within you. Should anything happen to him, you shall face dire consequences. Wang Yu placed 100 tael silver note on the table. I will inform the madam. From this day forth, you shall no longer entertain clients. Ranxiang pledged her unwavering dedication to my lord, bowing deeply in submission. Rise and don your garments. Wang Yu's spirit soared. If this plan succeeded, it would surely siphon a significant amount of fortune from Qin Feng, a stroke of serendipity indeed. Wang Yu felt an uncanny streak of good fortune lately. After a series of setbacks and vanquishing chosen ones, his luck had likely reached unprecedented heights. The gains far outweighed the losses, creating a virtuous cycle. In a sense, his fortune surpassed that of a protagonist. While a protagonist's luck can regenerate, it requires time to replenish after being expended. Wang Yu, however, could consume and replenish simultaneously. This was akin to a rechargeable battery compared to a disposable one. One can be reused, but requires time to recharge. Whereas Wang Yu could maintain a constant supply of energy, even enhancing his power with additional resources. The only pity was that Wang Yu remained unaware of how much energy his disposable battery held. How he wished for a system interface to monitor it. What if, by defeating a protagonist with a system, he could acquire a portion of that system? Would that not grant him an interface? Wang Yu mused. After resting for a night at the Pavilion of Flowers and Moon, Wang Yu departed with 2 unsavory companions. The matter concerning the queen had been temporarily resolved. Next on his agenda was to tackle the case of the nefarious individuals, the case of the stolen tax silver. This year, the tax silver from Qinshan County had mysteriously vanished. A staggering sum of 1 million taels of silver, not a trivial amount. Such a vast fortune had simply disappeared and must be reported to the authorities overseeing the rogues. Wang Yu requested to handle the case in Qinshan County, and thus the responsibility fell upon him. Of course, the higher-ups did not expect him to solve the case. They merely sent him to gather information and collect evidence. Later, they would dispatch professionals to take over. The Bureau of Ill Repute was indeed quite busy. Despite having numerous elite personnel, they were still insufficient, and their time was exceedingly valuable. Moreover, this was a desirable assignment, typically reserved for those with connections. When the time came to assess contributions, his name would surely be included. However, Wang Yu had no intention of merely coasting along. He aimed to crack this case, thereby enhancing his standing with the Empress and within the Bureau of Ill Repute. Among the various departments of the dynasty, many individuals had connections. Yet the true core was comprised of those with exceptional abilities. To attain higher authority, one must demonstrate their worth. Wang Yu was not particularly skilled in investigations and lacked specialized knowledge. Nevertheless, he remained confident. With the newfound cognitive prowess gained from the source of the protagonist's power, coupled with the intelligence network he currently commanded, he was resolute in his belief that, by leveraging the collective might of the Bureau of Ill Repute, the Imperial Guards, and the three major intelligence organizations, he would uncover the whereabouts of the missing silver. Chapter 80. This technique feels familiar. The streets and alleys of Qishan County are bustling with activity and vibrancy. Although it cannot compare to the capital, it is certainly not to be likened to a small town like Yong'an. Wang Yu's first destination is the government office. He needs to peruse the case files to ascertain the specifics of the situation before proceeding to the crime scene for further investigation. At that point, he will synthesize all available evidence to formulate some preliminary deductions, followed by mobilizing the intelligence organization to conduct a thorough inquiry. That amount of silver, 1 million taels. To put it in modern terms, one tael in this world weighs 37 grams, which translates to a staggering 37,000 kilograms, or 74,000 gene. Even if the perpetrators possess storage rings, it would be impossible for them to transport such a vast quantity of silver. The transportation of such a substantial sum would undoubtedly leave behind some traces. As long as he can seize the slightest clue, he is confident in his ability to track it down. Upon reaching the entrance of the government office, Wang Yu paused, as a familiar yet unfamiliar figure came into view. What is she doing here? Sensing his presence, the woman turned, slightly bowing to Wang Yu, young Marquis, veiled and with a graceful figure. It was none other than Yi Qingyu. Did you come here specifically to wait for me? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Indeed. Yi Qingyu nodded. Your astuteness and resourcefulness are truly admirable, young Marquis. This tax silver case is filled with peculiarities, and I have been investigating for quite some time without uncovering any leads. Upon learning that you came for this case, I made a point to come here to learn from you. You wouldn't send me away, would you? Of course not. I am unfamiliar with Qishan County and am in need of a local guide. Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smile gracing his lips. Moreover, with a lady accompanying me, the work shall be less tiresome. I feel that with your assistance, I have already solved half of this case. A flicker of indignation crossed Yi Qingyu's eyes. Although Wang Yu had previously spoken in an irritating manner, he had never crossed the line into flirtation. It seemed he had indeed been putting on an act. Despite possessing some talent and aptitude, he was, at his core, a roguish young master. Yet she could not afford to withdraw. The tax silver case directly implicated her father. If Wang Yu were to manipulate this situation to frame her father, thereby coercing the Yi family, what then? Thus, it was imperative for her to be present. She needed to observe Wang Yu closely to feel at ease. Simultaneously, her curiosity was piqued. With Yi Qingyu's presence and Wang Yu's own identity, they swiftly garnered the necessary permissions. He soon obtained the detailed case files. A month ago, the tax silver collected from various regions in Qishan County was en route to the capital. At the third watch of the morning, as they reached the banks of the Qingyun River, the suspension bridge collapsed, causing the carriages to plunge into the waters. Moments later, explosions erupted in the river. Flames illuminated the sky, and torrents of water surged upwards, accompanied by thick clouds of smoke. The soldiers who fell into the river were either dead or injured. Subsequently, the county governor dispatched the city guards, searching the river for over 10 days, yet not a single tael of silver was recovered. Instead, they unearthed several hundred copper coins and various pieces of jewelry. After extensive investigation, it was ultimately concluded that a formidable figure had intervened, employing extraordinary powers to seize this batch of silver. In a moment of desperation, Qishan County had no choice but to report the case of the missing tax silver, requesting the capital to dispatch specialists to handle the matter. This Wang Yu stroked his chin, finding the plot rather familiar. The silver had vanished into thin air, a method that Wang Yu's gaze suddenly sharpened. Did you notice? Yi Qingyu looked at him incredulously. How could he have made a discovery merely from glancing at the dossier? This was utterly inconceivable. Well, the silver is not lost. I am confident that I will locate it soon, Wang Yu nodded, brimming with assurance. Ah, Yi Qingyu gasped, astonished that he could glean clues from the documents. To her, that was already remarkable. She never anticipated that Wang Yu had pinpointed the whereabouts of the silver. How could that be possible? Was it that he had previously sent someone to conduct a covert investigation? only to present the findings now to claim credit? Or was he merely putting on an act? Could you perhaps enlighten me? After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingyu exhaled deeply, mustering the courage to inquire. Although she knew it might be inappropriate, her curiosity was insatiable. What do you think? Wang Yu showed her no leniency, his retort causing Yi Qingyu to bite her lip. She was the most beautiful woman in Qingshan County, the daughter of the county magistrate. A paragon of grace and charm, she was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went, with everyone vying for her favor. While she often looked down upon such flattery, she had grown accustomed to it. She never expected Wang Yu to treat her so brusquely. Am I not your fiancé? Would you not share what transpired? In a moment of exasperation, Yi Qingyu blurted this out, her tone a blend of sulkiness and playfulness. As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. What had come over her? This was not in line with her persona. Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to exhibit such a playful demeanor. This seemed at odds with her usually aloof and heroic image. However, upon reflection, he found understanding. After all, she was merely a child of 14 or 15, mature in some respects, yet still prone to youthful whims. She likely maintained her facade most of the time. Since you've put it that way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share some information. Wang Yu said with a faint smile. But I can't divulge it for free. You mentioned wanting to thank me last time, yet you never did. Now you wish to obtain such crucial intelligence without recompense? Nothing in this world comes without a price. What do you want me to do? Yi Qingyu resumed her previous cool and heroic demeanor. I would like you to accompany me as a guide during my initial visit to Qingshan County. Would you be amenable to that? Wang Yu thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. This Yi Qingyu hesitated. After all, the presence of a solitary man and woman in such circumstances is manageable, but if they were to indulge in leisure activities, it would inevitably attract unwarranted scrutiny. Furthermore, she is bound by an engagement to Wang Yu. Should Qin Feng become aware of this, it would significantly tarnish their relationship. How difficult could it be to extend the courtesy of companionship to your fiancé during his visit? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, expressing his displeasure as he remarked. The renowned heroine Yi is also a person devoid of gratitude? Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, given the gravity of the situation. If Yi Qingyu were to refuse further, it would leave both parties in an awkward predicament. Chapter 81 The Crisis of the Kuso Tribe. A faint smile graced Wang Yu's face. His arrival in Qingshan County was merely incidental, a fleeting whim. Eliminating the substantial threat posed by Qin Feng and acquiring his primordial power was the true objective. Unless one were a cuckold or a perverse individual, no ordinary man could endure the humiliation of such a fate. Thus, Wang Yu resolved to first target Yi Qingyu, intending to strike a blow to Qin Feng and disturb his composure. Once he lost his usual calm and collected demeanor, he would become considerably easier to handle. His intentions were not driven by a desire for Yi Qingyu's beauty. Rather, it seemed he was the one who had been wronged. At the Yi residence, even with the astuteness of the county magistrate, a pallor of disbelief washed over him. You mean to say he merely glanced at the records and unearthed a critical clue? That is what he claims. Yi Qingyu nodded. Were it anyone else, she would surely dismiss it as mere bravado. Yet, during the rescue of Princess Yonghua, he had already demonstrated his remarkable capabilities. It was indeed possible he had disowned some vital clue, though she had initially overestimated him. Perhaps she had underestimated him after all. Was he truly so formidable? The county magistrate furrowed his brow. Then why has he remained so restrained until now? With the Empress as his backing and the indomitable Xianwei Marquis at his side, he had no need to conceal his talents. Perhaps it is not a matter of concealment, but rather a sense of futility, Yi Qingyu suggested after a moment's contemplation. Futility? He is the heir to the Xianwei Marquisate, the sole scion of his family, and supported by the Empress. Power, status, and wealth are all within his grasp. Furthermore, he is destined to inherit a title. One could argue that his starting point is a pinnacle that many, even the most gifted, could scarcely hope to attain. There seems to be little need for him to showcase any abilities to secure his position. He has already possessed these from the outset. Yi Qingyu remarked with an air of indifference. This reasoning aligned with Wang Yu's previous justifications and served as a plausible explanation. Noticing the county magistrate's continued silence, she elaborated. The political landscape of the imperial capital is fraught with complexities. By not revealing his strength, he likely seeks to avoid entanglements in those disputes. If it were not for the death token, would he have traveled such a great distance to Qingshan County? Surely, he could indulge in comforts within the capital. Indeed. The county magistrate nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly posed a provocative question. Do you think he might, like Qin Feng, have a mysterious mentor behind him? Qin Feng thrived in Qingshan County, not only demonstrating remarkable talent, but also possessing various extraordinary abilities, such as alchemy and formation techniques. While most were unaware, individuals like the county magistrate were privy to his alchemical prowess. They had even received high-grade elixirs crafted by Qin Feng. He claimed that these elixirs were gifts from his teacher, and that all his skills in alchemy, formations, and other talents were imparted by this mentor. This was also why the county magistrate permitted his daughter to maintain close ties with a junior scion from such a modest family. This is also the reason why Qin Feng is so ostentatious, yet manages to establish himself firmly in Qingshan County. Wang Yu's situation is strikingly similar to that of Qin Feng. Suddenly rising like a comet, he displays numerous extraordinary talents. It is not surprising that there exists an unimaginable entity behind him. Indeed, I have been contemplating this matter as well, Yiqingyu nodded. Although those reclusive masters generally disregard worldly power and status, it does not imply they would not accept scions of noble families as disciples. On the contrary, many prefer to select successors from among these aristocratic youths. Firstly, their genetic lineage tends to be superior, with an average aptitude far exceeding that of commoners. Occasionally, they may even exhibit ancestral traits, awakening formidable physiques. Secondly, they have received a solid education, excluding those debauched young masters, of course, while the downtrodden often harbor ingratitude. He asked you to accompany him on his outings. For the next few days, you should indulge him and discern his true capabilities. In the eyes of the county magistrate, a glimmer of wisdom sparkled. Would it be prudent to let Qin Feng handle him? Yiqingyu felt a twinge of concern. After all, the other party is the heir of the Xianwei Marquis, a confidant of the Empress, and a figure of ill repute. It is said that he shares a close relationship with Hua Jiyu of the Fenghua Shuyue Pavilion. Wang Yu commands numerous forces, and with his current cultivation having reached the second tier of the transformation realm, he can effortlessly defeat experts at the third tier. Can Qin Feng truly contend with him? If Qin Feng cannot overcome him, does he not have his master? Moreover, this is Qingshan County, not the imperial capital. Wang Yu's mobilizable forces are limited, perhaps even inferior to Qin Feng's. The county magistrate paused before continuing. Furthermore, what Qin Feng excels in, Wang Yu may not necessarily master. Are you suggesting that we leave these matters to Qin Feng to handle himself? We shall provide assistance from the sidelines. Your primary task now is to ascertain precisely what he has discovered from the documents. Understood. Yiqingyu furrowed her brow slightly and bowed. I take my leave. As the county magistrate of Qingshan County, it is entirely reasonable to concern oneself with tax matters. After Yiqingyu departed, a flicker of cold light illuminated the county magistrate's eyes. In the ensuing days, Wang Yu accompanied Yiqingyu on excursions during the day and spent his evenings at the Fenghua Shuyue Pavilion, enjoying music. He portrayed the image of a debauched young master on an outing. The news of his arrival spread rapidly throughout Qingshan County. His engagement to Yiqingyu was also deliberately leaked. Discussions echoed through the streets and alleys. It should be noted that the relationship between Qin Feng and Yiqingyu has nearly become public knowledge. Now, with Yiqingyu emerging with an engagement to a figure of considerable stature, the situation becomes intriguing. Overall, most people lean towards Wang Yu. The narrative of an underdog triumphing over a wealthy beauty may delight the protagonists but leaves the onlookers feeling envious and even unable to accept the turn of events. In Wang Yu's previous life, social status and compatibility were paramount, and in this world, the same holds true. On another front, a campaign against the Kuso tribe has already commenced. The barrier of the Kuso tribe has been largely dismantled by Qin Feng, and the various traps leading up the mountain have been systematically removed by the guard team. Faced with such an ancient and affluent clan, many individuals find themselves tempted. Even before Wang Yu and his companions arrived at Qingshan County, news had already reached certain ears. Several mercenary groups began to conspire and unite, preparing for a significant undertaking. The slaughter and plunder of these unregistered mountain dwellers would go unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 82, Plot Correction. Upon a rugged cliff, a young man perched upon a tree. Gazing into the distance, a serpentine line of movement unfolded before him. It was a formidable contingent exceeding 5,000 individuals, clad in diverse attire and wielding an array of weapons. They were mercenaries. The multitude of colorful banners indicated that this was a coalition formed by several mercenary factions. Indeed, nefarious intentions lurked in the hearts of some. A glimmer of resolve flickered in the youth's eyes. The individual in question was none other than Qin Feng. After his escape, He had not ventured far, but instead remained concealed within the mountains to recuperate. With his keen intellect, he easily surmised that someone would seek to harm the Kyuso tribe. As the one who had shattered the protective barrier, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding these innocent mountain dwellers. Master, I may need your assistance shortly, Qin Feng stated. A hint of resignation evident in his tone. Over 5,000 mercenaries were beyond his capacity to thwart. Although he was acquainted with several leaders of the mercenary factions, the allure of substantial profit would surely overshadow any favor he might call in. Moreover, still nursing the wounds inflicted by Wang Yu, he was far from fully recovered. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his mentor. Alas, the voice of the elder resonated within his mind. For the sake of this tribe, you have lingered in the mountains for so long, wasting precious time. Are you not concerned that your young lady might be abducted? A flicker of concern crossed Qin Feng's countenance as Wang Yu's visage surfaced in his thoughts. He instinctively clenched his fists. It was fortunate that Yi Qingyu had withheld the news of their engagement. Had she revealed it, he likely would not have stayed here. At this moment, Qin Feng's feelings towards Wang Yu had evolved from mere disdain to outright hatred. If it were not for Wang Yu, everything would have proceeded smoothly. By now, he would have secured the favor of the Prince of Jinbei. Such a connection would have greatly benefited him, allowing him to navigate the treacherous waters of powerful factions with ease. Yet, all of this had been shattered by Wang Yu. Not only had he failed to garner the prince's favor, but he had also acquired a notorious reputation. Princess Yongle would undoubtedly harbor significant dissatisfaction towards him. Although Yi Qingyu's presence would prevent any grave issues, forming alliances now seemed utterly implausible. Qingyu would not. He exhaled deeply, voicing his thoughts earnestly. That may not be the case. That young lady is indeed remarkable, yet she is still but a young girl. Wang Yu, on the other hand, possesses exceptional charm, intellect, talent, and cultivation. He is a true prodigy, and as the legitimate son of a marquis, he is precisely the type to captivate young ladies, the elder remarked, laced with a hint of jest. Master Yu, shall we act now? That would be unwise. The elder pondered for a moment before smiling. Your previous actions have understandably led to misunderstandings. We must seize this opportunity to clarify them. Heroes, after all, often make their entrance at critical junctures. You must allow those individuals to appreciate your merits, and in due time, they will assist you in dispelling any misconceptions. As the elder spoke, his tone turned grave. Those mountain dwellers are far from ordinary. Indeed, they possess protective barriers and can summon space teleportation arrays, indicating their extraordinary nature. If I am not mistaken, they belong to the ancient witch clan, specifically the physical witch lineage. Witch clan? Physical witches? Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest, for he had some knowledge of the witch clan. They resided in the boundless forests of the southern frontier, a place revered by alchemists like him for its abundance of precious natural treasures. Unfortunately, the witch clan was notoriously insular, and due to the myriad of venomous insects and toxic miasmas within, any reckless intruder into the southern wilderness faced perilous odds. Given their affiliation with the witch clan, why should they fear those guards? Qin Feng questioned, perplexed. Dealing with the leader of the guards should be a simple task, no? They are not sorceress witches, but physical witches, the elder clarified. A realization dawned upon Qin Feng. Indeed, physical witches focus on refining their bodies and unlocking their potential, and they surely possess numerous body refinement techniques, secret elixirs, and even physical martial arts. My own path also emphasizes the dual cultivation of energy and body, which greatly enhances my physical prowess. With the aid of these physical witches, I might embark on the path of physical sanctity, rendering me invulnerable to all forms of attack. Even a sword cultivator like Wang Yu would be unable to contend with me. Moreover, he felt the necessity to cultivate his own influence. A man ought to have his own endeavors. Being labeled as a soft rice king was quite irksome. The physical witch clan presented itself as an excellent opportunity. When shall we take action? Qin Feng inquired, seeking his teacher's wisdom. Despite his extraordinary talent, as a child of merely 10, he remained naïve in matters of human affairs, while his teacher was a venerable being, steeped in the wisdom of countless ages. We shall wait until the mountain dwellers engage in confrontation and suffer defeat, allowing us to penetrate their stronghold, the elder replied calmly. But haven't those mountain dwellers already sustained significant casualties? Qin Feng expressed his discomfort. Perhaps we should strike once the barrier is breached? No, the elder insisted. They must witness bloodshed and experience the death of their kin. Only then will the peril of annihilation instill a sense of gratitude within them when you intervene, making them devoted to you. Isn't that rather cruel? Qin Feng hesitated, grappling with his conscience. The elder retorted, such sacrifices are necessary. If we were to strike after the barrier falls, they might not only fail to appreciate your assistance, but could also mistake you for an ally of their oppressors. Very well, Qin Feng ultimately acquiesced. But there are thousands on the opposing side. Can you handle them alone, teacher? If they were a regular army, it would pose a considerable challenge, but they are merely a disorganized rabble, a collection of mercenary groups. They will scatter easily, requiring little effort to overcome. The elder remarked nonchalantly. Is this the confidence of a true strongman? Qin Feng harbored a deep yearning within his heart. Chapter 83. The time to strike everyone within the bounds. Heed my words. You have but the duration of an incense stick to dismantle the barrier, bind your own hands, and emerge kneeling. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The mercenary group arrived at the foot of the mountain stronghold, and a sycophant bellowed. His nostrils flared, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. Cease your insolence. The stout man from earlier stood atop the gate, his eyes ablaze with fury. You wretched scoundrels dare to wreak havoc at our doorstep? Are you seeking death? I advise you to comply. We seek only wealth. Once we have taken what we desire, we shall depart. Should conflict arise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness, the commander stated, his eyes narrowing, his voice cold. Humph. Speaking nonsense with wide-open eyes. Nearby, with the elder's assistance, Qin Feng concealed his presence entirely, scoffing internally. Only the ignorant populace would fall for such deceit. This group of shamans was not to be trifled with. Though they were unafraid when united, what would happen if they became scattered? Furthermore, they had rescued Princess Yonghua. If they were to locate her and have her intervene, what then? Whoever claimed that the northern king's manor was beyond the reach of authority failed to consider that the prefect of Qingshan County would ultimately grant her some deference. When that time comes, mediation might yield at least half of what was taken. It would be far better to annihilate them entirely, bringing a decisive end to the matter. Thus, they were determined to eradicate this tribe completely. Though no secret remains undisclosed, by that time, Princess Yonghua would likely have departed Qingshan County, allowing them to undertake their tasks and evade scrutiny, swiftly returning to safety. Our Qusou tribe knows only to stand and die. We have never knelt to live. If there is to be war, let us engage. The stout man, though unable to discern the lies, resolutely refused due to his fierce spirit. The mountain folk, accustomed to battling beasts for sustenance, were inherently formidable, further emboldened as they were body shamans among their kin. Humph, ignorant mountain folk. Attack. Breach their barrier. The commander snorted dismissively, issuing the order to assault without further delay. The Qusou tribe's barrier had been severely weakened by Qin Feng, rendering it precarious. The mercenaries unleashed their diverse abilities, bombarding the barrier with fervor, causing it to tremble violently. Remarkably resilient. Press on. Release the arrows. Within the stronghold, a flurry of arrows was loosed. Raise the shields. The shields were erected to withstand the onslaught, while others continued their assault on the barrier. Thus, war erupted. Chief Suya finally ascended the city gate, gazing at the seemingly endless ranks, her brow furrowed with concern. Though the quality of these assailants was inferior to that of the leading guards, their sheer numbers were daunting. Should a battle ensue, even if their tribe emerged victorious, it would come at a heavy cost. Moreover, this was their homeland, their very sanctuary. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly lead to its devastation. How should this battle be fought? Boom, boom, boom. The mercenaries intensified their assault, the barrier flickering between visibility and invisibility, teetering on the brink of collapse. Form ranks. A multitude of Qusou tribesmen surged forth from the gates of their stronghold, arraying themselves on the open ground ahead. Among them were both men and women. Predominantly young and vigorous, their skin a deep bronze, muscles bulging, and their eyes fierce, exuding an aura of primal ferocity and masculinity. At a glance, there appeared to be approximately 200 to 300 individuals, nearly all the able-bodied members of the tribe. They formed the first line of defense in the Qusou tribe. Every citizen was a soldier. Should they falter, the elders would come to their aid, with the children positioned at the rear. Teacher. Qin Feng felt a deep reluctance. Opposing them stood a formidable army of 5,000, well-equipped. In contrast, the Qusou tribesmen were armed with little more than bone knives and stone axes, akin to savages. Despite their formidable physical prowess and immense strength, the mercenaries were seasoned warriors. Having engaged in countless battles against both men and spirit beasts, their skills nothing to underestimate. Should a conflict ensue, the Qusou tribe would undoubtedly suffer grave losses. He could not bear to witness these innocent mountain dwellers perish needlessly. This was all his burden. Perhaps it would be best to wait, at least until this first wave of combatants sustained significant casualties. The elder sighed deeply. His intention was to allow this initial group to retreat before the mercenaries penetrated the heart of their tribe, making a grand entrance thereafter. However, seeing his earnest disciple so anxious, he had no choice but to accept a compromise. Despite his reluctance, he felt a sense of joy within. His disciple was a person of integrity and kindness. That was of paramount importance. Suddenly, a sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the air, followed by the clattering of falling shards. The barrier had finally been breached. You have one last opportunity. Lay down your weapons and kneel and surrender. Your lives may yet be spared. The commander did not immediately order a charge, but instead resorted to verbal intimidation once more. The tribesmen across the way appeared fearsome, robust and formidable, clearly not to be trifled with, and occupying advantageous terrain. A confrontation would surely result in considerable losses for them. Furthermore, it was rumored that the tribe possessed treasures. Should they unleash a devastating weapon, the consequences could be catastrophic. Soya was equally reluctant to engage in battle. Yet she was no fool. Kneeling in submission was tantamount to courting death. We are allies of Princess Yangla. Do you not fear her retribution for attacking us? Soya, with a glimmer of hope, invoked the name of Princess Yangla, the granddaughter of the formidable Lord of the North, believing it would wield considerable influence. While the status of Princess Yangla is indeed high and her grandfather formidable, the Lord of the North is far removed, and she is currently without her guard, utterly alone. What do I have to fear from her? The commander scoffed dismissively, showing no regard for the princess's authority. Chief, why waste words with them? Let us engage them directly. Watch as I take his head and present it to you as a night pot. The stout figure, impatient, interjected. The rugged folk of the wilderness, often straightforward and brash, preferred direct confrontation. Who feared whom? Yet, while they could act thus, Soya, as the chief, bore the weight of her tribe's welfare and could not afford such recklessness. Observing her deep in thought, the commander couldn't help but wear a triumphant smile. Indeed, the mountain folk were easily deceived. He gestured for his subordinates to refrain from attacking, granting Suya the time to ponder. If she consented to their demands, they could seize the tribe without incurring any losses. In the distance, Qin Feng felt a stir of impatience. Hurry and strike. Once combat ensued and the mountain dwellers faltered, he could make his grand entrance. Suddenly, Suya's eyes sparkled with realization. As if an idea had struck her, she hastily descended from the watchtower. Boss, that woman has fled. What should we do? Let us wait. She may have gone to confer with the elders of her tribe. The commander's smile grew ever more radiant. Chapter 84. The power of the Wang family army flag compared to before her departure. A small, somewhat soiled flag now rested in her hand. This flag was the emblem of the Wang family army, a gift from Wang Yu. It was only when the commander mentioned that the Princess Yongla had lost her guard and was all alone that she recalled Wang Yu. He commanded a formidable unit, one that surely would invoke some level of trepidation, wouldn't it? Would this be of any use? With a mindset of desperation, Soya unfurled the flag. It bore the imprints of a child's tiny hands and some water stains. Was this a spiritual artifact? The commander swallowed hard, mistakenly believing Soya intended to present a treasured heirloom from her clan in exchange for survival. How laughable. Their grand scheme aimed at total annihilation. A mere artifact could hardly suffice. No, this was but an ordinary flag. Well, a gift from someone. What do you mean by presenting a tattered flag? The commander's eyes flared with anger, ready to unleash his fury. The intelligence of these rustic villagers was indeed questionable. At this rate, she might as well produce her cooking utensils. He raised his hand to issue a command for attack. Wait, a sharp cry interrupted him. Commander, don't you find that flag somewhat familiar? His strategist rushed to his side, his complexion pale. Familiar? The commander furrowed his brow and scrutinized the flag. Gradually, the arrogance on his face dissipated, replaced by fear. Hiss! Others gasped in shock. Previously, the flag had been too dirty and they had been too distant to discern its details. Now, upon the strategist's reminder, they observed closely, their scalps prickling with unease. Upon the black flag, a majestic golden character symbolizing Wang was emblazoned, reminiscent of the Wang family army's insignia. How could it be here? Where did you acquire that flag? He asked, his voice trembling with trepidation. It was a gift. Yangla mentioned he was the son of the Marquis of Xianwei, named Wang Yu. He gave me this flag, saying if someone attacked my tribe, I should show it to him. Is this flag of any use? Soya's face held a glimmer of hope. She was not devoid of intellect. Their expressions indicated that Wang Yu wielded influence, though she wondered if it was enough to compel them to retreat. The mercenaries appeared ashen, as if mourning a great loss. No one had anticipated that Wang Yu would leave behind the flag of the Wang family army to protect this tribe. How could this be? They had heard accounts of the previous battle, where Wang Yu had bravely intervened, rescuing Princess Yongle and, in turn, saving this tribe. In truth, this tribe owed him a monumental debt of gratitude. Why would Wang Yu care to safeguard them? Such a small tribe. How could it occupy the thoughts of a noble young lord? It must be understood that a flag embodies the spirit of an army, its very faith. To leave behind a flag signifies that this territory is now under the dominion of the Wang family army. To provoke them is to provoke the Wang family army. Thus, even if Princess Yongle were to make a request, Wang Yu would likely merely offer verbal assent, subsequently allowing rumors to circulate, but he would never part with the banner. Therefore, upon realizing that Wang Yu had said nothing, they dared to mount an audacious assault on the mountain. Yet now, Suoya has unexpectedly produced the military flag of the Wang family army. What should they do now? Should they proceed with ruthless determination and annihilate them? As long as the news is well contained, perhaps they would remain undiscovered. One division leader proposed, his eyes glimmering with bloodlust and greed. Enough of this nonsense. If you wish to die, do not drag me into it. Another division leader retorted vehemently. Do you dare to provoke the Wang family army? Do you know how many formidable figures hail from the ranks of the Wang family army nearby? They may not show Wang Yu any favor. But should you trespass upon the sanctity of the Wang family army's banner, you would be trampling upon their dignity. In an instant, they could reduce you to dust. The divine martial dynasty, and indeed the entire continent, is rife with various factions, each a small entity. Life is arduous, fraught with crisis. One must choose sides and band together for warmth. When one faction is attacked, the others will not hesitate to intervene, not merely to aid their allies, but to safeguard themselves. Only through unity and strength can they deter oppression. The ranks are ever shifting. Many who have withdrawn from the Wang family army naturally align themselves with it, offering mutual assistance. Now that the Kusua tribe possesses the Wang family army's banner, regardless of whether they choose to acknowledge it, they have effectively branded themselves as part of the Wang family army. Should they be exterminated, whether or not the small faction desires it, they will undoubtedly mobilize to avenge them. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. After all, there are a full 5,000 individuals present, and the news cannot be contained. Moreover, this location has already been compromised, and soon others will arrive. Additionally, Wang Yu may eventually disclose the bestowal of the military flag to the Kusua tribe, prompting the Wang family army to send envoys to establish connections. This matter cannot be concealed. Even if the Wang family army does not seek trouble with us, can we afford to provoke Wang Yu? The scions of noble families place immense value on reputation, and judging by his previous ruthless actions, this man is far more formidable than Princess Yongle. If we offend his pride, not only shall we suffer, but our families may also face dire consequences. I cannot afford to provoke him. Wang Yu is now a man of ill repute, backed by the Empress's support, and accompanied by his dubious companions. Even if we hide, he could easily unearth us. It is not worth sacrificing our lives over such trifles. I believe the issue at hand is not whether to fight, but rather how to appease these individuals. Aside from the initial hot-headed youth, the others have retreated in fear. It is true that a wicked man must be tempered by another wicked man. For them, Wang Yu is infinitely more terrifying than Princess Yongle. The leader of the group suddenly changed his demeanor, emitting a laugh that was both hearty and somewhat foolish. It's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. What do you mean by that, you old fool? The stout man bellowed in anger. Ah, indeed, it is simply a misunderstanding, a trivial matter. We merely intended to share a jest with you. And since there is nothing of consequence, we shall take our leave. It is nearly mealtime, and we would not wish to intrude upon your preparations. The leader spoke awkwardly, his words dripping with insincerity. What could he possibly do? He was equally engulfed in despair, having previously spoken so definitively. He found himself at a loss for how to rectify the situation. Chapter 85. Stunned Qin Feng Soya's eyes flickered with astonishment as she gazed at the banner in her hand. She truly did not anticipate that this flag would possess such formidable power. Could that strikingly beautiful man really be so formidable? You have breached the barrier of my clan, and now you merely utter a misunderstanding, thinking you can leave unscathed? Soya queried coldly. She was eager to ascertain the extent of Wang Yu's influence. The countenances of the gathered leaders turned pale in an instant. None dared to make a move. Indeed, They had shattered the barrier of this tribe. This was an insurmountable predicament, akin to declaring war. If these individuals were to report to Wang Yu, he would undoubtedly take action against them. It was imperative to resolve this matter. Alas, Chief, we were blind to your stature and did not recognize that you are associated with the young Marquis. Fortunately, we have not committed an irrevocable error. We are unable to repair this barrier for you, but we are willing to offer compensation. Please, tell us what you require. Anything within our means, we shall not hesitate to provide, the Grand Leader directly stated, cutting through the pretense. It was evident that lightheartedness would no longer suffice. Sincerity must prevail to expedite the resolution of this dilemma. They would go to any lengths, even sacrificing their possessions, to make amends. The other leaders echoed their agreement. Money could be regained, but lives lost meant everything was irrevocably gone. They did not wish to live in a world where others could harm their families while squandering their hard-earned wealth. Soya was further astonished. These individuals were willing to concede to such an extent? Was Wang Yu truly that formidable? Did this flag possess such immense power? Curiously, she inquired. As long as this flag is present, no one shall dare to harm you. The numerous leaders remained to discuss compensation matters with Soya. Meanwhile, perched in the tree, Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was this truly it? Where was the grand battle? Where was the triumphant entrance? Where was the resolution of grievances? Where were the myriad secret techniques of physical cultivation? Qin Feng's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. All of this had crumbled due to a mere insignificant flag. Wang Yu. Once again, this Wang Yu. Why, after encountering him, did everything seem to go awry? Master, did you not proclaim that I was the chosen one, blessed with great fortune? Why is this happening? Qin Feng bit down on his lower lip, drawing blood. The crimson droplets trickling down as he fought against the urge to unleash his fury. The elder remained silent for a considerable time before speaking. Perhaps this young man's fortune surpasses even yours. In this era, prodigies are as numerous as stars. However, do not despair. This is merely a temporary setback. You have experienced too much ease previously, and encountering some adversity can be beneficial. Master, I wish to break through to the spirit transformation realm. The materials I have nearly prepared. Let us proceed to collect that extraordinary fire, Qin Feng declared through gritted teeth. Are you certain? The success rate stands at a mere 30% if we act now. The elder expressed a hint of helplessness but did not refuse. This was Qin Feng's own choice. Wang Yu's strength is formidable. Unless Qin Feng undergoes a breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage, he cannot contend with him. It is not feasible for Qin Feng to hide temporarily, only to emerge once Wang Yu has departed. This would render Wang Yu an insurmountable mental barrier for him. 30% is sufficient. In the imperial capital, within the queen's chambers, after a day of perusing memorials, the queen languidly reclined upon her bed, feeling somewhat fatigued. The health of the divine martial emperor was deteriorating, and the responsibilities entrusted to her were increasingly burdensome. Your Highness, a secret report from the moon shadow. Came the voice of a servant. Oh, the queen raised an eyebrow. Bring it forth. Moments later, a smile graced her lips, and her spirits lifted considerably. Had she unexpectedly received a significant favor from the lord of the northern town? This rascal truly is becoming more accomplished by the day. The lord of the northern town is a highly respected prince, with immense power and influence, and he is also a royal relative. This connection is far more advantageous than that with the Duke of Wei. With Wang Yu's association, she too has established a link with the lord of the northern town, a remarkably vital network. However, his marriage with Yi Qingyu was arranged by me. Perhaps I could suggest that Yi Qingyu become his secondary wife? Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu has transformed from a mere sword into a cunning wolfdog of alliances. Summon the data on Princess Yangla and invite Yuling into the palace. Yes. Meanwhile, in the Qingshan County, Wang Yu remained oblivious to the queen's decision. At that moment, he was leisurely boating with Yi Qingyu. On the painted boat, Wang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the picturesque scenery of the lake and mountains. This vast lake was the very one where the silver had previously gone missing. Apart from them, other boats floated on the water, for this was the renowned scenic spot of Qingyun Lake. Hearing of the young Marquis's unmatched poetic talent, Yi Qingyu suggested softly, given the exquisite beauty of this landscape, why not compose a poem? Dressed in a light blue long gown with a sheer white veil, her hair styled in an elegant bun adorned with a golden hairpin, she radiated the grace of a noble woman. She had invested considerable effort to extract information from Wang Yu. Indeed, the scenery is splendid, Wang Yu nodded, surveying the surroundings as if contemplating something profound. Yi Qingyu fell silent, straining to listen. eager to witness what kind of remarkable poetry this celebrated poet of the capital could conjure. A quarter-hour passed, then another, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Yi Qingyu furrowed her brow, growing increasingly impatient. Why does the young marquis not begin? Begin what? Wang Yu looked at her in confusion. Were you not going to compose a poem? When did I ever say I would compose a poem? Then what were you doing just now? I was admiring the scenery. The view here is indeed quite lovely. Wang Yu stretched languidly, easing his stiff muscles after standing for so long. Fatigue had begun to set in. Yi Qingyu's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, for this scoundrel had dared to play with her. In the next moment, her gaze towards Wang Yu grew somewhat intricate. Did he truly possess unparalleled poetic talent? It seemed that since the encounter at the Fenghua Xueyue Tower, he had not composed any poetry. The verses from the palace had yet to circulate. Were those two poems genuinely his creations? Yi Qingyu meticulously recorded this information. Brother Yu, came the sweet, childlike calls, prompting Wang Yu to furrow his brow and instinctively turn to look. Chapter 86 Qinyu Shuera? In the distance, a graceful boat glided towards them, its size exceeding theirs by more than double, adorned with flickering spiritual lights, evidently inscribed with a spiritual formation. At the bow, a shui joyously waved at Wang Yu. Beside her stood the elegant Princess Yangla, who retained her genteel demeanor, a gentle smile gracing her face. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, for beside a shui stood another figure, a man, not yet 30 years of age, clad in a flowing white robe. Holding a folding fan, he possessed a visage like that of a jade crown, handsome and poised, reminiscent of an elegant young noble. With a swift motion, Wang Yu leaped into the air, skimming the water like a dragonfly, and landed gracefully on the larger vessel. Brother Yu. A shui rushed towards him with uncontainable excitement. Wang Yu bent down, lifting her into his arms, playfully pinching her small nose, and inquired with a smile. How have you been, Shuer? Have you enjoyed your time with the princess these past few days? Yes, but I missed you a bit. Was it my wine that you missed? Wang Yu replied with a resigned smile. Not really. I just missed you, truly. A shui gazed at him with sincerity, then chuckled. Of course. If you could let me have some of that wine, that would be even better, as I'm feeling a bit thirsty. Young Marquis. The Princess Yongla approached, offering a slight bow to Wang Yu. Her countenance resembled a peach blossom, her figure graceful, her smile enchanting and captivating. Are you adapting well to your stay here? If you have any concerns during your visit to Qishan County, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall address them on your behalf. Wang Yu instinctively cast a glance at the dashing young man. Such a handsome figure could not be entirely trustworthy. No issues. The Governor Yi has been very accommodating. The princess replied, her gaze flickering to the man beside her as she introduced him. Young Marquis, this is Qinyu, hailing from the esteemed Qin family of Qishan County, a lineage that has flourished for a century. Qinyu, this is the young Marquis. No further introduction is necessary. Greetings, young Marquis. Qinyu performed a deep bow, signifying his respect. Wang Yu's expression softened slightly. This individual did not seem to be the main character. My dear Qin, you possess quite a reputation. To have garnered the princess's exclusive company for an outing is no small feat, he remarked with a smirk. Qinyu smiled and explained, Oh? Wang Yu's mind raced. A childhood friend of the princess? The archetype of a darkened elder brother? The talented alchemist Qin Yu is a disciple of the foremost alchemist in Bailing. And at the tender age of 26, he has already attained the rank of a third-tier alchemist, Princess Yongla proclaimed. Oh, a third tier? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's eyes, followed by a smile. Indeed, he is a remarkable alchemist. In this world, where elixirs flourished, alchemists too existed. Their ranks range from 1st to 9th tier, with stringent requirements to become one, necessitating the possession of both fire and wood attributes. This singular individual stands out amidst a sea of countless others. Subsequently, one must seek the guidance of a master to embark on this journey, necessitating a copious amount of medicinal herbs for practice, along with numerous alchemical formulas, and so on. The cultivation of an alchemist has the potential to utterly deplete a modest family's resources. However, once one is successfully trained, even a first-tier alchemist can elevate the fortunes of a small clan significantly. Thus, the status of an alchemist is exceedingly elevated. Qinyu, as a third-tier alchemist at such a youthful age, can be regarded as a treasure of remarkable worth. Not only will his family cherish him as a prized possession, but others will also eagerly seek his companionship. Everyone, without exception, finds themselves in need of elixirs. Having a prodigious alchemist as a friend is a dream cherished by many. It is no wonder that Princess Yongla has formed a friendship with him. Your praise is unwarranted, young lord and princess, Qin Yu humbly replied, clasping his hands together. In the divine martial dynasty, the number of prodigies is as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges. What merit can I possibly claim? Despite his modest words, a hint of pride glimmered in his eyes. At such a tender age, attaining the rank of a third-tier alchemist grants him a rightful sense of pride. Even within the vast expanse of the divine martial dynasty, this elder brother is quite wonderful. He even shares elixirs with Aishwe, which are sweet and crispy and absolutely delicious. Aishwe chimed in with a sweet, childlike voice. Wang Yu, with keen eyes and an imposing aura, turned his gaze towards Qin Yu. What have you given Schwer? Alchemical elixirs, while coveted by many, should not be consumed indiscriminately. Although Aishwe possesses a unique constitution, others are unaware of this. Is there a problem with this individual? Young lord, please do not misconstrue. These are merely vitality-enhancing and blood-nourishing elixirs, beneficial for children, Qin Yu hurriedly clarified, his forehead beating with sweat under Wang Yu's intense pressure. His cultivation was merely at the peak of qi refinement, making him no match for the formidable young lord. If he were to act in anger, the consequences could be dire. I am well aware of this matter. Those elixirs are indeed safe. Otherwise, I would not allow Aishwe to consume them, Princess Yongla interjected. It is best that it is so, Wang Yu replied, dissipating his imposing presence but still casting a displeased expression towards the two. He reached out to gently pinch Aishwe's delicate little nose, admonishing her, how can you carelessly consume someone else's offerings? What if they have added something foul? Do you wish to taste excrement? Princess Yongla. Qin Yu. Aishwe paused in surprise before shaking her head. That is impossible. How could I not discern something like that? Are you planning to taste it? Wang Yu asked, astonished by her response. Not taste, I mean I can smell it. Weren't you just talking about tasting? I merely mentioned it in passing. Aishwe stammered, at a loss for words, her cute little lips pouting adorably. At that moment, Qin Yu leapt onto the scene, greeting everyone with a cheerful wave. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, I couldn't help but furrow my brow and inquire, what has transpired? The young lord is reprimanding Schwer for consuming someone else's food. Princess Yongla replied with a hint of helplessness. She was not angered by Wang Yu's rudeness. On the contrary, she found delight in it. It indicated that Wang Yu possessed a sense of humanity and deep emotionality. Although he was ruthless towards his adversaries, he exhibited great kindness to those within his circle. Since we have encountered each other, why not take a boat ride together? Qin Yu suggested with a smile, eager to move past the awkwardness of the moment. Indeed, Qin Yu readily agreed. She was keen to avoid solitude with Wang Yu, though he was quite proper and maintained a respectful demeanor. The implications of being alone together, a man and a woman, remained unsettling. Chapter 87. Would you care to join my Masonic Lodge? Outside the pleasure boat, Princess Yongla and Qin Yu were immersed in the picturesque scenery while engaging in light conversation. The landscape here is truly exquisite. Had it not been for Qin Yu's invitation, I would have remained indoors, lost in my piano melodies. Princess Yongla stretched her arms languidly, exclaiming, it feels as if all my worries have been swept away. Indeed, the beauty of this place is endlessly captivating. I had been hoping to coax the young Marquis into composing a poem for me, but he did not acquiesce. Qin Yu lamented with a hint of sorrow. Poetry? Princess Yongla furrowed her brows in mild surprise. Can the young Marquis truly compose poetry? While it is expected for someone from a military family like Wang Yu to possess martial prowess and leadership skills, poetry is an art form reserved for literati. Oh, you are yet unaware, my lady? It is understandable, given that you were traveling and far from the capital during those days. Qin Yu chuckled as she recounted Wang Yu's endeavors at the Bureau of Music. Naturally, she could not forget the most significant poem among his compositions. Do you not see? The grand hall's mirror laments the white hair. Morning is like black silk while dusk turns to snow. One must revel in life's triumphs, lest the golden goblet stands empty against the moon. I am born with talent that must find its purpose. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return once more. Princess Yongla recited the lines quietly, entranced, her soul quivering, her body trembling, and her scalp tingling. Unlike Qin Yu, who pursued a literary path in the academy, she possessed considerable talent in poetry as well. Having penned several commendable verses in the past, they paled in comparison to this masterpiece. Could such exquisite lines truly exist in this world? Did he not compose 2 poems? What of the other one? After an indeterminate time, she abruptly emerged from her reverie, seizing Qin Yu's arm with excitement, inquiring eagerly. The other poem is titled Flower Moon Lament, written for Hua Jiyu. The moon casts shadows of flowers on the eastern wall. Flowers greet the moon's essence as if in form. The affectionate moon illuminates the dew between the blossoms. The language of flowers sways beneath a moonlit breeze. The clouds part, revealing the moon's gaze upon the blossom's charm. In the depths of night, the flowers slumber while the moon shines brightly. How many times do flowers and the moon grace our lives? In places where moonlight and floral fragrance intertwine, they coexist. Yi Qingyu recited the second poem with equal fondness, having memorized it countless times. Princess Yongla closed her eyes, murmuring the verses softly, becoming once again enveloped in the poem's enchanting essence. Such beauty in these words, she mused. Captivated. Compared to the previous poem, this one resonated more with the ladies. After all, it was penned by the gentleman who frequented the brothel without charge, whose verses were most favored by women. How wonderful it would be if he could compose one for me. Princess Yongla expressed her yearning. My status may not suffice. Yet if you were to ask, the young marquis would surely not refuse. Yi Qingyu teased with a smile. You jest. You are his betrothed. If he would not oblige you, what chance do I have? In truth, I owe him a great debt of gratitude. But Princess Yongla was no fool. She was not easily swayed by Yi Qingyu's playful banter. After all, she is a woman hailing from a prestigious family, accustomed to the intrigues and deceptions of society. Moreover, she is pursuing a path in literature. How could one fail to perceive that Yi Qingyu intended to use her as a means to test Wang Yu? Yi Qingyu, blushing fiercely, defiantly retorted, Then you can have your dear brother, Qingyu, plead with him. Exchange it for an exquisite elixir. What do you mean, dear brother? The two young girls engaged in playful banter, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Ultimately, they are merely children in their early teens. Even the most favored cannot be devoid of human emotions. Within the boat, Wang Yu and Qunyu were engaged in a game of Go. Wang Yu appeared relaxed, teasing Ashue beside him, while Qunyu, in stark contrast, bore a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on the board, perspiration beading on his forehead. How could this be? He considered himself a skilled player. Surely, he could not be so vastly outmatched by Wang Yu? After only a few dozen moves, he found himself cornered into a desperate situation, which dealt a significant blow to his pride. Qin, my friend, your skills are lacking. Have you been spending all your time on alchemy? Wang Yu inquired, somewhat helplessly. He had thought himself to be quite inept, only to discover that there existed someone even less adept than he. This was not a deliberate jab at Qunyu. Rather, it was an honest observation of Qin's inadequacies. Of course, while Wang Yu was indeed superior, the disparity should not have been so pronounced. The root of this phenomenon could be attributed to Ashue. After countless instances of being bested, Wang Yu's skills had drastically improved, though he remained blissfully unaware of his own prowess. The young lord was unparalleled in his Go skills, and Qunyu humbly acknowledged his defeat. Although his expression was somewhat grim, he took it in stride. After all, it was only natural to be mocked when one's skills fell short. Had he not often ridiculed those who lost to him in alchemy? Furthermore, even if he wished to retaliate, it was futile against someone of the young lord's stature. It was a blessing that Wang Yu did not take further action against him. Qun, my friend, you wouldn't be letting me win on purpose, would you? Just to clarify, I don't require any favors. Playing Go is merely a form of entertainment. After all, it's the participation that matters, Wang Yu jested. The young lord jested. I have exerted my utmost effort. Qinyu's face contorted with bitterness, feeling a twinge of irritation. Once was enough for mockery. Why the need for continuous jabs? Was it never-ending? Shall we have another round? Wang Yu proposed tentatively. Absolutely. Without a moment's hesitation, Qinyu accepted the challenge. He was eager to engage in another match, curious to ascertain whether the gap between him and Wang Yu was truly as vast as it seemed. What are your thoughts on Qin Feng? Wang Yu inquired casually as he placed a stone on the board. Qin Feng? He is remarkable, a true prodigy, and there are rumors of influential figures backing him. Qinyu replied. Oh, he added, scratching his head awkwardly. Wang Yu's relationship with Yi Qingyu had been a hot topic of discussion recently. It was impossible for him to remain oblivious to it. Previously, Qin Feng and Yi Qingyu were widely recognized as a couple. Now, with the emergence of Wang Yu, everyone is eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, including him. However, he merely wishes to remain a quiet observer, uninterested in becoming embroiled in the situation. After all, he has no desire to offend either Wang Yu or Qin Feng. Focused on his chess game, he resolved to act as though he were deaf and mute, choosing not to engage with Wang Yu's words. Brother Qun, would you care to join my fraternity? Wang Yu suddenly spoke, extending an invitation to Qinyu to join the society. Chapter 88. The Freemasons? The Freemasons? What kind of force is that? Qin Yu wore a look of bewilderment. It is an organization I established, gathering noble heirs who assist one another. Wang Yu briefly explained the nature of the Freemasons to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes grew increasingly bright. He was an astute individual and naturally understood the advantages of this association. Although the current members comprised mostly of extravagant young masters, each of them wielded formidable power behind the scenes. Moreover, despite his somewhat lesser status, he possessed remarkable abilities. The Freemasons had only just been founded, making it an opportune moment for recruitment. Now was his chance to demonstrate his capabilities. If he could harness this power, both he and the Qin family's standing would experience a significant elevation. The circles these young rakes frequented were indeed the very heart of authority in the divine martial dynasty. Why has the young lord invited me? Qin Yu did not immediately agree. He exhaled a long, heavy breath and inquired. There are no free lunches in this world. The Freemasons have only just been established. To be frank, those individuals are rather inept, lacking intelligence. I have numerous affairs to attend to and cannot dedicate too much energy to this. Thus I require a group of genuinely intelligent individuals as their advisors. Although your status is not particularly high, your talent as an alchemist adds considerable value. At this juncture, Wang Yu hesitated briefly, shrugging his shoulders, and remarked, of course, there are many clever individuals, and others may be more fitting than you. My invitation for you to join the Freemasons is primarily due to your influence in Qingshan County. As a newcomer, I need a capable ally here. Let me be clear, once you join the Freemasons, you can never withdraw, or else all members will unite against you. Qin Yu fell silent. Every move has far-reaching consequences. Joining the Freemasons is not a decision to be taken lightly. He was not one of those frivolous young masters. He was the pride of the Qin family, likely to inherit the position of family head and lead the clan. His decision represented not only himself, but the entire Qin family. This was a matter of allegiance. Not even the head of the Qin family would dare to act recklessly in such a situation. You've lost again, Wang Yu declared, placing another piece on the board. Qin Yu, this is truly uninteresting. Wang Yu reached over to pull Ashura, who had been crouching nearby and snacking, closer, gently patting her head with a hint of sympathy. He had now experienced the agony Ashura had felt earlier. Playing chess with a poor strategist was indeed exceedingly tedious. Ashura looked at him with a pitiful gaze. What's the matter? Are you unhappy staying with Princess Yangla? Wang Yu frowned at her, wondering if perhaps Princess Yangla had mistreated Ashura. That couldn't be the case. Could it? No. The princess has been very kind to me. It's just that those people keep bothering me, and it's quite tiresome, Ashura pouted. Wang Yu suddenly understood. Indeed, the esteemed Princess Yangla would naturally attract many sycophants, even numerous admirers. Is there not an adage that captures this sentiment well? To win the affection of a young lady, one must first gain the favor of her closest confidant. Naturally, Axa became the focal point of this endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yu resolved to entrust Axu to Princess Yonghua. The Fenghua Shiyue building, with its dubious reputation, was no place for a child like Axu, regardless of her extraordinary nature. Furthermore, with his impending significant maneuvers and the strategic game with the county magistrate beginning, it was prudent to keep Axu at a distance. The saying goes, while one can easily dodge a direct attack, it is the hidden dangers that are most perilous. Keeping Axu by his side would only serve as a distraction, as he would need to protect her. The princess, being the granddaughter of the Northern King, was beyond reproach. No one would dare to harm her. Oh, have you found a fiancé and decided to abandon me? Axa suddenly exclaimed, her bright eyes fixed intently on Wang Yu, a blend of grievance, melancholy, disappointment, and a glimmer of hope dancing in her gaze. Wang Yu felt a pang of frustration. You are not my daughter. You are not a burden, he retorted after a moment's struggle to articulate his thoughts. Qin Yu, still deep in contemplation, observed Axu's despondent demeanor, as if on the verge of tears. Wang Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. Indeed, Dongmei's culinary skills were exceptional. He had yet to encounter anyone whose cooking surpassed hers. Axu, brimming with delight, wrapped her tiny arms around Wang Yu, nuzzling her head into his embrace. I knew you preferred younger girls, not those older women, she declared, leaving Wang Yu momentarily stunned. As for marrying Yi Qingyu, Wang Yu held no particular desire. Their relationship with Qin Feng had grown exceedingly intimate. Foolishness may be temporary, but it is not eternal. To wed her and share a bed would be akin to inviting a ticking time bomb into his life. He had seen countless dramas unfold in this manner, where villains married the protagonist's beloved, leading to misunderstandings, retaliations, and infidelity. Therefore, with Yi Qingyu, he would only engage in a fleeting dalliance, Marriage was not on his agenda. Moreover, her status was far too insignificant. She was merely a supporting character, unworthy of his consideration. Brother Qin, the opportunity lies before you, yet you fail to seize it. Do you truly believe yourself to be of great importance? You are but the scion of a local family. Frankly speaking, even the least esteemed member of the Freemasons holds a higher standing than you. This is a monumental opportunity for you and your entire family, yet you hesitate. I am at a loss as to your reasoning. A shiver ran through Qin Yu, and a look of relief finally graced his features. Although Wang Yu's words were blunt, they bore a kernel of truth. His greed had clouded his judgment. In this world, no investment yields returns without cost. The benefits of joining the Freemasons far outweighed the risks. What was he still hesitating for? Qin Yu stood, bowing respectfully to Wang Yu. I am willing to join the Freemasons. Chapter 89, commencing action against Qin Feng in the serene rear courtyard of the Wind, Flower, Snow, and Moon Pavilion. A stark contrast to the bustling front, tranquility reigns. Originally the residence of a courtesan, it proclaims the art of entertainment without the exchange of corporeal offerings, a mere facade to elevate her market value. Upon his arrival, Wang Yu promptly dismissed her, claiming the space as his temporary abode and office. Seated alone at a desk, Wang Yu sipped tea, contemplating a list before him. The internal guards had established numerous covert lines of intelligence in Qinshan County. However, their gathered information primarily centered on compiling evidence of criminal activity and neutralizing the Queen's political adversaries. Qin Feng, a mere commoner, warranted little expenditure of effort. Any hastily assembled intelligence would likely prove ineffective. In contrast, Qin Yu presented a different scenario. The Qin family, deeply entrenched in Qinshan County, boasts a legacy spanning a century. With formidable strength and a reputation as true local tyrants, their expansive intelligence network far surpasses that of the covert operatives. As a prodigious talent, Qin Feng possesses numerous extraordinary traits, and the Qin family undoubtedly possesses ample information regarding him. Wang Yu's principal objective in integrating Qin Yu into the Freemasonry was to access intelligence. The list before him delineated the factions supporting Qin Feng. In any realm, talent represents the foremost competitive advantage. Enhancing a situation is far inferior to providing timely assistance. Major factions are eager to extend their support during the formative years of a remarkable individual, anticipating reciprocal benefits once that individual rises to prominence. This symbiotic relationship fosters a cycle of mutual prosperity, and prodigies like Qin Feng are exceedingly sought after. Already, he enjoys the clandestine backing of numerous forces. Foremost among these is the Qiongcong Auction House, a significant establishment under the aegis of the Qiongcong family, an ancient lineage devoted to the auction business since its inception. Their influence spans the entire divine martial empire, and they are even present in other nations. After countless years of accumulation, they possess wealth rivaling that of nations, an array of unparalleled treasures and connections beyond ordinary comprehension. In the presence of this family, even the Marquis of Xianwei pales in comparison. Yet, Wang Yu harbors no fear of them. Behind him stands the Queen, destined to become the divine martial empress. No matter how formidable a family may be, can they truly rival the power of the monarchy? Moreover, Qin Feng is but one of the many prodigies supported by the Qiongcong Auction House in Qinshan County. Would the entire Qiongcong family engage in a blood feud for his sake? Why, then, does the Qiongcong Auction House lend its support to Qin Feng? According to intelligence provided by the Qin family, shortly after Qin Feng's arrival in Qinshan County, the auction house began to dispatch batches of elixirs, all exquisite concoctions previously unseen. Furthermore, several ancestral figures from various families were cured of their hidden ailments, forging amicable relations with Qin Feng. Speculation abounds that this is linked to the mysterious benefactor behind him. Truly, a deity of fortune, it is only natural for the Qiongcong Auction House to support him. Alchemy. Indeed. Wang Yu stroked his chin, contemplating how the template of Qin Feng bore a striking resemblance to a certain renowned protagonist from a well-known novel. Yet, why did he not bear the surname Shao? Why had he not been jilted? Where was his beloved Sun'er? It seemed imperative to dispatch someone to his hometown to thoroughly investigate the circumstances. Wang Yu continued to ponder. Another pressing concern was the enigmatic presence that loomed behind Qin Feng. Judging by Qin Feng's prior actions, he was able to immediately perceive spatial formations and understood the art of tracing origins. He even possessed the capability to dismantle barriers and, during his escape, unleashed a force and speed that far exceeded that of his contemporaries. Considering his trajectory of growth, it was evident that he harbored an ancient soul within him. After all, a reincarnator could not carry such an abundance of memories. This situation was far more complicated than that of Zhang Fan. While reincarnators possessed insights from their previous lives in martial arts, various secret techniques, and numerous trump cards, there existed a limit to their abilities. It was impossible for them to display strength significantly beyond their own realm, and such power was not sustainable. However, the presence of an ancient soul was an entirely different matter. The force unleashed in critical moments would be commensurate with his true strength. Was he at the level of a respectable realm? Or perhaps even higher? If such a formidable being were to emerge, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers would prove ineffective. Although he could not eliminate all the soldiers, he could execute a decapitation strike or flee with Qin Feng. As for summoning experts from the respectable realm, Wang Yu lacked the requisite influence. His father was merely at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. Moreover, a single expert of the respectable realm might not suffice to contend with that soul. A strategy must be devised to either expel or deplete that soul. Wang Yu's mind raced with possibilities. Ultimately, a soul remains a soul, devoid of a corporeal form. It cannot enhance its cultivation or replenish its spiritual energy naturally. Its strength diminishes with each exertion. Through repeated depletion, it could be reduced to a dormant state, rendering it far simpler to eliminate Qin Feng subsequently. The essence of primal power was indeed a captivating pursuit. Wang Yu found his mind operating with astonishing agility. During his academic years, instructors often deceived students by attributing success to a mere 1% of talent and 99% of effort, neglecting to mention that the former was of paramount importance, often eclipsing the latter. The disparity in intellect could not be bridged solely through hard work. By absorbing the protagonist's primal essence, his intellect was continuously augmented. Although each increment was but a fraction, it was crucial to remember that this was not the intelligence of an ordinary individual, but that of a protagonist, each one a top scorer in provincial examinations. Intellect became Wang Yu's most formidable weapon against the protagonist, at least for the time being. Engaging in a direct confrontation was beyond his current capabilities. He could only rely on his cunning, meticulously devising schemes to erode the protagonist's fortune and deplete his resources, ultimately reaping the rewards in the end. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, followed by a voice announcing, "My lord, a message from the Eagle Falcon awaits." With a furrowed brow, Wang Yu was decidedly displeased at having his train of thought interrupted. However, the urgent message from the Eagle Falcon could not be ignored. "Bring it in," he commanded. Upon perusing the information, Wang Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile gradually gracing his lips. Everything was unfolding remarkably smoothly. While he anticipated that someone would take action against the Kuso tribe, he had not expected such a significant scale of involvement. To his astonishment, this favor was secured so swiftly without him having to lift a finger, thereby eliminating any potential risks in the future. Could this indeed be the manifestation of fortune at play? Chapter 90. The commencement of action within the Grand Hall of the County Governor's Office. A gathering of esteemed family heads and officials convened. The atmosphere was thick with tension as they quietly sipped their tea, their expressions somber. Most of these individuals were staunch supporters of Qin Feng, aligned with the same faction as Governor Yi. Their purpose for gathering was clear, to deliberate on how to confront Wang Yu. Wang Yu's approach was formidable, and his primary objective was to marry Yi Qingyu, thereby securing the scapegoat of the Yi family. Should Yi Qingyu be wed to Wang Yu, their faction would inevitably draw closer to the Empress. The ramifications of such a union were profound, potentially inciting distrust among their own allies and leading to their eventual marginalization. Perhaps we should simply offer him the scapegoat. Provided the engagement is dissolved, one official suggested, breaking the oppressive silence. Humph. Governor Yi scoffed, remaining silent. His confidant vehemently retorted, "You speak so lightly of the scapegoat. But do you truly comprehend its value? If it were not your family's asset, I presume you would not be so indifferent. What alternatives do we have?" Another voice chimed in. "This concerns the life and death of the Marquis of Xianwei. Wang Yu will not relent easily. I trust you are all aware of his latest developments. He is both valiant and cunning, with a heart as ruthless as his tactics. He operates with impeccable precision, and, with the backing of unsavory characters and the Empress's favor, his actions are unpredictable. Indeed, this young man is ferocious and brutal. We must remain vigilant." Another concurred. "And yet, what can he accomplish here? Qishan County is our territory, with fewer than 100 unsavory characters and 200 soldiers of the Wang family. Can he truly turn the tide? Let us not forget his close ties with the Qin family," was the retort, plunging the assembly into silence once more. Qingshan County was indeed their domain, Yet Wang Yu's conversations with Qilin Yu had not been conducted in secrecy from Yiqing Yu. They were aware of Qilin Yu's affiliation with the Illuminati. The Qin family was a significant force in Qingshan County and held influential allies. Although they could not rival their own faction's strength, they were not to be underestimated. Rather than passively receiving blows, "We might as well proactively push him out of Qingshan County," one member proposed. "You make it sound easy. He is the heir of the Marquis of Xianwei, supported by the Empress. He has come representing unsavory characters to investigate. Do you truly believe we can simply push him?" The assembly devolved into a cacophony of voices. Indeed, Wang Yu's status rendered him untouchable in Qingshan County. The notion of orchestrating an unexpected demise was not even entertained. As the sole heir of the Marquis, should he perish here, whether evidence existed or not, the Wang family's forces would lay waste to Qingshan County, exterminating every last member of their kin. "What if we allow him to depart on his own accord?" suggested a man standing beside the county governor as the room gradually quieted. Clad in a flowing white robe, cinched at the waist with a deep blue belt adorned with intricate patterns, his long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence, a truly extraordinary figure. This man was Negong Yuqing, the foremost strategist under the county governor. "Negong, do share your insights," the assembly urged, their gazes fixed upon Negong Yuqing, filled with anticipation. The youth, brimming with fervor, was no exception to the impetuousness typical of his age. From the intelligence gathered, it was evident that while Wang Yu was ruthless and unyielding in his dealings, he was also remarkably trustworthy. If we were to orchestrate a wager that entices him to gamble, with the stakes being his departure from Qingshan County, or even the dissolution of his engagement with the young lady, we could legitimately facilitate his exit, Negong Yuqing remarked coolly. Indeed, it is a clever stratagem. However, Wang Yu is undoubtedly an astute individual. Would he willingly fall into our trap? If the wager is excessively advantageous for us, he will undoubtedly refuse. Conversely, if it leans in his favor, we risk losing more than we gain, a voice interjected. First, we must present an irresistible stake, and secondly, create a fade that suggests a high probability of his victory, while in reality, we must possess unwavering confidence in our success. Only then shall this plan come to fruition. Negong Yuqing spoke with conviction, as though she had already devised a winning strategy in her mind. Meanwhile, as the others plotted against Wang Yu, he had already set his own plans into motion. He summoned 300 constables from the government office, and with the backing of the Qin family, mobilized 3,000 soldiers from the city guards, alongside a band of rogues. They proceeded to seal off and inspect the 13 residences in Qingshan County, apprehending numerous individuals in the process. "What are you doing? This is residence. Have you gone mad?" "My master is. Get out of here at once, or don't blame us for being impolite." The shouts echoed as the families protested. "Captain, why are you surrounding my home? Surely there must be some misunderstanding." The uproar among the prominent families was palpable as they failed to comprehend this sudden turn of events. Their responses were filled with arrogance. After all, they belonged to illustrious families, with either influential officials in the county or significant backing, or exceptional strength. Typically, the constables and soldiers would treat them with utmost respect, some even having fawned over them in the past. In this fantastical realm, such a number of men did not intimidate them. The rogues, led by the esteemed Wang, have been ordered to investigate the tax silver case, and you all are under suspicion. Lay down your weapons immediately and submit to inquiry. Any resistance will be met with lethal consequences. What? The members of each family were taken aback. The tax silver case had become entangled with their affairs. What were they to do? This was an arrest with legitimate grounds. Although in a direct confrontation they could easily overpower the constables, to resist would be to defy orders. Wang Yu could submit a request to summon more city guards, even top-tier experts to suppress them. His status was too elevated. With justifiable cause, no one would dare disobey. In such a scenario, he could eliminate them without facing any repercussions. Lay down your weapons. After a brief moment of hesitation, the heads of the families commanded their subordinates to comply. Key figures were taken away, while others were confined within their estates, doors sealed with official notices, and soldiers stationed to prevent any escape. Everything transpired too swiftly. Before the swift news could spread, the prominent families found themselves under investigation. Even the Qin family was oblivious to Wang Yu's intentions. Wang Yu merely informed Qin Yu that he intended to mobilize 1,000 city guards to gather evidence. Qin Yu initially assumed that Wang Yu planned to lead a search in the depths of Qingshan Lake for clues. Little did he realize that Wang Yu was determined to apprehend individuals directly. The tax revenue case remained shrouded in mystery, and thus far, they had uncovered no substantial leads. With Wang Yu's sudden move to arrest, what crucial information could he possibly possess? If he were to make a mistake in his apprehensions, the repercussions would be dire. Although he held the esteemed title of a young lord and was unlikely to face mortal danger, it was certain that he would no longer find solace in Qingshan County. Chapter 91. The arrival at the county magistrate's office creates a stir. The entire Qingshan County was thrown into turmoil. The heads of the families still in a meeting at the magistrate's office were taken aback upon receiving the news. They all turned their gazes toward the magistrate. How swiftly he has come. Has this lad truly uncovered something? Magistrate Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating whether the young man was merely deceiving them. Perhaps his intentions were simply to target their faction, knowing full well that if he had leverage, they would have no choice but to compromise. Nangong Yuqing stood with an air of confidence, hands clasped behind his back. But what purpose does this serve? Without evidence, can he just arrest people at will? He remarked, chuckling lightly. Among us, how many can withstand scrutiny? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Indeed, how many were untainted? There were varying degrees of culpability, after all. A crystal-clear pond harbors no fish. As long as one does not overstep, such conduct is generally tolerated. However, should investigations commence, the consequences would be dire. Thus, factions emerged, banding together for mutual support. If the leader of any faction were to fall, that faction would face relentless inquiries and raids. This was their territory, after all. Should he wish to investigate, it would not be an easy endeavor. Even the Chen family could only offer limited assistance, and it was unlikely they would sever ties completely. His intentions were not to truly investigate, but rather to apply pressure, compelling them to negotiate. Nangong Yuqing maintained his confident demeanor as he continued his analysis. His singular goal is to secure a scapegoat for his father, the Marquis Xianwei. All his actions revolve around this objective. By acting before us, he has played his hand skillfully. If we are willing to engage him in dialogue, that would be the first step towards success. Afterward, he is bound to present some bargaining chips. If he can obtain a scapegoat through this method, it would be ideal for him, considering he has no roots in Qingshan County. Relying solely on Xinyu, he lacks the power to confront us. Nangong Yuqing spoke eloquently, and the others nodded in agreement, though curiosity lingered about what he might offer in exchange for the scapegoat. Breaking the silence, Magistrate Yi replied coolly, "The scapegoat is an heirloom passed down through my family for generations, symbolizing far more than its material value. It can only serve as a dowry. Even if I were to agree, my wife would not, nor would old Duke Wei. Even if Wang Yu were to present an imperial decree of special pardon, it would be futile. Perhaps he seeks a marriage alliance?" suggested Nangong Yuqing. Magistrate Yi frowned, falling into contemplation once more. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathless. "Master, the heir of Marquis Xianwei, Wang Yu, has arrived with a group, demanding to interrogate the prisoners." "How prompt." "Allow him to enter," Yi commanded. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yu strode into the hall, accompanied by a dozen ruffians, dressed in the official garb of 100 households. With a sword at his waist and an official cap atop his head, he appeared quite formal. "Ha ha ha, the young Marquis graces us with his presence. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." Yi Junsho greeted with a hearty laugh, yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. The audacity to enter his prefectural office armed and with followers was a blatant affront to his authority. Wang Yu maintained a stern expression, not deigning to offer a courteous demeanor. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Prefect. I have come to request the presence of certain individuals at the Yamen for assistance in an investigation. If this causes any disturbance, I beg your pardon. I shall personally apologize later." "Young lord, surely there must be some misunderstanding? Why not take a seat and we can discuss this matter slowly?" "That will not be necessary. I already possess irrefutable evidence, and there is nothing left to discuss." Wang Yu's tone was unyielding, his gaze sweeping over the individuals in question as he coldly inquired, "Will you gentlemen accompany me willingly, or shall I be compelled to employ force?" The crowd's eyes instinctively turned to Nangong Yuqing. "Is this what you call negotiation?" Nangong Yuqing was equally bewildered. How could Wang Yu be so resolute? Was he attempting to assert his own authority? Indeed, that must be it. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Young lord, I believe you have made a mistake. These esteemed gentlemen are known for their integrity. How could they possibly be involved in the tax silver case? I propose we sit down and discuss this matter. Whatever you wish to inquire, we shall answer candidly." And there would be no need for a visit to the Yamen, would there? Wang Yu cast him a sidelong glance and asked coolly, "And who might you be?" Nangong Yuqing bowed respectfully. "I am Nangong Yuqing, a strategist under the prefect's command." What right do you have, as a mere strategist, to lecture me? Wang Yu scoffed, his gaze turning sharp as he coldly retorted, what are you, exactly? Nangong Yuqing was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yu's unrelenting demeanor. Regaining his composure, he offered a faint smile and bowed again. I apologize, young lord. I hope you will not take offense. I have pressing matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. Gentlemen, please follow me. Wang Yu did not even glance at Nangong Yuqing, reiterating his demand. Yi Juanshou's expression darkened, his mood as turbulent as a stormy sea. Wang Yu's audacity was intolerable. This was the prefectural office, his domain. And such behavior was a direct insult to his authority. After all, he was, in some respects, the young lord's father-in-law. The other officials exchanged glances, bewildered by the turn of events. Wasn't this supposed to be a negotiation? Why was Wang Yu so adamant about taking them away? A thought crossed their minds. Could it be that Wang Yu had indeed uncovered some clues? That seemed implausible. While they were uncertain of the methods employed, they were confident that their own actions were foolproof. How could a mere child like Wang Yu have possibly discovered any leads in such a short span of time and pinpointed their involvement? Seize them, Wang Yu commanded. His brow furrowed as he gestured for his men to act. Stop. Yi Juanshou's gaze bore into Wang Yu. Young lord, must we escalate this matter to a point where everyone loses face? Can we not resolve this peacefully? Certainly not. As it concerns the 1,000,000 taels of tax silver of my divine martial dynasty and pertains to the laws of my divine martial nation, as an official of the divine martial, I must adhere to my duties and ensure the recovery of this silver, eliminating all those involved in this matter without exception. Wang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance and authority. The hearts of the onlookers plummeted to the depths of despair. Wang Yu was indeed serious about taking decisive action. What was he planning? Did he truly intend to create chaos in Qingshan County? Young lord, do not forget. This is Qingshan County, not the imperial capital. A glint of coldness flickered in the eyes of the county governor Yi. Enraged, he realized that since Wang Yu showed no regard for sentiment, he would have to respond with firmness. Huh, and what of it? Wang Yu let out a cold laugh. Just then, a steward rushed in, bowing apologetically to the assembly before leaning close to whisper a few words into the ear of county governor Yi. The governor's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Wang Yu in disbelief. Chapter 92. Taken away for execution, what do you intend to do? A patriarch's voice trembled slightly as he confronted the nefarious individuals. I seek nothing but to ensure the proper progression of this case, Wang Yu replied, slightly bowing to the county magistrate Yi. Though our families are bound by a marriage contract, and I must even address you as father-in-law, let us not blur the lines between public duty and private affairs. I have always been unwavering in my impartiality. I kindly ask you not to make things difficult for me. Yi, the county magistrate, clenched his fists, then relaxed with a resigned sigh, gesturing, very well. You may take them away. Is he truly conceding? How can this be? The county magistrate has simply acquiesced. Magistrate, the lords whose families have been sealed off were in a state of alarm. They had previously felt no concern, assured that Wang Yu would not dare to arrest them, especially within the confines of the magistrate's office. Yet now, the situation had escalated. What if they were subjected to harsh interrogations at the yamen? The fact that Yi was unwilling to protect them, did he not fear they would confess? Seize them. Take them away. Those who dare to resist shall be executed without mercy. Wang Yu commanded with a sweeping gesture. The nefarious individuals surged forward, binding their targets one by one. Though these individuals possessed considerable strength, they dared not resist. To do so would incur severe consequences, for they were not ordinary constables, but rather members of the underworld. It was not yet that dire a moment. Furthermore, they were not fools. Yi, the magistrate, had evidently received some news that compelled him to refrain from interference. If he himself did not dare to intervene, then resisting would only provide Wang Yu with justification for their execution. Magistrate, I have pressing matters to attend to. I take my leave for now. Should there be any further requirements, I shall return to disturb you. Upon hearing that Wang Yu had apprehended those high-ranking individuals, the onlookers erupted in excitement. This was indeed going to stir up chaos. After a prolonged period of tranquility, would Qingshan County finally witness tumult? Some astute observers wore expressions of concern. The individuals Wang Yu had captured were all affiliated with the magistrate as faction, and the arrests had taken place within the magistrate's own residence. This was clearly an affront to the magistrate's authority. Would Yi, the self-proclaimed emperor of Qingshan County, allow this to pass quietly? If these two were to clash, the skies over Qingshan County would surely darken. Some had already begun to pack their belongings, preparing to temporarily vacate Qingshan County. When celestial beings engage in combat, it is the common folk who suffer. They wish to avoid being collateral damage. Seizing this opportunity, they planned to embark on a journey. The Yamen's constables were filled with trepidation. Wang Yu had captured a significant number of individuals, nearly filling the county jail to capacity. These captives were either affluent or noble, figures who commanded their respect. A mere finger could extinguish their lives. In this fantastical realm, it was not uncommon for a single word from these powerful figures to dictate the fate of entire streets. "Hey, you outside, how dare you serve me such dreadful food? I demand the braised pork from. Is this fit for human consumption?" roared a young master. "My apologies, young Master Han. The prices are exorbitant, and I simply cannot afford it. Please, make do with this." The jailer bowed and chuckled nervously. "Make do? I have never compromised in my life. Are you seeking death?" Young Master Han thundered, his anger palpable. He was the third son of the Han family, known for his extravagant lifestyle. How could he endure such indignity here? "Please, young Master Han, spare me. I truly cannot afford anything else," the jailer pleaded, nearly in tears. His words were not mere bluster. He had grown accustomed to the arrogance derived from the favor of the Han family patriarch. He was capable of heinous acts, having committed them before. "Repeat that, and I'll have my father end your life." Young Master Han seized the jailer's collar, dragging him towards the iron frame. The jailer was terrified, realizing his life was in jeopardy. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. A group of unsavory characters entered, escorting several individuals. Young Master Han instinctively glanced over, his expression frozen in shock. The third man was none other than his father. "Father, why are you here?" he asked, bewildered. His father sighed, shaking his head, remaining silent and lowering his gaze like a defeated bird. Wang Yu, clad in the attire of a lowly official, entered next. Having removed his uncomfortable hat, "What is the matter?" he inquired, noticing the young master, his brow slightly furrowing. "Nothing, nothing," young Master Han stammered. Though a wastrel, he was not devoid of intelligence. He was acutely aware of Wang Yu's status. He feared the jailer and could easily bully him, but he dared not act recklessly in Wang Yu's presence. "Take him outside and execute him," Wang Yu commanded. "Excuse me?" young Master Han gasped. While the jailer stammered in disbelief, the other prisoners were equally stunned, some questioning whether they had misheard. "What is happening? Why is there talk of execution?" "Young Master, what do you mean by this?" the jailer asked, visibly anxious. "I said to take this one, who attacked a jailer and attempted to escape, and execute him. Do you not understand plain speech?" Wang Yu replied, his impatience growing. "Ah?" The jailer stood frozen, unable to move. "Please, don't kill me. I had no intention of escaping." Young Master Han was petrified. Wang Yu's words were not to be taken lightly. He truly meant to carry out the threat. "With such behavior, you dare call yourself a wastrel?" Wang Yu scoffed, dismissing him with disdain. "You take him away and execute him." "Yes, sir." The two individuals accused of wrongdoing bowed respectfully, prompting the bewildered jailer to unlock the prison door and drag the young Master Han outside. "No, I don't want to. I don't want to die." Master Han struggled fiercely, but the two miscreants showed him no mercy. After a brutal flurry of punches and kicks left him unconscious, one of them seized a leg, and they proceeded to haul him away. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. This was truly a matter of life and death. Regarding the tax silver case, the official had already acquired critical evidence, making it nearly impossible for these individuals and their families to escape. Those wishing to save their lives could turn into witnesses against their peers, perhaps finding a glimmer of hope. With that remark, Wang Yu turned on his heel and departed. He knew how the tax silver had vanished. Through meticulous analysis of various documents, he had pinpointed these individuals, yet all was mere conjecture, lacking solid proof. Qingshan County was their domain, making evidence collection exceedingly difficult. However, he required no evidence. He was the antagonist, not a protagonist bound by moral constraints. Framing them directly was his strategy. Thus, he had apprehended quite a number of young masters, intending to compel these spineless individuals to serve as witnesses against their peers. Their ignorance of the tax silver case mattered little. As long as they consented to the framing, it would suffice. Chapter 93. The demonized Wang Yu. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, rumbling thunder echoed ominously, and the air felt stiflingly oppressive. Within the governor's mansion, the remaining heads of the families lingered, seated in the hall, awaiting Governor Ye's decision. Wang Yu's unconventional approach had thoroughly disrupted all their plans. "What kind of strategy is this? Mr. Nagong, what on earth is happening?" Nagong Yuqing wore a perplexed expression. He too sought understanding. given Wang Yu's previous demeanor. He was hardly a reckless youth. How could he have so recklessly severed all avenues? How could such mindless actions occur? This defied all reason. Could it be that Miss Yu had offended him? One of the family heads tentatively inquired. A flicker of realization passed over the faces of the crowd. Indeed, how had they overlooked this matter? Yu was Wang Yu's fiancée, bound by a marriage contract. Yet she had been entangled with Qin Feng, causing a public uproar. For someone like Wang Yu, a scion of nobility, reputation was paramount. Yu had brazenly humiliated him. Previously, he had refrained from losing his temper. Likely because he was unaware, thus spending time with Yu in leisurely pursuits. However, prolonged exposure and even forming a friendship with Qin Yu would have revealed certain truths, prompting his outburst. This matter had been previously discussed with me. Wang Yu was already aware of the nature of her relationship with Qin Feng before arriving in Qishan County. Governor Yi stated with a grim expression. He felt immense dissatisfaction towards those who shifted blame onto his daughter. Was it possible that during their outings, Miss Yu had inadvertently offended him? This remark sparked a chorus of agreement. Indeed, just the other day, Wang Yu had merely glanced at the case files before indulging in leisurely escapades, showing no inclination to investigate. I find this highly plausible. Enough. Governor Yi slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, "Are you all out of your minds?" The crowd fell silent, realizing their folly. Wang Yu was no fool. How could he possibly make such a grand fuss over trivial matters? Governor, what news led you to allow him to take people away? One family had finally posed the question. Initially, they had hoped the governor would speak on his own, but his silence had compelled them to inquire. What circumstances could allow this local sovereign of Qishan County to be trampled upon by a mere youth? Sighing deeply, Governor Yi expressed his bitterness. We have observed significant troop movements across some cities under our jurisdiction, and intelligence indicates they received a request for assistance from Wang Yu. What? The assembly exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend. How could this be? He is merely a minor official, even as the son of the Marquis of Xianwei. He could not possibly wield such influence. Assisting in the case primarily entails requesting aid from you and appealing to surrounding cities, which, both morally and logically, is indefensible. Are the inhabitants of those cities deranged enough to offend us merely to grant him a favor? Have you forgotten that Wang Yu has established a Masonic order? Yi Juanshou offered a bitter smile. Do not underestimate the young nobles of the imperial capital. The power they wield, when united, is indeed formidable. The individuals Wang Yu has contacted are all members of the Masonic order. This child possesses a remarkably deep scheme. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The unruly ones can be regarded as the most powerful enforcement agency of the divine martial dynasty. They enjoy numerous privileges, and such forms of assistance are permitted. Cities may choose to comply with such requests or decline them. It is exceedingly simple to refuse. Generally, very few would acquiesce. No one wishes to offend others. And such labor-intensive endeavors are often thankless. Of course, exceptions exist for those like Wang Yu, who have taken the backdoor route. This situation is intertwined with personal relationships, the value of which is immeasurable. Do you suppose it is possible that he established the Masonic order solely for this purpose? I have heard that he set up the order and immediately embarked on this journey. The cunning of this individual is indeed terrifying. The crowd engaged in a lively analysis of Wang Yu, nearly demonizing him in the process. This is reminiscent of how experts from previous lives dissected celebrities or classic literature. One can extract countless interpretations from a single work like Dream of the Red Chamber, leading to various factions that oppose one another, each with their own rationale. Perhaps the author never intended such complexity. The path to fame can be continuously demonized, and even a casual remark might be scrutinized based on context and audience, yielding an array of justifications. Even when they err, experts can inflate their missteps into deliberate actions or strokes of genius. Conversely, if you are a failure, no matter how many profound sayings you utter or how much thought you invest in your writing, experts will merely label your work with 3 words: worthless book. This presents a dilemma. An official sighed deeply, realizing why Yi Juanshou had previously appeared so despondent. Wang Yu's tactic is not one typically employed by ordinary unruly ones, as it involves significant ramifications. Should matters escalate, it would be detrimental to all parties involved. However, he is the heir of the Marquis of Xianwei, a figure of high status. As long as he holds on to righteousness, they cannot retaliate. Wang Yu may even be hoping for confrontation, as it would provide him a legitimate opportunity to request reinforcements from the imperial capital. At that point, they would find themselves in an even more passive position. The pressing issue is that we remain uncertain of his true intentions. almost as if he aims to completely undermine us, Yi Juansho stated solemnly. Indeed, Nangui Yuqing nodded in agreement. But what is his motive? What advantages does he gain from such actions? The possibility of factional strife should be ruled out. A household master analyzed. This time, he has apprehended not only our people but also members from other factions, and even those from his formidable ally, the Queen's faction. Speculating here is of little use. It would be wiser to send someone to gather intelligence. Unanimously, the crowd turned their gaze toward the county governor, Yi. All present were astute individuals, aware that some matters need not be explicitly stated. The only one capable of discreetly inquiring would be Yi Qingyu. After uttering a brief remark, the county governor hastily departed from the hall. Chapter 94. The fusion of the otherworldly flames under the cloak of a moonless night. Amid the stillness of the deep mountains and ancient forests, a faint azure glow emanated from within a cave. Inside, Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon a lotus platform, enveloped by azure flames. Above him, a soul entity, shrouded in white flames, floated serenely, serving as his guardian. His aura gradually intensified, yet the pronounced veins and the slight tremors of his body betrayed the torment he was enduring. Indeed, this was no ordinary fire, it was otherworldly. Every element possesses a spirit, and his attempt to subdue it naturally invited fierce resistance from the flames. They scorched his body mercilessly. While the rare herbs surrounding him mitigated some of the pain, the suffering remained unrelenting. The agony of such searing flames was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. The mysterious elder nodded to himself, clearly impressed by Qin Feng's fortitude. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. He had witnessed many exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet to traverse far, one's temperament is far more crucial than innate talent. He had anticipated that Qin Feng might succumb to the pain, even scream in despair. But to his surprise, the young man bore the torment silently. Though Wang Yu was also an extraordinary talent, his life had been too smooth, devoid of significant trials, rendering him ultimately inferior to Qin Feng. The elder smiled faintly, dismissing further thoughts. He gestured with his hands, and the flames coalesced into a cauldron of fire, within which a variety of medicinal herbs materialized. Qin Feng's body was gradually acclimating to the otherworldly flames. The next step was fusion, a perilous endeavor, where the slightest misstep could lead to the destruction of his meridians, rendering him a cripple, or worse, turn him to ash. After all, the interior of one's body is far more fragile than the exterior. Coupled with the fact that their preparations were not entirely adequate, his assistance was indispensable. The sky loomed dark with ominous clouds, a heavy atmosphere settling over Qingshan County, where the prominent families were engulfed in anxiety. The commotion stirred by Wang Yu had been monumental. In just a day's time, 6 noble households had been raided, their families imprisoned. The audacity and tyranny of his actions left the county officials, including the county magistrate Yi, utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend the motivations behind Wang Yu's actions. What in the world does Wang Yu intend to achieve? Armed with mere trifles as if they were authoritative commands, we cannot remain passive. We must put an end to his reckless behavior. He possesses no substantial evidence, yet acts with such impunity. We have the right to obstruct him. And even if this escalates to the emperor, we shall not cower. Within the magistrate's office, the officials were filled with righteous indignation. The nature of the situation had changed drastically. Wang Yu's previous actions, under the guise of routine inquiry, could be justified as the rights and duties of the authorities. Resistance was futile, and compliance was their only recourse. However, the current circumstances were starkly different. Wang Yu had taken it upon himself to declare guilt and even raid homes. Do not assert that he lacks substantial evidence. Even if he possesses some, it must be reported to the court, which will dispatch a designated official to handle the matter. He is merely a minor figure among the common folk, lacking the authority to act independently. Regardless, we must engage him in a direct conversation. Nangdong Yuqing furrowed her brow and remarked, as of now, they have yet to ascertain Wang Yu's true intentions and are unaware of his plans. If they were to confront him openly, it would irrevocably sever their paths. Yet, he refuses to meet anyone. What can we do? I shall send Qingyu to seek the assistance of Princess Yongla. If she is willing to intervene, Wang Yu is likely to grant her that courtesy. Yi Juansho spoke in a low voice. The Princess of Yongla is the granddaughter of the King of the North, possessing a status of unparalleled nobility. Even if Wang Yu is arrogant, he cannot afford to disregard her. Moreover, Wang Yu shares a good rapport with the princess, who still owes him a favor. For this reason alone, he ought to show some respect. After all, in any era, those who are indebted hold considerable power. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. Should he persist in his obstinacy, we shall confront him. The Qiankang auction house is situated on the most prosperous street of Qingshan County, where various rare treasures are predominantly auctioned. The individual in charge is Qiankang Mingxiu, a direct descendant of the Qiankang family, who holds a preeminent position in Qingshan County, even commanding a degree of respect from the county magistrate. Daily, numerous invitations arrive, seeking to establish connections with her. However, they are largely declined by Qiankang Mingxiu. Her status is too elevated. Only the county magistrate can engage her in conversation, while others are deemed unworthy. Yet today, Qiankang Mingxiu finds herself in her chamber, entertaining a guest, even canceling her role in an auction. Ah, delightful tea, Wang Yu exclaimed as he accepted the teacup handed to him by Qiankang Mingxiu. After taking a sip, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction, and he nodded in approval. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly tied with a red ribbon, she possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes and willow leaf brows. The glimmer in her gaze exuded a hint of allure. Her pure attire, combined with her captivating beauty and a figure that could awaken primal desires, rendered her utterly captivating. Another bewitching enchantress, Wang Yu silently cursed in his mind. He had encountered countless beauties, developing an immunity to their charms. Although Qiankang Mingxiu could be considered a paragon of beauty, she merely caught his attention for a fleeting moment. Upon learning of the young marquis's arrival in Qingshan County, Mingxiu initially intended to pay her respects, but seeing him engrossed with Miss Yi, she refrained from interrupting. Little did she expect him to seek her out today, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. With a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, she spoke words that even she found incredulous. After finishing his tea, Wang Yu reached for another cup, stating, "We are all astute individuals here, so I shall be straightforward. I have come to discuss a business proposition with you." "Oh? What kind of business?" A smile graced Qiankang Mingxiu's face. "Surely, you do not intend to auction the rare treasures seized from those households at our Qiankang auction house?" The Qiankang auction house, well-informed and astute, was naturally aware of the recent incident concerning Wang Yu's family raid. While she held little interest in cultural artifacts or paintings, she was exceedingly captivated by rare treasures and spiritual weapons. Observing Wang Yu's current demeanor, it was evident that these initial offerings were merely a prelude, with larger prospects surely on the horizon. This promised to be a significant venture for the Qiankang auction house. Chapter 95. Shedding wings. Such matters are easily discussed. Wang Yu set down his teacup and retrieved an exquisite small wooden box from his robe. "What I wish to discuss with you pertains to this business." Qiankang Mingxiu furrowed her delicate brows and instinctively took the box, opening it to reveal its contents. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This is a moon spirit crystal, or?" "Indeed," Wang Yu confirmed. "Well, the moon spirit crystal is quite precious, yet this piece of ore is rather small. However, its quality is acceptable. It could barely reach the level suitable for auction." Qiankang Mingxiu pondered, a hint of confusion lingering in her mind. Was this the sole reason he sought her out? For a mere piece of moon spirit crystal, or? It was akin to a high-ranking general dismissing an entire day's schedule to meet a budding entrepreneur, only for the latter to discuss a financing issue of 10,000 yuan. Moreover, this entrepreneur happened to be a scion of wealth. "This is merely a sample. I possess an entire vein of moon spirit crystals," Wang Yu remarked nonchalantly. "Oh, an entire vein? Then that is indeed significant. I apologize, young lord. I was momentarily distracted and did not catch your previous words. Could you kindly repeat them?" "You have not misheard. I hold an entire vein of moon spirit crystals. What you possess is merely a sample I casually extracted from it," Wang Yu stated, sipping his tea with an air of tranquility, as though discussing the most mundane of topics. The subtle display of superiority was most impactful. Even Qiankang Mingxiu, with her composure, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Her eyes widened, and her mouth hung agape, rendering her momentarily speechless. "What? You, of the esteemed Qiankang family, have encountered countless treasures. How can a mere moon spirit crystal vein leave you so astonished?" Wang Yu inquired with a smile. He had already consumed 3 cups of tea. Yet Qiankang Mingxiu remained frozen, her mouth still agape. With a long exhale, Qiankang Mingxiu finally regained her composure, taking several deep breaths. "Young lord, are your words sincere?" "I, Wang Yu, have always been a man of my word," he replied. "Should you, young lady, facilitate the auction of the finest specimens from this moon spirit crystal vein, I shall wield my influence to distribute these crystals across the nation and even to foreign lands, maximizing their potential to fetch the highest price possible." Qiangsong Mingxiu spoke earnestly, value is derived from rarity. While the moon spirit crystal is indeed exceptional, should it be released en masse from a single location, its price will inevitably decline. Dispersing it to various locales and selling in batches would mitigate this issue. In this world, transportation is not as advanced as in Wang Yu's previous life. Such endeavors are not easily accomplished. However, for the Qiangsong auction house, it would be a seamless endeavor. Naturally, Qiangsong Mingxiu sought only the finest quality, showing little interest in inferior specimens. Wang Yu continued to sip his tea, remaining silent. Young lord, feel free to state your terms. As long as they are not excessive, Mingxiu will comply, she said, her lip caught between her teeth. Indeed, such a substantial business opportunity for oneself. How could he possibly have no demands? Is he yet another lecherous individual lusting after her body? Qiangsong Mingxiu cast a furtive glance at Wang Yu. He was charming and handsome, an exceptionally rare beauty. Moreover, he exuded an air of nobility, a trait reserved for those of prestigious lineage, like Wang Yu himself. In her heart, Qiangsong Mingxiu silently admonished herself that if Wang Yu merely sought to take advantage, she could accept it. However, if it involved intimacy, that was out of the question. At least not at this moment. She had not yet reduced herself to such triviality. Well, it wasn't a matter of great consequence. Wang Yu put away the moon spirit crystal and declared, I require you to sever all ties with Qin Feng and use your influence to prevent him from conducting any transactions at the Qiangsong auction house. What? Qiangsong Mingxiu was once again taken aback. Wasn't he coveting her physical form? Why had the conversation shifted to Qin Feng? Young lord, what is the meaning of this? Yi Qingyu is my fiancé, you should be aware of this. That Qin Feng dares to covet my woman, and I cannot let him off lightly. This left Qiangsong Mingxiu in a predicament. Qin Feng held significant importance for her as well. He provided numerous exquisite pills, significantly enhancing her performance since his arrival in Qishan County. Furthermore, the quality of the pills he produced only continued to rise. Most importantly, he had a mysterious alchemy master backing him. Capturing Qin Feng would equate to securing a continuous stream of success for her, thereby elevating her standing within the family. The thought of turning against Qin Feng was something she found quite difficult to contemplate. Why so troubled? He is merely a somewhat talented alchemist. Is it worth your distress? Wang Yu scoffed disdainfully. Even if he were to toil day and night at alchemy, how many pills could he possibly produce? Moreover, do not forget that his primary focus is cultivation. Alchemy is merely a side pursuit. And he is also engaged in research on formations. How much effort can he truly devote to that? Qiangsong Mingxiu remained silent. Collaborating with me changes the dynamic entirely. My moon spirit crystal vein could propel you to the pinnacle of success in one fell swoop. With the moon spirit crystal, you could swiftly escape this desolate place. And you would have my backing. Having connections in the court facilitates matters, while I cannot speak for other regions. I do possess a degree of influence within the domain of the divine martial dynasty. Wang Yu continued, to confront someone like Qin Feng, who is destined for greatness, is a fool's errand. One must gradually erode his fortune, disrupt his pretensions, and clip his wings. Qiangsong Mingxiu's value to Qin Feng surpasses that of Yi Qingyu. Forcing her to sever ties with him would not only diminish his support, but also obstruct one of his avenues for ostentation. Wang Yu had reviewed Qiangsong Mingxiu's background. She was a direct descendant of the Qiangsong family and a business prodigy. However, given the factional struggles within the Qiangsong family, she faced various forms of suppression. Otherwise, someone of her stature would not be found in this small Qishan County. This serves as an excellent source for displaying one's superiority and delivering a resounding rebuttal. In due time, as Qin Feng rises to prominence, he shall wield his power to assist Qiangsong Mingxiu in showcasing his prowess, even assuming the role of the patriarch of the Qiangsong family. Subsequently, Qiangsong Mingxiu may reciprocate his aid. Perhaps he will refine a long-lost elixir, which might provoke several tribulations, and then present it to Qiangsong Mingxiu and his kin, comparing auction values and the like. However, all of this awaits Qin Feng's ascension. At present, he is merely a trifling figure at the pinnacle of qi refinement. The bond between the two does not appear to be exceedingly profound. Wang Yu believes there remains room for dialogue. Chapter 96. Achieving cooperation for the sake of a mere Qin Feng. Would the young marquis truly go to such lengths? Qiangsong Mingxiu regarded Wang Yu with a peculiar gaze. Such generous terms, merely for a Qin Feng? To be precise, it was solely to sever one of Qin Feng's connections. She found it difficult to comprehend. By the way, I too require a partner in this venture, Wang Yu shrugged. My energy is limited, and I do not wish to squander time on trivial matters. Thus I seek a reliable collaborator, and I believe you are quite suitable." This statement held a kernel of truth. A woman beside the protagonist, even if merely a passing heroine, proved quite invaluable. He had already earmarked Jean Tingting to manage the Moon Spirit Crystal Mines business, and now he aimed to establish a sales channel through Cheongsong Mingxiu. With the support of 2 financial partners, the Moon Spirit Crystal Vein would undoubtedly be maximized. And this was merely the beginning. Further collaborations awaited. The future would present an abundance of financial demands, and relying solely on the meager resources of the Xianwei Marquis would be utterly insufficient. Therefore, Wang Yu placed considerable importance on matters of finance. Why me? Cheongsong Mingxiu was evidently intrigued. After all, merchants pursue profit, and she had no valid reason to decline. However, the conditions Wang Yu offered were exceedingly generous, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Instinctively, she felt a twinge of unease. "I have perused your background. You are undoubtedly a genius. Yet, ultimately, you are but a daughter, subjected to familial oppression, relegated to this place. You are correct. I could seek others. Perhaps even directly approach the head of the Cheongsong family. They would undoubtedly perform better than you," Wang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Cheongsong Mingxiu nodded, acknowledging this as a fact, while it also stirred doubts within her. Wang Yu was not one of those fortunate souls without backing, who, upon acquiring treasures, dared only to sell them furtively, often masked and disguised. He could boldly seek cooperation, or even sell the treasures himself. Who would dare to rob him? He had no need to choose her. Enhancing the already splendid is less valuable than providing timely assistance. My choice of you stems from my regard for your future. Akin to how you befriend Qin Feng, nurturing talents across various factions. Wang Yu sipped his tea and continued, "Furthermore, I perceive you as an astute individual. Wise individuals ought to collaborate with one another, thus minimizing complications." Cheongsong Mingxiu rose, bowing respectfully. "Mingxiu is grateful for your recognition, young Marquis. I shall take on this business, and I will forever remember this favor. In the future, I shall repay it handsomely." She had consented, unexpected yet entirely reasonable. She had no justification to refuse. To forsake the Moon Spirit Crystal Mine and Wang Yu for the sake of a Qin Feng? That would be akin to operating a hardware factory, struggling to stay afloat, only to have a small renovation company use your products to barely survive. As this small company flourished, hope emerged, but suddenly, a renowned international renovation firm proposed a long-term partnership, with the condition of ousting that small company. What choice would you make? As long as one is not mentally impaired, they would generally opt for a prominent renovation company. Cheongsong Mingxiu inquired, "When shall we commence our collaboration? I need to prepare." "Oh, we still need to wait a bit. I have yet to begin the development of that Moon Spirit Crystal Mine, but you can start your preparations," replied Wang Yu. "Are you not toying with me, are you?" Cheongsong Mingxiu scrutinized Wang Yu with a skeptical gaze. Although the likelihood was slim, as they were both individuals of standing, such antics would be quite disreputable. Nevertheless, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Even if Wang Yu were to deceive her, she would have no recourse. Moreover, Wang Yu's prior reputation seemed rather dubious. He traversed the path of officials rather than that of merchants, thus commercial credibility held little sway over him. "This token is yours to keep," Wang Yu proclaimed, revealing a palm-sized insignia forged from gold, intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes, and prominently displaying the character for pardon at its center. Cheongsong Mingxiu's pupils constricted slightly. As a direct descendant of the Cheongsong family, she had indeed heard of the divine martial pardon order. It symbolized the honor of the Xianwei Marquis, a testament to the emperor's favor and trust in him, a protective talisman for Wang Yu. "You trust me so readily?" Cheongsong Mingxiu gazed at Wang Yu with incredulity. The symbolic weight of this object far surpassed its actual value. "You are a wise individual, aware of what actions are prudent and what are not. I have already demonstrated my sincerity. The next steps lie with you." Wang Yu picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, subsequently raising his gaze to meet Cheongsong Mingxiu's. In an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a drawn sword poised to cleave. "Of course, if you wish to play tricks, I shall be more than willing to engage." After a prolonged exchange of glances, Cheongsong Mingxiu suddenly broke into a smile. "I believe our collaboration will be quite pleasant." Wang Yu nodded in agreement, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Truly, as a supporting character to the protagonist, her intellect remained sharp. Should she accept the divine martial pardon order, Wang Yu would likely remain silent, and their partnership could proceed. However, a subtle barrier had arisen between them. From this point forward, both would be cautious of each other's intentions, which would undoubtedly foster discomfort. Now that we are in a cooperative relationship, could you provide me with information regarding Qin Feng? Wang Yu inquired nonchalantly. This was another objective for his collaboration with Qiong Ming Xiu, who was likely the most knowledgeable about Qin Feng's secrets, even surpassing Yu Qingyu. Well, Qiong Ming Xiu hesitated. What? Do you wish to have your cake and eat it too? Wang Yu scoffed. Being the Sea King is no simple feat. Although she was unsure of the exact meaning behind Sea King, Qiong Ming Xiu, with her keen intellect, could fathom Wang Yu's implications. With a long sigh, she expressed her resignation. Very well, though I do not possess an abundance of information, I will share what I know. Speak freely, after all. It's just a story to tell. Afterward, Qiong Ming Xiu recounted the events concerning Qin Feng to Wang Yu. Even during Qin Feng's time in his quaint little town, Qiong Ming Xiu was already aware of his presence. At that time, Qin Feng had brought forth some spiritual liquid to auction in the county city, which greatly astonished Qiong Ming Xiu. Dressed in an oversized cloak and speaking in a hushed voice, Qiong Ming Xiu initially mistook him for a reclusive master. Subsequently, Qin Feng enrolled in the academy in Qinshan County, and the two began an array of collaborations. In addition to providing medicinal herbs and assisting in the sale of elixirs, Qiong Ming Xiu also collected various rare treasures of heaven and earth for him. As Wang Yu glanced at the list, his brow furrowed slightly. Although many of the rare treasures listed were unfamiliar to him, the few he did recognize were astonishing enough. These were indeed exceedingly precious treasures of heaven and earth. Chapter 97. The implementation of the first step plan. Have you collected everything you marked above? Indeed. However, these items do not come cheap. Where does he acquire such a fortune? Surely, the paltry earnings from his alchemy are insufficient. He has experienced several fortunate encounters and procured numerous valuable items. I have assisted him in converting those into currency. Additionally, he occasionally offers high-quality elixirs as payment, claiming they were bestowed by his enigmatic master. Speaking of which, Qiong Ming Xiu suddenly fell silent, as if pondering something deeply. What troubles you? Well, it's not much, but I find his teacher rather peculiar. A master alchemist of his caliber would not need to rely on us to gather these items. With a mere whisper, countless individuals would present offerings. Furthermore, his identity remains shrouded in secrecy, and it seems no one has ever laid eyes on him. Qiong Ming Xiu furrowed her brows in confusion. While it's true that high-level alchemists often possess eccentricities, they cannot remain completely hidden. If he were to reveal himself, Qin Feng's status would be elevated instantly, making his endeavors significantly easier. Perhaps he intends to allow Qin Feng the freedom to flourish, Wang Yu suggested with a gentle smile. After all, excessive interference could hinder his development. Isn't this still considered excessive interference? Moreover, Qin Feng has been leveraging his name, even selling his elixirs. Many factions have fostered goodwill with him, primarily due to his mysterious manner. Indeed, this world is certainly not devoid of clever individuals, Wang Yu acknowledged inwardly. In many novels, the intelligence of supporting characters fluctuates drastically. They display brilliance in their own narratives, yet become utterly foolish in the presence of the protagonist. Flagrant inconsistencies arise without the slightest suspicion. Of course, this may be attributed to a phenomenon known as the diminished intelligence halo. It is likely that others in Qinshan County, not just Qiong Ming Xiu, have recognized this issue, yet no one dares to voice it. It is precisely this doubt that has deterred many factions from supporting Qin Feng. Otherwise, if they were aware of the formidable figure behind him, particularly a master alchemist, who would not seek to curry favor? As for reclusive experts, I harbor no fear. Does he dare to challenge me? Wang Yu declared with an air of pride, lifting his chin defiantly. Qiong Ming Xiu's expression was not merely a casual remark. She feared for Wang Yu's safety. The young lord is the heir of the Xianwei Marquis, favored by Her Majesty, thus none would dare to harm you. A serene smile graced Qiong Ming Xiu's lips as she spoke. Mentioning the Xianwei Marquis inspired a deep respect within her. He is a myth, a true legend, a military god of his generation. There exists a distinction between martial practitioners and ordinary cultivators. Within the ranks of a grand army, even revered figures could be slain. In past campaigns, the Xianwei Marquis personally vanquished 3 esteemed beings, establishing a formidable reputation. Should his sole heir perish? Even a powerful family such as the Qiong would likely be trampled under the iron hose of the Wang family army. Do you know the purpose of these medicinal herbs? Wang Yu casually inquired as he tucked the list away. Someone has examined them. Their effects vary significantly. Some serve to mend the body, while others can dispel fire and clear heat. There are also poisonous plants. However, the art of alchemy is remarkably wondrous, capable of combining various herbs into potions that may bear no relation to their original properties. Qiong Songming Xiu shrugged, a hint of helplessness gracing her delicate features. Aside from these families, who else supports Qin Feng? Wang Yu handed a list to Qiong Songming Xiu. Family. Qiong Songming Xiu enumerated 5 or 6 factions in one breath. These are all families that have benefited from Qin Feng's kindness. He had concocted urgently needed elixirs for them, thereby earning immense favors. All of this transpired in secrecy, unbeknownst to Qin Yu. Subsequently, Qiong Songming Xiu shared numerous details about Qin Feng, and Wang Yu committed each to memory. Well, that should suffice. I must attend to more pressing matters now. Wang Yu rose, brushing off his garments. You should prepare quickly. I have entrusted you with selling the items acquired earlier, and, well, there should be plenty more to come. Understood. Qiong Songming Xiu felt somewhat dazed. More to come. A bold notion began to form in her mind. Did this young lord intend to create chaos in Qingshan County? My lord, the invitation from Princess Yongla has arrived. Oh, it has come a bit slower than I anticipated. Wang Yu accepted the invitation, casually glancing at it. Princess Yongla has invited me to a meal. This was expected. Currently, only Princess Yongla in Qingshan County could summon him. Is it time to showcase my true abilities? Wang Yu stroked his chin. The first phase of the plan is ready for execution. He tugged at the reins, redirecting his horse towards Yinfeng Garden. This estate belongs to the Yi family, perched upon a peak that overlooks Qinyan Lake. The Yi family utilizes it as a summer retreat, and should esteemed guests arrive, they are often accommodated here. Many grand gatherings are also held in this location. As the heir of the Xianwei Marquis and betrothed to Yi Qingyu, one would expect that the county governor Yi would arrange for him to stay at Yinfeng Garden. However, he had not even mentioned it, which could be seen as a significant slight. Wang Yu ascended the mountain, where sentries stood every 5 paces and watch stations every 10. The security was notably stringent. Yet, upon seeing Wang Yu approach on horseback, they all stepped aside, wary of obstructing his path. This man is ruthless. They dared not provoke him. Brother Yu. Before reaching the summit, a cheerful voice called out. A shui was there, bouncing towards Wang Yu and waving her little hand, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Wang Yu could not help but reveal a faint smile in response. The innocent grin of this little girl was indeed quite soothing. Princess Yongla stood beside her. As Wang Yu dismounted, she bowed slightly, a hint of apology gracing her features. I have the honor of meeting the young Marquis. I apologize for the presumptuous invitation and for any disturbance caused. Not at all. Even without your invitation, I intended to pay you a visit, Wang Yu replied, handing the horse to the approaching male servant. He bent down and lifted the rushing Aishui into his arms. Are Governor Yi and the others already inside? They have been waiting for quite some time. Princess Yongla hesitated, her words caught in her throat. She was reluctant to involve herself in such matters. Yet she found herself in a predicament. After all, she was a guest in their abode, and when they sought her presence, it was difficult for her to refuse. Chapter 98. The truth behind the tax silver case. Wang Yu nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face, exuding an air of understanding and nonchalance. Princess Yongla bit her lip, feeling a surge of emotion and an increased fondness for Wang Yu. A flutter of excitement danced in her heart. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Given his kindness? Wang Yu set down a shui, taking her small hand as they strolled into Yufeng courtyard. A shui, guiding him along, exclaimed, Brother Yu. Did you come alone? Aren't you afraid those people might pose a threat to you? They lack the audacity to act against me, Wang Yu replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Only a fool would confront me openly. Besides, should a confrontation arise, I am unafraid. My strength has ascended to the 2nd level of the transformation spirit realm, while the highest combat power in Qingshan County barely reaches the 1st level of the condensation pill realm. Although I cannot guarantee victory in a higher level challenge, I possess the confidence to escape with ease. In fact, I secretly welcome their attempts to engage me. It would allow me to confront them directly, saving me considerable mental effort. Has anyone sought to curry favor with you, hoping you would speak well of them? He inquired. Of course. They have gifted me numerous treasures and delightful treats, a shui replied, animatedly gesturing as she spoke. Then why not say a few good words for them? If it were you, I might consider it, he teased. I would never do that. I am no fool, a shui retorted. Then why not make a swift exit? Well, being with you is safe, and there's food and drink. You treat me well, so why would I leave? A shui beamed, her smile resembling that of a mischievous little fox. The more fierce you are, the happier I am. It ensures no one dares to bully me. Plus, You are affluent and handsome. Ah, that flattery is quite pleasant. Is there a reward for it? How about a banana? A banana? Ashui tilted her head in confusion, then shook it. No, no, I refuse. I am not a monkey. Not only monkeys enjoy bananas, women love them too. Upon arriving outside the banquet hall, County Guard Yi approached with the head of the family, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young Marquis. Yes, let us proceed inside to converse. Wang Yu nodded, his demeanor proud as he strode into the hall. As everyone took their seats, a heavy silence enveloped the room, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Wang Yu lifted his teacup, sipping lightly before breaking the silence with a teasing smile. What is this? You all went to such lengths to invite me. And now you've turned mute? Young Marquis is jesting. The crowd chuckled awkwardly, their gazes subtly shifting towards County Guard Yi. With a sigh, County Guard Yi forced a smile, calling out, "You are." Address me as Young Marquis. Young Marquis, has the commotion surrounding this tax silver case grown too excessive? The individuals you have apprehended are the backbone of my Qishan County. Their arrest has severely disrupted the normal operations of our region. Just observe the expression on the face of the county magistrate Yi. It resembles that of someone suffering from constipation. Confronted with Wang Yu, he cannot express his grievances too harshly, yet he must convey his dissatisfaction and exert some pressure on Wang Yu, which is indeed quite challenging. The tax silver case pertains to the very foundation of the state. I cannot afford to be negligent. These individuals are all linked to the tax silver case and must not be released. At this juncture, Wang Yu paused and emphatically added, not only must they not be released, but I also desire their demise. On what basis do you assert that they are connected to the tax silver case? Coerced confessions or baseless accusations from those young nobles cannot be considered valid. They are all officials of my divine martial dynasty, the pillars of Qishan County. Your judgment is unacceptable, a particularly hot-tempered head of a family voiced angrily. Of course, he was not truly foolish. He had merely drawn the short straw and had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Indeed, though you, young lord, possess a noble status, you only have the authority to investigate, not to adjudicate, even if you have uncovered clues and evidence. These must be reported to the court for proper examination by designated officials. Your actions are contrary to both reason and law. Another individual who had also drawn the short straw interjected. They had already conspired to clarify their stance with Wang Yu today, even if it meant a complete fallout. Quite well articulated. Wang Yu nodded, and the next moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Do you genuinely believe I have not uncovered evidence regarding the tax silver case? The crowd fell silent. The mystery surrounding the missing tax silver has long been unraveled by me. His revelation sent waves of shock through the assembly. Unraveled? How can that be? They instinctively turned to Magistrate Yi, who was equally astonished. It was not unusual for Wang Yu to have discovered some leads. Yet to claim he had solved the mystery of the tax silver case was beyond belief. This matter was known only to a select few, and even those present were unaware of the specifics. Would you ask a historian to solve an Olympiad problem? Or a philosopher to create nuclear weapons? Is that conceivable? Since you, young lord, have found evidence, we implore you to share it with us, Magistrate Yi said solemnly, suspecting Wang Yu was merely deceiving them. Wang Yu smirked coldly, retrieving a wooden box from behind him and placing it on the table. This contains the silver you spoke of, does it not? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. One head of a family stepped forward, opened the box, and inside lay several metallic blocks. Silver? Magistrate Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to breathe. How can this be? He has truly found evidence, and of such undeniable nature? From the very beginning, there was no tax silver. It was merely this counterfeit silver. Wang Yu stated nonchalantly, Young lord, what do you mean by this? Place the silver from the box into water and see for yourself. The head of the family furrowed his brow and, following the instruction, tossed a piece of silver into a teacup. With a sudden bang, a flash of fire erupted, and white smoke billowed forth as the teacup shattered into fragments. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the case of the missing tax silver. This, indeed, was the truth behind the loss of the tax silver. Wang Yu's gaze was piercing as he coldly declared, from the very beginning, there was no tax silver, only this counterfeit. The individuals I have apprehended are all connected to the tax silver. Only they possess the means to exchange the genuine tax silver at its source. And only through their collusion could this matter remain concealed. They are the parasites of my divine martial dynasty. Is it wrong for me to purge their households and execute their leaders? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Chapter 99. Do you believe that I lack the authority to adjudicate? Even so, this matter should be reported to the court and an official dispatched to investigate. Do you not think? Your unilateral handling of this situation is, both in reason and sentiment, inappropriate. The previously hot-tempered head of the family persisted with a stiff resolve. Indeed, young Marquis, this matter ought to be reported to the court. You possess no judicial authority. I implore you to reconsider, young Marquis. No one anticipated that Wang Yu would indeed uncover the truth behind the tax silver case. Given this development, they could only make one last effort. First, they needed to avoid Wang Yu. As for the officials sent by the court to conduct a thorough investigation, this affair was inherently muddled, and finding a few scapegoats would suffice. Do you think I lack the authority to adjudicate? A cold smile spread across Wang Yu's lips as he produced a letter and a small token from his bosom, placing them upon the table. The assembly gasped. What is this? Only Yi Junsho's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, as if coming to a realization, he hastily knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor!" The other heads of families, though unfamiliar with the item, were not fools. If Yi Junsho knelt, how could they remain seated? They all dropped to their knees, fervently proclaiming, "Long live the emperor!" Please rise, Yi Junsho. Would you be so kind as to read aloud and ascertain whether I possess the authority to adjudicate? Yi Junsho rose, his body swaying slightly, and picked up the letter from the table, unfolding it. The tax silver case is peculiar and enigmatic. However, the cunning and resourceful Wang Yu, a mere 100 households, has swiftly uncovered the entirety of the matter. Our divine martial dynasty has always recognized and utilized talent wisely. Thus we bestow upon Wang Yu a divine martial imperial order, granting him full authority to handle the tax silver case. Proceed as you see fit, and may you not disappoint the grace of the emperor. Upon finishing, Yi Junsho's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his body swaying dangerously, nearly collapsing to the ground. The others, too, appeared as if mourning a great loss. None had anticipated Wang Yu's formidable prowess in quietly soliciting the divine martial imperial order. This was a symbol of the emperor's mandate. Although Wang Yu was permitted to wield such authority solely within the confines of the tax silver case, it was still a formidable power. No wonder he had been so audacious and reckless in his actions. It turned out he had long since held the power of life and death in his hands. But from whence did he derive such immense influence? The divine martial imperial order was an extraordinary artifact, typically reserved for imperial envoys. Wang Yu, merely 100 households, could hardly be expected to possess such a thing, even as a young marquis. Perhaps it was the empress? Indeed, the emperor's health had deteriorated significantly, and most affairs of state had been entrusted to her. She held the authority to issue the divine martial imperial order, yet the empress was also an astute ruler. Otherwise, the ministers would never consent to the emperor delegating authority to her, even if she cherished Wang Yu dearly. It was inconceivable that she would grant him such a powerful token with just a single letter. They could not comprehend. They expressed their utter bewilderment. I am here on behalf of the heavens to investigate the tax silver case. Do you still question my authority? Wang Yu remarked with a cold smile as he pocketed the token. Young Marquis, you jest. Since it is the emperor's decree, we shall naturally lend our full support. Yi Junsho forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Initially, they had prepared for the worst. If Wang Yu remained unyielding, they would sever ties with him. Unexpectedly, he had invoked the formidable decree of the divine martial emperor. What confrontation could they possibly have then? Unless they wished to incite rebellion. Given this, the official was poised to unleash a massacre. Wang Yu's gaze was piercing, and a subtle yet pure aura of killing intent enveloped him. Now that the cards were laid bare, the first wave of harvesting was about to commence. They would first eliminate a portion of the smaller factions, and subsequently deal with the larger fish at a measured pace. The crowd shuddered and bowed in unison. We await your commands, young lord. Excellent. My resources are limited. I will require your assistance henceforth. Obligation without hesitation. Upon returning home, Yi Junsho was livid. His usually composed demeanor shattered as he smashed numerous items in a fit of rage. Damned. Wasn't it supposed to be foolproof? Was it not claimed to be your innovation? Was it not said there would be no issues? Qin Feng, I curse you to the depths. The tax silver case was a grand conspiracy orchestrated by Qinshan County. Its inception stemmed from Qin Feng's creation of a remarkable substance strikingly similar to silver, which would explode and vanish upon contact with water. Qin Feng used this as a means to infiltrate the households of the influential. The purpose was to pilfer tax silver. The plan was executed flawlessly, leaving the elite investigators of Qinshan County utterly baffled. Qin Feng resolutely asserted that even if nefarious individuals were to investigate, they would uncover no leads. This was a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, if the nefarious individuals failed to discover the truth. They would be exempt from paying taxes in the years to come. Everything could be attributed to that non-existent enigmatic figure. Additionally, they could discreetly promote this scheme to trusted allies, thus enabling the systematic theft of the divine martial empire's tax silver. In this world, while money may not be omnipotent, its absence is indeed crippling. It is true that strength reigns supreme, yet to enhance one's power, silver is indispensable. The prodigies seek fortuitous encounters, trading various relics and treasures. All for the sake of silver, correct? The operation of families invariably requires funds. Even Wang Yu, in his own endeavors, labors tirelessly for wealth. With such a substantial amount of silver, every family in Qingshan County would flourish. They could recruit soldiers and, one day, rise in rebellion, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. What was once deemed foolproof was shattered by Wang Yu in a mere instant. Moreover, Wang Yu had fabricated counterfeit silver, with irrefutable evidence to support this. It now appeared that Qin Feng had merely been boasting that day. Although such substances were rare, others had surely encountered them before. He had merely acquired the formula. Likely, it was an ancient recipe. Qin Feng assumed no one was aware, thus he pretended it was his own creation, unaware that Wang Yu had also obtained this formula. This had led to their dire predicament. The tax silver case involved far too many individuals, with the ringleader being none other than him. Now, Wang Yu has received the edict of the divine martial emperor, granting him the power of life and death. If he so wishes, he could eradicate their lineage entirely. Should he choose to be even more ruthless, he could eliminate many who were not involved in the tax case. As the leader of the bandits, the annihilation of his family is not beyond the realm of possibility. Is this your bargaining chip? Yi Juanshou's eyes narrowed slightly. The commotion caused by Wang Yu and his acquisition of the divine martial emperor's edict surely extends beyond some fabricated sense of patriotism. If he intended to pursue justice, he could simply submit the evidence to the relevant authorities, allowing them to handle the matter appropriately. There would be no need for him to exert so much effort. The magnitude of this disturbance serves but one purpose: the scapegoat. By using the tax case as leverage, he has bound the entire Qingshan County's power and executed a number of them. It is a warning to others. The message is clear. Should they surrender the scapegoat, then all significant issues may be minimized, and they may preserve their positions. However, should they refuse, they would face total annihilation, leaving them no choice but to rebel. Yet, with their meager strength, could they truly challenge the divine martial dynasty? A mere contingent of elite soldiers dispatched from the capital could easily reduce them to ashes. Yet, this scapegoat is not something that can simply be handed over at will. Curse that Qin Feng, it is all his doing. Yi Juanshou smashed the table with a single blow, his regard for Qin Feng significantly diminished.